only 35, 40 years ago in the National Weather Service. When I first came online, that's when we were first beginning to get satellite pictures, we'll call them, into the National Weather Service office. Now, we get satellite data today at minute intervals. It comes in on the computer. We run these huge loops at any resolution in any part of the globe on a regular basis. Everybody can do that online these days. In the weather office back then, we would get one image that would come in every hour. And if you wanted to do an animation of what was going on, all those images were placed on a clipboard. And you literally would take your fingers and take the pictures and let them go, and you could see the clouds moving across the eastern part of the United States. That was our animation back then. And that was after a tremendous increase in science and technology. It's fascinating because, as we all know, wars are terrible. War is hell. But wars also bring out tremendous advances in technology. And, World War II pilots, they were responsible for discovering the jet stream. As we got into World War II and immediately after, we developed the first large-scale upper air network across the United States with the launching of radiosonde balloons twice a day to get that information from the upper atmosphere, because weather occurs on 3 dimensions, right, throughout that depth of the atmosphere. The advance of weather radar. My gosh, you took military radar, again, developed in World War II, and then after that war, they not only saw airplanes when they were looking at the radar, but they saw these features that kept getting in the way of them looking at airplanes. It was precipitation from storms. And, we turned that into the ability to monitor weather systems and then get into the tremendous science of severe weather and understanding tornado genesis and tropical storm formation from all of that technology. So it's just been amazing to watch the history. And it all began back there in 1870 when there was concern for the loss of life on the Great Lakes and of course, along the coastal areas from shipping as well.
Tom, you're talking about the advances in technology. One thing that kind of comes to mind is the advances in the warning process.
Trying to explain to the younger generations that we didn't have things like cell phones, right? Just a generation or two ago, with these text messages and alerts that came across at any time of the day or night, the ability to communicate that information has saved countless lives and will continue to do so. And the ability now to be able to put out 911 messages to a huge area, an entire community, to get that information out has been married with the technology that allows us to be more confident to get those warnings out by being able to use something like a Doppler radar to understand what we should be warning on and what we should not be warning on. Because in the early years of issuing severe weather warnings in particular, but certainly all types of warnings, much of the public was very frustrated with the fact that the weather forecaster may, for lack of a better term, cry wolf a lot of times and send these warnings and watches out and not be able to verify them because we just didn't have the technology to do that. We've got that technology now. And to be able to then marry that to the ability for people to get warnings anywhere at any time, day or night, it has just gone a tremendous way to save lives across this nation.
Talking about communication, and then I'll toss it off to someone else. One of the biggest tools that I think we all in this chat utilize is NWS chat, and the ability for the forecasters and the weather office to communicate with TV, radio, storm spotters out in the field. I mean, just the instant communication that we have, I think, is pretty cool, and it's cool to see the advances in the National Weather Service with that.
That's a really important point, and what it's done also is it's changed the responsibilities and the type of work that goes on within the National Weather Service offices. A decade, now I should say more than that, a generation ago, The main job of the National Weather Service forecaster, the meteorologist, was to issue the forecast. And now we have many, many tools that allow that process to be very, very fast, very efficient, and very smooth. But what the forecasters do now, where they really, really make a difference, is what we refer to as decision support or decision support services. That ability to get that information and get it out and let our special customers know exactly what is happening when it is happening, contacting emergency managers and working with the emergency management community to have their resources ready to go, to be ready to respond when the weather is coming through. And also, you mentioned this tool that is used on computers called NWS Chat. It's the ability for the forecast office to chat or to talk or message to many of its users, its media, its emergency management system, those types of individuals, to get the most reliable and timely information back and forth from those communities and sending out their thoughts from the National Weather Service offices. I found it fascinating when I worked at the Weather Channel that we, within a matter, and I mean this, within a matter of less than a minute in many instances, a damage report, say somebody had half-inch hail that came down in their neighborhood outside of Charleston, South Carolina, and they sent a report in on their phone to the National Weather Service saying, we got hail here. Within a matter of a minute or so, the Weather Service gets the report, pops it into a computer that goes into this system, and at the Weather Channel, our graphics meteorologists were watching that data coming in, and when they picked that data up with the click of two buttons, it ended up on air. I was amazed to see how quickly that process took, and it's the ability to get that information and communicate it out to the public, because time is of the essence, especially with severe weather. So it's another huge increase in technology that, once again, is helping to save lives.
Tom, I don't know if there's any telling what this world would be like without the National Weather Service. So let me try to phrase this closing question to you this way. What would day-to-day life here in the United States be if tomorrow morning we woke up and there was no National Weather Service?
I think it would be chaos. If you think about how much of our economy and daily life is tied directly to the weather, and the way you see that most succinctly is being in the checkout line at the grocery store, because everybody's talking about it. You have to know what's going on with the weather if you're going to react with the real world. Everything from our transportation to our agriculture to daily life in general revolves around the ability to understand how nature, how the atmosphere is going to impact us over the next several days. Without the National Weather Service, I think we would be way, way behind in where we are right now.
We again thank Tom for his time, and to all of the folks at the National Weather Service who continue to keep us safe each and every day. We can't thank you enough. And to you at home, thanks for joining us for this special edition of the Carolina Weather Group. For all of us, I'm James Brierton in Matthews, North Carolina. We'll see you again real soon.
Everyone, welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, a Wednesday evening, closing in on the end of 2020, and we just closed the book on the 2020 hurricane season. And tonight we have with us our friend Mark Sudduth. Seems like this has become an annual tradition where we kind of get together with Mark in the first part of December as we close out hurricane season to kind of look back on this season. And my goodness, we have so much to look back forward. We were talking before this that we've got stuff up just because we can't remember all the storms right off the top of our heads. So we'll get into that. Mark, For those who may have not caught you on previous shows, tell us a little bit about who you are and how you got called into tracking these hurricanes, and then we'll kind of go into the conversation.
That's great to be back, Scotty, and everybody else. Thanks for having me a part of this again. I grew up in Eastern North Carolina, and when you grow up in the Carolinas, if you're not interested in the weather, and then I don't know what to tell you, because we have 4 distinct seasons, and we have a severe season, a winter season. The spring season gets kind of crazy sometimes, and then of course hurricane season, depending on the decade and how active it is, can be very much a part of your daily life. And as a kid, I just had this bug. I don't know where it comes from. I really don't. And so, long story short, 25-year career, I followed my passion, went to school for geography, studied weather and climate and statistics, and really focused on hurricanes. So they don't have a degree for hurricanologist. That's not a thing. But if there was a definition, that's what I do. I study hurricanes. I don't forecast them, so I'm not a meteorologist. I'm a geographer who studies hurricanes. So that's my degree. That's my area of expertise, my specialty. So since 1995, getting that degree from UNC by the Sea, UNCW down here in Wilmington, that's what I've done. And I blazed my own trail, started hurricanetrack.com in 1999, did a lot of different projects in awareness and computer animation back in the day, some awards from FEMA and different weather service offices for my work in hurricane awareness. And if you're going to be an expert in something, you can't just read about it in books, right? Eventually, you're going to go into medicine. You eventually work on the cadavers for real. You don't just read about it or hear about it in the lab. You eventually get your hands in there and you actually work on a real dead person and you become a doctor. So same thing with weather. You got to go out in it to really study it up close and personal. And that's what I started doing from the get-go. People call it hurricane chasing. That's fine. I call it hurricane intercepting because you don't really chase hurricanes. And I've had different ways of doing that, different vehicles. And now we're in the age of unmanned cameras and small boxes, and everything's tiny and easy to deploy. The age of crowdfunding is upon us, to where basically, whatever I want to do, people support it, because social media has allowed that to really grow. And it really, really manifested itself in 2020 with the mega season that we had, putting all of my experience to use, a great group of people behind me, taking what we do, the educational aspect, keeping it science-based, keep it real, keeping safe. And we tackled one of the busiest seasons in history. So here we are.
And Mark, a lot of work goes into it. And this year, a little bit more, I would say, as we start to look to hurricane season around March into April. That's when the seasonal predictions come out. Also, kind of buried in that was when COVID really started to hit the area. And so, I know as you're starting to get prepared for the season, then you had to where, look at the COVID aspect. But tell us a little bit about that, how maybe COVID, I don't know if it interfered with your job, but tell us a little bit about that, and also the preseason predictions that kind of came out at the same time, where you were talking about it looked like we were going to have a busy season anyway.
Yes, it appeared as far back as February. Some of the long-range modeling was indicating the possibility of a favorable season ahead. And it's interesting regarding the COVID situation. At the end of February, as part of my off-season work that I'm able to do, I went up to my first lake effect snow event. This is kind of a little side story in Western New York. And I flew into Syracuse on like February 29th or somewhere around there. And was up there for a few days covering this big lake effect event. And by the way, I'm hooked. Lake effect snow is awesome. And I remember when I got to the Charlotte airport from Wilmington, it was like a last minute thing. I airlined a bunch of cameras with me. And I was like, I'm going to go for it. So I flew into Charlotte, and it was packed, and which it usually is. And there was a few people wearing masks. And I remember I got off the plane from Wilmington. I walked into the concourse there, packed concourse, whatever it was, probably came into concourse D from Wilmington. And on those big monitors at Charlotte Douglas, President Trump was coming out. I thought, oh, this can't be good. This cannot be good. If he's going to come to the podium while I flew that 45-minute flight from Wilmington to Charlotte, something bad has either happened, internationally, or this COVID thing is finally going to break loose, because I had been watching it and learning about it. My wife's in the medical field, and that was it. And so I got back like March 3rd or 4th or something like that, and the world changed within 2 weeks. Basketball got canceled. Our lives turned upside down. And then coincidentally with that, this parallel universe began where the hurricane season forecasts, at least from the people that really track this stuff, Ben Knoll, Mike Ventris, Dr. Ventris, Eric Webb, myself, Levi Cowan, those of us that are really, I don't want to say obsessed, but we're watching this very closely. We saw it. It was like, oh man, the modeling showing this standing wave over the Indian Ocean in Africa, and the potential of La Nina and the warm Atlantic. I mean, just the signals were overwhelming. All the while, this COVID thing looked like it was just going to get out of control. And we were very worried that it would get so bad that we might not be allowed to travel interstate wise. And it's interesting, though, isn't it, that once we got to Memorial Day, it's kind of like the country threw up their hands and said, okay, Uncle, we had to deal with the economy. And that's a whole other thing. And as it turns out, we were able to travel just fine. Kind of get to the punchline here from the COVID side. We took precautions. We were smart. If we were in an area where they mandated masks, we wore them. I don't like it. I had to do an interview with a mask on with CBS this morning, and it was the weirdest thing in my entire career. I've got a hurricane track branded mask, at least I did that. In the interview, I think it was Omar, I can't remember his last name, sorry. He's 6 feet away or more, and they got this big boom mic like they're shooting a movie, and everybody's wearing a mask, and we're outside. I was like, this is just screwed up. Like, I'm not used to this, you know what I mean? And it just became annoying, that anytime we took pictures or with any of, we were with Cantore during Laura, we got a group shot with him and Charles Peak, and we all had to put our mask on because you can't put that, So the COVID thing was ever present, always there. But I will say, interestingly enough, we traveled 25,000 miles at least, starting late May with some testing and some other stuff. Tropical Storm Arthur all the way through Ada in Florida. And we had a team of about 5 of us, I think, and not a single one of us ever tested positive for COVID. We somehow were able to avoid it. Knock on plastic.
That's spectacular. I mean, that's, just the precautions and the worry and all that, and all that I know you have to do, and the people you have to interact with.
Yeah.
It's great to hear that, that all of that turned out to be pretty good. So
that was a big worry. You're absolutely right. It was a concern of ours. And it's a concern, I'll say this, going into the winter, in terms of how bad things are going to probably get, that interstate travel may become difficult, because I'm in the position to be able to cover winter storms like never before. But that's a story for another day. I think there's some ways to manage it with testing, and looks like I'm going to get a swab up the nose more times than I want to be able to cross into areas like New York. But if that's what I got to do to be able to still do my work, so be it. Maybe 2021 will be a different story 6 months from now.
We're hoping so. We're hoping
Indeed.
so. Speaking of hurricane season, traditionally, and this is another show conversation we could have. It starts June 1st. But this year, I guess May kind of threw us a little hint of, hey, this is going to be a crazy season. We had 3 named tropical systems in May. In fact, one being Bertha, just off the coast of South Carolina there. You said you're trying to get out and test stuff, and these named storms starting early. So any recollection on that, where you're kind of in hurry up mode trying to get everything tested out so you could get out in the field?
End of May, mid-May, really. I think it was like the 18th or so that Arthur formed, and it impacted the Outer Banks indirectly / directly. I mean, it's all in how you look at it. There were impacts there. And then at the end of May, the team and I went out to Texas to test our weather balloon project. We try to do that annually. And we also kind of dabbled in some severe weather ideas that we're going to put forth this coming May of 2021. And during that, as you alluded to, Bertha formed like overnight one night and came into the South Carolina coast. And it's like, oh, well, can't get back in time for that. But it was a low impact event. And then when I got back after Memorial Day, it was time to immediately leave and go to the Mississippi coast and meet up with Greg Nordstrom for Tropical Storm Cristobal. And then we had a little bit of a break for landfall action. And I decided, because I really like to study the monsoon out in the desert Southwest, that at the end of July, I thought, okay, and you guys know this, typically July is when there's the most SAL present, Saharan air layer. The pressures are usually pretty high. We hadn't had any big time main development region like 05 mirroring yet, right? Remember in 05 we had Dennis, early July, Emily, Cat 5. I mean, we didn't have that this year. So I thought, all right, people are starting to fly again. I'm going to take my chances. I took some equipment out there and I went out to the desert Southwest. And what happens? Hannah. And I'm like, I can't. What am I going to do? I'm not going to just fly into Houston and drive down to Kennedy County where there's more cows than people and just stand in it. I don't have any equipment. So Hannah got past me, and I hate it. I hate it when one gets past me. But if there's anyone to miss, it was Hannah. Because look, it came into a county where the cow to people ratio is 1,000,000 to 1.
We made it all the way to H, Hannah, and if we're going in alphabetical order, and my alphabet correctly, we're going to have Isaias next. That is the most prominent storm that affected the Carolinas this year. Could you go into just some kind of conversation about how that went for you and what you saw in the eastern half of the Carolinas?
First of all, it was a challenge pronouncing it, and it's funny because now I can say it just fine. And I even had a friend of ours down in San Juan send me a video. And we are getting ready for Tropical Storm Isaias, and I couldn't say it. It was so annoying. And then, of course, after it made landfall, I was able to say it just fine. We thought, that was the end of July into early August, and kind of a little earlier than we expect them around here in terms of the peak. And it struggled and probably kind of left over in that unfavorable mid-level dryness left over from the big SAL events of earlier in the season. But then again, boy, that last 12 hours right before landfall in Brunswick County, Isaias took off. And it was very, very surprising. And another 12 hours over water for that, and it absolutely would have been a Category 3. And it pushed a massive surge up the Cape Fear River. It's interesting because I could have just stayed here in Wilmington. I went down to Florida. It was another one of those ones like Dorian. And we all remember it looked like it was trying to do kind of a Dorian redo, right? And, it kind of got everybody spooked. But the models weren't as aggressive with it as they were for Dorian. So there was some doubt. But Isaias was impactful, massive surge up the Cape Fear River compared to, I think it was another record. The record before Matthew, I think it was Matthew, starting to get to be too many of them, was Hazel. And I think Matthew broke Hazel's surge record at the Cape Fear River in Wilmington, not Wrightsville Beach, not the Brunswick County beaches, but the actual Cape Fear River gauge. Matthew broke Hazel's record, Florence broke Matthew's record, and Isaias broke all of them. That is incredible. 1954 is Hazel, and then 16, 18, and 20, we broke that record again.
That is insane. So we know that you place cameras around. We're seeing other chasers, or I should say interceptors, as you would say. Tim Reed, for instance, they're starting to bring they're bringing more gadgetry into the chase, right? So are you bringing anything else? Like they have the Surgeonator. Are you bringing like, water level meters or anything like, I know you have anemometers on hand and cameras, but what else are you bringing for your equipment for these interceptions?
Well, first of all, it's great that other people are able to fund and do these things. And no matter what you name them and who they are, if it benefits the science at the end of the day and creates public awareness, it's a big enough world that, hey, bring it. That's great. The more, the better. I wish I had time to sit back and watch what some of these people were doing more, but we're all so busy. We hardly even get to see each other, especially in a season like 2020. And so one of the things that we have really focused on is just more cameras, have as many of them out there as possible. and put them in areas that are going to capture the impacts in a way that we can see.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Help the local officials, the local media, and then from there, regional and national interests, whether it's the Weather Channel or even the National Hurricane Center. We provide the feeds to them, obviously at no charge. I mean, even if you wanted to charge them, good luck with that. This coordination and camaraderie with all of us, it pays off because we're able to let them see their forecast verify in real time. And I've done it long enough that I know where to put them, where we can capture those impacts. And if it's surge that we're wanting to see, which is mostly what they're for, we've done a really good job of that, especially going back the last 5 years. But the answer is more, just more of them. And the crowdfunding through Patreon, it really exploded this year. And I cannot account for why. Maybe more people were at home. I don't know. I mean, I've had the ability to crowdfund what we've been doing for probably 15 years, but Patreon has been around only for a few years, so I really can't explain it. But all of a sudden, especially for Hurricane Laura, it really took off. But it's not just the funding from people becoming supporters and donating, if you will, $10 a month. People literally sent us equipment. We'd say, hey, look, we need more Nest cams. We need more drop sensors, these Kestrel sensors. We need cases. We need batteries. I'm not kidding, guys. And this is just wonderful. I would open my door and there'd be just stacks of boxes from Amazon or from B&H Photo, from people that sent stuff. And it was people from all over the world, not just the United States. And we would go put that equipment into place. And we'd literally hold the boxes of, hey, Pete, this is the box you sent. And that's amazing. So we had the funding to create more stuff than we've ever had before. And the only thing I would say, though, that stunk this year was that a majority of the landfalls were at night. Big thumbs down for that. Mother Nature owes us one. And that was really horrible, and that limits the ability to see the effects. Because here's what I say about the video. Video is data. And that's a real thing. It's called photogrammetry. And we use that very much in our work to see patterns, just simple things like seeing high water marks, to the timing of everything, the direction, and we can extract data from that video for years to come.
Altogether, if you are one of the people that is helping you set up equipment, what does the kind of average day look like for you all as the storm approaches and the morning starts, and what does it look like from that point out?
That is a great question. Nobody's ever asked it that way before. I'll say this year, it was the most well-oiled machine that we've ever had. And I owe that to the tremendous amount of support that we had through crowdfunding, that we were able to afford hotel rooms for each individual team member. Because, and you say, well, why is that important? Because sleep, or the lack thereof, is your biggest enemy. And you start making mistakes when you're sleep deprived. And that becomes a safety issue, and it becomes an operational issue that you can screw something up and you don't get another chance at it. But safety is the primary concern. So everybody gets a good night's sleep because everybody's got their own room. So you're not having, Brent over there, Greg over there messing with his phone, or I'm trying to watch the latest Office episode on my iPad to take my mind off of things and I keep him awake or whatever. So when we get up, we all get together and we just kind of see what's happening. What's the latest track show? What's the latest from the Hurricane Center? We have people from the outside feeding us information. And it's just amazing, Dan, how laser focused we are. It's like, it's so organized and so, like I said, well-oiled, especially this year because there were so many pieces that came together perfectly that we work together well as a team. We all respect each other's opinion. We're all experts for the most part at what we're doing. We have experience. Certainly Greg and I do. And then these people that are helping out from the crowdfunding perspective, they come along and help out too. And they just go along. They trust us and we just do it. And it's crazy because you're counting down to zero when landfall is coming. There is no timeout. Wait, we got to, And so the day is spent figuring out where we're going to go, handling the emails that are coming in, social media interactions. Maybe somebody's suggesting you can set a camera up in front of my shop. I have a condo you can use. We have this, the sheriff here wants to talk to you. He's going to help you. The weather service, we have producers now that feed us the best information. And so it's kind of like a network TV deal. You think about what it takes to send all those OCMs out there from the Weather Channel. And we're starting to get there with the amount of people helping us. And in a year like 2020, it just ran as smooth as it possibly could. And we work until dark. And then we usually try to find, if it's open, the nearest chain steakhouse, Texas Roadhouse, Longhorn, or whatever. And we go there, we have a good meal, and we recap everything, and we get another good night's sleep. It's just, I guess after doing it this long, you get settled into a routine. But this year especially, it worked so well that we never had any hiccups.
Mark, there were a lot of other storms that you chased during the season. I think you said 10 in total. We talked about Isaias and Laura and a couple others, but can you kind of give us a bit of a rundown on the rest of the season? There were other heavy hitters that you guys observed. So what were some of your biggest stories?
So after Laura, we got back and there was not much time to rest. The season just kept spitting them out. And of course, the next significant one for us was Sally. And Sally was one of these ones that had a lot of potential and it rattled a lot of nerves. And it really looked like it was going to threaten Mississippi in a big way. And then it kind of, played cat and mouse with everybody. It was very slow. Is it going to strengthen? Is it not? And, and now it's headed towards Mobile Bay. And, maybe even western panhandle of Florida. It was very challenging because it was so darn slow moving. And the intensity guidance was just crazy. It was like, nobody could figure it out, literally. So that was the most challenging because it kept us on our toes in a very familiar area. I know the Central Gulf Coast very, very well, and yet it was still very challenging. But at the end of the day, the success that we had with that, because it was another nighttime event, and this is where my experience came into play, I focused on the river flooding that was coming. And I worked very closely with some of the Weather Service offices down there, and even one of the meteorologists for the state of Florida. And, we don't have hundreds of cameras, but we had enough that we put some on the coast to see what the coastal impacts were from surge. But again, Sally, 4:00 in the morning or something, landfall, another thumbs down for that. But the flooding during the day was going to be this rapid rise and then a pretty rapid fall, unlike the Carolinas where it's like a week later. Sally's flooding was going to be much quicker. So we put a camera system on the Fish River in Alabama. It's just a small river system down there. People in the area, they know it well. And then up on the Perdido River, just inside the Florida line. And boy, what we captured there was one of my bucket list, I want to do this. The river forecast was for record-breaking crests, in excess of 20 feet for both of these, if I'm not mistaken. So we purposely put both camera systems at about 7 feet. And exactly what you think happened. They went underwater. And the one in Fish River kept going. It was a GoPro camera. We didn't have enough. The live signal was not strong enough there. And that camera, you see the water come up, it submerges the camera, and then because of all the red clay and the soils down there, the water turns blood red. And we estimate, because the camera was 7 feet, the Fish River crested at 20, 21, that the camera was more than likely under 5, 6, 7 feet of water for about 8 hours. And that little box that it was inside of, the GoPro, not even a molecule, a compound molecule of a hydrogen or an oxygen to be found. Absolutely bone dry. And that is amazing footage, and it'll really help to show the impacts of river flooding. We had pressure sensors out as well. The eye went right over one of them in Gulf Shores, Alabama. But again, the darn thing hitting at night, there was just not much we could do in terms of the visuals. So you have to shift and say, okay, what are the other impacts here? And that river flooding, that's what I wanted to take away, and that's exactly what we captured. Then
I'd love to ask, just real quick, because you just mentioned that. How do you get the live data out of these stations in a conditions that would generally seem hazardous and maybe not conductive for good coverage.
We use Verizon as our LTE provider, and I am a Verizon customer. They're not a sponsor. And so I'm just putting that out there. They don't pay me to say that. And it's just a matter of luck, honestly. Their engineering and their mitigation that they put in, they don't want their network to go down. Sprint doesn't, AT&T doesn't, because people get mad. And we need the network to stay up. Obviously, all of us do. And there are conditions where, yes, it will go down. We lose our feeds, especially in big hurricanes like Laura. They'll go offline, certainly. But that's what the GoPros are there for. They back up those live feeds, especially if it's going to be in the daytime. And for Sally, slow moving, not really intense. And so you're not going to get like a gut punch to the network. It's more of a long process. And everything stayed up as far as I can remember. But that's what we do, is we use Verizon LTE, and we will be investing, because of our strong support from crowdfunding, some of that money into even more technology for 2021 that'll give us hopefully double the bandwidth, if you will, or at least the range to pick up towers. Maybe the tower nearest our camera is out 5-10 miles away. We could pick that one up. We've got somebody from Washington State who's donating some equipment to make that possible. And always trying to do it better, keep that mousetrap ever improved, right?
Well, I didn't mean to interrupt your the rest of the season recap, but after that storm, what else did you investigate?
It's interesting. Sally turned into Beta. We went from Sally to Beta. It's like, how that happened? Because it was just this flood of activity. We had a big burst. We ran through just about everything that was left. Teddy, Vicky, Wilfred, Subtropical Storm Alpha. Boom! Now we're up to Beta, and Beta was threatening Texas. And so that was the longest stretch that I was gone. I was gone for 2 weeks. And that was weird. It was just like, man, I've been gone freaking forever. Anyway, so I went over to Texas for Beta, set up a lot of equipment. It is the cool part about Beta, a little side story. I put one of the remote cameras on the piling of a house in Surfside Beach of one of the executives that works for the Weather Channel. He's a friend of mine, and it's no secret. His name is Tom Lee, and he's one of he's up there, right? And he has a house. His family has a house in Surfside Beach. And I was like, hey, you got a house down here, where is it? And I looked it up, and I was like, whoa. I drove down there, and it was pretty exciting. They had some waves coming in, and I even flew the drone down there, and it was pretty remarkable. And I put a camera right on his piling. And it turned out it was a really good shot because the power didn't go out. And these Nest cameras do really well at night. And you could just watch the Gulf come in and out on the tides from one of the executives of the Weather Channel, right at his house. And he thought, hey, pretty good way to keep an eye on my house. And we met a lot of cool people down there, as we always do. And the people that we meet is remarkable. And we just started thinking, this is a Greek name. We're up to Beta, and I can't remember what the date was. It was like late September, I guess. And we're already to the B of the Greeks. It's like, geez, where's this going to go? And now, of course, we know it kept on going. But after Beta, there's a little bit of a lull, just a little. And then it was Delta. And I guess now's as good a time as any to get into Delta. And the thing about Delta, I'll say this. I saw a lot of people, you get the hype of something, and then you get the anti-hype. And I think both of them can be dangerous, obviously. People that will put the one snapshot of the 40-inch snow, the Cat 5 hurricane parked over Charleston from the Euro 10 day or the GFS 9 day. You see it all the time. We know. But then you got the guys and the gals on social that they want to play the other side, that I called it, that it wasn't going to be anything, and da-da-da-da-da. It's like, just stop. I don't want to tell you what to do, but stop. Just go down the middle and just look at the facts. And there were so many people saying that Delta was probably not going to amount to much because the Gulf had cooled. So we had those early cold fronts. but there was this research that I had looked into from one of the HRD people and other aspects that, and it wasn't like the 26 Celsius isotherm was 400 miles south of Creole, Louisiana. It was like 20 miles, man, and there's other factors at play. You guys know this, that it's not just baroclinic stuff, but it's not all about sea surface temperatures and upper ocean heat content. There's more to it. If the atmosphere is primed, you're going to extract every bit of latent heat out of that Gulf that you can possibly do. And that's exactly what Delta did. And that thing exploded and became a very powerful hurricane for that part of October. And it was, if it wasn't for Laura, Delta probably would have been the big story for Louisiana. As it stands, it came on top of Laura, which was weird. Like, you're driving around setting stuff up and you're like, there's still stuff wrecked from Laura. Debris piles 10, 12 feet high. And we're putting cameras up in the same place. And gosh, that was so bizarre. Delta came in right at dark. By the way, that was the closest that we came in 2020 to launching our weather balloon in the eye of a hurricane, was Delta. We were ready out in somewhere in south central Louisiana. The eye kind of never calmed down for us where we were. It was filling, as I say, and it was never had the calm winds, and it was getting dark. Came close on Zeta too. We'll get to that. But Delta, like, the countdown was on. Like, okay, let's do this, turn on the this, to that. We were ready to go through the checklist, and then it got dark, and it was still like 60, 70 mile per hour wind, even when there was no rain. It was weird. When the backside gets hollowed out, they just tend to do that. Delta was amazing because when it was over and we went back to pick up our equipment the next day, they had no barricades, no police, no parish sheriffs, whatever they're called down there, nothing. And that's just Louisiana. It's like, hey, you want to be dumb enough to go and get yourself killed? We're not going to stop you. And we went down and started picking up our stuff, and there was nobody down there. And I don't mean like, there's a few cars. There's nobody. Not a single living human being down there. They had all evacuated or they were already gone after Laura. And we went down to get our stuff. And that's one of those moments that there's just no way to describe it. It got dark. We had to get over to Creole and get the last camera from Creole. And when you say that the Milky Way came out, because there was no lights on, that's an understatement. It's like the closest you'll ever get to primordial Louisiana in the Jurassic era is after a hurricane like Delta, which was on top of Laura, that just took the grid out. There's not a light within 50 miles. And it was remarkable. It was like a religious experience, to be honest with you. And there's alligators and raccoons and all kinds of wildlife down there. And we just felt like there's three of us, me, Brent, Greg. We felt like we were one with this weather universe. And I know it's a weird thing, but it was this amazing thing that I'm glad it happened, put it that way. And we safely retrieved our stuff. And it was one of the greatest adventures I've ever had.
Couple more things, Mark. Zeta and Eta, I think I pronounced that right. Impacts here in the United States. But after that, we had a couple of storms, Theta and Iota, that just wreaked havoc on Central America. I mean, these were strong hurricanes. So as we kind of round out the Greek alphabet, what's your? I mean, I know Eta and Theta, Eta and Zeta, you were able to be a part of, but not the last two. But what's your memories of those last four storms?
Well, Zeta was a surprise. Because it overachieved. The Gulf was cooler by then, and yet, I mean, it came close to becoming a Category 3. Remarkable. And again, the atmosphere was just like, wow. And it intensified right up until landfall. And it had major impacts in Louisiana and Mississippi. Greg Nordstrom has damage to his house. Nothing significant, and it's all insured and so forth. But he became the hunted. And we were in the eye of that one down in Slidell. That was amazing. Just the surge, though, that's the thing I'm trying to remember. The surge, even though Zeta came in at night, this came in right at dark. The storm surge in Mississippi was remarkable. And there's a couple of instances there where our cameras are going to provide some very telling data to the National Hurricane Center Storm Surge Unit as we work through that. to turn the video into data where we can find still water elevations in that surge. And you know how we're going to do it, even though it got dark, we're going to use the transformer explosions and freeze frame that at some of these peak surge times and enhance the video and try to find the high water mark on a building that we can definitively go out and survey and say, oh, look. And as an example, we had a camera on the backside of the Hard Rock in Biloxi. There's a little marina back there. And that camera box was at 4 meters or 3 meters, 4 meters above the water. And the camera went underwater. And it actually took out the camera. And some of that was wave action. But in those waves, and Shay, you know, all of you know this, you smooth it out and you can get that high water mark from video. And we're really looking forward to helping the Hurricane Center Storm Surge Unit with that as we go forward. So Zeta was very successful. Surprising, again, because it you know, getting on, it was freaking 2 days before Halloween, right? And very strong hurricane into the central Gulf Coast. And then Eta, boy, what Eta did down in Central America, and I will be on record as saying that I am 100% in that they will upgrade Eta to a Cat 5 in the post-analysis, because you remember the recon planes were going down there and they had to turn around and come back, and we missed a lot of data. But then when they finally got in there, there was some to support. I just think in the off season when they do their analysis that the wind and the Doppler and the SFMR data will show that Eta was our second Cat 5 of 2020. I'm 99% sure of that. And then, you know, it looked like it could come around and be a real big problem for Florida. Luckily for Florida, it was not a real big problem, but it gave me an excuse to go down to the Keys. So I did. And that was honestly, I really wanted to go down and kind of know the lay of the land for a future event. I've never been to the Keys for a landfall, believe it or not, in my entire career. And so I went to the Keys. We dealt with it down there. Wasn't too big a deal. And then we went up to Tampa, St. Pete, another place that I haven't been to, and set up camera equipment around there, worked with some of the locals that knew the area really well. That helped a lot, and we nailed it. We got some amazing storm surge shots right along some of those causeways, and I felt like Eta was another one of those warning shots that was a November tropical storm, and if it had been a month earlier, it would have been a lot stronger if everything else was equal, and Tampa Bay would have had an 8 to 12 foot surge, not 2 to 4 that they had. And it just shows you, bypass them and then it kind of died out going into Cedar Key. Man, it just shows you how vulnerable Tampa Bay, St. Pete are, those areas are to hurricanes. And you never know. Sometimes the end of the season kind of shows you where you're going to pick up the next year. I've learned that. It's not always a good match, but sometimes you can get some clues from that clustering, and especially if we're going to happen to have two very similar years to each other. Maybe that's a warning shot. And then it was Iota. Theta, I think, was I don't even remember, didn't do much out in the Eastern Atlantic, I think, but Iota, wow, that was, poor Central America. And I was in touch with a guy on, I guess, Facebook Messenger for the Hurricane Track page who lives down, it's the island that's south of Providencia. He was real worried about it, and it reminded me of Irma when I was communicating with a guy on Facebook that lived on St. Bart's. He was scared for his life because 185 Irma was coming for him. And this guy was down there on that island south of, I think it's San Andres or something, south of Providencia. Of course, that island, Providencia, these are Colombian-governed islands, was just annihilated. We saw the devastation from there, and that was it, thankfully. Iota capped off 30 named storms, the ace of around 180, right? 13 hurricanes and 6 of them, whatever it was, major, right? Something like that. It's hard to even remember. And maybe that's it. Maybe we'll be done for the whole, we won't be like 05 and we're still naming these things in January, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get something in the subtropics at this point.
Well, Mark, one more thing to kind of wrap up this hurricane season, and we talked a little bit about it earlier, is how many storms we saw this rapid intensification
Yes.
a day and a half before landfall. What's your thoughts? I'm not asking for scientific or just what are your thoughts about that? I mean, because you've mentioned previous, sometimes these seasons kind of foretell what's going to happen next season. This is a scary.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, Wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
That really needs to be watched?
Well, the simple answer is it's concerning, because we look at the ACE, and some of that ACE, the accumulated cyclone energy, was generated, like we look at Laura, it was a 150 mile per hour hurricane, but it did so in that last day before landfall. And Michael did the same thing in 2018. Matthew rapidly intensified on approach to Florida, and it was very fortunate for Florida that it just scraped by 20 miles offshore. Dorian stopping, I don't know, whatever it was, 180 miles short of West Palm Beach, our vicinity, as a rapidly intensifying Category 5. And we're getting real close here to some absolutely mind-boggling disasters, because these hurricanes are intensifying close to land. Eta and Iota both intensifying real close to South America like they did. That was a similar theme in 2005. Now, we had a much higher ACE score in 2005. And you say, well, yeah, there's a lot of, we had 4 Cat 5s that year. Well, think about it. All 4, here's a similarity. All 4 of those Category 5s in 05, yes, they were much stronger than what we had in 2020, looking at the big picture. But Katrina, the entire life cycle of Katrina was about 5 days, the whole thing. And in that 5 days, it became a Cat 5. Rita, same thing. Tropical storm in the Bahamas, Cat 5 in the Central Gulf, makes landfall as a 3. The whole thing lasted less than 5 days, roughly. Wilma, a little longer, but it rapidly intensified. Twice, once on the approach to the Yucatan, and another on its way into Florida, and it made landfall as a 3, if I recall. Emily, Dennis, both, Dennis almost was a Category 5, rapidly intensifying. And here's the common thread. They all did so probably west of 75 degrees longitude, not like Irma, which was a Category 5 way out in the Atlantic. Florence, way out in the Atlantic, very strong. Ivan. These long track hurricanes are so different than these ones that blow up in our backyard. And it's not just the United States that has to deal with these. Central America, Cuba had to deal with Gustav doing that in 2008. But there's this weird common thread between 05 and 20 that these massive hurricanes that we did have strengthened so quickly in our backyard. I don't know why. I don't know exactly why. Can you attribute it to the La Nina and the favorable pattern right over that area west of 75, south of 30 north? There's something going on there. And, that's the thing. Can we see that kind of a pattern again ahead of time? And no, this is our bubble. This is our area we got to really look out for. Maybe that's one of the next things that people like Dr. Klotzbach or Eric Webb or Levi Cowan, who works down at HRD now, maybe they can work on that. Pattern recognition for that favorable bubble that's going to give you those strong hurricanes. And if they're close to land, we really should know that.
You kind of piggyback off that. We've had a few Twitter questions come in. Matthew Harding wanted to know, do you think we'll see something similar in 2021 that we've seen in 2020? I mean, I guess to kind of piggyback that, what is your outlook as we go into next year's tropical season?
Well, I think and this is so easy to understand, it's highly dependent on the state of the ENSO, I think more than anything, the El Nino Southern Oscillation phenomenon. Right now, we are in at least a moderate La Nina. It's like negative 1.3 or higher or something. I mean, the index is pretty low. And so that La Nina sticking around or not, and basically it's the absence of El Nino. If there's no El Nino and the Atlantic is warmer than average, especially in the main development region, then you typically have an above average season. But a season like 2020, where it's hyperactive and mega active, hopefully those are 15 years apart, because this is just too much. But you look at 04, here's the interesting thing. 04 had, 15 named storms, something like that? And the ACE score was way higher than 2020's was in 04. And yet 05 almost doubled the amount of named storms of 04. Its ACE was a little higher, but they were back to back. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think you can look at that and say that 2020 is the 04 of the 04-05 combo, that 2021 would have 35 named storms or 40. Maybe it's a little bit of a reverse, that next year we have 15 to 20 named storms, but some long trackers, that the overall pattern stays favorable. Maybe that bubble shifts back out towards the Southwest Atlantic and maybe Florida and the Carolinas comes into play. There's just no way to know this early on. But the biggest thing to track, it's easy to do, is the anomaly data, the state of the INSO, how the Atlantic's doing. And if those two puzzle pieces, a negative INSO and a positive AMO, or just a warm Atlantic, doesn't even have to fit the classic anti-Atlantic multi-decadal oscillation. I know I'm throwing all these terms out. But if the Atlantic's warmer than the Pacific is, look out, generally speaking. We're basically going to need an El Nino to save us. And then that's going to have its own set of problems, because the globe will be like 5 degrees warmer than it should be on average, or some stupid stuff like that. We can't win.
Yeah, you're right, Mark. I mean, I think the positive AMO definitely attributes to it, even positive NAO.
Right.
And then you add the Madden-Julian oscillation, which allows for the shearing effect to lessen across large portions of the Atlantic. And you get that combination. That's what we had this year. I mean, I can't count how many phase 8s we had, which basically it parks itself over us where there's less shear.
Right.
But there were several iterations of that, and even when there was not in that phase, there was still these rapid intensifications occurring. Even with shear,
they would find these little pockets, and take advantage of that. But 2021 will probably be another active season, because I've never seen that we have an El Nino after a strong La Nina. I cannot recall the last time that happened. It's always a first. And we know that the Euro, we talked about this before going with the taping here, or the recording. Who tapes anymore, right? The Euro, I think, is always going to want to show an El Nino or a warming INSO. It's just the way it is. It's got a warm bias for that. But we'll keep an eye on stuff like the Southern Oscillation Index. And as long as that stays wildly positive like it has been, that's literally a good barometer, quite literally, to follow that. There's ways to watch. That's what's so neat now, is we can actually watch it. It's kind of like watching the NFL in the off season. The Super Bowl is over, and then the Pro Bowl is over, and it's not like, oh, that's it. There's an entire network dedicated to the NFL. We have a network dedicated to weather. That's the Weather Channel. There's other channels too, but it doesn't all end on December 1st. We're on top of it until the next season, and we're getting better. I'll go back to the start of this whole thing. We saw this coming in March and April. Not to this extent, and you can never get the details, but the overall pattern was very well telegraphed. I think the best in any of the modern age of numerical weather prediction.
Yeah, I certainly agree. Speaking of 2021, hurricanetrack.com. What are you looking forward to next year, Mark? Any exciting projects? I know you've this year I've been seeing you've been doing some discussions with several guys in the tropical world, and doing some off-season discussions. So what's going on over at hurricanetrack.com, and what are you guys working on for next year?
A lot of projects. We had a great group of people that volunteered to help out this year. That really helped our back end, and we grew the crowdfunding substantially, which was a very pleasant surprise, and especially to be able to reinvest into more equipment to do more things. Obviously I want to be able to support my family and have a career out of this, and that helps that. Since I'm independent, this is what I do for a job. But it's the way it grew and how fast it grew, and to the extent that it did, meant that we were able to afford more stuff. And we put that stuff into action, and that's what we want to keep doing. And we're definitely going to have a much stronger initiative in the off season, to the extent that we even have a new logo, a new branding. And it's my Twitter handle logo right now. I think it's on Facebook as well. Haven't changed YouTube yet. I'll have to do that. But it's like it says Hurricane Track. It says off season, but it's a winter look. It's got a snowflake instead of a hurricane, and some wintry colors. And it's funny because it was a high school kid from Illinois that designed that for us. I don't have time to learn Illustrator and do that. I used to do that many years ago. That's that whole idea of people helping out, man. It's incredible. So our goals, I want to have the opportunity to go out if let's assume these events happen, first of all. A really big bomb cyclone nor'easter kind of deal. Is it New England? Is it the Northeast or the Mid-Atlantic proper? I don't know. I don't care. I just want one of those. My favorite is Situate down to the Cape. Those are my favorites, to be honest with you. I want one of those. I'd like to put in an order for a big bomb cyclone, winter storm, preferably in February. A big lake effect event in western New York, where I was last year from Syracuse up to Watertown through the Tug Hill Plateau. I know there's other areas, Cleveland, Buffalo, etc., but I really like that part of upstate New York. So I want a big lake effect event. Then a high plains blizzard, one of those bomb cyclones that moves out of the Front Range, 980 on the pressure, big comma shape out over the Great Plains. I got a good friend and colleague up in Sioux Falls, Derek Thompson, who's got a nice Mesonet truck. I'm going to send him some cameras. He's going to put them out. My goal is to fly into Denver, rent a vehicle, bring some cameras with me. We scatter them around South Dakota, out in the Black Hills. Nobody's ever done that. You got traffic cams and you got storm chasers. And again, they do great. But I want to stick a camera on an overpass out on, Interstate 70 or something out there, and show you that blizzard from the ground, basically. And then have these pressure sensors and temperature sensors attached with it that we're working on that feeds that information in real time. That's our next big project, is that every camera box will have a Kestrel with a Raspberry Pi that feeds that live weather data. The only thing we're going to be missing is wind. I talked to WeatherFlow about getting some anemometers. The arm youngs are just too expensive, man. It's killing me, especially when people are throwing them into the bayous. But I digress. Yeah, we're going to have a big data. We're going to have 20 cameras next year, and each one of them is going to have live data with that camera. What else? Oh, then after that in May, we're going to have this big initiative to go out and put all these 20 cameras and all these sensors and the weather balloon project and have a big test during a severe weather outbreak over multiple days. Sometime in May. It's not a schedule. We're going to be there from May 10th to the 15th. We're just going to wait for the pattern. And when the pattern says go, we're going to assemble the crew and drive out there and hopefully do so mask-free, because the vaccines have been working. That's what we're hopeful for. To go back into that ugliness of the COVID, I mean, we can't escape that, but looking ahead to May, it actually might be a time of some big celebration. We can keep our fingers crossed that we can enjoy the weather and do so back more towards what I don't use that phrase, a new normal. I hate it. I call it the alternate universe. I want the alternate universe to be dissolved.
Well, Mark, we appreciate that. Always appreciate your time with us. And we wish you the best on this off season. Hopefully you get a little downtime before the winter storms get cranked up.
Agreed.
We always appreciate you joining us around this part of this time of the year and kind of recapping the tropic season. I don't know how you want this. Hopefully it's not as active, or maybe you do want it active next year. But whatever you want, we hope you get it.
Well, the way I look at it, if there's going to be hurricanes, I look at it like what Jack Nicholson said in A Few Good Men, and where he said, I'll do the phrase without the cuss word, where he says, "You want me on that wall," right? You want me there. If there's hurricanes, you want us out there. You want me, and you want the others that do this to do what we do, and the support from the social media world and the crowdfunding world allows that to happen. And my passion for the hurricanes and the extreme weather doesn't mean that I don't have empathy for the people that are affected. I absolutely do. As long as they don't get mad at me for being passionate about what I do, you would never get angry with the firefighter who's headed off to put out the fire. Don't get angry with me that I happen to really enjoy being passionate about helping you in the end of the day, and that is to be aware, be educated, and be excited about the weather. You know what I mean? And the more excited we are, the easier it is to teach us.
Definitely so. We always enjoy tracking you out there, and I know we only had Isaias this year, and I think you joined in on one of our calls that we were doing our live coverage. So we always appreciate that as well, and we hope you have a great Christmas season.
You all as well.
Yeah, for you those who are watching, go check out Mark's website, hurricanetrack.com. You can find out ways to help contribute to the funds there to help Mark and the crew get everything they need to get going for the tropical season, and donate to their Patreon account. And we appreciate your work out there, Mark. And once again, appreciate your time. And for you guys who are watching, thank you for watching. We hope you have a great evening, and we'll see you next time here on the Carolina Weather Group.
Great.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. We're going to be talking space with our good friend Tony Rice, NASA ambassador, also a contributor for WRAL in Raleigh. So Tony is our resident person that we go to, and we have space questions. There's some really cool things going on with this Mars launch. We also have some loon balloons. You may have seen some pictures floating around on social media over the last couple of days or weeks, and we're going to talk a little bit about that as well throughout the program. But Tony, we have this mission. I think originally this Mars mission was scheduled to go off June 20th, right around that date. It's since then been pushed back a few days. So can you tell us a little bit about the mission itself? Well, what are we trying to accomplish as we head off to Mars?
So this is was originally called the Mars 2020 rover, and it's a follow-on to the Mars rover you would know as Curiosity. So it's about the size of a minivan, a little bit smaller than that, and its purpose is to go out there and find basically what happened to Mars. It's going to work in concert with obviously Curiosity and all the other assets that are out there at Mars, the orbiters that are studying the atmosphere, that are taking those fantastic pictures that we see of Mars. But it's a very similar rover to Curiosity. It's using the same spacecraft bus. And that's the body of the spacecraft, the wheels, the mobility system, all the computers, all the communication systems. But the really exciting thing about these spacecraft and about these missions are the instruments. So I think of this as like Curiosity 2.0. It has a lot of some of the same instruments that Curiosity did, but they've been upgraded. They've got a little more capability to them. We've learned a lot as we've had Curiosity on the surface of Mars for so many years. We've also added a couple of new ones. I'm sure we'll get into some of the more exciting ones there, but the ones I know that the one instrument, my favorite one, that I know is going to be your favorite as well, is called MEDA. It stands for Mars Environmental Dynamics Analyzer. And I'm really looking forward to MEDA getting on the surface of Mars. It's about a 12-pound instrument. It's chewing up a whole 17 watts of power. You have to really budget your power up there. Curiosity and this new 2020 rover are going to both be both powered by a nuclear power source. We don't have to worry about any of the solar panels being covered in all that Martian dust and causing us problems there. But the deal with MEDA is it's going to be capturing information about air temperature, ground temperature, radiation. We've got a dust sensor that's on there as well, so we can help study those dust storms. If you saw The Martian with Matt Damon, did a pretty good job of showing what dust storms can be like there. The beginning of the movie was a little fantastic, and we don't quite get wind speeds like that, or at least we don't have enough volume in the atmosphere to produce some of the things we're talking about there. We're going to put relative humidity. We'll be able to measure that as well. There's a thermal infrared sensor on there, and there's wind sensors as well. And the wind sensors are kind of interesting. There is wind on Mars. We're getting information about winds from another mission that is on the surface of Mars right now called InSight. It is not a rover. It is a lander, so it stays stationary. It can measure whatever atmosphere comes to it and the column of air above it. So we are seeing winds there that are a little bit higher speed than we expected. You wouldn't be able to feel them though, because the volume of air there is so little.
So Tony, there's this new device that's coming with Perseverance that I literally just found about in the last 5 minutes. So it's going to be some type of helicopter drone deployment. Tell us about that and how that works in an atmosphere that's a lot thinner than ours.
Yeah, that's going to be the really interesting thing, is how you get lift in such a thin atmosphere. The Mars atmosphere is about 100th that of Earth's. So it's very, very, very thin. Sorry, not 100, 1,000th that of Earth's. Very, very thin. But the drone itself, the helicopter itself, has pretty wide blades, and it's going to be spinning really, really, really fast. So don't think drone like the drones that we know here on Earth. It's not going to be sitting up there and hovering for a good amount of time. It's going to take hops. And its purpose, number one, is a technology demonstrator. It'll be the first time we've ever flown on another planet. That's pretty exciting unto itself. But it's not just a technology demonstrator. It's going to be providing valuable information to the team that is driving this rover. And yes, there are rover drivers. They sit in California. They're sitting at home right now because they're able to VPN in and talk to the rover that way. But their technical term, or their technical title, is rover planners. They're doing exactly that. They're planning what drives need to occur during that day to put the rover in a position to do the science. So this helicopter is going to help out with that a little bit. It's mounted on the underside of the rover. So after the rover lands and everything's checked out, the rover will deploy the helicopter. We'll drive off of it, and then we'll be able to take the helicopter off and move it about. It's going to serve as a form of scout for the geologists. It's going to help us move ahead and make some good decisions about where to move the rover to in order to do some good science.
Now, Tony, I have a question as far as, like, I've always wondered the signal, right? So these are being operated remote control a lot of the times. I know there's some automated processes on site that the rovers would do to correct maybe a rock in the way or something. But how long does the signal take to get to the rover as you're steering it? Now, the radio waves travel at the same speed of light, or I mean, what's the difference in
right at light speed?
How much time?
So it varies throughout our year and the Mars year. Mars year is roughly about 18 months. So it's anywhere from about 10 minutes to more than 30 minutes. So when I mentioned somebody that's driving the rover, you might have this picture in your head of a steering wheel and a gas and a brake. Absolutely not that. It's sending commands for the rover to act on at a later date.
Another function of this robot is that it's going to be collecting samples on the surface and to be later taken back to Earth and studied here. How will that work? How is it going to get back to Earth?
To be determined. So there is going to be a caching capability where samples that are first studied by Curiosity are going to be packaged in a way that they can be picked up at a later date and brought back to Earth. We're not quite ready to put boots on Mars yet. That's a goal, but it's a goal that's pretty far into the future. As a step between now and putting boots on Mars, a robotic mission that could pick up those cache samples and bring them back. Why not just go and pick up random samples and bring them back? Why bring these that have been studied by the Perseverance rover, by the 2020 rover, to be able to do additional study on something that's already been studied by a robot is just going to give us a ton of information that we can apply to other studies that have been going on there for years and years. I mean, on back into the Viking days, back in the 70s. So that's why it's being done that way. How it's actually going to happen, there's a lot of different ideas about that. One of the biggest challenges there is how you have enough energy to launch from Mars and get back to Earth. How do you do that? And there's different theories on how that might happen. Do you bring enough fuel with you to be able to get back? Do you use the Martian soil as a source for energy and construct fuel that way? Lots of different ideas. It's being worked on, but step one is to gather those samples and leave them behind so that they can be returned.
In our relentless pursuit for life on other planets, we look at water and potential for water. We've seen pictures of icing on the poles, a type of icing not as we would know it, but what is the evidence for water on Mars, and maybe some of the past evidence that shows you there could have been water flowing? Has there been anything presented in some of the latest information?
Yeah, that's a great question. And the icing that you're seeing on the poles happens every Martian winter. And you can actually see it with a backyard telescope if you look at the right time. We see it on both the North and the South Pole. What you're seeing there is actually CO2 ice. It's actually carbon dioxide.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, Practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
The poles get, those ice caps on the poles, they get larger and they get smaller according to the season. And we can see that in Curiosity's air pressure sensors. As that carbon dioxide transfers from a solid phase into a gas phase, it adds to the atmosphere. And we'll see atmospheric pressure go up during the summer months, and then it precipitates down, actually snows, dry ice on the poles during the winter months when it gets colder. Mars has seasons because it has an axial tilt, just as Earth has an axial tilt. It's very, very similar. But as far as evidence for water is concerned, it's really in the geology. The geology is, it tells us the story of what happened in the past on Mars. Where we landed Curiosity was an area that was formerly the bottom of a large river system. It was at the bottom of an alluvial fan, and that's kind of a funnel-shaped pattern. If you've ever seen satellite photos, color satellite photos of the Mississippi River Delta as it dumps out into the Gulf of Mexico, you see that triangle. That's all that sediment that's been collected up along the Mississippi River. Well, that's the Martian version of, or we landed on the Martian version of that. It's all dry there now. We're not seeing evidence of liquid water, but we're seeing the geologic evidence of it. So one of the very first photos that came back from Curiosity after it landed was of these rounded pebbles. Those don't form round. Those are rounded as a part of a water process that's picking up and moving them along and rounding them off. And we found lots and lots of that. So through study of the geology and the chemistry of those rocks as well, that's what told us that it was fresh water, determined that the area that Curiosity landed in was probably about knee-deep in water a couple million years ago. The idea that Mars was once a very different place and a lot wetter and perhaps a lot greener, that is one of the things that Curiosity found pretty quickly after its landing time.
Tony, looking at some of the points here for the mission, two of them kind of really piqued my interest. It says this is the first leg of a round trip to Mars, and then after that it's also talking about how this can actually pave the way for future human missions to the moon and to Mars. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, every time we put something on another planet, we learn a lot about it. And the road to putting boots on Mars, it's a long one. But even what we're planning on doing around the moon, coming up with the Artemis mission, is going to teach us a lot about that. Being able to live potentially off some of the resources on the moon will teach us a lot about that. We got to really understand the chemistry and the makeup of the Martian surface to be able to have people live there.
I think that's really interesting. We've always heard about people going to Mars, but this actually could be some small steps for that. And I also seen there's going to be like 19 cameras on this that we're going to be able to kind of follow along with the mission.
Yeah, there's a bunch of HD cameras on Curiosity. We got even more on Perseverance. I've mentioned the name a couple of times. I need to tell you the story about Perseverance. So for the longest time, it was called the Mars 2020 rover. NASA's really terrible at naming things. You give NASA engineers and scientists the opportunity to name something, and they're going to give it an acronym. They're going to give it something boring. Maybe it'll be a backronym that actually spells something that you can pronounce. But the cool names, those always come from the kids. So Curiosity was named by a little girl in Iowa, who by the time it launched, she was a lot older than that. She actually went on to be, I believe, an environmental scientist. So she got a lot out of that experience. Perseverance was named by a young man up in Northern Virginia. And I was on the team that helped review a lot of the submissions that came in. They had to come up with a name, and they had to come up with a couple of paragraphs about why they chose that. And I can't recall if I read so many of them. I can't recall if Perseverance was among that. But some of the ones I read were pretty out there. I'm glad they picked Perseverance. We tend to call it Percy. So if you hear talking about the Percy rover, that's what we're talking about.
Speaking of Mars, I know you run a Mars weather page on Twitter. I know you kind of keep up with some of the stuff, so we thought it'd be kind of cool to tie in Mars weather, your Twitter page. What all you monitor? How do you get that information? How do you provide a Mars weather forecast and observations?
So we don't forecast yet. We're hoping to have enough data here one day that we can start having a forecasting product. We'll certainly need something like that once we get those boots on Mars. But right now it focuses on the InSight mission. It's pulling data down close to daily. There's a lot of data that has to come down, and unfortunately the weather data sometimes gets pushed to the back if there's images or things like that that the science team needs right away, especially when we were working with InSight trying to get a temperature probe to finally be pushed into the Martian soil there. I think everybody that's ever put a spade into the ground in the Carolinas knows what that clay's like. So it was dealing with some of that same problem up on Mars. Those images that were helping them understand that problem, those took precedent. But anyway, we do see data come down from InSight, and that is delivered through the same mechanism that all those pictures are delivered through. It's called the Deep Space Network. Generally, most of these, both the rovers and this InSight mission, have the ability to communicate straight back to Earth, but they don't tend to do that. They tend to upload the images and other data every time an orbiter goes over. And that orbiter acts like a router, and store and forward that information once it sees Earth again. It's a little faster that way, and there's a little more bandwidth. But we see that data come down. I know she just popped that up. So we see temperature data. We see air pressure. I find air pressure to be some of the most interesting there. And then we see wind data as well. So the last one that came up was from Sol 566, and Sol is a day on Mars, and that equates back to the 29th of June. It's the last time we saw something from it. As you can see there, the low was 25, the high was 25, the low was 126 below zero, and these are both Fahrenheit. And each day on this Mars weather Twitter, it goes and randomly picks a city somewhere, and Clayton just happened to be picked up there last time it was doing a comparison. You can see the comparison there, but again, the most interesting comparison in my mind is the pressure. So we were seeing about 1,012 hectopascals, which I think equates to millibars. You guys keep me honest there. That's what y'all speak in. Yes. And that on Mars is about 7.7 hectopascals. That's one of our biggest challenges on Mars, is the lack of atmosphere. It's just really, really, really thin there, and it continues to be stripped away by the solar winds. And that's not something that we're going to be able to correct anytime soon, perhaps ever.
So I guess there's really no wind chill there. I mean, I'm looking 25 degrees with 37 mile per hour wind gusts. That's not really a wind chill there then.
Yeah, not too bad. We do see temperatures go above freezing there. It does happen.
Yeah. So Tony, I mean, obviously you're not using trod-cup anemometers or RM Youngs. I mean, how is this? How is wind speed capture? Is it using like Venturi effect, or you're consolidating the air into a point, or how is that measured exactly?
So the thing to look up is an instrument called a hot dice. It is a couple of basically electrodes that are exposed out there and are measuring differentials. They are without moving parts. That's really, really important when you've got a robot out there that you can't go service. There is no Home Depot on Mars to go get spare parts.
Well, you said one last thing. You kind of mentioned that it does get above freezing on Mars. I wonder if you could just real briefly speak to the general temperature range. How cold does it get in winter? How warm does it get in summer?
Yeah, we're talking around negative 200 Fahrenheit with the lows. And during the summer, most of the time we're talking in the average temperature there is, hovering around -80, -100.
I just think it's cool. I just think it's cool you have a mesonet on Mars.
We do. We got 2 of them now, about to put a 3rd.
I've heard that there's a team already being picked to possibly go to Mars by as late as, 2028 or 2030? Is that correct?
I will make no comments on when we're going to Mars. You're not going to trick me into that.
I had to try.
There's a lot that needs to be done, and each one of these missions, be they robotic or be they human up to the International Space Station, or once we get Artemis off the ground and have a gateway to the moon, each one of those, it may not seem like it's getting us closer to Mars, but we learn something from each one of them that can be applicable. And when that actually happens, I hope it happens soon, but it's a long road.
Tony, shifting gears, one of the things that I spotted on Flight Tracker this week, and I think several of the people here in the Carolinas have, were alongside all of the little cute icons for airplanes, these circular balloon icons for the Loon Balloon Project. Tell us about it. I understand you're familiar with it, and I think it caught a lot of us flight trackers off guard maybe a little bit, but also people screaming UFOs in the sky as these things were passing overhead.
There was a little bit of that, wasn't there? Yeah, it's something that I got to learn a little bit about the other night. So in addition to talking with you fine folks, I've got about 350 meteorologists around the country that I'm in contact with on a regular basis. I try to give them information about the what's visible in the sky, usually planets, usually comets, meteor showers, things like that. But I am perfectly happy to get a "what's this thing in the sky" question when it's something in our atmosphere. And that's what happened. I forget what day was it. Was it Tuesday night?
Yeah, that sounds maybe Monday. I mean, depending on where you were, right? These things went right over Greensboro, down towards Fayetteville, then out towards Charleston. So it was kind of a several day.
I first got looking at these things. It was Tim Buckley at WFMY in Greensboro. I get a text from him and it says, "There's this white dot in the sky. What do you know about it?" What? And I looked at it and immediately thought it was a balloon. Unmoving white dot in the sky, especially that high up, is going to tend to be a balloon. It's so high up it doesn't appear to be moving at all. These balloons are operating with between 50,000 and 60,000 feet. So as you mentioned, as part of Project Loon, we came to understand, which is a project that is, I want to make sure I get the relationship correct here. Google and Loon are subsidiaries of the same parent company, which is called Alphabet. It's all business spin-off nonsense, but anyway, they're looking to provide, as I understand it, internet connectivity in areas that don't get it, which I think is great. I think they're pushing to have like 1 megabit ability. There's an antenna that you have to have outside, and it's going to be a network of balloons, not unlike SpaceX's Starlink project, that talk to each other and serve as an uplink downlink network. But as I understand it, they're in a testing phase. I think their launch site is up in northern Arizona somewhere. I'm sorry, northern Nevada. And these particular balloons that floated over the Carolinas, there was 4 that were visible here around the Triangle area, and up in the Triad around Greensboro, they were visible there as well. If you think about 50,000 feet, you think about that circle that you draw around something like that, it's visible for a good amount of space. So we dug into it. It's funny that you saw it on flight radar first, because everybody else saw it in the sky first. We go outside from time to time.
We didn't get the direct overhead pass here in Charlotte.
Yeah, you did have one float a little bit near you. There was one that went on out over Asheville, out over Cherokee, and ended up in Alabama the last time I saw it. The ones that we saw around Greensboro, as I understand them, they floated out directly south off the coast of Charleston and ultimately Jacksonville. But I went and looked just out of curiosity. Once I found out that they were trackable through flight radar, wrote a little script that went up to use one of the APIs of one of those radar tracking sites, or those flight tracking sites. I found 32 of them around the world.
Wow.
I found actually 33 over Australia, the Congo, Kenya, Zambia, Peru. I'm looking at my list here right now. There's a bunch out east of Madagascar and one off Peru. And then we had the couple here that had floated down from Canada, down across Ohio, West Virginia, and into the Carolinas.
Right, they could be pretty scary if you don't know what they are. I had one other question, and then it sounds like Shay has one too. I'm curious, Tony, in your reading, besides the application of using them to provide internet to rural places that maybe aren't tethered on the ground, have you seen any discussion of an application to use them in storm response when a network might be wiped out due to a natural disaster?
I believe they actually used them for that purpose after, I want to say it was in 2017, but with that pair of storms that went over Puerto Rico. They did some releases from Puerto Rico. If you go on one of the flight tracking websites, I think it might have been Flight Radar 24, don't quote me on that, but there's a blog post on there about them tracking many of these things during some of those storm responses. And providing that kind of connectivity to folks that, they may not have power, but they probably have a way to charge phones. To figure out how to do that, it takes a little while to get that infrastructure back up for cellular service. So being able to do that with a balloon is pretty incredible.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Tony. I know that when some of our Mets with WeatherFlow, we met and talked about it several years ago when Google was partnering with them. Now they're partnered with HAPS Mobile, and they provide LTE connectivity to these countries, these third world countries. There are other countries that lose connectivity during natural disasters. Peru, 2019 was a prime example of where Project Loon was utilized to get LTE connectivity for authorities to get their internet settings back up and for folks to get some LTE receptions on their phones and whatnot. So it's pretty interesting. I didn't know that there were that many balloons, but I know that they started this off back in 2013 where they did their first test flight around the world. So things have kind of progressed over time. Do you see this as being a permanent solution?
I don't know. Not my area of expertise, but I think it's great that we're able to provide that kind of functionality there. One concern I've got, though, is that these things are helium-based. And helium is something that is in short supply right now. I mean, if you were to go to one of the party stores and try to get helium balloons, you probably couldn't do it. Helium is a very important gas in the space industry. It's used for cleanly purging cylinders and spheres and things like that. So we need it for lots of different things. I hope they can find another lifting gas other than helium, because it is a neat and useful project. But I hope they don't use up too much helium doing it. One other thought on it too is, while we're up there hanging around for days and days at a time at 50, 60,000 feet, sure would be nice to get some weather instruments up there too, some atmospheric instruments, and be able to send some of that data down from that close to the stratosphere.
Sure, I know Boeing's doing that with the unmanned craft that flies for weeks and months at a time on solar energy. And I think when I read on Loon's website that they have their partnership with HAPS Mobile, they have test flight. They've done all their they've rolled out their new unmanned craft that goes out. So that may be the solution to what they're looking for. Instead of having balloons anymore, they're going to have unmanned planes going up that just circle around.
We've lost a lot of data from the grounding of commercial airliners too during the COVID situation. It's amazing how much data we were getting from those. That's closer to 30,000 feet, but it really filled in a lot of those gaps the radio songs were providing.
In the past, we've talked about the radio signs that you just mentioned. Could you maybe compare and contrast these Loon balloons with a typical weather balloon? Because they have very different lifetimes, obviously, and different purposes.
Different lifetimes, quite a bit larger. And if you find the images of the Loon launch site, I was looking at that the other day. They got some permanent structures out there, and they're building some larger ones as well, just to be able to handle launching these things, because they are so significantly large. And they do get much bigger as they go up into the atmosphere and the air pressure goes down. So most folks that I saw report them or share pictures of them, describe them as looking like big jellyfish. It's a kind of a silvery looking material, very, very large. It's not as spherical as a weather balloon looks. Those are, you guys are the experts here. I think they're made of some sort of a latex material, but it's very opaque. Where these are almost like translucent appearance. They're much, much larger, and the volume of lifting gases that they put in there is very, very different too.
So these balloons don't explode at 70,000, or they aren't even meant necessarily to go up to 100,000, like a typical weather balloon.
They aren't. They hang out between 50,000 to 60,000 feet. I think a lot of what the research is doing right now is to understand how the steering winds up there work, how viable this is to provide, how wide a coverage that they can provide, how the jet stream, changes in the jet stream and other things like that are going to affect their coverage. It'll be interesting to see what comes out of it. And as you mentioned, we can go on these flight tracking websites and look at them. If you go in and you enter HBAL and a 3-digit number, you might just find one.
Well, Tony, we certainly appreciate you being with us tonight to talk about the Mars mission and the Loon balloons, and we definitely appreciate your time. If folks want to follow you again on Twitter, how can they do that?
So my personal account is RTP Hokie, HOKIE, and if you are interested in Mars weather, the Mars WX report.
You can also find you on WRAL as a contributor and the Weather Brains, right? You're still doing the recorded version?
Still doing the recorded version. It's every Monday night we're putting that out, and I try to put something different out every week that's usually space related. Every once in a while we'll add in some other weathery stuff in there too.
Well, Tony, we certainly appreciate your time, and if you're watching tonight and you want to know more about the Mars launch, we'll probably be airing those towards the end of the month as we get into with our friends at NASA TV. I'm sure we'll be doing some more events surrounded by that mission and that launch. So stay tuned with that, and we appreciate you watching the Carolina Weather Group. Until next time, we hope you have a great evening, and we'll see you on the next Carolina Weather Group episode.
And good evening from a very warm Charlotte. Happy Wednesday to you. It is March the 11th, 2020. I am James Brierton. It is Severe Weather Awareness Week carrying on here in the Carolinas. Last week, it was Severe Weather Awareness Week in North Carolina with a tornado drill on Wednesday. And we were lucky enough to bring you some special snippets from our friends at WCNC Charlotte. Well, joining us again this week as Severe Weather Awareness Week continues in South Carolina is Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich, back from WCNC. Brad, thanks for taking the time out again for us. So you got an opportunity last week, Brad, to go visit the Insurance Institute in Chester County, South Carolina. The rest of our audience is going to get familiar with it if they're not already, with a rerun of our 2019 interview. But tell us a little bit about what you saw down there at this great facility they've got.
The interesting thing was how they test roofs in particular for hail. The standard test for hail was actually done with just a steel ball that dropped on a horizontal surface, roof surface. Well, what they did is they try to recreate actual hailstones, how they are in nature. And so what they've done, they've gone out and done field studies where they try to measure hailstones in the wild, if you will, to get a more accurate measurement of their density. And then they shoot them out at speeds that are more similar to what you see in a strong storm. Because what happens in most hail events is the hail is wind driven. It doesn't just fall. It's being blown by 60, 70, 80 mile an hour winds. And so they test roof structures in particular, metal, asphalt shingles, plywood, just to see how they withstand it. And then they can rate these shingles so that you have, like, as a consumer, a better idea of what you're getting into when you're going to put these on your roof. And it also helps the insurance industry kind of understand like what kind of damage certain type hail can cause to your building.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that roof, because
Yeah.
you just put a brand new roof on your home
Yeah.
about a week before that EF1 tornado came through Charlotte. Did you get some ideas from the Insurance Institute?
Yeah, so last year I went down there for one of their tests where they were taking a roof and they were submitting it to a hurricane, basically. What they did is they took wind and rain and they blew it at a home that had half the roof.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Roofing system. And the other half, a typical roofing system. So what they did is for several hours, I think the test went on for 8, 10, 12 hours, which is typical for hurricane winds. You know, they're going to last a long time. The winds went up and down and they blew rain. And so they wanted to see how much water intrusion they would get through the normal roof versus the fortified roof. And when I saw that demonstration, and at the end of last year, my roof needed to be replaced, I said, you know what? I'm doing that fortified roofing system. So every contractor who bidded on my house, I basically said, hey, I want this fortified roof. And a lot of them had never heard of it. So I had a PDF that they actually can print out on their website, disastersafety.org. And I gave it to my roofers. And I'm like, okay, we can do that. And basically what they do is they tape the seams of the plywood, or in my case, the roofer decided just to put ice and water shield on the entire roof. They also use underlayment that's synthetic with caps, cap nails instead of just regular nails or staples. And then they use double shank nails, which don't pop out when the wind rips on them. And the reason you do this is in a big storm, shingles are going to fail. But with this fortified roofing system, if water gets underneath the shingles, you have the layers of protection that will keep the rain out of your house. That's the goal, is you don't want water getting into your house to cause further damage if the roof gets damaged. So I had just got my roof replaced a week before the tornado came through my backyard. I lost 15 trees in my yard, and we only ended up losing 10 cap shingles, which are the shingles on the peak. Those are weaker shingles, and the nails held. The shingle was actually ripped off the roof. The nails did not pop out, and because I had that ice and water shield underneath, it actually kept the rain out of my house. So my roof held up pretty well. Considering I had a 71 mile an hour wind gust, I was pretty impressed on how well it did.
And our viewers right now on our Facebook and our Periscope and our YouTube feed are looking at pictures from your neighborhood from February the 6th. What have you seen in your neighborhood in terms of neighbors helping neighbors over the past month?
You know, that event is going to be crazy. It was by far the worst weather event in my neighborhood. And, you know, it seems now after the Nashville tornado, it doesn't seem nearly as bad because most of the homes escaped with minimal damage. Most of the damage in our neighborhood was all trees. And obviously, so those trees came down and did cause quite a bit roof damage. We had, I think, 50 or 60 roofs damaged. And you really didn't notice until the following days when you started to see the blue tarps go up everywhere. And we had one house that was heavily damaged because a tree fell through their kitchen in the back of their house. But what's amazing is that here we are, you know, over a month removed. James, there are still tree guys all over my neighborhoods. There's still the sound of roofers nailing stuff. I still hear chainsaws and chippers and fences being put up. So it's a long process. It is still going to be a while. And these trees, you know, there were just so many of them down that there's just wood everywhere. There's tons of firewood in my neighborhood and trees still stacked up all over the place. So I really, the thing that struck me most about that storm is how long it's taking for the cleanup process to be completed.
And to remind folks, this is the same line that came through South Charlotte, starting over in that Pineville area, through South Charlotte, and ended up in Matthews, where we showed you some pictures here on the Carolina Weather Group. But Brad, I'm wondering, this is obviously really close to home for you and your neighbors. The next time we get into a weather awareness day, do you think the perception's a little bit different now for so many people who've came so close to this?
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, for this event, people did a pretty good job. There was some schools that didn't evacuate their students, but in general, I think it was a pretty good success story considering we had an EF1 tornado go through the heart of South Charlotte and no injuries or deaths is pretty amazing. I hope that it serves as a wake-up call for a lot of people just to have a plan. I mean, that's the thing I preach all the time. It's like the warning times, I wish they were longer, but the average national warning time, lead time for a tornado is like 12 minutes. And we were about 16 minutes with those tornadoes back on the 6th. That's if you get the warning right at the beginning. What happens if you don't get the warning until halfway through or three-quarters full of the way through? You only get like 5-10 minutes. And that's not the time to look at each other and go, where do we go? A lot of people, especially in businesses and structures they weren't familiar with, had no idea where to go or didn't know what a tornado safety protocol is. So that's one of the things I think going forward I'm going to work on is try to educate people on getting that plan together. But I think you're right. I think people are going to take these more seriously. Used to have a saying all the time at the coast when I did hurricane coverage, but people's level of preparedness is only as good as their memory of the last disaster. And it's just human nature. If people are going to remember this tornado and the next one, they're going to take it much more seriously because they have that recent memory of this event.
And we unfortunately had another incident last week in Nashville that will be on a lot of people's mind with a deadly late night, overnight tornadic event that came on through, playing out right in the middle of what was North Carolina's severe weather preparedness week. So for Brad, so anyone who may have missed some of the material that went out last week, what are some of the items that you would recommend that people have on hand to be informed and be prepared?
The most important thing, first and foremost, is have at least 3 ways to get a warning. And I mean 3 minimum. That would include watching us on WCNC. That would include weather apps, text alerts, social media, radio, a weather alert radio. Have at least 3. And the reason I say that is because often in these cases, 1 or 2 of those might fail. So you need some redundancy. So first and foremost, think about, do I have 3 ways to get a warning? And the WCNC Charlotte weather app is great. Our news app is great. Text alerts are awesome. The WIA, which is a wireless emergency alerts, are great. But also, Twitter notifications from me is pretty good. I have a lot of people that actually have done that. And I'm kind of shocked how many people actually do that. They have my notifications turned on when they think there's going to be severe weather. And I push out all our tornado warnings. The next thing is to have a plan. So once you get the alert, you got to know what to do. So whether it's your home, your business, your school, or your place of worship, you need to know where to go for severe weather safety in all of those structures. So think about it when you're at work or school the next couple of days. Where would I go in this building? And it's got to be in an interior room away from the outside walls and windows on the lowest floor possible. So make sure you have that plan in place. And those 2 things are really the most important things that you can do because those are universal. Those work with, hurricane season. It works with earthquakes. It works with just about any natural disaster to have a way to get the alerts, but also a way and a plan of what to do. And then obviously we talked about flash flooding, severe thunderstorms, and lightning, which from a hazard standpoint, lightning, severe thunderstorms, and flooding are much more frequent than tornadoes. I did a graphic in my class the other day about risk perception. Tornadoes have a very high risk perception, but the actual hazard is small. And it's just because the tornado is actually pretty small compared to the map. But severe thunderstorms, lightning, and flooding have a small risk perception, but the threat is actually very large. You're most likely going to encounter one of those than you would a tornado. So it's important that you prepare for all types of severe weather because we have a saying in our business, wind is wind and water is water. It doesn't really matter what causes those. If you get enough of either, it's going to cause problems.
And for anyone who missed any of those explainers, you can find them at wcnc.com/prepare. There's the plug. You can also find them here in the Carolina Weather Group feed by scrolling up or checking out some of our latest posts. So, Brad, appreciate you coming on. So happy that you were able to get that work done on your home just before those storms, and hopefully other people will follow that lead. As we mentioned at the beginning of our broadcast, we want to revisit our 2019 interview when we had a chance here at the Carolina Weather Group to learn about the Insurance Institute. They've got one of the coolest jobs in the Carolinas, and it's so great that we get to call this place home and that they constantly are welcoming you guys on down there, Brad.
Yeah, and I would highly recommend go to disastersafety.org. They have a great site of all the things you can do to make your home weather ready and a way to talk to contractors, because some of these things, James, they're super cheap. Like the things I had done to my roof, it only added an additional couple $100. When you're talking about, a 6-figure roofing job, a couple $100, it could save you a long history of having issues. And the other thing is my insurance company actually offers a discount for having a fortified roof installed. So really a good way to get a discount on premiums.
And I should ask you before we go, Brad, tomorrow, Thursday,
yeah,
slight chance of seeing some storms?
Yeah, I think Tennessee, unfortunately, looks to be the area that's going to get hit the hardest, but that line of storms is going to move into the Western Carolinas late tomorrow at some point. So wind and hail threat certainly possible, especially along and west of I-77. So we're getting in that time of the year, James, where March, April, May for us is big severe weather season. So we're kind of entering that. And it's a good time to use those severe weather safety tips we just gave you to kind of put them into action over the next couple of weeks.
Stay tuned, stay weather aware. They're tips that you could use tomorrow, and if not tomorrow, it never hurts to be prepared for the next go around.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Brad. We're going to go ahead now and take you to that 2019 interview and check out this place in Chester County, South Carolina.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. This is the Wednesday, July 24th, 2019 edition of our little weather get-together. Tonight is show number 285, and tonight we have with us Dr. Ian Giametco. He is the lead research meteorologist at the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety. We're going to be talking about hail and some of the research they've done with hail. Ian, welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. This is kind of your first gig with us, and I told you before the show, we're glad to know you're in the Carolinas. So let's talk about what you do at the IBHS.
Our lab here in South Carolina was built and opened in the fall of 2010. IBHS as an entity has been around almost since the 70s. It can trace its root back to a few different names and basically started as an advocacy group to help people better prepare for severe weather and try to reduce the losses associated with severe weather. Well, in 2010, our research center opened, and we're taking the model of the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety. So think about car crash tests. It's been highly successful. The property insurance industry wanted to apply that to severe weather, and so $40 million later, in the midst of our economic recession, trying to bring that facility to life, we have our lab, and it is a pretty neat place. Our centerpiece is a full-scale wind tunnel. We call it our large test chamber. We have 105 6-foot diameter fans that can take winds up to about 120, 130 miles per hour. We can do full-scale hail simulations. We can do wildfire ember attack scenarios in there. Basically, anything the weather's out there, we can throw at it. And our goal is to understand how all these different hazards associated with severe weather attack structures. How can we build better? What are the systems that we can improve? And how do we show people those steps that resilience is affordable, and then we can start to bend down the loss curve that we see growing and growing each year?
Tell me a little bit more about, one, to go start basic, how do we get hail? And how do you do a hail simulation? That sounds really interesting.
Yeah, so most intense thunderstorms have hail aloft in them. It can grow from particles that freeze or grapple, kind of those melted snowflake conglomerate things, and as they make their kind of horizontal arcing traverse through a thunderstorm, they can collect more ice and water and essentially grow and grow. Sometimes they become too heavy and fall out and get down to the ground. Sometimes they fall and then they melt before they get down to us. And other times they can hang around up there in a thunderstorm and get really, really, really big and then fall down. And those are the ones that can break things. Once you get above that kind of 1.5 inch or so threshold, that's when you start seeing legitimate property damage. Now for cars, it's a little bit less. But for us, it's duplicating the properties of hailstones in the lab. And we can propel them or fire them at materials, basically using electronic controlled potato guns. So in our small lab, we have a single, actually we have two setups, basically cannons with barrels that have a pressurized air tank, and we calibrate that to an exit velocity and associated kinetic energy that a hailstone would have when it hits things. Now in our big chamber, if you ever come to visit us, you can go out in there and look straight up, and you'll see a whole bunch of light pieces of PVC pipe. Well, that are the barrels that can basically put down a swath of hail across the footprint of our large test chamber. We can do 3 different sizes and shoot as fast as 1 per second. So really unique piece of capability. I do a lot of work both in the small lab, very meticulous scientific testing, but we can also test the full roof system on a building.
You have a job destroying things with hail. That sounds really fun.
That's a little bit of what we do. We try to break things in the lab so it doesn't happen out in the real world.
That was really interesting. I can't wait to tell my friends and family that you guys shoot hail out of potato guns for testing. So that's kind of cool. Talk about some of the hail studies that you do in the lab. You mentioned something earlier about recreating hail crystals, and you're actually building hail in the environment in which it forms.
What we found out, because of the strength, it can do about 3 different things when it hits your roof. It can bounce off. That's really hard hail. It can shatter. That's kind of the hard to medium. Or it can just become really slushy. That's the very soft hail. And all of those have different kind of types of damage that they produce on your roof. The soft will kind of dislodge all those granules. The hard bounces and shatters will do more cracks and dents. So we realized all that stuff was mattered, and we needed to simulate it in the lab and also repeat it. That's scientific testing right there, is being able to repeat this stuff over and over and over again. And after about 8 years of work, we released a new hail impact test standard for asphalt shingles, and we have our actually we rated the products that are considered impact rated, and we have a rating scale that's actually out on our website now. So if you're looking to get a roof that's more resilient to hail, I would encourage folks to check that out. It's at ibhs.org. You'll see what products are out there and which ones meet the top of our class and which ones are at the bottom, and where you might want to be.
Talk about the size and how much damage hail creates while we're on the topic. I'd love to hear your take on that.
Yeah, so a lot of people don't realize hail, we kind of joke, is the Rodney Dangerfield of the severe convective storm hazards. It doesn't get any respect, but in any given year, it's about 60 to 80% of the dollar damage from severe thunderstorms. That's a lot. And we're in probably what will be the 12th straight year of damage totaling over $10 billion. So it's a big piece of the damage that comes from severe thunderstorms every year. Now, when you start talking about damage thresholds, of course, we have the National Weather Service severe criteria of 1 inch. That's when we really start to see some issues, dents and things with auto. On the building side, if you start looking at roofing materials, once you get close to that 1.5 inch mark, that's when you can potentially see some damage. Now, there's a lot of things at play, age of roofs, age of materials, all that, the wind-driven aspect. Now we can go all the way out to the extreme size, and once you get to about 3.5, 4 inch hail, that will puncture the plywood roof deck that you have. So you're thinking fall speeds close to 100 miles an hour, pretty intense hail.
That I hope we never have to see here in the Carolinas. I'm sure it's happened before, but that size hail, very rare here. So I don't know what's more interesting, the work that y'all do in the lab, or the fact that you also have field work. Tell us a little bit about your field work and what y'all have done over the years.
Yeah, so way back in 2012, we decided there was all this hail data we needed to go get about strength. And a lot of the tests and how we test buildings were all rooted in information going back all the way to the 1930s. So nobody had looked at this stuff for a while. Plus, we didn't know what strength actually did. There was no data on it. So like any good scientist, we just, hey, let's go to the field and let's go measure it. Let's go look. We kind of use the motto, you can learn a lot just by looking, and we kind of took that approach with hail. So we started out back then going out to the field, collecting hailstones after a thunderstorm, doing crush tests, basically measuring the amount of force to crush the hailstone. That's how we get to the strength. Making very detailed measurements of them, weighing them all. And we did that for about really 4 or 5 years. That was our focus, to collect this really big data set, which is now somewhere over near 4,000 different hailstones that we've tested. And to guide how we did the lab work that we just talked about. We needed that guide to be able to give us that information. Now we've switched a little bit. We now go to mapping hail swaths using deployable instruments. I come from a background at Texas Tech where we built a lot of deployable weather instruments. So I took that and applied it to hail. So we have a network of about 18 impact sensors that can measure the impact energy of hail, and we can actually deploy them ahead of a thunderstorm and look at what the size distribution is within that particular storm and how it varies and changes within the swath. It's really, really important for how we look at radar hail detection, even looking into how numerical weather prediction manages hail.
And how did it go this year?
Oh, two good missions for us. Spent about I think we spent about 12 days total in the field. Ended up, my target was somewhere, I think 5 to 7 total cases. I think we were right there at 7, which was really, really good for us. So yeah, that's usually the case. We spend about somewhere 10 to 14 days each year in the field, and we'll continue this going into 2020.
Yeah, and talk about some of the more memorable cases that you guys have covered. Maybe some of the more interesting field tests that you guys have done over the past couple of years?
Yeah, for hail, a couple of years ago, intercepted a supercell near Eric, Oklahoma, that produced just this really narrow swath of just really big 3-inch hail with the concentration maybe 10 to 12 or so per square foot. That's a lot for big hail. It was the first time we got our instruments into hail that size, so that was kind of a unique experience for us. Now, a memorable case, and this goes back all the way back to I think 2013 or 2014 when we were doing a lot of those crush tests. We encountered some hail. This was in Montana. What we kind of think of as low density spongy type hail, that when you crushed it, it actually deformed almost like a sponge, but held its shape. It actually didn't fracture. And there's some literature out there that talks about how these hailstones can come about. But talk about kind of blow your mind of how complicated hail can be. That the fact you could get this spongy kind of hail that you could compress, it basically just did that and then held its shape even after you took the load off of it. It never broke. I'm guessing those are rare. We haven't seen that again. It was one particular case, and I don't know what kind of environment might produce that, but it's really unique, and it's always been a memorable one from looking at hailstones. And I've seen a fair bit of them.
We got a hail threat, right? So how do we tell businesses and homeowners how to better protect their property?
One of the things you can do, make sure you can get your car in your garage if you have one. If you're like me, you got all sorts of stuff in the garage. I couldn't get my truck in there if I tried. But that's a step you can take, is make sure you can get your car under cover. And maybe, say we're under a higher risk for a particular day. If you can find a way to keep that vehicle covered, that's one way to reduce your auto damage. Now, for homes, it's a lot trickier. If you're in an area that sees a lot of hailstorms, think about the folks in Tornado Alley. If you live in Dallas, Oklahoma City, Wichita, we saw how sick of people were of hail in Dallas this year by their putting pool noodles on cars and inflatable mattresses. And I'm sure they're tired of getting new roofs every 2 years. So I'd encourage people to look at our impact rated shingle test results and look for those good performing products. There are impact rated shingles that do perform, and we tested up to 2-inch, and the top performers really do perform very well. So there are products out there from a roof perspective that I would encourage homeowners to look at, and talk to your insurance agent too, because in a lot of cases you can get a discount for some of these things.
You own a business, you have a building, you have roof, you have items up on the roof, you have your HVAC units, you have satellite dish. I mean, whatever instrumentation you have up there, is there anything we can tell business owners?
For HVAC, that's a very good point, because there are some shields that can be made that actually surround HVAC units that, from what we've been able to tell, looking at their performance, they do a decent job. And HVAC, just the damage to the fins and coils in an HVAC system can be very, very expensive. So there are a few steps you can take if you're a business owner there.
You guys are located here in the Carolinas, and many folks may not know that. How did you guys choose the Carolinas?
The lab came about in the Carolinas. There was kind of a little bit of a bidding process, and this is before my time at IBHS. We wanted to be away from the immediate hurricane coastline. That's having a facility like that could damage by a significant hurricane was a concern for our membership. So that's one reason why we're a fair bit away from the coast. We had a power requirement, and we wanted to be within a certain distance, basically an hour's drive from a hub airport. So what was settled on was essentially kind of the general Charlotte area. And we had two sites that were the original ones. One was closer to Gastonia, just across the South Carolina border up on I-85. And then there's the site that we currently had. And we ended up with a really, really nice package from the community down here in Chester County. Our plot size was a lot larger. We did have some noise concerns, so that also played a role. And they had the power requirements they need. We're right next to a transmission line, and we had a substation on site. So 105 electric medium voltage drives power the fans, and we need some juice. So it all came to fruition, and there we are out in Chester County.
And so talk about, you were talking about hurricanes, talk about some of the wind studies that you guys do there. You have this big wind tunnel, and you actually have some model scale homes, and you can do all kind of testing in this facility.
A very unique thing about our facility is that we can do full-scale home testing. We can look at a full home system, and that's really important from a wind perspective to understand how the wind forces are essentially transferred through all the different connections that are within your home, roof to wall, through the walls, wall to foundation, and all the connections in between. You have to really look at it in a system perspective to understand how wind essentially attacks structures and what you can do to mitigate it. So we do a bit of garage door vulnerabilities. We've seen that garage doors can be a huge damage amplifier. Think about it, they're a big hole, really, if they fail in your house. That allows wind to get in and start acting inward, pushing up and out, and can lead to failures. Once you start...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
It just goes. Tornadoes, it happens very, very fast. Hurricanes, it can happen over the course of, say, 6 to 12 hours. But that cascade is what we're trying to stop the start of that. And we think we can find those mitigation solutions that are not only useful, but also affordable too.
So before we kind of wrap up the interview, can you tell us a little bit about how you forecast and how you decide where you're going during your field studies?
Yeah, the logistics are actually a fair bit challenging. So we are a good distance away from essentially what is Tornado Alley or the Great Plains. We like it out there, good road networks, good visibility, although we are going to try to explore some southeast hail. There's some environmental questions that we have that I think we're going to try to tackle that. So we basically have to rely on medium range forecasting. So we're looking for just general pattern support for severe weather. So is the Gulf of Mexico open? Is there good moisture transport northward? Maybe not necessarily if there's a trough, but is there just generally enough flow aloft to support supercells? Sometimes you didn't have the surface features underneath the best flow aloft. It kind of became a day-to-day, almost a mesoscale type forecasting scenario, which is very hard for us in terms of when we pull the trigger. So we work our teams on about a 48-hour lead or 48-hour kind of go, no-go scenario. Using GFS output, Euro output, try to get our best feel that we're going to get at least 3 operation days out of a mission. We got to have some kind of confidence that we're at least going to get 3. It's just not worth shipping equipment out and bringing the team to the field. So, okay, say we give a go. We actually ship 5 big Pelican cases of equipment. FedEx is fantastic. Out to some target cities, and it's usually where we can store equipment. So Norman, Oklahoma at the National Weather Center, have lots of colleagues there. We've used my wife's grandma's garage in Wichita to store all the cases and equipment. So we do that, pick our target city, fly in. We use rental vehicles. We do try to stay out of the hail as much as we're researching hail, and we've done a pretty good job of that. And we outfit them, get our instruments ready, take all the equipment we need, leave the cases behind, and off we go. And usually each mission is about 7 days. So there's some logistical challenges there, given our distance, but we've managed it quite well over the years.
When you're renting the car, do you have to kind of stay quiet about what you're really doing with the car?
There's one hail. We were out in the field for a hail event in Cheyenne, and the rental car dealership at the Denver airport, they were dealing with a whole bunch of people who were bringing back hail damaged cars, and I kept thinking in my head, I'm like, we're running a hail research project, and we got perfectly fine vans here. But yeah, for us, it's a safety concern to stay out of the hail, and we do a good job of that.
You're talking about these instruments. Can you kind of give us an idea of what's on these instruments? What it's like?
Yeah, certainly. They're on little tripods. They're basically little engineering tripods, and then the plate itself is a little small pyramid. It's 1 foot by 1 foot, and it's actually based on a design that was developed at NASA, Kennedy Space Center, and was published in the literature. So we use that same plate design. It's got a little acoustic sensor, a piezoelectric disc that can record the vibration of the plate. So the higher the signal amplitude of that vibration, the larger the kinetic energy of the hailstone that hit the plate. And then we can work backwards to estimate a size. The unique thing about ours, we actually use robotics microcontrollers as our data system. We use an Arduino Do. It's about $35. A lot of maker components. We needed to make them cheap so we can have a bunch of them. And it samples really, really fast, about 5,000 times per second. So we can actually resolve impacts at 0.05 of a second. So that's pretty neat. And it's got some switches for on, off, and data control to make it easily user-friendly. I think we set a record for deployment time of one of these this year in under 20 seconds. I'm going to give out the shout out to Hank Pogorzelski, who's in our Tampa office, who's been with us in the field every single year since we started. Hank went out the door, set the probe up, and was back in the car before I could log the information of where the actual instrument was. So it had to be somewhere in the 15 to 20 second range. So big old tip of the cap to Hank. I think he set a time speed record there.
Well, Ian, we've certainly appreciated you giving us some of your time tonight. And if our followers want to continue the research you guys are doing or follow along, how can they do that?
Yeah, so we got a couple ways. So first of all, if you're a consumer out there and you want to see some of these DIY resilient type solutions and things you can do for your home, go to disastersafety.org. That's our kind of front-facing consumer website. For some of the research work, you can go to ibhs.org. But please follow us on Twitter at Disaster Safety. You can also follow our hail research specifically at IBHS Hail Study. You'll get kind of an inside look on that Twitter account as to what we're doing in hail.
We've had many guests on this show, and I think you've got one of the coolest jobs because you get to use potato guns and mix it with weather. I mean, I don't know how much better that can be. So hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you on this Wednesday evening. We're going to be talking with Dr. Phil Klotzbach, meteorologist and professor out at Colorado State University, as well as Mr. Carl Schreck, who works for NC State University. You've also probably heard him associated with NOAA up in the Asheville office. So, Carl, a fellow North Carolinian on the show tonight, and we're going to be talking about some research that they've put together, and they are trying to get a little momentum behind of this theory of classifying hurricanes not by the traditional way of wind speed, but more of surface pressure. And that is something that we've seen over the past couple of years with, you guys know, living here in the Carolinas, we've had our fair share of tropical weather. So as always, we appreciate you following along. And if you have any comments throughout the show, feel free to drop them in the respective outlets that you're watching on tonight. So, Phil, we've had you on the show several times. We're happy to have you back. Carl, this is the first time for you, so I'll start with you first. Kind of give us the background of your weather history, and then Phil, I'll turn it back to you since and let you kind of give our audience a little bit of background behind you too. So, Carl, I'll let you go first.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks for having me on the show tonight. So I grew up right down there in Raleigh, North Carolina, and one of my pivotal moments was in high school when Hurricane Fran made landfall in Wilmington, followed I-40 right up to Raleigh, and just the power of that storm and all the damage that it caused and the power outages and missing school for 2 weeks, which seems like nothing now, but back then that was a big deal. So decided to go on to grad school, and to this day my parents don't understand why I went from North Carolina up to Albany, New York to study tropical weather. But Albany is actually kind of one of the hot spots for tropical meteorology. And I did my PhD, master's and PhD in tropical meteorology up there, mainly large scale things, equatorial waves and the Madden-Julian oscillation on subseasonal scales. And then managed to find my way back here to North Carolina, where I got a postdoc out here in beautiful Asheville, working for NC State University, but at the National Climate Data Center at that time, NCDC. It's since been renamed the National Centers for Environmental Information. Yeah, we're kind of like the research arm of NCEI, doing some of the more fun researchy stuff.
And Phil, for those who may have not caught you on a program that you've been on with us before, you study hurricanes, but out in Colorado, so kind of tie all this together and let us know a little bit about you.
Yeah, so I grew up in Massachusetts, right on the coast in Plymouth, and so when I was 5 years old, Hurricane Gloria came into Connecticut. But even though it was about 150 miles away from where I grew up, it still had pretty significant impacts there. And that was I've always been kind of really fascinated by the weather, but that's really what got me focused more on hurricanes. And then I did my undergraduate at Bridgewater State in Massachusetts in geography. And then I'd done some research on seasonal prediction as an undergraduate. And so I applied to go to CSU where Bill Gray was. And he accepted me, and I was very, very, very excited to go work with Bill Gray because he's kind of a legend in the field of tropical meteorology and everything. And I went out to CSU in 2000, and I've been working at CSU ever since. So I've been doing seasonal forecasting, part of the team for 18 years now. And if you were to ask Bill Gray why forecast hurricanes in Colorado, he would say it's because a storm surge can't get you at 5,000 feet.
That is very true. That is very true. Well, Dan, I think you're going to kick off the topic, so go ahead.
We want to talk a little bit about surface pressure in relation to how hurricane damage is assessed. Currently, hurricanes are based mostly on wind speed, but it would be great if you could tell us a little bit more about how the pressure is actually related to the hurricane damage assessments, or how that comes into play at all, other than just forecasting.
Yeah, so this was some work, and some of this actually came a little bit motivated from me growing up in the Northeast U.S., where the Hurricane Center has been reanalyzing all those historical hurricanes, and all my major hurricanes from New England are gone. They're taking them away. They know they're only Category 2s by wind speed. And so, if you look at hurricanes hitting in the East Coast, especially from, say, like Georgia northward, the Carolinas, especially up in New England, their structure is somewhat different from a canonical hurricane like the ones you normally see, like a hurricane hitting Texas or Florida. As these hurricanes move further up the coast, they tend to get somewhat elongated. They're a little less symmetric looking. Sometimes they're not particularly, you wouldn't have those on your wall behind you framed as a picture of what a hurricane looks like. But these kind of big sprawly hurricanes often have a significant amount of damage associated with them. And so basically, if you're thinking about a hurricane, and I think Sandy's probably the best example. I know Sandy was officially post-tropical when it made landfall, but up to about 2 or 3 hours before, it was still classified as tropical. It was a Category 1 by wind. Wind's only about 65, 70 knots, but the pressure was down around 942, 943 millibars, which is an incredibly low pressure. And so the reason the winds weren't that strong was because basically you had a very low pressure in the center, but Sandy, as you know, was an enormously large storm. And so that pressure gradient, the gradient and pressure was spread out over a very large area. And so basically we find that pressure is more of an integrated metric of the storm. So your max wind gives you the strongest wind anywhere in a hurricane, whereas pressure gives you kind of the overall broader intensity of the storm, how large the storm is, because size is very important when it comes to the storm surge. If you have a larger storm, it tends to have a larger storm surge associated with it. And in our paper, we kind of talk about both Charlie and Katrina, how you had Charlie, which was a Category 4 by wind, a tight little storm, very damaging, very devastating, but over a very small area, had very little storm surge, even though it went into one of the most storm surge prone parts of the US. Whereas Katrina, obviously we all know what it did in New Orleans, but even say the levees it held in New Orleans have been 100% fine, killed several hundred people on the Mississippi coastline with a storm surge that approached 28 feet. Because even though its winds were slightly lower, it had a low pressure, 920 millibars. So we argue from our pressure classification scale that Katrina actually would have been a Category 5 hurricane. And consequently, if you look at the damage from Katrina, even putting aside the New Orleans damage, certainly had the damage more you would expect with the Category 5, just basically complete devastation and surge going miles inland.
And so, Carl, we're talking about categories. This is all based off of the Saffir-Simpson scale currently. Can you just give us a brief rundown? I know it's not all, not quite as complicated as perhaps the pressure categories you guys have produced. But can you just give us a rundown of the Saffir-Simpson scale?
Yeah, so the Saffir-Simpson scale was developed back in the I think it was the 60s, based mainly on damage assessments, and it was tied very much to the wind speed. Originally, it was set for wind speed, pressure, and storm surge, but as the decades went on, they started to realize that those aren't always one-to-one. So the Hurricane Center is really narrowed in on using just the wind speed to define each level of the scale, going from 1 to 5. And it's convenient because it's an easy way to communicate to people how strong the storm is with just a single number, but it can also be misleading. And so, some of them are spaced closer together than others. And so there's a little bit of kind of statistical noise with it as well. And so that was, all part of why a lot of folks have really been starting to turn away from this really simple, just based on the maximum wind speed. Folks have been trying to come up with better and better metrics to identify different hazards like the rainfall or the storm surge that aren't really well captured by the winds. And also it's the winds at the center of the storm, or the strongest winds in the storm, and that doesn't really, give you an idea of the size of the storm. And so, one of the most popular alternatives to just using the wind speed is something called IKE, or integrated kinetic energy, that takes kind of the whole disk of the storm and kind of adds up all of the wind speeds throughout the size and really takes into account that size. But the issue there is that you need to know the full wind field, and that's very rarely possible, especially as you go back farther. So that's one of the reasons why we really like the pressure. I mean, no single number is going to give you a great estimate of how strong a storm is, but we think if you've got to use a single number, that the pressure seems to integrate a lot more things and is a lot easier to calculate than some of the alternatives.
But the nice thing with pressure is we measure it every time we fly a plane through a hurricane. We measure the pressure, and we have that number in real time. So basically, the nice thing is someone who's TV meteorologist or emergency manager can see, here's the current pressure, look at the scale and know what it is exactly, as opposed to having to wait for a model analysis for IKE. And that's the thing, is we need something we have in real time. And basically in real time, Hurricane Center has wind and pressure. And we argue also you can measure pressure a whole heck of a lot better than you can measure wind, both with aircraft and especially on the ground during a hurricane. Obviously, we all know anemometers tend to crash and burn in strong winds right when we want them.
So your research, is this at the point where we could see this becoming the new scale in the near future?
I don't know. I mean, I think the general public, I think we do need a scale for hurricane intensity. I think you need a 1 to 5 scale. I mean, you look at whether it's a hurricane, a tornado, or even just like storms, you'll see TV stations will categorize it under 1 to 5. I think really what we find is that it gives you an overall better indication of, one, how much damage the storm is likely to cause. If you look at the historical relationship between wind and damage versus pressure and damage, pressure works better. And we've seen that. You see it also with fatalities. The storms with lower pressures have higher fatalities compared with the storms with lower. I mean, higher winds cause higher fatalities too, but the relationship is better with pressure than it is with wind. When it comes to storm surge in general, lower pressures, you're going to see higher storm surges, even with a stronger relationship than you do with wind. And one of the big things we've seen is a pushback against Saffir-Simpson in the last, say, 10 to 12 years, as with these large storms like Ike and Sandy doing a lot more damage than we would expect from the category. But if we were categorizing them by pressure, we wouldn't necessarily have that strong pushback, because they've actually worked pretty well. When you look at the pressures, they correlate really well with the damage. And obviously, all we're looking at is the storm itself. We're not looking at where the storm is making landfall, because obviously if a storm makes landfall in a major metropolitan area like Miami or Houston, it's going to do more damage than if it makes landfall in a much sparsely populated area. So just simply looking at the pressure, we can explain about 55-60% of the variability in the damage, not even knowing where the storm is going to make landfall.
So for a rapidly intensifying hurricane, would this provide any more any better communication tools, or how would this apply to a storm perhaps like Michael that was rapidly intensifying as it approached the Florida coastline?
When it comes to rapidly intensifying storms, it should work about equally whether you're using wind or pressure. I would say typically your pressure is going to, you may see the pressure fall. The pressure often will fall just ahead of where the winds pick up, so it might give you a little bit of extra notice. I think a lot of what you find is that pressure works well for these storms. I would say that pressure is going to work a little more robustly than wind when you have an eyewall replacement cycle. Because when you have an eyewall replacement cycle, the storm grows in size, the winds come down, but the pressure will maybe go up a scooch, but it's not necessarily going to go up. You're not going to see as big a dramatic a variation in the pressure as you do the wind. And so often when these storms go through eyewall replacement cycles, it's like, oh good, the winds are coming down, but the pressure is staying the same or even going down at the same time. And so it's not, things are getting better, it's the storm's getting larger. And basically kind of the way I always figure it is that the pressure's falling, there's other things that come into play, but in general, if the pressure is falling, the storm's either the winds are picking up, the storm's getting larger, or a combination of both, all of which is bad. We saw this a bit with Hurricane Dorian last year, is that once it emerged from the Bahamas, it was it had weakened, the winds had come down, and the pressure had gone up. But then we had a few hours where the winds were still coming down, and the pressure was actually dropping at the same time. And so you kind of see the wording that the Hurricane Center was using, where it's like, okay, the category may have come down, but the storm is growing in size, so it's not like the risk is getting any lower. And so I think that's why we argue it's a smoother and more continuous function than is the wind overall. It's a lot less volatile. And again, I think really one of the key things is we measure it a whole heck of a lot better too.
Well, and you touched on earlier how the winds were, they're always going to be concentrated kind of in a smaller area. The strongest winds, as where the wind field itself can be a lot larger and still be very damaging. And how does, assigning a number to a hurricane, a category number, obviously when it comes to research purposes, you're going to be able to look at a lot more factors. But when it comes to emergency management and assisting funds that are associated with these storms, can either of you speak to, how putting a number to that storm might affect that system if you have a 4 versus a 2, and how many funds you would be able to get from that, and why it would get better to have a better rating system?
Yeah, so I'm not sure exactly how the numbers are used in that scenario. I know that like the Hurricane Center has been increasingly trying to kind of de-emphasize the Saffir-Simpson scale. So like if you look at the warning graphics, the cone of uncertainty, nowhere on there, you have to really dig pretty hard to find the Saffir-Simpson category. It may not actually be in there usually. They usually just give the wind speed and the pressure. They'll put, hurricane, major hurricane, which is category 3 or greater, but they don't really get beyond that because people seem to focus too much on the category. And they'll see, like Florence as it was approaching Wilmington, we've got downgraded from a category 4 to a category 2, but we all knew that the rain threat wasn't going away at all. And with pressure, the downgrade wouldn't have been as significant. So really where the Hurricane Center seems to be moving is, and I think this is similar to other parts of the Weather Service, where it's really worn on hazard instead of worn on the hurricane itself. So they're really more focused on having this custom suite of different storm surge products and wind products going farther inland, and the rainfall and the flooding, like having each individual component warned on. And that's really, I think that's what the emergency managers probably really need, because they really care about what's going to happen in their county, not necessarily what's happening at the coastline if you're not, right there on the beach. But if you're on the nightly news, going through all those details is going to take a lot longer than you probably have. And so that's why boiling things down to just one number still is valuable. It's just a matter of trying to figure out what one number is going to be the best for it. And we think this is a better solution, but we'll see how quickly people pick up on it.
Have you guys looked at applying this to typhoons in the Pacific or any other basin?
I would love to do that, but unfortunately we don't have really independent pressure measurements from wind. So in the Western Pacific, almost all the assessments are based on satellite. So they have basically what's known as the Dvorak scale, intensity estimation scale. And basically it and all its derivatives are based off of like satellite presentation, and then they assign a wind and a pressure based on that. So unfortunately, the Atlantic is really the only basin we have independent pressure measurements to actually be able to do this analysis. We actually do have aircraft recon that goes back from like 1950 to 1987 in the Western North Pacific. Unfortunately, I don't think, Carl, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think the pressure is archived in the best track, though, unfortunately. So like this, the statistics at the end of the year, basically the Hurricane Center or the Joint Typhoon Warning Center in the Western North Pacific will go through and reassess the storm, maybe tweak its location slightly, or will maybe change its intensities. And so in the Atlantic, they archive the position, the wind, and the pressure. In the Western North Pacific, they only archive the wind speeds.
So the other really interesting thing that Phil was touching on there with the West Pacific is, so the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, their best track historical data only reports the wind for most of the record. But we do have the pressure fixes from recon data. And the really ironic thing is those winds that are reported in the best track were almost never measured. Because if you think about it, right now, most of the winds that we get are primarily coming from dropsons. And, we look back in the 50s, we found a schematic of what a dropson looked like in the 1950s. It literally had a record player in it, like a turntable dropping down out of the sky. How accurate do you think that was for measuring the wind speeds? Not very. So, really what they were doing for most of the recon area.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, Get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Was they were actually measuring the central pressure and then using their best guess of a wind pressure relationship to estimate the winds from that pressure, because the only way they could really measure the winds was to look down at the ocean and see how much spray was coming off of the waves. And again, not a very accurate way to do things.
My, how the technology has changed. You guys have poured a lot of time and effort into this research. If some of our followers who are watching tonight, they want to kind of look at the research, where can they find that at? Where's the best spot?
So it's on. It's been accepted. It's currently in early online review or early online for publication. So you can view it. It's currently the way it was accepted, the way it's currently formatted. They'll actually put a nice new formatting on it. It was supposed to come out in April, but I still haven't seen like the final version. So I suspect it's now going to be May. We have some other stuff going on in the world, so a lot of stuff has been delayed. If you search Phil Klotzbach, Carl Schreck, and wind pressure, you'll definitely find it from that. There's not a lot of us roaming around.
Well, gentlemen, we certainly appreciated your time tonight talking about this as we get into the tropical season. I know there's a lot of conversations going on in the weather industry about the Saffir-Simpson scale, maybe adapting or changing a little bit. I think tonight you've got a little bit of an idea of what a future scale may look like as we go throughout the next few years. So, gentlemen, we certainly appreciate your time, and hopefully this tropical season will be a little bit quieter, but if not, when you hear about surface pressure, hopefully tonight's episode will kind of give you a better idea about how we're determining the damages that these hurricanes could cause. So thank you for watching the Carolina Weather Group. Hope you have a great evening, and we will see you back here next time. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. This is the Wednesday, April 8th, 2020 edition of our little weather get-together. We hope you are all staying safe out there. Tonight we're going to be talking about storm chasing and COVID-19. We know that the pandemic is ongoing throughout the United States, and we are entering severe weather season. So we're going to talk to some storm chasers tonight, some familiar faces and some new faces. We want to welcome in Kevin Smith. He's with the National Weather Service in Pocatello, Idaho. We have on with us Tim Marshall, storm chaser, meteorologist, and engineer. If you are familiar with the weather community, you know Tim goes out and performs damage surveys after these big tornado events. So happy to have Tim on and let him talk a little bit about that towards the end of the show. And our good friend Mike Olubinski is with us. He's back with us, storm chaser, videographer, located out in Arizona, and goes out throughout the plains throughout the storm season, capturing all the sounds and the sights of tornadoes and severe weather. So we're happy to have Tim and Mike and Kevin on with us. We may be joined by an additional guest later on in the program. But bring in our guests. I want to bring in Tim Marshall, Michael Levinsky, and Kevin Smith with us tonight. Gentlemen, welcome to the show. We're happy to have you. How's everyone doing this evening?
I'm still alive.
Well, that's good. We like to hear that.
Doing Tim, great. Thanks for having us on.
Yeah, Mike.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Tim, we'll start with you. You are in Texas right now. Tell us a little bit for your first-time guest. So tell us a little bit about your weather history, your weather background, how you got caught up in this crazy weather community that we're all involved in.
Yeah, we've come a long way, haven't we? Many, many years. Well, I've always been interested in the weather. Ever since I was small, I really kept weather records in my house. My parents asked me what I wanted for Christmas. I told them a barometer. They said, "What's that?" And I go, "It's a device that measures barometric pressure, air pressure." And I got a barometer, so I kept daily records. I wrote to TV weatherman. They wrote me back in those days. And then Ted Fujita was at the University of Chicago, and I was in a suburb of Chicago, Oak Lawn. I got hit by a F4 tornado on April 21, 1967. I was about 9 or 10. And I knew right then and there I wanted to study tornadoes the rest of my life and figure out what these things are. And I didn't realize at that time I was going to chase them down, but that came later. But I wanted to go to school and learn about tornadoes, and that's what I did.
That's awesome. And Tim, we want to get more into what you do after the tornado later on in the show. Let's bring in Kevin Smith. He's with the National Weather Service in Idaho. Kevin, currently in Idaho, but you also have some ties here to North Carolina. Tell us a little bit about you.
Yeah, so great to be on, and thanks for having me on the show tonight. So grew up in central New York, Syracuse area, right in the middle of New York State, and right on the edge of the lake effect snow belts, which might have helped spur a little bit of my early interest in the weather. And I'm not really sure what really got me into it. You know, a lot of people have stories of a big tornado or a big storm or some trigger for them that really launched them into their meteorology careers, their storm chasing careers and whatnot. I'm not sure really what it was for me, but ever since elementary school, knew I wanted to be a meteorologist and was particularly interested in the National Weather Service, just for the public service side, public protection side of everything. So went to college down in NC State, Raleigh. So there's my connection to North Carolina. Started in 2007, working on my meteorology degree and was there for 4 or 5 years. So, got to know a lot of great people down there. And Dan Whitaker and I believe we met possibly doing some local chasing back during that time when I was in college. Got some exposure at the Raleigh Weather Service office, doing some volunteer work there. Whatnot, and got involved in the ham radio side of weather spotting and the Skywarn programs there in central North Carolina as well. And so graduated in 2012, and just like a lot of people are facing, very competitive these days to get into the National Weather Service. And it took several years of applying and kind of refining my credentials and gaining some more experience in different areas. And during that time, I spent some time actually firefighting and doing private security as my paid job during that period. So a little bit of a break, and then was able to get a job offer at the National Weather Service out here in Pocatello, Idaho, just a little over 3 years ago. And I've been out here ever since.
Do you know one of my best friends out there?
I'm sorry?
Do you know one of my best friends out there, Jeff Hedges?
Yes. Jeff was there when I first started. He's retired now, but I was able to work with him for, I believe, a little bit over a year out there.
Yeah, Jeff and I went to school together at NIU.
Yeah, so small, tight-knit community in this meteorology world we live in.
Yep.
So, and I have about 12 or 13 years of storm chasing experience as well that I've continued on the side. So.
Do you know Elizabeth Padian?
I have met her. I believe she is or was working at the Boise Weather Service office. And I've met
Boise.
Her.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay, yeah. I shot her wedding like years ago, and she was always, she said she was up from one of those offices, and for some reason Pocatello always seemed to be where she was from or something in my head, so that's why I remember.
No, I have met her as well.
Well, Mike, I'm going to start off with first question for you. Our guests may remember you from December, but I want to ask all three of you guys your different roles. Each one of you have a different role in storm chasing, a different agenda, idea of what you want to do. So Mike, I'll start with you. Kind of tell us, you live in Arizona, so you make the trek out to the plains every year. Kind of tell us about the role that you want as you're out storm chasing.
I was just talking to someone today. They were saying something about, I bet you'd probably still go chasing if you didn't have a camera. And I was like, I don't know. Like, I would love to watch a storm if I didn't have a camera, but chasing it and going out to the plains and all that stuff, my big thing is I love to capture that stuff. photos, time lapse, and share that stuff. That's kind of what, drives me. So my whole kind of motivation every year is to go out and do that. And it's, my job has kind of evolved since I've been, started doing this over 10 years ago out here. And I'm, from Arizona, we get amazing monsoon thunderstorms. And that's what I grew up loving out here, was lightning and dust storms and all that. And so, of course, once I saw a supercell in a tornado, I was like, well, that's the next best thing. So, but my job has kind of evolved where I'm out there mainly for me to get footage, but I've also turned into taking people along on tours. I kind of, do more like, I guess I would kind of call them private tours, where there's 1 or 2 or 3 people coming along, try to keep them small, because I still want to get, the footage I want to get. And we've also played guide to having some people follow us that want to get the same kind of footage that we're getting. And we're definitely, when I say we, I mean, sometimes I have my buddy Brett ride along, or me by myself, but we, we kind of have a different mindset. I know Tim, a lot of these guys are right under the tornado. They want to get close up footage. They're getting the damage. They're getting all this, the crazy stuff. And we're usually in front of it because we want to stay out of the rain and the hail, because we want to capture these images. So the footage we're getting is a little bit of a different type than what other people get, but it's a heck of a lot of fun, and I'm hoping, badly, that I will be able to get some more this spring.
I'll bring in Brett Adair. He's joining us. I think he's actually out in the field right now, doing a little bit of chasing. Brett, a guest of our show, so if you've been following us, you've seen Brett before. Brett, you do live storm media, doing some stuff for Weather Nation. What's your objective? What's your goal as you go out in the field and chase?
The number one objective has been report. Obviously, we want to get in front of these storms and, in some cases get close and others maybe not so close. Today, the objective was we had some inverted V-type soundings earlier in the day, so we knew hail and damaging winds were going to be the key elements and components for earlier today. So we did a little chasing in the severe thunderstorm watch down in Alabama just to do a little bit of reporting if we had anything. Now we're shifting into nighttime mode, where we're moving up I-65 north of Birmingham, headed toward Huntsville, and we're going to go up and see if we can't, confirm anything that might happen. We got increasing shear in the overnight hours, and we're still really unstable. 2,000 to 3,000 Cape out here as these storms push out of Tennessee and Arkansas. So we're going to be doing anything that we can to confirm any type of damage and see if we get any wind or hail reports up here.
And so we know chasing kind of a different scenario this year with the coronavirus going on. Maybe some different rules, perspectives coming through. Tim Marshall, I know you was able to head up to Jonesboro, Arkansas. We'll talk a little bit about that later on. But as you're out in the field, what is your guidelines, or what are you wanting to look for as you're out in the field?
Well, we've had to change
now. Oh, go ahead. Now, right now, I am on this EF scale committee, and what we try to do is get pictures of certain buildings that are damaged by tornadoes. So that's my mission, and that's why I was in Nashville, I was in Jonesboro and Dallas, looking for these specific damage indicators, as we call them, and get photos of that. We have plenty of photos of damaged houses and manufactured homes. What we want to do is look at more details, like your Walgreens and your cantilever lights that we have, street lights, those kinds of things that we need photos for. So that's what I'm doing, is I'm surveying to get specific photographs.
Awesome. That's some great perspective there. Some good information that we get from your storm surveys. Dan, I know you friends with Kevin, and maybe you guys can kind of talk about that side of the conversation tonight.
Right. Yeah, definitely. So it's nice to have a great round view of perspectives here of all the different types of chasing that the people here do, as well as the professional associations with their job in storm chasing. It's one of the perspectives that I thought was really important to have tonight was bringing on Kevin Smith, who's a meteorologist at the National Weather Service. I've known Kevin for a while. We've ran his storms together. We've in North Carolina, we both would end up on some of the same storms as we were chasing it. He's always been someone who has thought very critically to spotter reports and reports to be used for the National Weather Service. So that being said, kind of Kevin, what do you think, like, I mean, just for you to speak to it, your overall kind of perspective on storm reports and the importance of those and how those are used for the National Weather Service. What's kind of your history and your, where you feel that importance lies with those reports?
Yeah. So going back to before I was in the Weather Service, my focus chasing has always been on reporting. And I know, we all chase for different reasons. There's research applications, there's chasing with tour groups as a means of making money and whatnot. Obviously, a lot of research going on and whatnot, people looking for photos and videos. My focus has always been on the public reporting side, just because I knew back in the day that it had a lot of importance for the local Weather Service offices. And I'm also just personally very driven by things that help people. So putting on my Weather Service hat, now that I'm working out in Pocatello, spotter reports are huge. And, there's this distinction. There's skywarn spotters, there's storm chasers. A lot of people kind of put them in two different bins. And there is a difference. Spotters are usually going about their daily life and just when they happen to come across something, when they happen to see something going on in their neighborhood or on the way to work or on the way to their family, they'll go ahead and report that. Whereas chasers put more time and money into following storms over great distances, counties and states and whatnot. And again, sometimes for different reasons. So from the Weather Service perspective, ground truth reports are huge. They are not going away. The importance of spotter reports are not going away. We talk about all these great advances these days in radar technology, dual pole radar, phased array radar. We have satellite imagery that's incredible resolution now with even 1 minute updates if we want that type of data during severe weather. And even with these advances, there's nothing that's come along, and probably nothing that's going to come along in any of our lifetimes. It's going to replace ground truth reports. So the Skywarn program, the practice of calling in reports, whether it's to the media or directly to the Weather Service offices, remains incredibly important for our operations at the Weather Service. And I think that's going to remain incredibly important going forward, even with the advances.
Well, thanks for explaining that really well. I guess kind of the purpose of tonight's conversation, how everything kind of comes back around is, how things are going to change this storm season with the threat of coronavirus and the way things are going this storm season already. And hopefully that changes in a few weeks or a month, and, staying ultra optimistic that by late May or June, things will be a lot closer to where they were, before all of this. But that's just the optimistic storm chaser in me. All that being said, I think one of the important things is, what if we're talking 5 years from now and we're looking back at this storm season, what are going to be the biggest takeaways? What are the most important things that may have happened weather-wise from a lot of people staying home, from a lot of research potentially being halted. So that being said, Kevin, kind of back to you about this reporting, just kind of starting there, as we're all trying to make sense of severe weather and try and figure out the best way to make sense of ground reports and get those in. How do you think that might be affected this storm season?
Of our security, and then we just have. It's really hard to tell. So obviously, and probably everyone on this panel is aware, there's a lot of debate right now going on among the spotter community, storm chaser community on to chase or not to chase, and CDC guidelines, and how is the overall season going to be impacted? With everything going on with COVID. In terms of the reports that are streaming into the Weather Service offices, it's hard to tell. We get a lot of reports from the local spotters in each CWA, so each county warning area, the area that each Weather Service office is in charge of in terms of forecasting and warning operations. I don't speculate that would change significantly, particularly with a lot of people at home. Our spotters that usually call in reports are hopefully going to continue to call in reports throughout the pandemic as long as they can do so safely. In terms of maybe having less chasers out in the field, it's really hard to speculate on that. Whether that's going to have an impact on the overall verification process or just the amount of reports that are coming in. Officially, from the Weather Service standpoint, we strongly recommend everyone to follow all the CDC guidelines and all the local guidelines related to the pandemic. That's kind of a first priority before we get into, well, I need to report the wall cloud. But outside of that, pandemic or no pandemic, we want those ground truth reports whenever they can be sent.
Kevin, one of the things that you said that stuck with me was the importance that in normal times, these observations can provide to you guys at the National Weather Service. I'd like to have you speak a little bit more to that in just a second, but what I'd like to do to kind of draw a parallel between the two conversations we're having is play a sound clip today from here in Charlotte, North Carolina, where Mecklenburg County Health Director Gibby Harris actually drew a line between what hurricane forecasting is like and what trying to forecast the coronavirus is like, and it plays off of exactly what I think you were just talking about how today's observations determine tomorrow's forecast. This runs about a minute. It's a little long, but I want to let our weather-centric audience hear this sound.
We have built the modeling that we're using in this community based on methods that were developed by a team of researchers at the University of Pennsylvania. The CDC has also used this model. We're working with our partners at Atrium and Novant, and it requires data from all three of our systems to run these models. We've adjusted the models with our local data and are monitoring the projections daily. Every time we put in new data and adjust the assumptions based on what we're seeing in our community, the forecasts can shift. These models are not unlike what you see when we have a hurricane. When you see models from a hurricane, you see where the hurricane is and then the cone that goes out from the hurricane. That means that it could happen anywhere within that cone based on the modeling that they're able to do. And the further you go out with the modeling, the wider that cone becomes. That's what we're dealing with in this situation. We have limited data, and we're using what we're seeing in other communities to help us with that modeling. But you have to know that this is a moving target for us, and we're doing the best we can with what we have.
So, Kevin, those observations, whether they come from humans or machinery, really do play a role in the weather world to help with tomorrow's forecasting. Is that right?
That's right, yes. And I think we're padded a little bit as far as spotter reports go. And what I mean by that is, obviously, when we're reducing weather balloon launches, which are directly inputted into the models that we use, if we're reducing observations coming from aircraft, because air travel is down so much right now with the pandemic going on. Things like that are direct inputs into the weather models are going to have a pretty clear and documented impact, I think, on some of the accuracy and just the performance of the overall model. When we circle back around to ground truth reports from spotters and from storm chasers, again, it's hard to ascertain. We're not plugging a spotter report or a chaser report directly into a model. And again, with the majority of spotters being on the spotter end of that spectrum and reporting from home, reporting from work, again, we're hoping that we don't see a big reduction in those types of reports coming in during the pandemic. But I can think of multiple examples all the way back to high school when I was a spotter back in high school. And then I kind of started to stray more and more into storm chasing as we went into college and then my adult life so far. There's a lot of different examples I can think of where actions were taken by the Weather Service immediately based on my report. And that's a really great feeling. As far as, we know spotter reports are valuable. I'm telling you they're valuable right now as a Weather Service employee. But being able to see that in real time. So, for example, back in Cicero, New York, just north of the Syracuse area, called in my rain gauge observation one day. This was back, I believe, toward the end of high school, and said, hey, we've had a thunderstorm. Our total accumulation over the last 45 minutes was measured as this much. And this is what I'm seeing in terms of minor flooding around the neighborhood. And within 3 minutes, an urban and small stream flood advisory was issued. And when you read into the text of the advisory, it said, at such and such a time, a trained weather spotter reported this much rain fell in 45 minutes. the weather spotter reported there is street flooding in Cicero. And multiple examples like that over my time as a spotter, where you can see that direct effect that report has. So I think it's kind of in a different category. Regardless of how the weather models are responding to changes in the data inputs right now due to the pandemic, I think spotting is always valuable. Calling in reports, whether you're a spotter or chaser, is always valuable, pandemic or no pandemic, and hopefully that's going to continue uninterrupted as we go forward this year.
Hey, Kevin, one more question for you before we move over to Brett, Mike, and Tim. As a forecaster at the National Weather Service, if come May, some of these stay-at-home orders haven't been repealed and we can't get storm spotters out in the field, how will that affect the warning process?
Yeah, so again, hard to say. I think my impression from my experience is the majority of our local Skywarn spotters that report into each Weather Service office, again, are local. And so I don't think there's going to be a huge interruption in general in terms of their ability to report what they're seeing in their backyard, the type of weather that's impacting their neighborhood and whatnot. And again, it's hard to categorize, if people...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
As they would if some of the local spotters are not driving the neighborhood looking for damage, maybe because of the pandemic, or if we're cutting down on the chaser presence out in the field, just from the storm chasers, whether they're local or coming in from another state. It's very hard to tell what type of impact that would have. But the final thought on that, again, is whether you're a storm chaser, whether you're a spotter, whether you're someone looking to get involved in that process, these reports matter a lot. We use them every single high-impact weather event and operations at all the Weather Service offices, and it's a great thing to get involved in. And if you want me to at some point, I can speak a little bit more to that and how to get involved as well.
Yeah, actually, Kevin, near the end of after we talk about some more things, we'll be talking about that specifically. And for any of the listeners, it would be great for us to give them things to do they can do from home to become involved with better reporting and stuff like that. So we'll be actually speaking to that. I think it's a great and very useful thing that we can all kind of try and figure out what we can all do while we stay at home. So, but over to you, Brett. You're out in the car. You're pursuing storms right now. Just as a kind of overall question, what is so important about today and about what you're doing that you're in the car and following these storms right now? What from a media perspective and from a meteorologist's perspective is the reason you're out there, and why is that so important?
Yeah, Dan, I mean, it's one of those situations where now, some people are definitely scared to go on the field because, the advisement has been to stay at home in most states. For us, we're still essential. We still have to report. We still have to, give the news, whether it be the news or weather news. And we're having to take really drastic steps to change things in the field ourselves. Normally, when we go out, we do this, we're, covering the storms, and then we may be covering damage. And then in most cases, we're going to go and, try to find a place to have a meal, try to find a place to sleep for the night, get ready for the next day, or get ready to head home. For us, over the last month and a half, my wife already has a bit of an issue with lupus. So she has an underlying condition. So I'm having to be extremely careful. We have tons of hand sanitizer, gloves, N95 masks. We've been sleeping in tents on air mattresses at campgrounds that were open. Now we're going to likely have to do some primitive type camping when we go out for the next month or 2 months or however long. We also are having to bring our own food because in many cases we just don't, either A, you don't have restaurants open to do curbside when we're finished with our day, or B, the comfort level of trying to get food right now is just not there because personally I think you could easily spread a virus through, food contamination. So, I mean, we're just having to be extremely careful wiping down gas pumps before we use them, wiping down credit card readers because we've still got to pump fuel. It has really changed the way that we operate, and we're having to really slow down and be more attentive to the things that normally would would be second nature to us when we're in the field. So personally, I'm a little more worried about other things than the storms, and you have to pay attention and really think about things more in depth. And it also, I second guess myself sometimes. I don't want to become complacent about the weather and then have an issue there as well. So it's becoming very challenging, but we still have to be out here, reduce number of spotters. One thing that has not happened yet, and luckily for all of us it hasn't, what if we had a radar failure during, a time of this where we don't have as many spotters and eyes out in the field on storms if we had severe weather? Luckily our equipment hasn't failed us yet. Let's just continue to hope we get through this without any of those type of issues as well.
Yeah, that's right. So, Tim, to kind of speak to you, you've already been out chasing as well. You've done your damage assessments. You've seen some of these effects probably as well. Is there anything like what Brett was talking about that you think you've had to change, or that's limited your ability to do your job or to pursue the storms?
Absolutely. Everything Brett was saying with regard to carrying hand sanitizer. I have an N95 mask and have gloves, have surgical gloves, have a whole box of them. So every time I go to fuel up, I put on a surgical glove and then go ahead and proceed to use that and then throw it away after I fill up the vehicle. Fast food is the order of the day, obviously, and that's not good for my health. My doctor would certainly frown on that, but that's the way chasing is. So some of the fast food restaurants are still open fairly late at night, and even the Sonics we found are open, and not my first choice to go eat there, but if it's the only thing around, you want something warm there you go. Hotels I have not found to be a problem yet. I've been finding that many hotels welcome to have a visitor because they don't have hardly anybody in the hotels. So I'm not too concerned about that. So far, we've done pretty well. We've had a couple chases already, and it's been fun. But I think what happens is we'll see how things work over the next few weeks and months, and see how bad it gets or if it improves any.
And so, Mike, I want to bring you in because Tim lives in Texas, Brett's in Alabama. You're in Arizona, so you have to do a lot of traveling to get to where you need to be. What do you think the effects may be for you? Have you already experienced some of them? Kind of tell us, walk us through your game plan.
Well, at least I haven't experienced them. I haven't been out chasing yet. I've kind of put a goal in my head of not chasing until May, just so I don't even think about it right now. I just want to wait till things maybe get a little better. Plus, I have 3 kids. They're out of school, and my wife works at our church where there's only a couple people working, so she still goes in every day. And so I'm kind of hunkered down, helping them, get caught up on schoolwork that they need to do. I'm the one going to the store to get groceries and all that. So it's actually been really fun, but also kind of, still trying to work and stuff on my own, which has been a little bit stressful with the kids. But, I'm trying to look at this time a little bit with some silver lining as a gift that I get to spend time with them and help them out. But all the precautions they're taking, I've been taking. I'm starting, I'm freaking out. I sound a little sick. I have allergies out here. But on Friday night, I thought I was like, oh my God, my chest is caving in and I've got all these symptoms, and had a panic attack on Friday night. So, since then I realized I just have allergies. It's real bad out here for everybody. But I do everything, go to the store and wash my hands before I go in. I try not to touch anything. I've trained myself not to touch my face. And it's just crazy how much your face itches once you've trained yourself not to touch your face inside a grocery store. And then I cannot immediately wash my hands and make sure and wash my phone if I've touched it, or credit card or whatever. So, but for me, at least coming up, it's going to be different. I usually will do tours for 7 days, 10 days. I don't know if any of those are going to happen. They don't usually start until mid-May. So right now I'm, one of the guys coming, he was a 77-year-old man who's come on a couple of my workshops before. He's like, I don't want to come and I don't want to stay in hotels, and which is great. I don't want him to risk anything he doesn't want to. But, for me, when I started doing this, I started in Arizona chasing by myself. And when I started coming out the plains, I had a buddy or two, but really my first time ever coming out was by myself. And I learned to chase solo and how to navigate, look at radar, and do all the stuff at the same time. For me, I'm almost thinking, it's going to be like kind of like a flashback to how I used to chase. And right now, the plan is to bring a cooler of food and a sleeping bag and a pillow and sleep in the back of my 4Runner. And if I need a, motel, I might even go in and bring my pillow and my sleeping bag, so I don't really have to touch the bed, and make sure I wipe everything down. And like Tim said, I have a neighbor who works with hotels, and I know that some of them out there, they're going to need money, they need support as well. And so, in a way, hopefully we're kind of helping them out at the same time of being, safe and all that. So, my plan is to just kind of try to do that as much as I can. I've gotten used to driving out there, especially to, kind of to Denver, chasing, coming back to Denver, leaving my truck somewhere and flying home for, $100 a flight one way, which is pretty cheap, staying home for a few days, flying back out and chasing. So I don't have to do the crazy drives back and forth across New Mexico and everything. But this year I'm probably going to have to get used to doing that again. So I think it's possible it's going to be a little bit different than before, but my plan really is to, hopefully wait till May, maybe first, second week of May. I love late May and June anyway. It's about my favorite time to chase. Usually it's more picturesque, or it can be. But that's just kind of my goal. And if it's safe to go, I'm going to feel real good about it. But I'm definitely going to be ultra paranoid the whole time I'm out there, and try to avoid any, big chaser meetups, no Applebee dinners, none of that stuff. It's just going to be kind of staying below radar, just chasing and having fun and trying to just do what I really love, which is just be out there all night getting lightning photos. And honestly, storm chasing, at least to me, is one of the most socially distancing hobbies you can possibly have. That also, at least for me, is a job. So I get to go do that and really have an excuse to be away from everybody and not have to do anything. But other than, Tim and Brett said, wash your hands before touching a gas pump and avoid, that kind of stuff as much as possible. So at least that's my plan right now, but we'll see. It's only early April. Who knows what's going to change?
Yeah, definitely in a changing world. Kevin, I want to bring you in, and then we're going to go to a quick break. With the Weather Service, I know some things have to be kept internally, but as we get into storm season with the Weather Service, we see these bigger severe weather days. Sometimes the Weather Service brings in additional staff to help monitor social media, Skywarn, things like that. Does the Weather Service have any clue or any ideas or plans on how to address these bigger severe weather event days during the COVID-19 pandemic?
Yeah. So the guidance we've been given is operations continue. So broadly in the Weather Service, we have a lot of people teleworking if they can, particularly on the management side, upper management, even some of our IT support and electricians type positions, electronic support, are trying to telework as much as possible. As far as operations goes, doing the forecasting for the airports, providing support for our partners, all of the severe weather outbreaks, all of that. I say business as usual. We're washing our hands more. We're spraying down the workstations. We're trying not to sit next to each other. So we're trying to practice social distancing and disinfect as much as we can. But we're going to bring in everybody that we need to work a severe weather event or a tornado outbreak. And it kind of comes down to risk. If we have the potential for big tornadoes to start wiping people out, there's a point where that risk potentially, particularly if we can't warn for it, that risk is going to become pretty big and be a pretty big threat to life and property. And, right alongside the pandemic, that needs to be addressed. So, we bring in everybody that we need on the operational side to handle the big events, just like we normally would for the pandemic.
So, Tim, you were in Jonesboro just recently in the past few days surveying. Did you notice any effects of the COVID-19 outbreak and how that influenced storm surveying as well as storm recovery?
Well, the people there were very cognizant of the stay-at-home order, but they also wanted to go out and see the damage. So there was, two types of people out there. There were people who did stay home, and then there were people who were out in their cars taking cell phone pictures of the damage and destruction. The police were all over there, and funny because talking to the police there, one police officer shook my hand, and then we both thought, wait a minute now, we shouldn't be doing that. And then other officers would say, well, we could just, say hi or something like that. And that's great. So there was some of that. And then the hotel I stayed at up in Jonesboro, they said that before the tornado, they had 20% occupancy. But then after the tornado, it went to 60%, and they expect to be sold out as more first responders and contractors come into town. So in a way, it brings back some business.
Absolutely. Wow, that's scary stuff. It's the worst case scenario that a major tornado goes through a populated area at a time like this. And obviously that's awful no matter when, even when there's no virus wreaking havoc through the world. But that's just awful for those folks. Over to you, Scotty.
Thank you, Evan. Tim, I want to keep you up and bring Kevin in as well. Tim, you were able to kind of go through Nashville, Tennessee, look at this tornado damage that went through downtown. That was pre-COVID-19, before everything kind of shut down. You was in Jonesboro after COVID-19. So you did storm surveys on both. So I want to ask you, how are those storm surveys different? Have you noticed anything? And then Kevin, I want to piggyback that off to you as how will the Weather Service conduct these storm surveys when we're in this time of social distancing? So Tim, I'll throw it to you first.
Well, as far as Nashville and then Jonesboro is concerned, I was still able to get around without any problems whatsoever. I was able to do my survey without any problem. I do a lot of walking as well, and I have all the credentials with me. So, I have my hard hat on, and I have a jacket on that says, that I'm a surveyor. So those kinds of things, people recognize me as somebody who's supposed to be essential out there doing the job. And that's what I do. So I've had no problems with it myself. And like I was saying earlier, there's two kinds of people out there in the Jonesboro area, those that stayed home and those that went out and took a look at the damage. And it wasn't anything too bad because it's a rural town, and it didn't have the hundreds of people that have had it or died from it yet. And so it wasn't really that impactful to a lot of the people I spoke with. They didn't realize the full extent of it, I don't think, like some of the bigger cities have. It's because they're out 2 hours from Little Rock, for example, and they're out in the country, and they don't have the concentration of COVID positive cases as something like Little Rock.
And Kevin, with you guys doing out National Weather Service storm surveys, I know you got the credentials and stuff, but sometimes you maybe interview or interact with homeowners and business owners and things like that. Is there any guidelines that are changing during this COVID-19 period?
Yeah, so luckily we haven't had anything to survey yet out here in Idaho. Certainly less severe weather than the plains. Which makes it a little bit nicer. But, storm surveys are a responsibility of the Weather Service, usually a lot of times in conjunction with local emergency management and some other partners. And as they fall under operations, we're going to proceed forward with what we need to do. Certainly, there's going to be social distancing. There's going to be an increased emphasis on safety and disinfecting and masks and things like that, just like everyone else is doing. So that's the main difference there, is that type of stuff is going to come into play in a pretty big way as we go out and do that. But storm surveys will continue. I'll mention, too, since it relates to chasing and spotting, we've had to cancel our outreach. A lot of Weather Service offices are essentially locked down. We're not letting contractors in anymore. We're not we're not interacting with people who are delivering packages. We're not allowing tours or visits or any in-person meetings of any kind. And that includes the outreach we do out in the field, like Skywarn classes to train new spotters. So a lot of that has been canceled, and actually just about all outreach across the country for the Weather Service has been canceled or postponed until things get better in the course of this pandemic. We have increased, most offices have increased their virtual presence. Some offices are doing more virtual online Skywarn classes that people can dial into live. So there's been a little bit more of an emphasis there, and that's a trend that's been going on for years. A lot of offices have been starting to do that anyway. But that's certainly taken on a bigger role here during the pandemic since we're avoiding all of that in-person contact.
So, Kevin, if I was let's say this was my first year trying to get involved with severe weather, whether that's the information or the spotting or and I have to do most of that from home. What other things would you recommend that I could get into to be able to kind of enhance my knowledge and also my ability to report from my local area for home? Things such as CoCoRaHS or MPing, anything like that you can think of?
Yeah. So there are two ways to look at this. One, business as usual as far as reporting for local spotters. If you're going to work, if you're at home, you see severe weather, before we wanted to know about it, we still want to know about it. And it's certainly, a safe social distancing activity as far as reporting electronically or over the phone. CoCoRaHS is great. We use that data at the Weather Service offices across the country routinely for precipitation events. So getting involved in CoCoRaHS, whether the pandemic was happening or not, is certainly something that's encouraged. Getting involved in your local Skywarn program and becoming a spotter, certainly encouraged. And then there's other technologies out there such as Spotter Network and MPing that are both pretty popular among the spotter and chaser community. And those are fair game as well during the pandemic. So if you haven't gotten involved in Spotter Network, there's a little training that you can take online to get involved there, and that's a way to submit reports. And those reports do process into a lot of our systems at the Weather Service offices, like NWS Chat and some of our other systems. And then on the MPing side, MPing, it can be a little less useful at times depending on the category you're using. In terms of whether we can directly use that for storm verification. So, for example, if you're reporting quarter-size hail in MPing, perfect. A lot of Weather Service offices have started using that data on a regular basis in an official capacity. Some of the wind damage categories in MPing are a little more binned. They're a little more broad and not very specific, and that isn't always the most helpful as far as verification goes. But remember, MPing is being used for research by the NSSL, by OU, and I believe SIMS is involved in well. So outside the Weather Service, there's a lot of applications for the MPing data. So that's still a great, valuable way to report. And they're still looking to really push that and get more and more reporting through MPing. It utilizes crowdsourcing to really provide its value. So all of these are on the table, regardless of whether there was a pandemic or not. And we certainly encourage people to continue to take those routes and get involved if you're interested in getting
Tim,
involved.
in years past, you've been involved in projects such as Vortex 2 and more recently Rotate. How might this diminish travel and being more careful about what you do while you're out chasing? How might all of those things affect severe weather research this season?
Well, there will be no project this year for me. I was informed that the folks that are in charge, Josh and Karen, lost funding, unfortunately, with NSF, so there's not going to be any kind of program this year. But they have asked me in past years to go along with them and to serve as one of the lead probe vehicles out there to deploy those instrumented pods. And the reason for that is because of my long years of experience and how I have this passion for getting up right in front of tornadoes. And we've had some good success over the years with them. It's just, I wish that we'd go every year instead of kind of waiting on the whims of funding. But I guess that's the way it works. So there won't be a project this spring, but I'll be out. I'm always out every spring, have been since 1978, and I will continue to go out and chase.
Brett, I want to talk to you. I know you, Live Storms Media, you guys are out shooting video and different media outlets contact you about that. Do you think that might be a bigger thing this year to kind of break the COVID-19 news cycle, people wanting to see something besides the coronavirus with severe weather video?
It's already been that way. We've been kind of noticing an uptick lately. A couple of other issues, though, with it. Unfortunately, some of our clients, particularly within the CBS News headquarters in New York City, have actually died of COVID. So it has created internal challenges on the administration side for the bigger networks. As you can imagine, treating their people and covering the story as much as they can. Another issue that we have actually ran into this year is we covered the Eufaula, Alabama tornado last week as it roared through. And, you know, your first thoughts are to get out and check on people, number one. Number two, when people start talking to you and coming up and telling you about how the storm was, and then, you know, from my media background, my perspective is, okay, well, would you like to do an interview? And it's very, very hard for me to try and retrain myself. Wait, you know, I can't mic this person up, or we're going to have to take a different approach. We're trying to stay 6 feet back. Well, the boom mic pick up the audio, you know, those type of things. So the actual coverage element has had to change overall as well due to COVID. But back to your original question, yes, we've seen an uptick in weather video. I think really and truly, you know, there's so much doom and gloom with the curve and the number of fatalities nationwide, the number of cases, that anything that is different that's going on television, people are kind of glued to, because they know the seriousness of the situation, but they're getting burned out on hearing about it.
Definitely so. Well, I know we're running up on the hour. I want to invite you guys.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
But before we do that, I would love to give you an opportunity to promote any website, social media that folks can follow you on. Mike, I'll start with you first. How can people keep track with you as we get into the storm chasing season?
I mean, pretty much unless it's something called TikTok, which I've never understood what that is, you can find me. So Twitter and Instagram and Facebook and my name for my website and all that. But if you Google my name, you'll probably find it.
I think we may see Mike on TikTok before long. Tim, how about you?
Well, I'm on Spotter Network. When a storm gets going, then I put my beacon on, but not until my target storm is going. So people cannot follow me until there's a target storm there. And I'm on Facebook. That's the only social media I'm on. Even though I do have a Twitter handle of Tornado, I don't really post very much on Twitter. So it's best to follow me on Facebook. I put out a forecast in the morning if I'm going chasing, and I show kind of the setup and show you my target. So that's not done by too many other chasers, but that's what I do. So at least they have an idea of where I'll be in the afternoon.
I always enjoy seeing your Facebook posts, drawing the target area of where you are headed towards. Brett, how about you? How can we follow you?
Yeah, we're on Facebook. Obviously, I have a personal Facebook, but Live Storms Media, you can see all kind of cool videos, and then the YouTube channel, Alabama Storm Tracker on Twitter. And if you got an iPhone, Android device, which most people do these days, the live chasing app. That's one thing where people are going to be able to get some entertainment. We're going to have a lot of new live streamers streaming storms this year. And we're going to be running on livestormchasing.com. Also, lots of cool new features coming as we go through the season.
And then, Kevin, if we find ourselves in Idaho up in your area, how can we follow you?
Well, unfortunately, with my focus always being on calling in reports, and that's been, always been kind of my core focus. I haven't really dabbled much into having social media pages for people to follow me on. So not super helpful there. I have a personal Facebook page. I post some photos and video, mostly for friends and family. And I'm on Spotter Network. So for the chaser community and the spotter community, you will see my beacon moving around when I'm out on chases on Spotter Network. I'll toss out there too, since I don't have a personal page that's public. The last question I kind of said, well, there's two different things here. One of them, like I talked about, is the spotting and chasing side and calling in reports. But for people who are home teleworking right now, or maybe just have more free time on their hands because they are isolated because of the pandemic, one way to get involved if you want to expand your knowledge a little bit in the world of weather, weather.gov/learning is one of our official websites where we've collected together a lot of different things. So some of it designed for children, some of it designed for everybody. And I believe there's links to like Comet Med Ed and some different programs in there where actually you can take Skywarn spotter training online and get that to your local office. But a lot of different resources there for anyone looking to pick up a little extra knowledge or learn a little more about weather if you have extra time at home during the pandemic.
climatologically, this is the prime time for severe weather in the South. So we'll definitely be keeping our eyes on that. And James, today, the National Weather Service, NOAA, Weather Ready Nation ambassadors, all were promoting Safe Place Day, Safe Place Selfie Day. I'll say it that right the second time. Safe Place Selfie Day. And so, James, I know you were able to capture a few selfies.
Yes, the first one comes to us from the National Weather Service in Greenville-Spartanburg, making mention of social distancing. Have you thought about where your safe place is at work? For that point in time when we actually went to work. For them, it would be their break room, which doubles as their storm shelter. And you'll notice that it is empty here, as we've talked about with so many of them working from home. This guy's going to look real familiar to you. Here's Scotty Powell in his, is this a basement closet, Scotty?
This is the basement bathroom, yes.
Yeah, you got your helmet on, which is good. You have your tools, and loyal viewers of the show will know that we've actually seen Scotty reporting live from this space while seeking shelter, so we're used to seeing that wood paneling there behind him. And then... What are you
remind me, it happened about this time last year, right?
Yes, I believe
talking about that earlier.
A year ago, coming up, not the 16th, because that's a different tornado outbreak, but it was about a year ago that it all took place. And then here's my picture. We moved into our new house a couple months ago, and I'm still trying to figure out where everything is, but we have this really nice space under the stairs, and I was going to pose with my emergency hand crank radio, because it's important that when you go into a shelter, you can continue to receive information, but it's actually acting as the flashlight in this particular photo. So it's not too late. If you have not already taken your picture, you can send it using hashtag #SafePlaceSelfie. And it's just always good to know exactly where you're going to go, how you're going to get there. And if you're like me, make sure you clean the space out, clean the closet out, maybe the day or so ahead of time so you can get in there in a moment's notice. Scotty, back over to you.
Yeah, so we have a couple of days. We'll be watching that severe weather possible setup over the weekend. So that's all for tonight. Next week, we're going to be talking about the April 16th, 2011 tornado outbreak in the Carolinas. So be sure to tune in next week. We all hope you have a great Easter weekend. Stay safe out there, and we'll see you next time here on the Carolina Weather Group. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you tonight, and we have a special treat for you. Chief Meteorologist Bill Walsh from WCSC in Charleston, South Carolina, Emmy Award-winning Chief Meteorologist, who's also an author, a Lieutenant Colonel in the U.S. Air Force Reserve, and much more. We're looking forward to having Bill with us tonight, and Bill just celebrated his 34th year in broadcast meteorology, and we're just going to look back over those moments for this next little bit. So we're happy to have you. And towards the end of the show, we'll let Bill give out some of his social media information. So if you're not following Bill on Twitter or Facebook, definitely want to give him a follow, especially if you're in the Charleston area, if you plan to visit. So Bill, welcome to the show. I know we've had you on before, normally talking about hurricanes or landfalling tropical systems, but we wanted to get you on tonight just when the weather's calm and when we're recording this, the weather's calm, and we'll put that out there. But we just want to kind of get to know you. So our first time question for a lot of our first time guests is how did you get hooked into this crazy career that we all love to do here in the weather world?
Great to be here, by the way. It's so cool to be with everybody. And I definitely watched love the podcast. It's funny. It's just kind of an accident, actually, believe it or not. I was really into aviation, into, flying airplanes. And I got my pilot's license when I was 16 years old. So I actually got my license to fly before I got my license to drive. So I had to get a ride to the airport to take my check ride. But anyway, I was really thinking about going the aviation route for a while. And my sister's boyfriend at the time was working in radio. And I really was fascinated by broadcasting. And he was about 3 years older than me, 3 or 4 years older. And she ended up marrying the guy. But, this was back in high school. And and then he wanted to be a broadcaster, and he went into television. And I would hang around the radio stations with him when I was in high school. And I was like, this is cool. I like this. I like the broadcast is cool, but I really am fascinated by flying and weather. And really aviation weather was really what I was interested in, and thunderstorms and snow. Of course, I grew up in the snow belt, with the blizzard of '78 was the biggest thing that hit us when I was a kid. And I was like, by the way, I just dated myself there, but that's okay. So this big giant blizzard comes along. We have 52 inches of snow. I'm fascinated by the weather. I'm saying, I got to get into this. I got to figure it out. So I ended up, believe it or not, I ended up taking a bus. I lived in Rhode Island, and I took a bus downtown Providence. I probably was a sophomore in high school, maybe something, and I snuck up to the TV station, which was Channel 10 WJAR. And the station was way up on top of the outlet. It was kind of like a Macy's type store, right? So it was on the top floor. And back those days, there's no security. There was no, it's just like the door opens in the elevator. I walk out. There was one woman there, and she said hello, and I just looked like I knew what I was doing. So I walked right into the studio, and there was, the guy I watched growing up on TV, John Giorgi. I'm like, oh, there's John Giorgi. Look at that green wall. Wow. Well, what is that thing? Look at, wow, a satellite picture. Holy mackerel. One satellite picture. It was, oh, look at, those are the maps that they put the little stickies on. How about that? It was really fascinating. So, at that point I was hooked. So I ended up, knowing that I really like television, I really like weather. I wanted to put the two together. That's kind of how I ended up falling into this stuff.
So you've definitely covered some big events in Charleston. Talk a little bit we'll go into some specifics here later on, but talk about your time in Charleston and, what that's meant for you. I know you've been a figure in the community. So what's it been like forecasting in Charleston?
Oh, it's been fantastic. Charleston is such a great place. As I said, I was in Rhode Island, and I was looking for a full-time gig. I wanted to I had a great gig. I did, by the way, my dog is here. if you're wondering what, that's Ruby. And, so what happened was, I was looking for I wanted a, Monday through Friday gig or something like that. I looked very, very young, as I continue to this day, except for the hair, see? But anyway, so I decided that I'd start looking. I wanted to go somewhere warmer. I really like tropical weather. I love hurricanes. So, and we, at that time, even in the 80s, there weren't that many big hurricane events. So I ended up, throwing my tape out there, and I got a call by the station here in Charleston, WCID, and they said, hey, we're interested in you coming down, maybe being our chief meteorologist. Once their meteorologist was leaving, she was going to have a baby, and she was going to, just leave the business. So I came down here. They offered me the job, and when I flew down for the interview, I actually, they took me out to Wild Dunes for lunch, and I saw a dolphin and I saw a palm tree. And I was saying, wow, those are the two. That's like, I really was kind of like in Florida, but I'm like, this is like Florida without the traffic, So I'm thinking, let's go down there. So I got a chance to come down here to work at Channel 4, and I did for, that was in '86. And then, of course, in 1989, Hurricane Hugo comes along. Well, the worst strike on the U.S. in years and decades, that came up and really slammed right into us perpendicular-wise, right up the coast, right into the coast. And we had 6 feet of water in the building. We were blown off the air. We had, I was out of my house for 3 months. I had to live with my soon-to-be in-laws for 3 or 4 months. That was worse than the hurricane. But anyway, that was, she could probably hear me. But anyway, it was, he recycled paper towels, her father. She can hear me. I can't. All right. So anyway, but so, so that was an event that was just, that was a career-making event because, here I was, young guy, doing my first weather, my second weather job, technically third because I did part-time on cable way back. But anyway, so, it was a big deal. And Rob Fowler, my pal Rob, Rob, and he comes on the show. And he and I both worked that storm from different perspectives, different stations. But we were down here within about maybe a year of each other. I think I came in '86, he came in '87. But, the two of us really that was our biggest, our biggest weather event, that all of a sudden here we are in our 20s doing that big storm, and they hadn't had one here in years. And it was a devastating storm. So, and then in 1993, Channel 5, was kind of like the big gun in town, and they were their main weatherman was Charlie Hall. He was like an institution. He was an amazing man. He signed the station on. I mean, he was literally the guy who was the first guy on the television station to sign it on. And they called me up and said, "Hey, are you interested in coming over to work with Charlie?" And I'm like, "You want me to work with Charlie Hall? I mean, you want me to?" And they did. And they said, "We'd love for you to work together and build a weather department." And they had Charlie and they had Mike, but they didn't. They had one computer, and it was just an old Liveline 3, I think it was. And they wanted to build a storm center. They wanted to build a weather brand. So that was when I went over to Channel 5. So anyway, that's kind of how I ended up in Charleston.
I'd like to reminisce about Hugo a little bit, since it was one of the big storms of my youth. I grew up in Rock Hill, and it was still a big deal up in York County. So I was wondering if Hugo was actually the biggest event for you during your career, even though it was in the early part of your career. And maybe you could tell us a little bit about the lead up and the aftermath of Hugo.
I think it was actually. And by the way, Rock Hill, you guys got whacked by that storm.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, that was still it blew all those glass windows out of the buildings up there in Charlotte. Rock Hill was rocked by that storm. I mean, it wasn't extra tropical until it got to New York State. I think in my weather career, as far as like biggest storms that I've forecast and lived through, that's got to be at the top of the list, I think. I mean, we've had a lot of close calls since. We have a lot of, I call them the drive-bys. They come up the coast and then head up toward the North Carolina coast and the Outer Banks. So we've had a lot of those types of storms. But Hugo certainly was the largest that really impacted us here, especially as a Cat 4, 135 mile an hour storm. We had a 22-foot storm surge in McClellanville, and they had people being put up in the rafters at that Lincoln High School because it wasn't really, they didn't think the water could ever get that deep in a high school like that. It was a precedent-setting one for me, but also for the station, all three stations, it really was, and for Charleston itself. The city remembers it every year, 31 years ago now, hard to believe. But there was, I think that and a couple of the snow events, actually, if you think about it. A couple of years ago, we had a snow event where we had, and I know some of you guys are going to laugh at me, we had 6 or 7 inches of snow.
That's a big deal for Charleston.
It is a big deal for Charleston. We were, and it was so cold. It was such a cold air event. The cold air was really in place for about 3 or 4 days after that. So it didn't melt off very much. It melted off a little bit during the day, but it was thick enough that it refroze at night. So it was a real mess. So some of these snow events were amazing. Certainly the hurricanes were amazing. We've had a couple of tornado outbreaks. We don't have them, obviously as much as you would back inland. But we had a couple of we had one this year actually in April that was quite impressive. It was, in fact, I think it was the worst tornado outbreak we've had since I've been down here, and that brought a lot of damage, and that was a real strong dynamic system. And we were just. I felt like I was out west there for a few hours that night because it was, they were just, really, it was perfect ingredients. So those, I think Hugo, the snow and, the tornadoes, always an adventure here.
Going back to Hugo, there's one other thing I wanted to ask. Even today, do you still see reminders of what happened when Hugo blew through?
You do, actually, which is kind of interesting. I was on the Isle of Palms not too long ago, just about a week ago. I was out there, and there's still empty lots out there. Same thing on Sullivan's Island. There's still places where things never came back. It took about a year to be honest with you. When you think about, Florida and Michael and Mexico Beach and places like that, we see these storms, and we see the impact. Like we had Laura, and we had, everybody covering it. We had the storm chasers out there. I was watching Jim Cantore at 3 o'clock in the morning, and then, then the media, everybody goes away. But living through Hugo, we had to live with that for, forever. And certainly a year after that, it was a year until things got sort of back to normal. We didn't have power for 2 weeks, but it'd be interesting to go back. I think that'd be kind of an interesting documentary or something. You just go back to some of these places and say, okay, how are you doing a year later? How are you doing 2 years later? In particular, places like the Bahamas, right after Dorian. Nobody really talks about it, but obviously those islands, there was an incredible disaster. And it'd be interesting to go back to Freeport and back to Abaco and take a look at some of those places, because see how they're doing now. So I think to answer your question, there are things still around that you can tell that were pre-Hugo or post-Hugo, but we filled in quite a bit in 31 years.
I would echo your thoughts exactly, because even now, if you go and walk around, you look at some of these oak trees and pine trees, you can still see where most of these trees, they were blown over, they were popped in half, so to speak. So you can still see where the knottage is and where new limbs have grown over the years, but you can see where the disformation is in a lot of the trees still, even after all these years. So yeah.
Yeah, you really can. And there's a lot of people that live here that were here then, and they remember it. They remember surviving, going through it, and things like that, rebuilding their house, or getting back to what was a house. So, it's one of those things that it's burned into your memory forever.
Yeah, I recall, I don't remember the exact percentage, but I remember hearing that a sizable percentage of the trees, of all the trees, were knocked down or badly damaged and would soon die in the wake of Hugo.
It was amazing. We were the morning after, we went back to the television station, and the pine trees were snapped at about maybe 20 feet up, 30, 25 feet up. They were all snapped almost at a uniformly, a uniform height, all in the same direction in one way, and then you'd see them all in the other direction, the other way, depending on where you were. And it was fascinating to look at the damage because it was just so widespread. But a lot of those trees were, the Francis Marion Forest was completely devastated. It didn't spend a long time, and it's still being, rebuilt. A lot of those newer trees, or some of those trees that have come back, it takes a while, obviously.
Bill, how was communicating the threats from Hugo, specifically the storm surge? We made a lot of progress in the past 5 to 10 years of trying to explain what storm surge is and the areas it impacts. What was it like explaining the water that could come with a storm like that back in the late 80s?
So that was interesting because, that was before slosh models, and that was before, we had the LFM. And so, we didn't have a lot of the great, tools we have today. And at the time, remember, the Hurricane Center only went out 3 days. They didn't go out 5 days. And we didn't have, the Euro. We didn't have all of these great products that push us out, so many days in advance. So it was really kind of using that technology, what we had, but letting people know about the storm surge was because it was kind of alien to these folks. They knew, remember, they haven't had a hurricane strike since at least, I think it was David maybe that came by in 79. Anyway, they hadn't had a major hurricane strike really since Hazel and Gracie. Way back in the 50s, they had some storms that came on up, but it was the first real major strike that could bring a major storm surge. So communicating that was interesting, and it was you had to kind of explain to people what it was, and a lot of people didn't think that they could see 20 feet of water, and there's a lot of people are saying, oh, they're overdoing it, and stuff like that. So getting that message out there was rather interesting.
So Bill, I want to ask you a little bit about kind of bring your military background and career into your meteorology broadcasting career, and specifically when hurricanes like Hugo or other kind of big events like that have occurred. Is there part of your military background that helps you communicate that or be present and structured in the way you assist with letting people know the threats?
Yeah, it does, Dan. What it does is it gives you, in the military, everything's about readiness, right? So when I was, when you're working on a staff or you're working as, whatever your job is in the military, everything is, especially in the reserve side of things, it's all about readiness. Are you trained up? Are you proficient in the software? Are you proficient in the forecasting? Is your staff ready for this? Is master control ready for this? Do they know how to put the crawls on? Do we know how to evacuate if we have to evacuate? There's, in military, there's a lot of readiness. We had to, you have to do a lot of training. And I think that kind of background also kind of floats over to what we were doing. And I still to this day have, readiness checklist for like tornadoes or tornado warning or severe weather, making sure our master control has, all of the things they need to make sure that they're ready to put us on TV at 2:00 in the morning if they have to. So, a lot of that comes from the military. Excuse me. That's Ruby. That's Ruby. So a lot of things come from the military background that go into television that help me pretty much get through these storms. But I think it's a good background. And military is a whole different world. When I was doing military on the weekend, I'd go away, or even during the week, I'd be like, it's like literally changing hats. It's a whole different world of the way things are done. TV has been a show business. We got the science side of it, but there's show business, and it's a whole different world where military, it's totally different. So if you're briefing a commander, for example, on an upcoming storm, or you're doing a battle group command type of, if you're doing a forecast for a battle group, you're talking about, different types of weather, but, those people, it's a different audience. So, yeah. So you use that training, I think, to help you be ready. Readiness is the most important thing.
Well, that readiness was obviously very important in 1989 with Hugo, and it still is. Though we've talked about before on the show, in the unfortunate event that South Carolina and the South Carolina coast and Charleston area were to ever face another storm like Hurricane Hugo, how prepared are we nowadays in the Charleston metro for a major landfalling hurricane?
I think we're pretty well prepared.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Point where we know what to do. We know how to get the messaging out there. We're prepared better than ever when it comes to communication between social media, the television, the OTT over-the-top stuff. All of the different platforms that we can broadcast to. So getting that word out is going to be even better. As far as evacuation and stuff like that, that is drilled pretty much every year. We have hurricane drills with the state and with the Highway Patrol and the National Guard and stuff like that. So I think South Carolina is pretty well prepared. There are some caveats. We flood on a good thunderstorm on a high tide down there. So depending on the timing of the storm. Also, the trajectory of the storm versus the coast, how much flooding that we could have. But, to get people to move, we had a big evacuation during Florence. And, that was a major, it was a Cat 1, actually. It was a major disruption. But it wasn't even a major hurricane as it came down the coast, but it was a rainmaker moving at 2 or 3 miles an hour, just flooding North Carolina and northeast South Carolina. But yet governor, had evacuation all the way down through, Beaufort County down into near the South Carolina-Georgia border. That, put a lot of people out saying, well, why am I evacuating? That storm's up near Myrtle Beach and it's really flooding like Conway and not us. So, and a lot of that we have to try to explain to people and say, we don't make the evacuation call. We tell you what's going to happen, weather-wise, what to expect. So in that reference, I think we can be ready, but there are always going to be, and I will guarantee you guys, there will be people that stay on the beach, and they did, and they have stayed through storms like Hugo or like Michael or like Laura and stuff, and they may or may not even survive, but they did. I remember during when we had a couple of storms in Florida, down in along the Keys, people staying, I'm staying through it, and then they come back to them like, afterwards, like, I'll never stay again, never, I'm out, I'm gone.
Talking about some of these climate change issues that we've had, certainly the sea levels are coming up, and, what has your perspective been on how, we've had to handle sunny day flooding since you started here going into now?
That's funny that you say that because, when we do have these 6.7, 6.8 tides on a beautiful sunny day, and you're trying to tell people we have a coastal flood advisory until 11 o'clock tonight, and they're like, it's not even raining. What are you talking about? And then all of a sudden, the pictures start showing up on Twitter of people's driveways being flooded and stuff like that, the drainage in the city. So sometimes it's hard to explain to people that, and it's people want simple answers sometimes, and sometimes it's hard to give a simple answer. And and there's not a lot of simple answers when it comes to weather. It can be complex, but even tides. When you talk about tides and talk about drainage, and you talk about some of the even the extreme low tides. Why boats are sitting up on when you have these blowout tides, boats are sitting up on the on sand, and they're like, did you say that was going to happen? Well, yeah, we did, but don't. So it's it's just a matter of really schooling people, and sometimes it takes people by surprise a lot of times.
It's difficult to communicate that sometimes too in the low country because you have a bunch of visitors. Like I remember when I was there for the NWA meeting in 2013, there was a king tide going on at the time, and you could go down East Bay Street, and there was an area that was flooded, and sometimes I think getting the word out to people who aren't local to the area and know this kind of thing can happen every now and then makes things even more challenging.
Yeah, that was a great meeting, by the way, Frank. We had a blast. That was a wonderful NWA meeting, and we'd love to have another NWA. We had an AMS meeting here too before that, and it's a great city for that. There's our shameless plug right there. We'd love to see everybody come back, but when we ever have conventions again. But yeah, I mean, it is, and it's hard to explain that to people that they say, hey, look, this is this is not a rain event. This is not this. We're not seeing a major storm along the coast. Why are we getting flooding? And it's a beautiful blue sky day. So a lot of it's education, and the TV folks will tell you all the time that they give us 2.5 minutes to do the weather and say, oh, by the way, could you explain how this stuff works? So it can be it's challenging. And I always, when I coach people and doing weather, I'm like, you're taking such a complex thing and you're making it simple, but you have to cherry pick the most important things and let people know about them. What's good about today, though, is that we have things like this podcast, things like social media, Facebook, and I'm sure you guys know, when we have big storms, and ask like Rob and everybody, Ricky will tell you. I mean, we're not only doing television, we're doing Facebook, and it's like you'll do six shows, and they'll say, by the way, can you do another Facebook Live in a half hour? And it's like, wow, I just went through all this, but I have to go through all this again. But again, it's sometimes for a totally different audience. So we're kind of schooling people along the way as well.
Well, Bill, besides the whole weather TV gig, besides the military gig, you've also done some writing, right?
I have. That's kind of like a hobby, more fun than everything. Yeah, I did. I write some novels, and had one come out recently. It was right before the COVID thing, so we were setting up these like we would do like Panera Breads from. We ended up going to different places to do some book events just to promote the book and whatnot, and then boom, COVID hit. Although we've been doing a lot, I've been doing some Zoom, what do they call them? book things, book events, like a lot of book clubs and things like that. But yeah, I wrote a novel when I was flying a lot for the Air Force. Really, I started thinking about this when I was Navy first, and when I went from the Navy to the Air Force, my job in the Air Force had me flying quite a bit in different places on C-17s, and so I started thinking about these stories and stuff like that I put together in a book and in a novel. We actually pitched it. My first book was pitched as it was more of a national security thriller, and it was pitched as a TV show. And my agent was like, you know what, this would be a good book if they don't buy it as a TV show. And they didn't go for the TV show, but the other people came up and said, we'd like you to do the book on it. So so I've done a couple of books and three novels, and it's fun. I mean, I don't do downtime very well sometimes, so I've got to be doing something. So I guess I write sometimes, and it's really kind of enjoyable. The last one I did, which was Uncle Danny, was actually based on 3 live characters up in New England that were really they were the kind of the tip of the spear when it came to the booze business and prohibition. They were probably the biggest movers of liquor in the Northeast in New York, and one of them was a great uncle of mine. So so I got to write a book about it. So I thought that was pretty interesting.
Kind of on your weekend job has become air shows and aviation and flying recently. That's actually kind of how we met and talked about things and knew each other better, was through kind of the aviation world. Talk a little bit about your time with the paratroopers and announcing for them and doing all the stuff with the team.
Yeah, I love doing the air show stuff, Ricky, and as you know, and you do too, and a lot of our folks do. So yeah, when I was my last job with when I was doing, I was with Special Operations Command with the SOCOM, the Special Operations Command Paracommandos, and my job was kind of a threefold job. I was a DZSO, Drop Zone Safety Officer, I was a weather officer, and I was a public affairs officer. I kind of had three hats. So as part of that, I ended up doing a lot of they know I was in television, so I did a lot of the narrations of the jumps, either into stadiums, into air shows. We did a lot of football games and things like that. So I did that for almost 4 years. I was on the team, the Paracommandos team, and it was a blast. So I got me into the air show side of things. I've always been fascinated with air shows. Just from being a pilot, just from being part of aviation. So I started doing some air show announcing. And again, there's some big announcers on the air show circuit. They're fabulous and great friends of mine. And I just kind of fill in when there's a show available. I'll throw my hat in the ring if somebody needs an announcer. And I really like announcing air shows. It's fun. It's a lot of work, actually. It's a lot. I mean, it's a long day. You're usually up in the sun and stuff like that. But it really gets you into the aviation side of things, and it's fun. So I really like doing air shows. I've been working with Air Show 360, a team that does a lot of air show broadcasting. We're kind of trying to take that announcing thing and do like Air Show Live, which is another broadcast company that does air shows. So 360 is like that, is kind of like what we've been doing. So it's fun. It's an enjoyable side gig that I do every once in a while. It's a lot of fun.
Talk about how the aviation and weather kind of came together with the Paracommandos and the jump team. You mentioned you were kind of the weather officer. What do you have to look for before you give the go or no go to jump out of an airplane?
So you've got a couple of things. Ceilings, right? You got to have at least 2,000 feet. You also have to have wind. The wind at the surface has to be within a certain component. Like for a stadium, 13.5 miles per hour. And then like on an air show outside at an air show, we could go up to 18 miles an hour. We had to make sure that we were going to be clear of clouds. So they wouldn't, if we were doing a high jump or a high show, we wouldn't be coming through clouds because you can't bust a cloud. I'd be dealing with that. I'd be dealing with winds aloft a lot because of, where the exit of the airplane is going to be and, where they're going to be landing on the ground. A lot of like doing Navy weather, when you're doing strike weather, weather for, where a strike's going to happen. And that's interesting because you're actually, your airport's moving on an aircraft carrier. So you've got to do, your departure weather, your strike weather, your return weather, and the return weather may be completely different from where you left earlier that day. So it's kind of the same thing with the Paracommandos. The weather may change from the early show, like if you're doing 2 jumps in that air show, the morning show versus the afternoon show. So it's a constant look and change and tweaking of that. And then you also have to be able to call it off. I mean, the DZSO has the go no go. So you got a lot of responsibility. You have to, if you have to scrub it. If you have to cancel it, sometimes you have to do that as they're standing in the door of the airplane. So that can be kind of colorful, especially when you have the commander who's a Green Beret lieutenant colonel who's very, very a lot of these guys they're all special operators. They're amazing people, and they live in kind of a different world than we do sometimes. Because it takes a special person to be a special operator, and they are incredible. But, and to tell them that, oh, no, you can't jump because it's 14 miles an hour, not 13.5, it's going to be, you'll be buying the drinks at the bar that night. So it's pretty fascinating. And then I got to jump with the team as well, as a tandem. I jumping with the team. It's pretty fascinating because you end up, and if you've never done this, it's pretty, and you should try it. It's a lot of fun. And I get to, jump with some friends of mine. I got Cantore to jump with us. In fact, we're supposed to meet up at the end of October for a skydive with him and some other folks down in Zephyr Hills. So, it's fast, it's fun, but you just have to be able to make that call sometimes where, it's a scrub. So that's the toughest part, is saying no to a bunch of special operators that don't usually get, weather doesn't bother them for anything they do, but because of the legalities of what we do as a performance team, you had to sometimes say no. So it's pretty fascinating.
If South Carolina were to be defined by one food, only one food, what would it be?
Shrimp and grits.
Shrimp and grits. Oh, I like that.
I agree.
You think so,
Yeah.
Frank?
Absolutely. I love me
Yeah.
some shrimp and grits.
Shrimp
What's
and
your
grits.
favorite shrimp and grits down there in the Low Country?
Oh my goodness. There's Fleet Landing is very good. Actually, Poogan's Porch, probably some of the best, and they have the best biscuits in the world. They're about the size
Yes, they
of a
do.
Volkswagen.
Best she
They're
crab
huge.
soup, too.
Yeah. Oh, the sheet crab's incredible, and those biscuits are as big as a Volkswagen. They're fabulous.
Bill, we've certainly appreciated your time tonight and just great stories. And I can speak for all of us. We appreciate you always be willing to join us when storms are about to affect the Carolinas, and we always appreciate that. If our followers who are not in Charleston but travel to Charleston, or maybe they do live in Charleston and don't follow you yet, how can they find you on social media?
So, yeah, anytime, my pleasure. Whenever storm's coming, feel free to reach out. All of us down here are glad to jump on. We love the podcast. Rob, myself, everybody really, and Dave Williams. So the social media, it's just Bill Walsh TV for social media on the Twitter and Instagram side, and it's Bill Walsh Live 5 News on Facebook.
Bill, we certainly appreciate your time, and thank you guys for watching and listening to the Carolina Weather Group. We'll catch you next time here on the podcast and the live streaming show. Everyone, welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we want to bring in Alex Forbes, meteorologist student at Mississippi State University. And Alex has got a really cool project that he's been working on and was able to present over the last few months, and we're happy to have him on tonight. We're going to be talking about the SPC and the different risk levels. You know, sometimes you hear us talk about marginal, slight, moderate, all that good stuff. Well, Alex was able to interview you all with some assistance from some meteorologists and kind of get a better understanding of when we mention these things, what do you actually learn from it? So tonight we're going to be talking about that, some of his findings. We'll let Alex promote his social media towards the end of the show. So if you do have any questions that you'd like to tweet towards him, you can send them his way, and he can maybe help you out a little bit more with some of his research. So Evan, I know you and I, we're excited to talk about this. We saw this project a couple of weeks ago presented, and we're ecstatic to have Alex on with us tonight. So, Alex, before we kind of get into the meat of the subject, first-time guest with us, so we want to thank you for that. And we always ask the first-time guest question: how did you decide this is what you want to do? How did you catch the weather bug?
So for me, it was first grade. It was March. There was a line of severe storms that came through Metro Atlanta, and I still don't know to this day whether or not it was a tornado or straight line winds. We were never surveyed, so I don't know. But a tree fell on the corner of my house, right over there, and it fell on the house and it fell on the ground. Woke me up at 4 a.m, and that was what planted the seed. But I didn't really start to get into weather meteorology until about 4th or 5th grade. And it just evolved over time. It started off with, or it continued with me doing the weather for the elementary news. And then, in middle school and high school and so forth, it just kept building and building and building. And lo and behold, I'm a senior now at Mississippi State. So something worked out.
So in Georgia, I know Georgia has the meteorology program. What made you decide to go to Mississippi State?
Yeah, so I want to do TV. Georgia has a fantastic geography program of which meteorology is a part of. They just recently added the meteorology degree, but Mississippi State is known for broadcasting, and that makes a difference. Plus, it's not exactly far from me. Mississippi State's or Starkville is about 4.5 hours. It's close enough, and their scholarships they offer for out-of-state students is fantastic. So it really became a no-brainer.
As a Florida Gator fan, I'd much rather cheer for Mississippi State than the Georgia Bulldogs. I know James won't be happy about that. But,
well, it's a matter of fact. So
that's right. That's right. Well, let's before we get in trouble, let's talk about what you've done some research on. The Storm Prediction Center, Alex. We see these outlooks posted, especially in the spring and summertime, thunderstorm outlooks with severe weather. So you decided to kind of dig into it and kind of ask the public what they think of these words that we tossed out. But before we kind of get into your research, let's briefly go into each category. I know you had to do some research about those categories and basically kind of what kind of weather we see with those. Can you talk to us a little bit about those categories and what they mean, and maybe then we can lead into some of your research?
Yeah, so the Storm Prediction Center issues convective outlooks. You might know them as the avocado maps. Typically, it's a green region with a yellow region inside of that, with an orange region inside of that. Sometimes you get the moderate, which is the red, and the high, which is the pinkish purple color. So what I did was a belief that has existed among broadcast meteorologists for a long time is that the names don't work. So marginal you might see a storm. If you do, it could be severe. There's a certain percentage assigned to each of these that's arbitrary, and it doesn't mean a lot to the public, so I'm not even going to get into them because they're meant for meteorologists. Slight is a step up from marginal. You'll probably see storms. A couple of them might be severe. Enhanced is, okay, there's going to be storms. Probably half of them, give or take, might be severe. Moderate's like, okay, this is serious. There's going to be storms. They're probably going to be severe. And high is, there's storms. They're going to be severe. There's going to be, in most cases, tornadoes. Loss of life is a concern, so forth. But the other thing I would point out about them is that when these categories were updated in 2015, they're not equally weighted, right? So the marginal was the old C text. It wasn't a category before this. It's not like an old slight is now a marginal. It's new category. Slight was split into two. They kept slight for the lower end of the threat, and they added enhanced for the upper end. And then moderate is still moderate, and high is still high. So if you jump from a slight to enhanced, that's not the same from jumping from an enhanced to a moderate. And that's part of what confuses a lot of people, is that meteorologists understand that an enhanced to a moderate is a much bigger jump from a slight to enhanced. People see, the lower category to the next category, and they say, okay, just another notch higher. So that's pretty much it in a nutshell. The other thing I will add is, in recent years, the Storm Prediction Center has begun to acknowledge a number system in association with the words. You'll see that on a few of their graphics, but it's not widespread use yet.
So you reached out to the public to kind of do a survey and see how people were handling the threats and interpreting all of the different lingo that's associated with them. What led you to choosing the Southeast as your kind of study group area?
Yeah, so there's been studies in the past that show the Southeast United States is emerging as the new tornado hotspot within the United States. A lot of severe weather studies are based out of the traditional tornado alley: Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, Arkansas. Also, I live in the Southeast. I want to know what people around me think. I want to work in the Southeast. I want to know what my potential viewers one day think right now. I think there's a tremendous value added about knowing that the data is from a specific region, such that I am not conflating people's understanding of the outlook terminology in Georgia versus New York, because we get convective outlooks almost every day in the spring and summer. In New York, they get them 5-10 times a year, maybe. That's an estimate. I don't know for sure. So I think there's tremendous value added in having a specific area and understanding that and what those people think in that spot.
So what'd you find? I know that's kind of a big question with a big answer, but tell us about it.
4,000 responses culminated into this. And the headline is that what meteorologists, the hierarchy of the words that the Storm Prediction Center uses, that the meteorologists understand, is not understood by the public. Now, I will throw this caveat in there, in that the convective outlooks technically are not designed for the public. They never were. They still aren't. They are designed for meteorologists to take and then interpret and relate to the public. But that does not negate the fact that they are used on TV channels, social media, everything that the public sees almost in terms of weather on a regular basis. So what the biggest thing is that the current hierarchy, the marginal, slight, enhanced, moderate, high, is what the SPC uses, and what the public perceives as the hierarchy of those words with no context is slight as the first level, marginal, which is the second, moderate, the third, enhanced, which is the fourth, and the fifth being high. So the high is the only category that translates from one to the other. So it's a problem. The results even surprised me to an extent. I expected the moderate and enhanced flip, but I did not expect the slight and marginal flip. It's something that needs to be taken into account, because whether we like it or not, the public has become the primary consumers of the convective outlooks. And if there's a disparity in what people believe, especially when it's conveying life-threatening information, perhaps days in advance, it matters. So that's the SPC part in a nutshell. There were some other pieces of the puzzle that was good news. Over 95% of people correctly identified alerts like a tornado watch, tornado warning, severe thunderstorm watch, severe thunderstorm warning. 82% either agreed or strongly agreed that a severe thunderstorm, the term severe thunderstorm, means that the storm is capable of causing as much damage as a tornado. So, something's getting through to these people with those terms. So that just brings up another conclusion that I had, that people should use the term severe thunderstorm, warning watch as.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
I see on occasion, it's not widespread use, but I just thought I'd throw that in there. And, how people receive alerts was also measured in this. Close to 70% of people received an alert through their mobile weather app. So, that is more than 2/3 of the respondents to this survey who, keep in mind, are weather savvy because they most likely found this on a social media channel through a meteorologist. But still, we are at 70% of people now. Now, I will include that I did not specify the wireless emergency alerts as a different option because I don't think people know the difference. But still, 70% of people are dependent on their phones for an alert, and that's where they receive it first. And when an alert is issued, 61.8% of people say they turn to local television, which is a meaningful number. So if somebody's getting a tornado warning on their phone, they're turning on the TV to whatever meteorologist they follow and trust for information.
That's an interesting point because social media, especially weather Twitter, we're all involved in weather Twitter. We get our weather information from Twitter a lot of the times. Yeah. But the vast majority of the general people out there in the Southeast aren't on weather Twitter. They're not like us. They aren't going to see your tornado warning post or, whatever post you're doing. So it's interesting that, TV really still is the primary mode for those people to get those warnings.
Yeah. And the other interesting thing about TV is that even among 18 to 24-year-olds, 51% of the respondents of that age group said they still turn to local television, which is huge. Wow. Because, I honestly expected that number to be low, but not for the same reason I think that a lot of other people think. It's that, people have this mantra of people our age aren't going to watch TV. And I don't know that to be the case because I think even now with millennials, it's not that we are never going to watch TV. It's that we aren't going to watch local news until it matters to us. And in most cases, that's not until you're in a established routine with a family, living in the suburbs, something along those lines. And I think the groundwork is there for local TV to prosper, actually, within, as our age group becomes older, if 51% of people now are already turning to local television whenever they receive an alert like this.
Off of that, Alex, with local television, most of the time they are breaking in, but they're also simulcasting per se on a Facebook Live or on a Periscope or something like that. So, I mean, if you got to put the TVs in that aspect of the social media together, that's a pretty big percentage.
Yes, absolutely.
I found it interesting. I've got some of your stats up, and 12.3% of folks receive their warning first by NOAA Weather Radio. That's something that I guess I'm a little shocked by that, because I wouldn't think 12% of the people would even have a NOAA Weather Radio.
Yeah, so keep in mind the people who took the survey are weather savvy, because they probably found it through a meteorologist on social media. I would point out, though, is I don't remember exactly who did the study, what year it was. I just remember it was 10 plus years ago that the NOAA Weather Radio number was at like 60%, and it's down to 12. And I do not see a path forward for NOAA Weather Radio being the predominant way of people receiving information, simply because it's a cost barrier. Why am I going to go buy a $29 weather radio when this thing right here is going to give me the same information? So I think we're asking the wrong questions when it comes to NOAA Weather Radio. Not why aren't people buying NOAA Weather radios, but rather why is the Federal Communications Commission not just sending you alerts and you can't turn them off like they do on TV? If you are in a tornado warning and you are watching a broadcast channel, you are going to get an EAS alert. You can't turn them off. So there's precedent to do it. And I seriously think, close to 70% of people are already relying on these. Why not just make it mandatory? And have that be the de facto NOAA Weather Radio. Now, I don't think they're ever going to go away. I think there's still a use for them. What happens when your phone dies? What happens when there's a hurricane and you run out of power, your generator's out of gas, and you can crank a weather radio? That's the most extreme case, but I don't think they're going to be the main. In fact, they're already not the mainstream way of receiving alerts, and I don't think they're ever going to be again.
I know you were doing some of these questions also about when they hear these warnings issued, about taking shelter or alerting friends and stuff. Can you kind of go in some of those details, what you found out?
Yeah. So I asked about 4 alert types in particular: the severe thunderstorm watch, the tornado watch, severe thunderstorm warning, and tornado warning. And I asked when a blank is issued, I blank. So the other part of the blank is take shelter, alert friends and neighbors, monitor weather conditions, check social media, watch local television, and watch national television. Of those 4 questions, there's nothing I really found surprising. For each one, social media was between 80 and 90% with combined degree. For the troubling, I guess a troubling aspect is for a severe thunderstorm watch. 22% of people said that they take shelter. But keep in mind, these are the same people who accurately picked out a severe thunderstorm watch definition. 97.2% of these respondents correctly identified a severe thunderstorm watch. So it comes down to people's interpretation of what take shelter means. Does that mean you just stay inside all day? Does it mean you go to the lowest level, most interior room? I don't know. But I mean, there wasn't anything that is a red flag in the results specifically for those 4 questions.
You were talking about wanting to go broadcast TV in the Southeast. So keeping that in mind, there's a lot of different styles of severe weather coverage. I think you have some folks who just kind of say, present the radar. And then you have folks like James Spann who really gets down into the specifics, like it's going to affect the Dollar General in town X or town Y. I know you may have not surveyed the folks on that, but what is your opinion on that? What do you think is most useful for those folks who are turning into TV watching this coverage?
Yeah, no, absolutely. The most precise you can be, the better. One of the reasons why James Spann has the following he does is because people see him as one of them. The fact that he knows where the Dollar Tree is in Gordo, Alabama, which I happen to know where it is too because I drive past there to get to Mississippi State, and he uses that example all the time. So I feel good about it. It matters because, like I said, people feel like he's one of them, but also he knows the area. It adds validity to his call to action of, okay, I know where this is and I know where it's going. And if he can tell somebody, I know where it's going and I'm telling you now in, Coleman, Alabama, if you are on Main Street, people trust him. And that's what it comes down to is who do you trust? And one of the reasons why people trust him is because they know he knows what he's doing. And the more information you can provide, the better it is.
What does the future look like? Is this something that you can be able to advise the SPC on? And they're going to look at your findings. They're going to be able to maybe make some adjustments, hopefully, in the future?
Yeah, so an interesting thing about my findings is that there is a similar study that is working on being completed now. I don't think it's published just yet. They're working on it out of University of Oklahoma, Sean Ernst. He found the exact same hierarchy issue with respondents out there. So the Storm Prediction Center knows about it. They can't just flip a switch and change it. Nor would I say I'm calling on them to do that, because at the end of the day, even though we all use the convective outlook, we have to remind ourselves that it is not designed for the public. It is distributed to the public because it has to be under federal law because they're a federal agency. But at the end of the day, my main goal in publishing this was providing the groundwork to broadcasters and using a 1 through 5 scale to describe those terms, because a number scale is a universally identified language. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 means the same thing in English as it does in Spanish, as in French, as in German, and it's already used for things like the Saffir-Simpson scale, the enhanced Fujita scale. People understand that the higher the number is, the worse the threat is. And just eliminating the words off the screen provides much more clarity for the general public, and I would encourage that to this day.
Some folks are trying to go down the color line and trying to make colors represent the different severity. What's your thoughts on that?
So I might get in trouble for this. A lot of meteorologists don't like the color scale, and I do. I think the green, yellow, orange, red, pink works. So within that, you have the built-in green, yellow, red, good, moderate, bad, and people are smart enough to drive that, okay, the orange between the yellow and the red is the intermediary, and if there's something after the red, it means it's probably worse. It doesn't matter what color it is, it's probably going to be that. And two other things I will add is no matter what colors you use, I still think people are going to translate the color to a number. If you show them two areas and you have, if you show them a green and a yellow area, and the yellow area is inside, and you've got a legend up top, and there's the 5 colors, they're going to translate with that. Okay, so it's the first 2 colors, and the yellow is the second worst. So, and there's the whole principle of a region within a region, right? You're not going to get a moderate area that is surrounded by a marginal area directly. You're always going to have a leveled marginal, slight, enhanced, moderate, high, as it stands now, with that area. And I think people are smart enough to be able to derive that if there's a region within another region, the higher threat is in that smaller region that is entirely contained. And I'm not sure if y'all have had Castle Williams on in the past. He's from University of Georgia. He did his dissertation on something similar to this, but he focused on some of the colors and the overall communication of it. And the recommendations that ended up coming out of his project is that meteorologists should always use the same region, so you're not adjusting the SPC map, and the same colors as the SPC. You can change the wording, you can make it your own, you can give it a different feel, but as long as you keep that consistency, people are going to understand it. So, I mean, that's my 2 cents on it. Again, I'm a senior meteorology student at Mississippi State. I am in no position to be making that type of decision whether or not to change something, but I think it works. And I think a lot of the confusion comes from the words and not the colors.
So, Alex, was there anything in the research that we kind of haven't covered or that surprised you that you still want to go over before we kind of start to wind the show down?
Yeah, so there's an interesting idea that was, or everybody's gut reaction to my findings was, okay, we need to change the word order. And I don't think you can do that because there is already an existing order. And if you change it, you're just going to confuse more people. Because what happens when, Sally down the road doesn't know that it changed, and all of a sudden a moderate is now at level 3 and she's freaking out because it used to be a level 4, and that's a noticeable difference. The other piece of data I would put to back that up is that, sure, even though 50.4% of people, a majority of people saw slight as number 1, 49.6% of people did not. The biggest disparity was that was the biggest disparity. That 61.9% of people saw moderate as a level 3. 38.1% of people did not see moderate as a level 3. So even if you reconfigure the words, you're still going to have a problem. And I think those numbers would go up because you would just cause more confusion with the change. So that's why I advocate for an entirely number-based scale. I think it works. Just dump the words completely. You will confuse far less people.
I think it's a very interesting topic because, as you were saying, I think it's hard to change the names. But I love the idea of the numbers, and I hope, I know SPC is looking at some stuff, and hopefully, with your research and the research that's going on out of Oklahoma, hopefully we can start to incorporate these number scales, because I do believe people relate well, or maybe even more better with numbers than compared to these words, because, in my mind, enhanced and a moderate automatically should be switched. That doesn't make sense to me. But I really do hope we can latch onto the number aspect, because I do think it conveys a more simple message. And when you're talking to people who are not weather savvy, they just want to know the information. Mm-hmm. And I think that helps get them the information they need to know.
Yeah, and it helps them understand the threats better. Mm-hmm. You probably noticed in the beginning, I had a little trouble describing the words. And I think everybody does, because the definition of them is percentage based. It's not based off of a certain type of storm that is expected, or a certain setup, or something along those lines. It's entirely arbitrary that people aren't going to understand. I mean, think about this. People don't understand chance of rain. All they do is formulate 50% is the halfway mark, and if it's below 50%, it's not going to rain. If it's above 50%, it's going to rain. That's literally what they do. I have asked people who are not meteorologists this question, and I have gotten that answer more often than not. So that's part of the issue, in that the groundwork for this is percentage based. But I would just circle back to one other thing, is that while the SPC cannot change their outlook with the flip of a switch, a chief meteorologist at a station can, as long as their news director is on board. I will use Atlanta as an example. Even though I was an intern at Fox 5, what they do is they show the numbers and the words, which is most common for now. We're working on that. Channel 2, WSB here in Atlanta, has dropped words completely. All they do is show the colors. They use a slightly different color scale. Not going to get into that, but on the screen, they literally type out level 3 risk, and then they list the threats. At NBC, the NBC station here, they do the same thing. They show the words and the numbers. And the CBS station has dropped the words. They show the colors with the 1 through 5, and they bookend it with low and high, which could also work. But it just goes to show that there should be a consistent message. I think the consistent message should be the colors, and I think everybody's on, or the numbers, not the colors. well, I mean, yes, the colors, but for my perspective, the numbers. I think everybody's on board with it. They were just afraid to drop the names. And I am saying drop the names.
Well, Alex, we definitely appreciate your time and this research that you've put in. I know it's getting some attention, and we're happy to have you on the show tonight. We want to wish you well there at Mississippi State. And for those who maybe want to learn more about this project or just kind of follow you throughout your career, how can they follow you?
Yeah, so on Twitter, it's at AForbesWX. On Facebook, if you just search my name, Alex Forbes, my page will pop up. And on Instagram, same as Twitter, at AForbesWX. I have a drone. I love to fly drones. Half of my tweets and Instagram videos are drone videos. So, yeah, go follow me.
Yeah. And you also help out with the severe weather conference that you guys do at Mississippi State every year as well.
Yes, except for this year.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Yes, it's a lot of fun. We've had some fantastic people. We had the National Weather Service director come out to Starkville last year. We were going to have the National Hurricane Center director this year, but our conference was scheduled for March 22nd and 23rd, I think, or 21st and 22nd, one of the two. So obviously that got whacked. And we did not have it because it was in that awkward period of time where nobody really knew what was going on. And we didn't have the time to move it online. So we just, skipped it this year. It will be back next year, Corona, as long as that's gone. Fingers crossed for that. But, it's a lot of fun. If you can make it to Starkville, I certainly encourage everybody to come, especially, Mississippi State's alumni network is huge, and it's the perfect opportunity to get somebody else to pay for you to come back to
Starkville. That's right. We'll leave it there. Alex, again, thank you so much for being with us, and thank you for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We'll see you next time. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. This is the April 1st, 2020 edition of the Carolina Weather Group. We hope that you're doing well on this Wednesday evening, hoping that you and your family are safe and sound during these crazy times that we're experiencing, and that's kind of the topic of tonight. We're going to be talking about coronavirus, COVID-19, and weather. We still have weather going on during this crazy time that we're experiencing throughout the country. And in fact, tonight, we're going to be talking to Ryan Vaughn, who was covering a EF3 tornado that struck in Jonesboro, Arkansas this past weekend. So we're looking forward to that. We are streaming live right now on our many streaming platforms. So if you'd like to interact with us tonight during the conversation, just drop a comment in the Facebook Live or the Twitch or Periscope link, and we will monitor those throughout the show. And James, I'm going to toss it off to you because you have been working from home for the past couple of weeks, and we're starting to see more and more people work from home, and so I know it's been a crazy time for you and everyone involved in TV media.
It's been a very interesting time indeed, Scotty, because everyone has kind of moved very quickly, whether they liked it or not, real fast into the cutting-edge technology of 2020. Everyone suddenly knows what Zoom conference is. It wasn't but 3 weeks ago when we would be booking guests for the show saying, hey, we're going to send you a link to a Zoom conference, and then had to proceed to explain what Zoom conference is. We do not have to do that anymore with so many folks using Zoom conference or similar products. So we're going to be talking to Ryan here in just a moment about his experience this weekend with him and his team covering a very severe and significant incident in Jonesboro, Arkansas. We also have Brad Panovich on with us tonight from WCNC Charlotte, who is very comfortable in his home studio. You've seen his weather video blogs many a times, and now that is his TV space as well, too. And we're also going to be talking with somebody here in Mecklenburg County who does some paramedic work about what this means, the coronavirus means for their line of work, too, because, as Scotty mentioned, the weather is still continuing to happen. We had a line of storms roll through South Carolina yesterday, prompted numerous severe thunderstorm warnings down in the Charleston area. Luckily, we didn't have any tornado warnings to account of, despite having a tornado watch, but it was a much different story this past weekend in Arkansas. Let's bring in Ryan. You were actually working from home, and you had your other meteorologists back in the station. Just bring everybody up to speed if they're not familiar with what took place this past weekend.
Okay, so typically in a severe weather situation, we would all be in the studio. We were going into this, we were low wind severe weather threat. We knew tornadoes weren't out of the realm of possibility, but we were kind of thinking gusty winds, and I think everybody, even the Storm Prediction Center, kind of had northern Illinois pegged for the hot spot. Well, tornado warning comes out for one of our southern counties, and we had already kind of discussed that, okay, in the interest of social distancing, and we were already kind of playing that that role already was already kind of unfolding. I said, well, we've got a solid system here. How about I go here and you guys stay back there, and we wouldn't be there. And hopefully we would go into long form programming. And so the tornado warning came out for Woodruff County a little bit after 4:00. And at that point, you could draw a line and see that there was a chance that this was going to come into Jonesboro.
We have some video from your coverage. We're going to pop up here in a double box.
Oh, man.
Walk us through. This must be the moment that tornadic cell started producing in Jonesboro, if I'm correct.
Hold on one second. I just now lost. There we go. I'm back, I think. Yeah, that's this is where it was producing here. So what was going on? Zach Holder is in front of the chroma key wall, and we had already at this point had a pretty large tornado out of Jackson County. So we were watching this one pretty close, and the meso was going right over town, and we really just started getting some indication that it was cycling. And sure enough, we were concerned that it was going to, if it cycled through and it produced a tornado, it would be right in the middle of Jonesboro. And you see what unfolds here now.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
He's in his 20s. He hasn't covered a ton of tornadic storms, especially like that in front of a weather camera. He did spectacular Aaron Castleberry. If I'm not mistaken, I think that was his first severe weather event ever covering broadcast wise. So it was hard to not get emotional. I've lived here almost 20 years, and outside of a couple years, I lived in Alabama, and to watch that go through the town that you've forecast for and covered for so many years, it was tough to kind of hold the emotions back on that one.
I want to ask
Brian,
you. Go ahead, Ricky.
I was going to say, talk about having to work with the delay and the live view delay or the TVU delay, and being able to hear Zach and the folks in the studio at the same time.
Yeah, that was tough. I learned some lessons. We had the delay, and stepping on each other and things like that was a little bit of an issue because when you're in severe weather coverage, you speak in half sentences. You can be sitting there talking about, okay, guys, this tornado is coming for, and you'll stop, and you're thinking they're done, and you step in. And so there was a little bit of an issue there in the middle of that also. So while we're all going through that, Southwest Power Authority feeds Jonesboro and Paragould. So even though I was 19 miles to the north, when they started taking power hits, I started taking power hits. So I lost programming. I lost what they were seeing, and then also was losing access to Max. So I had Max 1 up in here. They were using Max 2. Then they lost Max 2, so they needed access to Max 1. So after I lost programming, after I lost ability to have Max, and they needed it anyways, that is when I grabbed my phone, grabbed my laptop, and that's when I went out chasing, if you saw the coverage afterwards.
Ryan, previous to this weekend, had you ever done live TV from home?
Oh, live television yet from home? Yes, that past Thursday we had done all shows. We were kind of dabbling. We're going, okay, do we want to do this completely from home? Do we not? And so Thursday was a beautiful day. Zach was back at the studio, and so we did that. I went live from my backyard. and it went great. Everything went great. And so that's kind of where we were going into this, going, okay, this could work. I will say there was another time about 2 years ago. We had a just random tornado warning. No watch. I'm not even sure if we were in an outlook. Random tornado warning. Didn't produce a tornado, but it was about 2:00 in the morning, and master control calls. And of course, my weather radio and everything's going off. And I told them, I said, I don't have time to make it to the station. So I pulled Max up in my office and I said, hot up the phone. I'm controlling Max. I'll talk over it. And we did it then. So, I had done that one other time, and no one really even knew then that I was at home. I just talked over it, went through about 30 minutes of a tornado warning, and that was done.
Hey, Ryan, looking at the weather outlook from last week, it looked like the severe weather was going to be maybe in Illinois area. How did you and your team go about preparing for this with, trying to keep as minimal people in the studio? What was the preparation like for the days leading up to the tornado on Saturday?
Well, we were going into anytime we have that we think there will be watches, warnings, or advisories, we mark that on the 7-day forecast as red. And we do certain things like put social media graphics out there specifically for social media. So we were ramping it up. We knew the possibility was there. Of course, you look at it. If that had been over an open field, yeah, it would be a big deal, but not this big of a deal. We knew the possibility was there for tornadoes. But not enough to risk everybody being in the same studio together. If that makes any sense. That morning, I can remember Zach, we kind of have like a little group chat going on with text messages. And I can remember that morning, Zach goes, I'm getting a little concerned about the tornado threat on this also. So, we knew it didn't sneak up on us, but it was still kind of a low end deal. We put a medium risk out a little bit farther down to the south into southeast Missouri. But it still didn't play out exactly like I think anybody thought.
I think one of the remarkable things about this was being able to show the images live. Talk about your camera network and how valuable being able to see that. Because I was watching it on radar in real time. I'll tell you what, if I didn't have that camera at the same time, I would have thought for sure it was producing it on the ground, but it wasn't yet.
No, it wasn't. I kind of thought that also when we have 8 cameras. I think 9 cameras across our viewing area. And that goes back to, that's a James Spann thing. I worked for 2 years down in Montgomery, Alabama, and of course got to know all the stations down in that area. And, James was really big on cameras back then. And it did just make sense. It's like, man, if you can get eyeballs in every single county, especially when you live in as flat of an area as we are in, it's going to be really hard for a tornado to sneak by us. So we have several cameras in Jonesboro. We have some to the west down in Batesville. We've got some up here in Paragould. I say some, one in Paragould, one up in Pocahontas, one in Walnut Ridge. We've got almost every county around us covered. Now after this, I want 2 or 3 more. But I've always been a big fan of cameras. This is actually our second tornado in about a year that we've caught on camera. So, and the other one was heading right from my house also. So.
Ryan, you talked a moment ago about the emotional impact of being able to see this tornado. Is that one of the roles that the Skycam network plays as opposed to just colorful imagery on radar?
Well, I had so many people. One thing that I always do is I go out to the damage path as soon as possible afterwards. And that night and that next day, over and over again, people said, man, we watched it and we knew it was serious. You can say all day long until you're blue in the face, hey, this tornado's on the ground, this tornado's on the, you can tell them, and they're still going to run out there and look at it. But showing it like that, everybody was taking cover. You're not going to be out looking about for it.
You also, as you just mentioned, went down to look at that tornado path after the storm. And you mentioned on James Spann's Weather Brains earlier in the week that's one of the things you do. You are actually a community responder. Talk to me a little bit about the importance of having that dual role that you play as both a broadcast meteorologist and a community responder.
Yeah, I'm part of the rescue squad here in the county that I'm in. So if you listen to the coverage, at one point I turn on the radio and I'm trying to communicate to our guys and emergency management and dispatch in this area. And then I was thinking, as we were driving down there, my son was going with me, and he said, "Are you going to put your turnouts on when you get down there?" And turnouts, if you're not familiar with that, that's all of your gear that you put on when you start to get in the rescue and extrication for vehicles or rescue of tornadoes. And I really, for the first time, was thinking, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Am I getting down here and I'm helping with rescue? Am I getting down here and telling the story of the tornado aftermath? Am I doing a little bit of both? So I was confused. It was one of those first times where I was thinking to myself, what are we going to be doing when we get down here? And of course, our news folks were already on the scene. Zach and Castleberry were continuing the coverage from a weather side of point of view. And I really did. I mean, you look at that, I thought we were going to be pulling dead bodies out all night. And we weren't. So
we had Damon Lane from KOCO in Oklahoma City on our show 2 years ago, and he talked to us about what it was like one day to be on television at the studio tracking a storm as he knew it was coming into his neighborhood. What was it like to be home with your family within earshot and having a tornado in your community while also trying to be a broadcaster?
Well, a lot of people have laughed about hearing the snapping. I was going, and what I was doing, I was trying not to go, "Hey, Jennifer," yell into the other room, or, "Hey, George and Avery and Kate, get downstairs." I was trying not to do the yelling at your family, "Get the dog out of here, get the dog downstairs," that thing. So I was kind of meaning, get in here so I can, lip sync to your, and so Jennifer comes in here, and I said, "Get downstairs, get downstairs, get downstairs." And I point over at the television, and I wasn't sure if they were watching it in there. And judging by my wife's eyes, I don't think they were. And she looks over at the television, and by that point, it was tearing stuff up, and they moved real fast and went down there. But our wives do this, without us here all the time. In severe weather, they get tornado warnings here, and her job is already to get all the kids and pets and go downstairs. So I don't really know what I was doing, saying, "Hey, like I'm gonna step in and be the leader of this," because they've done this in the past. And so I realized that after the fact. I'm like, you don't need me to tell you to go downstairs. You probably already knew. But it was wild. And then when I was leaving here, we were having flash flooding in our neighborhood. And it was kind of wild, but I knew that they had everything under control here. And fortunately, I've got a 17-year-old that can handle things here. So I felt comfortable leaving in the midst of that also, once I knew it was going east of us.
Ryan, the tornado EF3, 140 miles per hour winds. I think this happened right around the 5 o'clock time frame. On a normal Saturday night, people would be out at restaurants, shopping. But with the coronavirus going on, thankfully, unfortunately, we had 22 injuries, but I feel like this could have been a whole lot worse if we wasn't going through COVID-19.
Oh, this would have been, we would have been pulling bodies out. Of those 22 injuries, only 2 of those were hospitalized. So you got to think of a large part of those were probably just scratched up arms and things like that. But, I just think I had just left the mall about 2 hours earlier. We went and picked up a cake right beside the mall, right where it hit. And I can remember going by Best Buy. My wife and I were even talking about it. We were like, wow, look at that. They've got a tent out front. What they were doing is, she goes, yeah, I bet they're, you pull up and you say what you need and they run in and get it and check you out. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's kind of cool that they're still open. We even commented, talked about it before we were heading home. And so you had, just a handful of workers in the mall. The rest of the mall was closed. So if you look at the aerials, I mean, it just tore up the mall. JCPenney, the roof completely ripped off, and you really can't tell until you look at the aerials how messed up JCPenney was. And Dillard's ripped out. A Saturday at 5 o'clock, all those places would have been busy. You think of Cheddar's. I think that's a national chain that you guys may know about, but Cheddar's is a restaurant that would have been completely packed with probably about an hour wait with people sitting all around it on a normal Saturday at 5 o'clock. Instead, they had a couple of workers that were cooking to-go orders. You had Academy Sports. You had several restaurants through there. And it also went through, and I'm going to check the numbers on this, but I venture to say the busiest intersection in Jonesboro, Arkansas, if not the top three. I mean, definitely. So you just had an extremely populated area that if this had hit on a normal Saturday night where people aren't staying inside, it would have been very bad.
Ryan, you've had a crack at this before with, back in the day when you had that other situation where you were home and you had to broadcast real quick. And you've prepared some, and everyone's prepared, but last weekend was something no one has ever experienced before, and certainly to a greater degree than the last tornado that you covered from home. What did you all learn from that?
Well, I learned, the power hits. For one thing, I learned that we need an UPS system even here at the house if we're going to do that. I learned also that I want an over-the-air antenna, which I've already gotten now. But more than likely, even doing all of that, there's going to come a time where we just all need to be in. I know we're trying to take the steps to be socially distant and things like that, but I think if we have another severe weather event like this, we probably just all need to be in studio.
Ryan, talking about the coronavirus stuff for a second, what challenges did that present after the tornado with rescue crews, with the recovery aspect and things like that?
The scary part of it is, and it's really part of the reason why I decided that I need to start broadcasting from home, is that everybody forgot about it. So Saturday night, we're sitting there handing off microphones to each other. We're 6 inches away from the mayor talking to him and the police chief, and we're just helping people. It was like there was no virus. Late that night, we start thinking about it a little bit, and start thinking of, okay, we need to stay a little farther apart. We need, things like that. And then the next day, you get out and you get into the damage. You start helping people and you start talking to people, and everybody's just hugging each other and just happy that everybody's alive. And I had one lady come up and just give me a hug. And it was like, well, I'm not going to sit there and say, no, coronavirus. You're not going to say, well, I'm not going to go in this person's home and help them clean up because of the coronavirus. But later in the day, everybody just kind of starts thinking, well, this could be really bad. We've got people coming in from out of state. We've got people that are older. We've got, just everything started coming around to where you slowly started seeing people taking more precautions. You slowly started, people are elbow bumping instead of hugging and crying and things. I did notice, in fact, Tim Marshall, I met up with him at the tire store, and that's the first time that I saw they were separating out the cleanup and rescue into groups of 10. They were telling all of them to stay 6 feet apart. So it took a while. But for a period, everyone forgot it. As I said, I'm on the rescue squad, and we 3 weeks back were handed masks, and we were supposed to be wearing masks and responding. Well, I wasn't rescuing people at that point, so I was just like, oh, I'm not doing that. So I don't have to follow any rules because I'm not doing that side of it, and I'm back on the media side of it. But I look back and I'm like, man, I hope 10 or 14 days from now, we're not looking at this going, we all got a little too close. So.
And that's it'll be very interesting to see how that goes. And you're right. It is weird. I mean, even me personally forecasting on a day-to-day basis, I've kind of had to tell myself, hey, this is still important, but it feels less important on a day-to-day basis with everything going on. So I want to bring in Corbin here real quick to kind of talk about maybe something that you guys experienced too, Ryan. And it was trying to shelter people during severe weather and with the whole coronavirus situation going around. And Corbin, you kind of work in the emergency management field a little bit. Talk about what scenarios would play out and what problems play out with sheltering people during severe weather events while this virus is going around?
So obviously that's one of the things that we really want to look into. Is sheltering in general is never a good situation per se, especially in severe weather events. And we're all very aware that, life goes on even though the coronavirus is our main focus right now. So one of the main things obviously is social distancing. There are some guidelines out from FEMA as well as DHS or DHHS that say, basically each person needs anywhere from about 50 to 80 square feet. So that's going to limit how many people we can put in a building and create shelter for. And especially if we're looking, 6 feet apart, so we don't, sneeze and cough on each other to limit the coronavirus spread at this point. So that's some of the things we're thinking about and we're actively working through in the Emergency Operations Center. I think in North Carolina currently at the last count, there are 46 emergency operations centers active. So it's definitely something that's on the forefront of our mind.
What about masks and stuff like that? Has that been given any thought? I know CDC's been reconsidering some of their thoughts, and Los Angeles tonight recommended their citizens wear masks when going out and about. Is there any benefit to that? Is there any downside to that?
So that's obviously another one of the hot topics from the CDC. It's one of those things that's changing every 12 hours. For emergency responders, the protocols in North Carolina just changed to where we were only wearing masks on suspected COVID-19 patients. Now we're wearing masks on every patient encounter. And now, you're starting to see some direction from the CDC and from Pence's, from Vice President Pence's coronavirus task force that may say different. So there's conflicting stuff out there right now, but just for the everyday person, wearing a mask all day long doesn't seem to have an effect yet. But we'll see what the data shows as the days come.
Corbin, we learned today that a paramedic with medic tested positive for coronavirus. You mentioned a minute ago that more people might be wearing masks as they go out and tend to emergency responses. Did that decision to have everyone wearing masks as they're responding to calls come as a result of that positive coronavirus case, or more in line with the CDC updated guidelines?
So just to clarify one thing, I'm a paramedic relief supervisor in Cabarrus County, but I did see the news about medic's case in Mecklenburg County as well. And that was actually put out yesterday by the North Carolina Office of OEMS prior to, I'm assuming, that case testing positive. But you got to remember, so an N95 is to protect the provider. A surgical mask also protects the provider, but it's better to kind of put on the patient because it's going to prevent them from spreading their germs, just like a surgeon in surgery.
Patty, I think you had something.
Yeah, I was wanting to ask Corbin. I'll ask you and Ryan both. Ryan, you live in Tornado Alley per se, the Arkansas area, kind of prone to tornadoes, especially this time of the year. As the CDC and as we hear about the doctors, we're talking about we're going to continue to kind of see that spike happen over the next 2, 3, 4 weeks. Do you think this will become more of a concern, Ryan, when you're talking to your folks? I know I'm not sure about your particular area, but I know places like Kansas and Oklahoma, they have these public storm shelters. How do you think I don't want to say you guys have fear of tornadoes because you're more used to them than we are here in the Carolinas, but how do you think preparing for severe weather days as well as dealing with the coronavirus, how do you think the psyche is going to play on people out in your area, Ryan?
That's a great question because we have had some of the public shelters closed. And because a lot of them are, some of them are in basements of hospitals and stuff. And you say we're used to them. Saturday night has scared a lot of people, and the storm anxiety is going to be really, really high. And I don't really know how that's going to go. As far as public shelters, even some that are open, it'll be interesting to see. Or even, there's a lot of places where, like our house, we have a basement here. Not everyone around us has basements. So we've always just, hey, come on over, take shelter. Will we all continue to do that? I think in a tornadic situation, I think you throw it out. I know that may not be the right answer, and I'm sure my doctor friends may say, I don't know, but I don't know.
Corbin, to you, you guys are dealing with the COVID-19. We're getting into the Carolina severe weather season where maybe not as many tornadoes, but we still have this threat of severe storms. And you're trying to message the threat of severe weather, but also trying to communicate about the COVID-19. So how are you guys in the emergency management spectrum are dealing with the preparation of severe weather and dealing with the ongoing virus?
So one of the things we have set up in Mecklenburg County, the Emergency Operations Center there, is we have a decision support services line set up with the National Weather Service, which we set up in all like of our special events and things like that. We do have the ability to have the National Weather Service in the EOC with us, just a phone call away, a request away. But it's something that our Joint Information Center that deals with all the public information is looking at as well as we progress into our summer season, our storm season per se. We're going to start messaging, obviously, coronavirus, COVID-19, but also our severe weather messages as well. Before the coronavirus hit, we did participate in the nationwide tornado drill day at fire headquarters and everything like that. So we're still trying to do our normal stuff as well as focus on COVID.
Let's bring in Brad Panovich, who is a broadcast man at WCNC in Charlotte. Brad, if you were to go to air tomorrow for a tornadic situation, do you have something in mind that you would tell people in the event they either needed to leave a manufactured home to go to a sturdy shelter, or even afterwards if their homes were damaged?
I found it was interesting. I read the press release that I think the governor of Kansas sent out. I think it was yesterday or today, basically saying, you got to prioritize the threat. So if a tornado is coming, that's your most immediate threat. So you need to seek shelter. But if you are going to seek shelter in a community setting, try to do the social distancing the best you can. But it's one of those things. If there's a train coming at you, you get out of the way of the train first, okay? And then you worry about all these other things secondary. So I think that
we'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. and South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Do the best you can, but please avoid the tornado because that's the most immediate threat and most likely going to cause you your life. But I was glad to see Ryan's work, which was spectacular because it kind of gave me a little relief that, hey, we could do this remotely from a broadcast standpoint as well. But just like Ryan, I think if we knew a couple days ahead of time that we might have a moderate threat day, that we probably are going to send one of us into the studio, likely me, and we'll keep everybody else out of there. But the fact that we can do this remotely with somebody in studio is great. The whole reason I had this monitor behind me was I was thinking ahead, like if I have to track storms at home, I wanted some kind of graphic behind me where I could be in front of it. So I think that potential is there as well. But it's the first time in a long time, as a meteorologist, I'm like, I hope we have a super quiet spring. I'm just like, I do not want to have the added worries of severe weather. And I've already been thinking about hurricane season as well. I don't want to have to deal with any hurricanes. I just want it to be quiet because I think it's the last thing people need to worry about right now. But we know, it's April. For us, April's the peak of severe weather season. Hurricane season's around the corner. So at some point in the next couple months, we're going to be dealing with severe weather and coronavirus at the same time. And hopefully we'll be a little more prepared by then.
I also think about, guys, through all this is I wonder what the viewership numbers are, and I wonder what the connected people numbers are. Are people using Netflix more? Are people watching these streaming services more? And maybe not watching actual television. My cable box will override with the EAS if something happens, but Netflix and things like that won't. So it'll be interesting to see if more people pay attention, less people pay attention. You're not at work, so maybe you're more connected.
Well, it's a good point, Ricky. But I think one of the things, what happened in Jonesboro is a good example. I think the fact that everybody's in a home already is a good start. At least they're there. One of the things that I love what Ryan did during this event was, tell people to call people. The thing is, as a broadcast meteorologist, you can never assume everyone's watching you. They're not. So, but you can connect other people to the people that are watching you by telling them to call people, DM them, text them, do whatever, amplify your message, and that will wake people up and get them, away from Netflix and maybe flip on the broadcast network. But this is where digital and social media is really important to us as broadcast nets. It's a way for us to reach people when they're not watching us. And so hopefully they'll flip us around. The thing I worry about, Ricky, honestly, is that, and we've already seen this, our internet and digital systems overwhelmed with so many people at home. Are the WIAs going to be bogged down? Are the cell networks going to be clogged up? Are we going to be able to push out this information because there's so many people using all this bandwidth right now?
Yep, good point. James, I think you had something.
Yeah, I had a question for Ryan. And, so often in interviews, we end the interview by saying, what else did you want to share? What did we not ask you? And while that's exactly what I want to pose to you now, because we are trying to think of everything, but inevitably we're not. And unfortunately, you had a situation where you've now experienced one of these scenarios that we're still fearing. So let me ask you, what did you learn that we're not even thinking of?
Well, two things. This wasn't my first time to have a tornado in front of us on live television, but it was the most populated. And you just have to remind yourself to keep your emotions in check. It's tough, and you can say it a million times. Oh, I would, but you really have to stay calm, because it's going to continue moving forward. And so that's one thing that, for every broadcaster, as Brad said, telling people to call people. And that was huge. There was a lot of people that I didn't run into anyone that said they didn't know it was coming. It was either I was watching you guys, your app went off, or my mother or sister or whoever called me and said it was coming. So nobody knew it wasn't coming, but you got to spread out the tentacles and get everybody working for you, more or less. But from the side of this whole new thing with social distancing and everything, is in the cleanup process. Even though we're all wanting to hug each other for all being alive and making it through it, we just got to be smart through this whole thing.
Corbin, what about you guys from an emergency response paramedic scenario in your experience? Do you think if we got into a weather situation, the response might look slightly different, or the advice coming out from officials to the public might look slightly different?
It may look slightly different, but obviously we're going to prioritize life and safety first before everything. So everything we do is to save life. And if that means, that we have to put people at risk of getting COVID-19, then it's probably something we're going to do in that situation. Whereas if it's a sheltering situation, it's a little different. We can, open more shelters per se for less people. Instead of a shelter we put 300 people in, we may just put 100 people in and then open 2 additional shelters, something to that effect. So it's something that, it's taken into consideration, but ultimately that life safety is the priority of every first response agency out there.
Yeah, it's certainly a lot to weigh. Brad mentioned a minute ago in an analogy with the train, and Ryan, you mentioned it as well too, in that, in some sort of silver lining, not having people out at the restaurants and the malls and the supermarkets may have done you guys some good.
That is a huge lifesaver. Not having the people on the road. We still had people on the roads, but not having large numbers of people out there was it saved lives.
What other agencies? We're talking a lot about weather and medical and first response, but the hospital systems as well too, I think, could be a concern. Brad, what's on your mind, I guess, when you think of this strain on the entire system?
Well, when you have so many people in the healthcare, emergency management, everybody working on this COVID-19 pandemic, if we have a mass casualty event or some kind of huge, you worry about how the resources are stretched so thin already. And I even think about it from a health standpoint. It's like, this is not the time to have a broken arm or leg, because you are not a priority at the hospital when you go in there. And in fact, going to the hospital puts you at more risk than, treating yourself maybe outside of the hospital. So that's what I worry about. If we have a big event in a populated area, and I'm sure that's what Ryan was worried about on Saturday, is like, this thing's plowing through his main metro. it's like, man, how are we going to handle this with all this other stuff going on? So I think that's a big concern. And that's why I think just people in general have to be very cautious over the next couple of months. We don't need to have unneeded visits to the ER for things that, we could prevent. Like, I've even talked to my kids like, hey, let's not jump out of the tree, okay, for the next month or so. Let's not try to jump the bike over the rock, because we're probably not going to be able to get into the ER. So from a weather safety standpoint, don't take that added risk. If there's lightning outside, let's just go inside. We don't need someone to get hit. If there's severe weather, let's be overly precautious and safe in this situation, because we don't want to have to go to the hospital or ER in this situation when they have a whole mess of another concern to worry about right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the trick there is going to be getting people to maintain that attitude for a prolonged period of time. Scotty read an interesting article today, and I'm going to go to him in a second to summarize it, talking about weather data and observation. And I feel like now is a good time to bring it in, because we're talking about the strain on the response system, but also the strain on that data system. Going back to what Brad was talking about could the systems be overwhelmed, the emergency alert systems, or even the data observations? Scotty, that was something that you were reading about today, right?
Yeah, so the World Meteorological Organization, the WMO, came out with an article today talking about COVID-19 and how it could affect some of our weather modeling, weather forecasting. I can maybe toss this to Brad here in a little bit, and Ryan, maybe they can tell you a little bit more than I can. But basically, there's all kinds of observations. We run satellite radars. If you're familiar with the Carolinas, it seems like one of our radars is always down, and so it takes people to go out and fix those. And with the strain and the social distancing, the folks may not be there to get that. There's also another concern with the airplanes that are taking off, just everyday flights. A lot of these airplane companies have weather observations on them. They send temperature, humidity levels, wind speed, wind direction, and all that's kind of fed into our systems and kind of help us with our weather modeling and our weather forecasting. So with the less flights that are going out right now, with people not traveling from COVID-19, and just the strain on the staff to get out and fix these instruments that we use every day in the weather community, we could start to see some concerns with that as we get longer and longer into this COVID-19. Brad, I know you love to talk about weather models and how we get all that data in. I know you've actually done some weather school talks about that, which we'll talk about in just a little bit. But can you kind of tell the public a little bit about how we could start to see more inaccurate weather data as we get through this process?
Yeah, so I actually posted some graphs the other day. This is called what we refer to as AMDARB data. It's basically aircraft data. And I'm going to try to share my screen here. I don't know if this is going to work, but we'll try to do this. You guys can see my screen. Oh, maybe it's not going to share. I'm going to share it here, hopefully.
Not yet. Otherwise, is it something you tweeted? Like a double box?
No, it's let me see if I can bring it up. It won't let me share it. But what it was is a chart basically showing the lack of upper air obs from aircraft. People don't realize that every commercial aircraft that takes off and lands collects, data for us. And so what has happened is that we have actually, let me see if I can share it. There we go. You guys see it?
Yeah, we got it.
So what you're looking at here is, I made it a little bigger. This is the GFS model, and that red line is the drop in observations from aircraft going into the GFS model. You can see pre-COVID, which is earlier in the month, we were getting about 15 to 18,000 observations into the 12Z GFS. As of this morning's GFS, that is down to like 2,000. I mean, that is just a tremendous drop. And the best way I can explain this to people that have seen hurricane coverage, you may have seen me talk about how we often like to get the plane out in the system so that we can get better data for the models. Well, this is what these planes are doing. When we have that lack of upper air data, some of the accuracy and the guidance can drop by 20% or so. And it's just not the US, that's just US data. That does include European data, Asian data. I mean, in that article you're referring to, Scotty, all those aircraft, I was amazed how much some of the European airlines added to this. It was crazy, the drop in upper air observation. So this is going to be a real task that we're going to have to watch and see how much this impacts severe weather. Day-to-day weather, it might not have an immediate impact on us, but I think for high impact events like severe weather outbreaks, tornadoes, flooding, this might have a pretty significant impact, because the difference between something being 20% more intense or less intense is pretty significant in the weather world.
Brad, do you think it would impact high-res models more, or models like the global forecast system?
It seems like it'd be more the global forecast, because the upper air data is really key for, big, long wave troughs and ridges. You're looking at long wave pattern. I think the CAMS models are going to do fine. Thank goodness we have the GOES 16 and 17 sounder data, and now we have the polar orbiting data. The only problem is you need clear skies for good sounding data from the polar orbiters. But that sounding data, back after 9/11, we saw a similar drop in this aircraft data, but we didn't have the satellite data that we have now. So I think the satellite data is actually offsetting some of the issues, but this is going to be a much longer period of time that we'll start missing this data. It's only been, about 2 weeks now. I think we start getting 3-4 weeks, and now the long wave pattern across the whole globe will be totally impacted by this lack of upper air data.
Well, you've been teaching us some stuff now, and I think, James, part 3 of our episode tonight was about teaching folks about weather. Do we want to transition over to that?
Sure thing. Real fast, let me ask Ryan one last question, and then we'll certainly go to that, and I appreciate the transition. Did you guys, Ryan, have any issue with observations during or in the aftermath of your storms with everything going on coronavirus related?
You talking about from weather observations? Yeah, Jonesboro Airport took a direct hit, and there's going to be some interesting things come out of that, because KJBR did take a direct hit. You can go back and look at the data and see the winds backing as it was coming in. And the interesting thing is, it looks like power was knocked out. It looks like the altimeter was knocked out, but was in kind of a separate area from the actual ASOS. So we probably, like you said, with the weather service being stretched thin and social distancing and stuff, we probably won't have observations from Jonesboro for quite a while.
That's interesting, and I think that's going to play into this bigger picture as we're just trying to use whatever we've got available, and everyone's trying to do their best and safely to restore all of this. As Ricky mentioned, I know Brad Panovich here at WCNC has started to do some at-home weather classes. Brad, how did this come about? Why is it an important thing with so many kids at home that you guys saw a void to fill?
Well, yeah, Ryan could speak to this as well. We do a ton of school talks throughout the year. I think last year I added up, and I thought I did a lot last year. I did 76 last year. I know some folks, like our good friend Ed Pietrowski down in Myrtle Beach, I think he does like 200 a year. I mean, it's a crazy amount. And so initially when this happened and all the kids were stuck at home, I thought, man, I had to cancel a bunch of my school talks. I do a 1-hour presentation where I go out, and I had a ton scheduled in the spring for 2nd and 5th graders here in North Carolina, which is weather is part of the curriculum in those courses. And so what I did the first couple days we were out, I decided, you know what, I'm just going to do my 1-hour presentation at home, and I'm going to stream it. And I did it with my kids, and it did pretty well. And then my general manager in the station said, hey, let's do this every day at 1 o'clock. I'm like, every day? I was like, an hour? They're like, no, we're going to do small, one topic at a time. Let's break that hour thing down to one topic, and we'll do it every single day. And so I got the rest of my weather team involved. And it's put another thing on my plate, but I enjoy it. I mean, I produce the thing from home completely. I do it all out of this computer right now that's in front of me. And we send it out every day at 1, and on YouTube, Twitch, Periscope, Facebook, our app, and our website. And the cool thing is our YouTube page, we have a playlist built that James put together that archives all these. So if kids miss them or teachers miss them, they can go back and watch them again. And it's been a lot of fun. I think we created a monster, though. I have a bad feeling. When sales starts asking questions about it, I'm like, uh-oh. What did we do here? So we've already had that inquiry.
I know nothing about this.
Yeah, so you're like, oh, what did we do? Now it's going to have a sponsor, and we're going to have to do this every day for the rest of our lives. But I think it's really important, because the cool thing about weather, I'm a weather geek. We're all weather geeks, right? We love it. But to me, it's one of the few sciences for a kid. It's just not something in a textbook. You can teach it to them, and they can immediately go outside and apply the principles of atmospheric science to what they actually see every day. So for a lot of kids, this is their first real science that they see, because a lot of times, physics and chemistry just looks like something in a book, but atmospheric science is actually something they can see, touch, and feel. So I think it has a real big impact on them. And in these tough times, it's actually been kind of a nice thing to be able to do and have the kids like tweet pictures at me of them in front of their TV watching it on YouTube or watching it. The funny thing I'll say, the Twitch stuff has been great. I've had so many kids on Twitch reach out to me who, don't normally watch the weather, like, hey, this is pretty cool. What games do you play? So it's like, everyone wants to wants me to game with them online, and maybe me and my son will team up and we'll get in there and get a server going, and we'll start playing some games with some people online. But
last week,
fun.
Last week we played one of the virtual storm chasing games
Oh,
on our Twitch.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm really. I think that'd be fun. I would like to play like NBA 2K with like some other anchors at the other stations. I think that'd be cool to have a little like tournament in the market.
Broadcast Met iRacing.
What's that?
Broadcast Met iRacing.
Yeah, or something. I think that would be cool. I think viewers would eat that up. We could stream it online. It would be great.
You're giving those sales folks some more ideas.
We'll get our sports guys to do commentary. It would be awesome.
Corbett, I have one question for you before we kind of wrap up. As Brad was talking about, he does a lot of hands-on things with students. You guys in emergency management, you guys do the same thing. So has this kind of affected you all with your outreach to the public?
Yes, it's affected our outreach substantially. We're not really doing much face-to-face right now. You'll notice if you go to like the Charmec EM, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter account, you start seeing some videos pop up from the Emergency Operations Center in areas like that, where we're trying to do some education, but just obviously not face-to-face like we normally do. I think last year we did anywhere between 30 and 50 face-to-face talks with everywhere from school-age kids to older adults to talk about emergency preparedness. So it's definitely affected that, and we're seeing that effect, I think, just across about every industry at this point.
That's interesting. I hadn't thought about that in terms of fire prevention and first aid trainings, and that would be school-age kids. But you guys also, would you normally be doing office visits? Is that something that is done too, for like professionals in office parks?
So we have a public information officer, and she goes out and does a lot of talks. One of the most recent age groups has been like older folks in not retirement communities, but maybe apartment complexes over the age of 50 to talk about emergency preparedness and what they can do just in a general emergency, a weather event, having 72 hours worth of supplies on hand, just general things like that.
Let's not even talk about supplies because we know those are scarce right now. But James, one thing I want to do before we close out, I do want to bring on Dan Whitaker. You guys may have seen him pop up from time to time on our show tonight. Dan is our newest panelist here with the Carolina Weather Group. So Dan, for those who are watching tonight, why don't you introduce yourself to everyone?
Hey, thanks, Scotty. So I have been involved with weather as a kind of weather geek and weather follower since 2008, and have really I'm strong on the storm observation, visual storm aspects, storm spotting, storm chasing. I'm kind of in the field, in the storm type of guy. So nice to be able to kind of join everybody and represent that angle when I can. And it's definitely great listening to all the different kind of pieces to the conversation tonight. Honestly, I have kind of one thought, that kind of reaches out to a lot of the different things that were being talked about from tonight, which is, as a person who enjoys the spectacle of nature and following everything from nice day cumulus clouds to supercells in the Midwest. For those who want to experience more outdoor weather during this time when we want to travel less, we want to do more staying at home, short of tuning into Brad Panovich's weather lessons to get some real world observation. Is there a way that anyone wants to kind of speak to that would be a good way for people to do that right now?
Definitely so, Dan. And we are happy to have you on the team and can't wait maybe we can't wait till hurricane season, but we can't wait to see your footage out there. Evan, I wanted to bring you. I know you had something you want to mention, but you also did a little chasing of yourself today, but not storm chasing.
Yeah, I do my little cheesy snow chasing. It's really not nearly as complex as the stuff that Dan does. But as long as you drive high enough up on a mountain, you'll eventually run into snow. So I did. I went up to Craggy Gardens today. Parkway was closed at about 4,900 feet, but I ended up running the rest of the way up to Craggy Pinnacle at 5,900. And it was beautiful. About 3 inches of snow up there, real windy. I'll share a picture since I can see James yearning and trying to share a webcam.
I was trying.
Yeah, so then that's what it looks like up on Craggy, right near the Craggy Pinnacle Tunnel. It was real pretty. But you're right, Scotty. The one other thing I wanted to mention tonight before we close is that we've talked about a lot of the challenges that have been presented to us over the last couple of weeks as we suddenly get thrown into this new coronavirus situation. But there are some opportunities and some good things. If Melissa Griffin were here from the South Carolina Climate Office, she would be talking about Cocoa Ross. I know we just finished up March Madness, but this is an excellent opportunity for people to be joining Cocoa Ross and submitting precipitation reports every day because everyone's got to stay at home, right? So why not get up at 8 a.m. for work or school and check the rain gauge? So she would want us to mention that. And just because it's not March doesn't mean we can't do it. But go join Cocoa Ross. We'll tweet out a link later tonight.
That sounds good. That's a great point, Evan. We definitely, I think I read a tweet, North Carolina second in Cocoa Ross Reporter. So that's pretty cool. And I know South Carolina is up there as well. So the Carolinas representing really well. So anybody have anything else before we kind of close up shop tonight? All right. So I appreciate you guys watching tonight. We hope that you stay safe out there. Continue to practice those best practices of social distancing and kind of just staying inside. Eventually, hopefully sooner rather than later, we'll get back to normalcy and be able to enjoy what we've not been able to enjoy for the last 3 weeks. So we're thinking about everyone. We hope that you stay safe out there. We appreciate you watching the Carolina Weather Group tonight. Be sure to follow Ryan and his folks if you're ever out in the Arkansas area. Ryan, once again, great coverage this weekend for you and your team out there. Spectacular.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Everyone in your community get back to normalcy with the cleanup from the tornado, and we extend our thoughts and prayers to your folks out there as well. So we hope you all have a great week, and we'll see you back here next week for another episode of the Carolina Weather Group. Thanks, James, and welcome everyone to the Carolina Weather Group, Quarantining with Mets. We're happy to be joined by the WMBF weather team out of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina this afternoon. We have on with us Jessica Dobson, Robert Whitehurst, Andrew Dockery, and hopefully Jamie Arnold will be joining us here in just a little bit. So over the next 40 minutes or so, we're going to be getting to know your local forecast team there in Myrtle Beach, and hopefully we'll reveal some fun things that you may have not known about those. So welcome to the show. We appreciate y'all joining us, and we always like to start off with some fun questions. So, Jessica, I'm going to start with you because you kind of talked about this a little bit earlier. Iced coffee or hot coffee? Which do you prefer?
Usually iced coffee all the way. I've been on this whole whipped coffee kick. Andrew hasn't heard me shut up about it for a long time now. But iced coffee on most days, unless it's like winter outside. And then sometimes I'll go for a warm cup.
Andrew and Robert, you guys have a choice?
I would say I'm an iced coffee guy. I wasn't until I moved here into Myrtle Beach. And once you get into the humidity here, you're almost kind of forced to be an iced coffee guy. So I do hot coffee in the mornings, but if I have it in the afternoon, it's usually iced. And yeah, that whipped coffee, Jessica talks about it nonstop, and it is very good.
I wouldn't steer you wrong.
Yeah, I think it's 50-50. It depends on the season, and it depends on where you're getting the coffee from.
Ooh,
Dunkin', I love Dunkin's hot coffee. I'm not a big fan of Starbucks hot coffee, but I like Starbucks iced coffee and cold brew better than the iced coffee at Dunkin'.
That is a well thought out answer.
Yeah, I discovered this thing too. It's called a hyper chiller. And so what you can do is brew hot coffee at home. You pour it into the hyper chiller that's frozen, and you spin it around for 30 seconds, and you have iced coffee that's not watered down.
Wow.
I don't own any stock in this hyper chiller either, so I don't get any commission if I sell any product.
How many sugars and creams, though?
You know what? You're really that's a hurtful comment right there.
That's what gets me at Dunkin'. I'm like, load it up. Just keep squirting it. And
my coffee is like white, okay?
What are y'all's favorite weather or disaster themed movies? I guess we can go in the same order again. Start with Jessica.
Twister is for sure. I mean, that's very typical, but that came out when I was younger. And, you know, Jessica, she had blonde hair. I have blonde hair, so it just kind of really it stuck with me. Love that movie. And also one that I grew up watching, I feel like it was on ABC Family a lot, was Night of the Twisters. It's very corny, like 90s one, but that's another.
I think for me, Twister was a big one. I'm not a big movie guy, though, if I'm being honest. Especially when it comes to weather movies, I just critique them really bad. But another one that stands out that I did watch a lot, which is even worse, is The Day After Tomorrow. That's one that immediately pops in there with Twister. But as far as if I could quote a movie, the one I've watched the most, it's definitely Twister for me.
Yeah, I think Twister is kind of the go-to answer, I think, for this one. I loved it growing up. I used to watch it all the time. I get a little more frustrated watching it now. Like, maybe that's not where we want to be during a tornado. I don't know. Maybe not in a shed tied to a water pipe coming out.
I think it's funny that I love Jo so much, but I didn't really understand the whole backstory that she was like kind of crazy and was refusing to divorce her ex. Like that didn't really register with me until honestly I watched it like a couple of years ago and I was like, man, this is kind of like messy.
So next question on our list here, and to kind of stick with the same kind of weather-related stuff, do you have like a favorite type of music just in general, or maybe it's something that helps you kind of get in the mood for doing live broadcasts or weather-related stuff when weather's happening?
I'll let Andrew go first for this one because Andrew's our music buff, I feel like.
I'll have opened a can of worms. We could be here. We could be here for 40 minutes on this topic, no doubt about it. Music is my passion. I'm probably behind weather, so I'm a big music junkie. With that being said, I love every type of music. Anything kind of gets me in the mood. I usually do something that's not super upbeat in the morning since we're on the morning show, but something that'll just like, all right, this is a good feel, kind of like a acoustic indie vibe maybe. But I can listen to anything from Fleetwood Mac to George Strait to Tom Petty, Bruce Springsteen, you name it. I love it. I am a big component, though, of playlists. And I think I told Jessica this yesterday. I made a hurricane playlist. I might have to make it public one day. And it's all these songs about hurricanes. And I'm a big runner, too. So, like, right before Dorian arrived, I was just, like, rocking out to all these songs that had hurricane references in there, from Jimmy Buffett to Luke Combs to all kinds of music. And it was fun. But yeah, music is a big passion of mine. So
we might have to get your hurricane playlist there to put out when we put out the show, right?
Oh, for sure. Heck yeah, I can gladly do that.
I don't really, I listen to a little bit of everything, but I don't really listen to music much when I'm forecasting. I think it distracts me a little bit.
Honestly, so on the weekends, I'll do mornings and evenings. And honestly, it really depends on the morning show or the evening show, which one I'm doing on my mood. Because if it's the evenings, like I'm already like mostly awake and I've probably had a lot of caffeine in my system. So I'm like ready to go. And I'll listen to, honestly, like I love throwback playlists. Like, whether that's like throwback R&B and hip hop from like the early 2000s or like the early 2000s hits or like late 90s hits, like those always put me like in a really good mood. But when it comes to mornings, I kind of like what is it? I have like a couple of different ones on Spotify. Like my Spotify is so disorganized, it's not even funny. I'll like think of a band and I'm like, oh, I want to listen to that kind of music today. But mostly like themes kind of more chill, probably like Mumford and Sons or Neon Trees or Kings of Leon too. I listen to them a lot in the mornings. It really depends. Like my mood changes also throughout the morning. Sometimes I'm like, no, I need something a little more somber. Like so it really depends too for me. But I like all the music too. Like I'm the worst when I'm driving in a car with someone else and a song comes on and I start singing it and it goes down.
You know, like those Spotify playlists used to work great for me until I had a daughter, and now it'll go from Luke Combs to the Frozen 2 soundtrack.
Moana.
Then back to Aladdin and Moana, and then back to some sort of rock song. It really brings you all over the place.
Yeah, that sounds honestly kind of great though. Like
kind of throw in a Disney song every once in a while just to kind of bring things back down.
Yeah, I gotta humble you.
All right, weather question, kind of a two-part question. When did you know you wanted to be a meteorologist? And was there someone that you looked up to when you were younger, going through high school, college, that kind of also pushed you into that direction?
So for me, I don't think there was ever really a moment in time where I just knew. I honestly just kind of always knew. Like even when I was looking at colleges, I was like, okay, well, I'm going to do meteorology. But I didn't know I wanted to do broadcasting because I used to be really shy. I don't really know what happened. Something happened, so now I can't shut up. But that kind of evolved throughout college. But in terms, I watched a lot of the local meteorologists. I think someone who pushed me a lot, though, who I met in high school, didn't realize how important it was to meet him, though, was John Gordon. He really pushed me to just kind of like take on my own personality when it came to weather. He works with, I don't know if you guys are familiar with him. He used to actually be a hurricane hunter. Now he's the MIC at the National Weather Service in Louisville. And I volunteered with him one summer, and like it totally changed everything for me. But I always grew up watching the meteorologists on air. There weren't always a lot of females, though, so it was kind of hard for me to I never really had one specific person I looked up to because I kind of watched them all. So, yeah, long story short.
I think for me, I was in 5th grade. I grew up terrified of thunderstorms. Couldn't stand them. And I turned to the people on TV to kind of guide me through the storm, as corny as that sounds. My mom was in TV her whole life. She's behind the scenes. So she is a research director. She's been doing that for years. And I kind of had a firsthand experience into what broadcast meteorologists do. So I would go to work any chance I got with mom and shadow all these meteorologists and be like, hey, listen, I don't like storms. And that actually grew a passion more out of fear back when I was in 5th grade to, oh my goodness, this is crazy. Like the power of the atmosphere is so amazing. So I think the big mentor for me was Kevin Harnick growing up. I met him in elementary school. I kind of went with him. He's in Louisville. Jessica and I are from the same town, same city, went to the same college. But I got to shadow him all the way from elementary school through middle school, through high school, through college. And it really paved a way for me to understand how this business works, but also to really just be amazed at, there's people that are out there that are afraid of this type of thing, but just to be amazed at the power and how the technology these days is almost like there shouldn't be a fear just because we've come so far for how we are in this industry. And I think that's a big focal point for me right now is to try to teach people, hey, if there's a warning issued, take precaution, but at the same time, there's no need to be afraid of these things.
Yeah, I think my passion for weather started pretty young, and I think it was kind of a fear thing too. But my grandparents, my parents always told me that 5 or 6, I'd always watch the Weather Channel instead of the Cartoon Network or something, especially when a storm would come in. And then I would go into a closet and watch the Weather Channel because the storm scared me, but I was so interested in it. And especially my mom has kind of pushed me into weather because I was so passionate about it growing up. But we would go storm chasing in Florida. Whenever a hurricane would go by, we'd go down to the beach. I remember Floyd going up the coast, and we were down at the beach looking at the wind gusts. And Whenever a storm would come by, we would do that kind of stuff. So it's something I always wanted to do. And I don't know if I really had a favorite meteorologist growing up. I watched a lot of the Weather Channel and local. We had Tim Deegan in Jacksonville. I think he's still there. He's been there a long time. John Gahn there as well. So I think growing up in Florida, hurricanes was kind of my passion, and that's always been still my passion. That's why I'm still in the Southeast.
So this is maybe a question that's been a little bit controversial in the past. We've had some interesting answers. But model websites, you see model output all over Twitter and Facebook and anywhere that social media exists. Do you have a favorite website?
So in college, we always used Pivotal and COD, or College Up to Page. And so like in college, I got so used to those that like those kind of, I'll use other ones. Like I can never remember the one we use now. Like, I think Robert, you have it on our computer, or it's like your account. But that one's good too. But I always end up, I think, going back to COD and then or Pivotal because I don't know. I just always like Pivotal, the colors. And then when it comes to COD, I like their satellite data a lot. I always go to their satellite, their surface analysis.
I am a weird one when it comes to models. Twister data. Does anyone remember like that site back in the day?
Yeah.
Like how the color table was so great, but like the features were a little eh. I'm a big fan of like ensemble forecast and having a ton of variety on a website. So simple is great. Otherwise, I get distracted. So I try to do COD throughout like a 48-hour window, and then I transfer over to weather models, which Robert and the team use, and then WeatherBell. I love WeatherBell. I love weather models, and those two are like I would say my 1 and 2. But if it's coming to a quick 48-hour look of a forecast, it's usually Pivotal Weather or College of DuPage. If I need to get something out quick. Otherwise, I'll spend way too much time on the other two.
Yeah, I think a lot of them each have their strengths.
Yeah.
Like a Pivotal Weather with the clickable soundings for the Euro and the UK Met and all the extra data now. That's great. You can't really find, I don't know where else you can find that kind of stuff right now. Obviously, you could break down the levels yourself on WeatherBell or weather models, but to have those clickable soundings for the Euro and the UK Met, great. We were big into WeatherBell, and then when Ryan went over to weather models, we kind of gave that a try, and I think they're both great. The navigation certainly gotten a lot better on both of them. I think when they first started, it was like, there's all this stuff, but I don't know how to get to it. You'll find it once. You're like, I really want to save that. You come back, and you couldn't find it. But I think they've kind of improved with those. So we use all three. We're kind of lucky that we have an account for all three.
Yeah.
I don't know if many people know about this one, but the FSU cyclone phase, that's good. That's good stuff there. You can see, kind of gives you an idea if it's going to be a shallow warm core, if it's more cold core.
What would be your most embarrassing on-air moment that you can recall?
I feel like I embarrass myself on a regular basis. So, I don't know. I mean, I have made it before on one of those like viral YouTube like blooper things over something so stupid. I like just stumbled over my words and then I couldn't stop laughing afterwards, and it was just 20 seconds of me like doing the whole where you don't breathe or say sounds, you just like sitting there laughing noises. I did that. That was probably up there with one of the most embarrassing.
I don't really, and this, I mean, you can ask Jessica and Robert, they know. I don't get embarrassed often.
That's true, yeah.
So, like, I think back to, like, my job at Eastern Kentucky when I was the chief at WIMT. I would go out and do face paintings right before main weather and dance with people to learn, like, a jig or whatever it was. So I've done probably a lot of embarrassing stuff, but to me, I was just doing it just because it was interactive. But something I did not plan that happened was I did a whole main weather and Twitter blew up. This was back at Bowling Green, and it was obvious that my flag was down the entire time. So that was the only thing I can think of. I will never remember or forget that day. But other than that, everything else it takes a lot to embarrass me, but that day certainly did.
This isn't a bad one, but we have a Hurricane Expo we do every year, and I went to a little girl who was with her dad in a live interview, and I asked her, hey, are you having a great time here? And she looked at me and said, no. And I had no idea what to say. I was like, oh, well, there's some fun stuff over there. Back to you.
You didn't respond with, I like turtles, right?
And this is the thing with kids. They'll tell you the truth. They're not going to sugarcoat it.
Storm chasing. I know Western Kentucky goes out in the storm chasing every year. Have you guys been storm chasing? Any memorable events from that?
Oh my gosh. Storm chasing. I went twice. And best 2 weeks of my life, both times. Like, hands down. Like, second time, they were both great for different reasons. The first time, I was in 2016, in May of 2016, which I don't know if you guys remember or not, but that was the whole Dodge City event that unfolded, which was the craziest day of my whole life. Just like a tornado on the ground for, I think, over an hour, and it had, sister tornadoes at one point, and it was just like complete madness. Like, I'd never seen chasers like that before either. And really that whole season, I got to see pretty much every type of storm structure you would want to see, whether there was tornadoes or not. So that was really big for me. It was like literally, like everyone says it, but it was literally like everything you learned in your meteorology class and your textbooks, everything you see, but it was like in front of your face. And so that was really cool for me. The second time, we didn't see quite as much, but we will probably do that too. And we did a lot more sightseeing. We went out to New Mexico, and we got to do a lot of cool things outside of the whole storm chasing thing too. But I got to be with like my best friends when they saw their first tornado. So like lots of bonding, and like, it was just the best of both worlds, like being with your friends, but also at the same time learning so much, like being able to share all those like experiences and your same passion with other people. I could go on for days about storm chasing. Very near and dear to my heart. I wish I could go back and relive those days.
For me, I didn't go on the storm chase trip. I worked 2 years in college while doing school, so I did 19 hours of classes in a 40-hour work week in Bowling Green, which was crazy. The first year I couldn't because of a job. We just lost someone, so I couldn't take off. The second year I just accepted a job in Hazard, so I was already moving out when it was going up. I've storm chased on my own. I've never seen a tornado with my eyes. I've been around storms that produced a tornado at night and knew that, hey, this had a good chance of a tornado. I've seen damage firsthand from a tornado. I think the most powerful experience, though, would have been when we signed up for something that's not even storm chasing. We remember March 2nd, 2012 was a big time event in Kentucky. It was the one time I left Kentucky to go to and paid like for this big conference in Oklahoma. I never attended the conference. Like, I just sat there and because everyone back home was so freaked out. So that was probably one of the more memorable events, is coming back and seeing the damage of what that produced up in Henryville and all that, because it's still crazy to look back at. But
yeah, it's kind of a bucket list thing for me. I've never really done storm chasing much, other than with my mom going to the beach when hurricanes went by. And of course, in Jacksonville, it's always when they went by for the most part. So we could go down to the beach and have wind gusts 40, 50 miles per hour. It was kind of crazy to watch. And they would always shut down the bridges going over the waterway, so we get stuck at the beach for an hour or two until the storm went by. But I've never really done any big storm chasing. I worked in Hattiesburg, Mississippi for a couple of years, and we certainly had quite a bit of severe weather there. A lot of tornadoes, and certainly saw a lot of pretty bad damage around there, but never actually seen one in person.
I foresee a WMBF storm chaser.
So our next question is about favorite non-weather related hobbies. Robert, I don't think we've started with you yet, so I'll let you lead off if you want.
I love to get outdoors. So I love to mountain bike. We love to camp, go fishing. Growing up, my dad and I would always go up into North Georgia and go camping for a weekend, do some trout fishing in the Chattahoochee, going up into the little rivers up and streams up in North Georgia and to the upstate of South Carolina. So, of course, I'm outdoors for this shot too. So I guess that
I'm a big outdoors guy too. Hiking, kayaking, boating, running lately has been a big passion of mine, just because I love food too. So food's a hobby. I love to eat. And then I also, like I said, I love music. So I play guitar, play the mandolin, play a little bit of piano. Any instrument I could play, I try to get my hands on. But yeah, I think those are the big things. I just love being outdoors. I hate sitting on the couch all day. Always have to be doing something.
And my hobbies have kind of changed over the years. I used to dance growing up. I was on the dance team in college. But obviously now don't really do that as much. But I kind of, now that I live near the beach, I don't ever like to be sitting in my apartment. So I go to the beach literally as much as possible. Like when I get off here, I'm probably going to try to go to the beach because it's so nice outside. I love to read. I love reading books, especially recently, like autobiographies about either meteorologists or people in broadcasting, like books that I can take a lot away from. I love to cook. I don't like to clean. But I like to cook pretty much any chance I get. And I like to experiment and try to, like, if I can't, like, recreate, like, really good dishes from places I like, so I'm not as tempted to eat out as much. But it's really hard in Myrtle Beach. I plan on eating my way through this place. So, yeah, and then hanging out with my cats.
Since all three of y'all like doing stuff kind of around the city and stuff, is there a shout out to some of the places or things that you like the most? What makes your city so great? Can you name a couple favorite spots?
Beach.
Any particular part of the beach?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple spots here. I mean, everybody kind of, when they come to visit, they go to downtown Myrtle Beach, and it gets a little busy, a little crazy. I think the locals go a little farther north or a little farther south, and it gets a little quieter, and you can actually relax a bit. So maybe that's if you're going to come to visit Myrtle Beach, try to branch out from just downtown Myrtle Beach. There's a lot to offer up and down the coast. And that's the thing with Myrtle Beach. They want to stay as close to the beach as possible, the buildings and the homes. So instead of going inland, everything here is built up and down the coast. You have to kind of go quite a bit to see everything. But it's worth a visit from North Myrtle Beach all the way down to Merrill's Inlet. Pawleys Island's beautiful, a little farther to the south of Myrtle Beach.
Yeah, I will agree with that. And the food is great too. You can go all the way up into North Myrtle Beach and hit up Flourishes up near downtown North Myrtle down to Barefoot Landing. I think a Flying Fish is a great seafood place there. Highly recommend that. It's a 48 catch to plate rule, so everything is super fresh, 48 hours. And then I'm a big South Strand guy. So what we say by South Strand, south of downtown Myrtle Beach, Surfside, Garden City.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
The marsh walk
yes,
is beautiful. And then you go even further south, Huntington Beach State Park, Brook Green Gardens, Pawleys Island. It's just a beautiful area down there that I would highly recommend anyone to come check out. Come to Myrtle Beach, check out downtown, and then go south would be my recommendation. And then if you have another day, go north, because you could eat your way through this city in the Grand Strand, no doubt about it.
I have not had the chance to really explore that much. I'm just now starting to be able to with all the Corona stuff going on. But I will say I have not been to a single place that I have not loved so far. All the beaches I've been to, as far south as, I recently went to Surfside the other day, and that was really nice. And there, every little spot I feel like has a different feel to it. It has different character to it. And so I really like that so far. Honestly, have not really even had the chance to eat at any local restaurants except the Boathouse. That was really good. Andrew and I ate there after work or during work one day. And then I went to a local Mexican restaurant the other day, Soli Luna, which was freaking amazing.
Where do you see the future of meteorology being? We're seeing a lot more non-traditional wise media with social media, websites, blogs. You still have your TV, your National Weather Service stuff. Where do you think the future of meteorology takes us in the next 10, 15 years?
I think that's kind of the magic question that everybody's looking to the answer for. I mean, you think back 15 years ago, how different it was, and then you look 15 years or 10 years in advance and just how different it's going to be again. Obviously, a lot of focus is on digital now. Everybody's on their phones. Most stations have a weather app at this point, but I think we invest a lot of time into our weather app, and we've seen quite a bit of growth of that here in the last few years. And even on social media, I think when I started in 2013, we had 3,000 or 4,000 likes on our weather page. I think we're up to almost 40,000 now. And you can see that kind of growth on our digital team as well. I did a presentation a couple of years ago about digital growth, website growth, and it was something like 200% growth since we launched the station. We're a relatively new station. We've only been around for a little over 10 years. But you start to see the TV side go down a bit, but the digital side is kind of taking over from there. And we're starting to put some work into OTT, things like Roku, so you can get your news kind of on demand. We're setting up a new system now at the station where basically an anchor or weather anchor can go on air or onto digital by themselves, has his own mixer board, audio board, cameras built in. They can punch up any sort of audio source, video source. And so we don't have to wait for that traditional 4 p.m., 5 p.m., 6 p.m. People don't want to wait until 4 p.m. to get the forecast or 4 p.m. to get some information. So it's tougher now to tease things. Like, hey, we got this really big story. Tune in at 4 p.m. for the details. And people don't, everybody wants the information now. So instead of doing that typical thing, if it's breaking news, we can get on air, we can get on the digital, get on the Facebook with it, onto the website, and people can go there and get the information right away. Otherwise, they're going to go somewhere else to find it.
What's your favorite social media platform? Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Snapchat? Where's your go-to?
Well, I still have my MySpace active, I think, somewhere. So make sure you give me I'll put you in my top 6. But really, I think Facebook is still probably the king when it comes to weather information with the general public. I think it's probably starting to skew a little bit older with the population. I don't think the younger you go, I think you get the less people on Facebook now. And where we go from there, I'm not sure. We've kind of dabbled in Instagram a bit, and we have decent luck with it, but I don't think we've got a huge amount of traction on there yet. But it seems like most TV stations still use Facebook as the kind of big digital social metric, and then you just kind of have Twitter and Instagram and some other things on the side.
All right, we're gonna end with a couple of fun questions. So I'll end with this one. You're ordered a pizza. You're only allowed one topping. What is that topping?
Pepperoni?
Sausage, but this puts out a Barstool Sports one bite. Everybody knows the rules. Is what I thought of as soon as you said that.
It's hard for me to pick one. My original thought was pepperoni, but I love banana pepper pizza.
Interesting. Nobody said pineapple, so that's good.
I was waiting for the pineapple.
Yeah, I don't think pineapple's on a pizza.
All right, then I will close this out tonight. This is a question that we briefly talked about before the show and had you all stow away your answer. So this could be controversial. There's only one right answer. Toilet paper, over or under?
I had to think. It's over. No. It's over.
Okay, one for over.
I saw a terrifying image once, and I'll explain it after Jessica answers. It's over.
Okay.
And it's because of the image.
Okay, yeah, I would say over, and I think of a meme, and I hope it's not what Andrew's thinking. It's like, I don't know, I can't even remember the meme. Something about a mullet, like, it had to do with a mullet.
I've seen that.
You know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about.
The one I saw had a spider underneath, and like you reached underneath the toilet paper to get it on the underside, and when you do that, you're like touching the spot. Ever since then, it's over.
No. All right, we have definitely enjoyed having you for this. We appreciate it. I would hate to give up this opportunity, or would love to give you this opportunity to promote your social media accounts. So if anyone who's watching or listening, head down to Myrtle Beach. They know where to get the weather information at, and maybe some of the best places to hang out. So I'll let you guys give out some social media information before we close off. Robert, I'll start with you.
You can. I'm big on Facebook, so if you just search for meteorologist Robert Whitehurst, it should pop up on there. And of course, our main Facebook page is kind of the one where we put a lot of our time into more forecasting, and that's going to be the WMBF First Alert Weather Facebook page.
Yeah, I think we're all pretty generic in our handles. I'm meteorologist Andrew Dockery on Facebook, and then you could find me on Twitter at AndrewWMBF. We have a great team that loves social media. We would love to just even chat with you all about weather sometime.
Yeah, mine's the same pretty much. It's meteorologist Jessica Dobson on Facebook, and then at Jessica Dobson WX on Twitter. You can also follow me on Instagram. I can't even think of my handle right now, so whatever. You can also follow me on Pinterest.
You can also find Jamie Arnold at Jamie Arnold WMBF on Twitter. So look up Jamie. We hate that he wasn't able to join today, but certainly appreciate having you all around. And if you're in Myrtle Beach, be sure to check out the WMBF First Alert Weather Team. For everyone here at the Carolina Weather Group, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Welcome to another episode, and tonight's going to be a fun episode. I'm going to go ahead and apologize. I hope I don't talk too much because we're combining weather and sports, and when we do that, it really makes me happy. Tonight we have on with us Sean Bratton and Mike Ventrisi from the Fantasy Football Weather Guys, and if you play fantasy football, you may have never thought about the weather element to it. And so tonight, we're going to talk a little bit about that. We're going to talk about the product and how you can follow along throughout the year so your fantasy football team is up to par and potentially beating the rest of your people who are not thinking about the weather. So we're happy to have Sean and Mike on with us tonight. And guys, we appreciate your time. We'll go ahead into the conversation since both of you guys are first-time guests with us. We always start off our questions like this. We want to know how you got kind of caught up into the weather bug, the weather story. So, Mike, what is your weather story? And then we'll let Sean tell his weather story.
Hey, thanks so much for having us, guys. This question always comes up, and it always starts off with, it's usually always the same answer, right? It's some kind of high impactful weather event that has just kind of brought us into the field. So I grew up on Long Island, New York as a kid, and ended up experiencing Hurricane Bob in 1991. So it knocked out our power. I'm like, what is going on outside? I originally wanted to be a veterinarian, and I would go home and watch the Weather Channel after that hurricane, just watching Cantore on there with during the season. And I realized I should probably change profession pathways and go into that meteorology just because of how nerdy I was, just kind of sitting out under an umbrella watching a thunderstorm. So, but it was Hurricane Bob that really got me into that passion, and that's pretty much why I ended up getting a PhD in tropical meteorology.
Yeah, so I didn't grow up too far from where Mike grew up. I grew up in New Milford, Connecticut, so it's in Litchfield County, Connecticut, and I actually still remember this day very vividly. I was in first grade, and we were on our, getting ready to pack up and go home, but they didn't let us because we had a tornado warning. So I was basically plastered my face to the window, looking at these ominous clouds and the rain. And I was just like in awe the entire time. Everyone else was scared. I was there up on the window wondering what the heck was going on. And we were actually kept after school for quite some time until the night, until things got cleared up. We did have a tornado touchdown near our school in Litchfield, Connecticut. So it was a really cool event. And then also the blizzard of 96 was a big high impact weather event that had been early January of 96. That was a big event for me. I remember that. We had off school, and we had like 24 to 30 inches of snow. So it was a really cool event too. And then of course, I'm sure you hear this a lot, but the movie Twister came out, and that kind of sealed the deal for me after watching that.
We were talking off air, but we've done this show for a while, and it seems like that there's a common denominator there with Twister and how many people is brought into this industry because of the movie. Yep. Like us, we all have our other weather day jobs, and we kind of do Carolina Weather Group, for fun, and that's what you guys do with the Fantasy Football Weather Guys. Tell us about what you do in your daytime jobs. I know you guys are both connected in the weather industry as well.
Yeah, so I guess I'll start off. And so I work currently for the Weather Company, which is owned by IBM. When I started my career there, I dabbled with a lot of energy forecasting, pretty much providing weather information to folks who were trading natural gas futures and some of the utilities. But since IBM has stepped into the picture here, they have been transitioned into more of a I guess you could say an analyst. My title is a meteorological engineer essentially, where my main goal in the company now is to make sure that our forecast offerings are the number one most skillful product out there. So it's been a lot more of data engineering, software engineering, and playing with Twitter on the side pretty much. It's kind of how it's evolved.
For me, I'm actually I teach AP Physics at a school called Lane Tech here in Chicago. So I teach honors in AP Physics, and then I also teach at the College of DuPage. I teach some weather and climate courses there.
This is very cool. And so, Sean, that's something, weather, it seems like a lot of people are interested in, but you're actually teaching these kids. We'll get into fantasy football, but I find this really unique.
Yeah.
What is it like teaching kids weather? I mean, as something I know we all get to go out and do school talks, but you're actually maybe talking to high schoolers, college kids. Yep. What's the field like right now? I mean, is there a lot of interest in weather?
Yeah, so I have taught at the high school level and the college level. And in both of those cases, people are just kind of taking it as a gen ed, right, to take that credit. But one of the things that I found is the application of the content really goes a long way. So if you're going to sit there and just read off some slides, they're going to go to sleep. But really getting them involved with the weather, looking at current events, looking at maps. I had students typically do their own map discussions, run their own map discussions once we get into forecast mapping and all of that stuff. And they really seem to enjoy that. And there are a lot of students that have become avidly interested in weather as a result. I have a few people really interested in climate, some more in synoptics and mesoscale meteorology. That's been really cool. We also do kind of like these little trips. The National Weather Service locally here will do balloon launches. And they'll kind of go and kind of experience that, which is a really cool experience for them. But it's really cool. I mean, really just it's a really cool science to bring to life because you experience it every day. And students really enjoy that aspect of actually being able to experience the weather, make your own forecasts, and kind of making it come to life.
That's very true. Well, let's talk about fantasy football, weather. I told you guys before I play fantasy football, but never really put the concept together until I came across your product. So tell us how did you guys become about? I mean, how did this website blog? I know you guys do a podcast now. How did you guys come about putting the product together?
Yeah, me, Sean and I have been talking about fantasy football and the weather component for a number of years. We've kind of gone back and forth and just saying, hey, did you see that snow game? You know, like Roethlisberger threw 4 interceptions. He was projected to be the number 1 quarterback of the week. What just happened there? It's been, just kind of this informal thing for a while. Yeah. And it's kind of evolved throughout the year, a couple of years now. We've been essentially, in a nutshell, Sean and I are probably the most competitive people you'd ever meet. And we need to be, essentially we're competitive with everyone else, but also really competitive with each other. So we want to try to find any edge that we can when essentially trying to optimize our lineups on a given week. And I think this is kind of how it spawned out, Sean. What would you
think? It's kind of funny because Mike and I first started listening to this fantasy football podcast, and we would be always going back and forth. And there's one thing that they always brought up, like, hey, you could become a part of our league of record, meaning you can join their fantasy football league. And these guys are big time. They're all over the place. Everyone knows them. That's in the fantasy football community, the fantasy footballers. And we were like, hey, I wonder what would it take for us to actually be able to be part of their league? And we were like, well, we're really in tune with the weather and what's going on week to week. Maybe we can trade our experience with weather and letting them know what the forecast is, and maybe they'll let us be in our league. And so Mike and I were actually kind of just pitching this idea, and we're like, wait, like as Mike explained, we were thinking about all these events in which weather has played a major role, and we're like, we may have something here. And so last August, essentially, we were like, hey, let's do this. So Mike threw together a website. He's like, all right, we're going to meet at this time every week, do a forecast, and make projections for players. We had a data set we were able to work with at the time, and then we brought on our friend Colin, who's kind of our producer and behind the scenes guy, and our host, exactly. And he's been kind of doing stuff on the side, and it just kind of gained momentum during big weather impact games. We would get people on Twitter and asking us for advice and what was going on, and it's kind of built. And now we're at a point where we brought on Nick Schiraldi, who also has a PhD in meteorology, and he's working, on our quantitative statistical analysis package and user interface on our website to really kind of nail down those numbers, and as Mike mentioned, to kind of give you the edge. So, it's just a really cool thing that we kind of were like, hey, let's just try it out, see what happens, and kind of gained some momentum over the last year or two.
I just want to say one quick thing. All the fantasy football weather guys we just mentioned, we're all University of Albany alumni guys. So that's our deep root connection.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and share your website. Let's take a look at what you guys have created here. And I mean, this is pretty impressive because it looks like you guys have developed your own modeling within for the continental United States, what we call CONUS. And so you have U.S. winds and precip primarily for these, with the key, of course. And it looks pretty simple to understand for the average person, right? I mean, for lay terms, this will show a forecast. If we take like west wind, if we have games out west, I assume there's a little bit of a learning curve here, but who came up with this idea and how does it help enhance your the experience for fantasy football if folks want to get plugged into the weather to maybe determine their outcomes?
Yeah, so when we were thinking about these to try to bring up some kind of weather maps here, the first thing we thought about is how do we identify where the stadiums are for people to see what type of weather impacts they could actually be. So essentially, wherever you see those circles with the X in the middle, that's essentially the location of a stadium that actually is predicted is in the upcoming week of games. So you can see here that the Titans there must have a game coming up here. So those stadiums will actually change each week depending on where the home game is. So if you see a little circle with a dot in the middle, that's actually a game where a home game that usually has like a cover on it, so a dome or some kind of retractable roof, so weather won't be an impact there. But the way that we wanted to really get these maps to be helpful is when there are high weather impacted events, those circles will change colors. So you can see often when an area of heavy precipitation or some stronger winds moves in, you'll see that circle turn to an orange, or even a red. So like the orange would represent there's a possibility of some impactful conditions from weather if there's a football game taking place during that hour forecast lead you're looking at. If it turns red, it means there's a high chance for some impacts.
If I were to pick east wind and go forward,
you can just go forward.
We would see, there's orange right there. So we're showing the folks out there, if you just hit forward on these buttons, you'll see these impacts in time. And I'm trying to see how far out these go. Do these go out?
Yeah. They'll go all the way to Sunday. I think recently, the most recent model run, 18Z on Sunday. We got right there. We got one in Miami. I think they're supposed to get some precipitation and maybe some wind. So I think it was on 0Z Monday or 18Z Sunday for this upcoming week. I think that's the only caution that we have for upcoming weeks. It's going to be a relatively quiet week this week. But
there it is right there. So it popped up, looks like Tuesday evening. So it looks like that timeline got pushed back a little bit. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty neat how you've integrated weather into forecast impact for a specific area, and it could be anything. It could be anything going on for that area too. So
Sure.
Football games in particular, but that's pretty neat. I really like that format. Now, tell us a little bit about the fantasy impact table.
Yeah, sure. So this is a table that will outline each set of games for the week. And to be honest, there's been so many changes with the schedule here because of all the impacts from COVID. But so we try to make sure this is up to date, and I think I did update this on Tuesday. So essentially, it'll show out the slate of games here, and it'll be in chronological order. There are a time and weather impact there, and you can see for the weather, if it says fair, this is the predicted weather for the time of the game. Then the impact will show none. Right? If you have good conditions, there won't be any real impacts from weather. But if you do see certain criteria met in the wind or precipitation, that's where essentially you can see things like a caution, where essentially winds might be and precipitation might be like this marginal type of event where there's probably going to be some weather, but it doesn't look like it's going to really be a stunter or a significant impact on all the players in the game. But if you do see some criteria, let's say you have winds 20 miles per hour with heavy rain for the duration of the game, that's where you would see an extreme impact. And this table would update that this updates probably twice a day. So this is a way to kind of come back to the site and look at it.
And this kind of gives us a bird's eye view as to what to expect. So what we do is we use this as kind of a template, and then we'll expand on this during our podcast, and we'll let people know what players we're interested in, because we do have historical stats for specific players and also by position in general. And we can elaborate on, okay, we have, forecast at 18, 25 mile an hour winds, whatever it may be. Well, this player in windy conditions, this is how they perform statistically. So we kind of update them on the expectations based on the weather. We are in the process of updating this. Hopefully over the next several weeks. Again, our buddy Nick Giraldi is going to actually customize this by position and also possibly by players. So a lot of the ultimate thing is people want to know, how is my fantasy team going to be impacted? That's bottom line, right? So we're going to have fantasy point differentials based on those weather conditions that we're going to be adding to this table hopefully soon here.
And Sean, you were talking a little bit earlier. You guys actually are doing a lot of analytics and numbers, and you're talking about specific players who may see the effects. You're talking about Roethlisberger throwing 4 INTs in a snowstorm, or it could be Denver. It's an extremely windy day, so Drew Lock, the wind may affect his performance. So how do you guys talk to us a little bit about that? How you're breaking down how it's affecting individual players?
Yeah, I can lead on this one. So we have basically archived data that we're able to use that breaks it down basically almost every play for every game going back to 2009. So what we're able to do is look at those fantasy stats. So we have fantasy point projections for half-point PPR, full-point PPR, standard leagues, and we're able to look at how that player has performed statistically during those weather-like events. So, hey, how has this quarterback performed in 20 to 30 mile an hour winds? Okay, well, we see a decrease in fantasy points by 4, and they throw their TD or their touchdown interception ratio has changed X, Y, and Z amount. And then we also kind of have another stats package that we'll use based on weather conditions as well. So what we try to do is say, all right, our forecast is this for the weather. Let's look at the specific players and the positional players that we're interested in for that game and see if there's actually going to be an impact. Because quite frankly, for some players like an Aaron Rodgers, maybe we don't see as much of an impact for them, so we're not going to be as concerned about that player. For other players like a Jared Goff or something like that, or Kirk Cousins, for example, who played in Seattle this week during rainy games, there's an impact there we've seen statistically. So we really got to kind of decipher. We just, we kind of do this by position, but even a little bit more specifically by player when appropriate.
That's really awesome. You guys have been doing this. Obviously, you started the website last year. When we're recording this, it's October 14th. So we're about week 5, I think, into the season, maybe week 6. I can't remember with COVID and all that stuff going on. But talk about...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
How have you guys, the outreach? I mean, have you got a lot of positive responses from fantasy footballers? How's that went?
So I think our biggest interaction with folks right now is on our Twitter handle at FF Weather Guys, where it typically the interaction is most prevalent during weeks where there is predicted weather and the folks are aware of those impacts. Usually when you see like some of the mainstream media or sports channels talking about weather impacts, and usually I guess that as you get up into later in the season, as we know, winter storms or late fall storms can get more energy from the jet streams. That's where we typically see those larger weather impacts, and I think that's where the draws start to come in, especially when people are fighting for those playoff positions, right? They want to make sure that they don't make a mistake, and people start to get really meticulous with their lineups. And we're speaking more specifically on like these redraft leagues, essentially where you have like a draft at the beginning of the season, and you have your team throughout the year. So that's where we've seen the most interaction with regards to our fan base.
Yeah, and during those weeks, I mean, we'll broadcast on our Twitter feed like, hey guys, this is what we're forecasting. Here's the impacts, and people will reach out to us. They're like, hey, I'm deciding between playing this player and that player. What do you think? And we'll say, hey, based on what we've seen in these weather conditions, this player has a discrepancy of this. We would side with this guy. And so we've seen this for a variety of weather events. Most people think of the big rain or snowstorms. This also applies for high impact wind events as well. We had 1 week last year that we had 4 big wind events, whereas 25, 35 mile an hour winds, we saw considerable impacts.
Yeah. One of those games was the Kansas City Chiefs, and people who were starting Tyreek Hill and Patrick Mahomes, they were really intent on getting some of those deep bombs that just never happened. They didn't get any passes over 20 yards.
Yeah.
You literally see these coaches' plans. They change their game plans essentially based off of some of these weather conditions.
Yeah, when it's bad enough. And even more recently, like Mike and I use this information. We were expecting rain for the Washington game for the Washington football team. And so we actually steered away from Terry McLaurin, and he only had 3 catches for 26 yards, I believe, on Sunday. So, which I mean, it wasn't wet for the entire game, but enough where it played an impact. So, yeah.
You mentioned mainstream media. You don't have to drop any names, but have you found maybe a few of those folks sliding into the DM saying, "Hey, what's the weather going to be like?" You know, everybody's always asking for fantasy football advice. Who should I start? Who should I sit? Have you ever had any messages from folks maybe on the TV that's asked for your opinion?
So I don't think we've had any essentially any folks reach out for start-sit decisions regarding that, but we have some interaction with some of the folks from Fantasy Pros and the Fantasy Footballers, and I think there was a couple of folks from Yahoo. It's Yahoo that are all involved in the industry that will kind of interact time to time with us on Twitter. I think last year, one of the guys from the Fantasy Footballers, Jason Moore.
Jason Moore, yep.
Yeah, he reached out, and it was literally a question about weather, and he's just like, is there any weather experts out there that would understand to know what the actual forecast is here? Because it was during that time of year where it was really high impactful for the people watching for this particular game, and he did reach out to just put a general question. A lot of our fans CC'd him or tweeted at him with our handle, so we can kind of go in there and provide some information.
Hey guys, we touched on this a little bit with talking about individual position players and the impacts on them. I was wondering a little bit about the kicking and punting game. I mean, that seems to be an area of the game that could really be influenced by wind in particular, but also precipitation as well. What sense do you guys make of how important weather is on that aspect of the football game?
Yeah, that absolutely is. And a lot of this comes down, another message that we speak to is it really matters based on the stadium as well, how the winds are swirling around that stadium, how they're funneled in, and also the field type as well. Is this an AstroTurf? Is this a grass field? So those are all things that play in to how well a kicker can perform in weather conditions. We're in the works right now of gathering kicker data. So I don't want to, say anything quantitatively as far as like from a statistical analysis standpoint, but observationally, we usually talk about games after we see them after the week, and we'll talk about kickers, and we definitely notice that higher winds going cross field or going against the kicker definitely have an impact for sure.
So guys, on any given Sunday, we can have a very diverse slate of weather across the U.S. Are there any particular locations across, anywhere that you guys forecast for that you find particularly challenging or frequently come up as a caution flag?
The most challenging weather for us is convection. It's a really anything in the Florida area, typically in the southeastern United States. This is something that we struggle with early season, late summer into early fall when convection's still blooming. And the high res models will pick up on this stuff. And, we're out 72 hours out. We're like, all right, it's looking like it's going to happen. And we literally have to update people like hourly on Sunday to be like, all right, guys, this is the recent model run. This is what we're expecting. Because, those are mesoscale features that are incredibly hard to predict for a 3 to 4 hour window of time during a ball game. But at the same time, those could be incredibly impactful because you got heavy rains and a lot of wind typically associated with those as well. So I would say those are the ones that we struggle with the most when there's any type of convection.
Yeah, those are the events that typically trip our algorithms in our fantasy impact table and some of our maps. If you look at those circles and when we change different colors, you'll see certain model runs show the impacts, and then all of a sudden they take them away because the models are having a hard time resolving the convective features. And sometimes they can sneak under the radar. I remember there was a game last year in Jacksonville where we had this strong northeasterly flow off the ocean that was just bringing these shallow convective cells across the stadium. And it was just like the popcorn variety, and it was just causing. You would hear we didn't talk about it much in the podcast that week because the models didn't see it, and then all of a sudden they'd be raining on and off during the game, and Sean was sending us messages. Do you see this rain that's going? It's the announcers are talking about it. We missed this. I'm like, oh my god. fun, the joys of forecasting Florida weather.
I can only imagine your models. Is it like a blended run? Is it like a high resolution, like her 3 kilometer going into the NAM 3 and 12, then to the GFS out to the 7-day? Do you layer it in that manner? That way you get the higher resolution or the RAP in the first couple of days?
So this is something that we're still working on. And right now, as we were kind of spinning up things here, we've been relying mainly on GFS data at first, but we are shifting over to leverage the national weather blend of models from the National Weather Service. So we are going to be shifting over to that because obviously those are the guys that are paying attention more to each location and try to be as skillful as possible. And then we can take that information and convert it into the impact, or how that impacts the specific players. So it takes some of the burden off of us in the forecasting world and allows us to focus on that impact piece.
And then we can also elaborate on that. I mean, because we may use that from the National Weather Service, but obviously we have access to the different high resolution models. And again, that's something that we typically expand on during our podcast. And there may be some games that don't even come up as a caution on our table necessarily because they may not meet a certain threshold. But for us, just observationally, we know these are things that we need to monitor. So we'll mention them during our podcast or on Twitter.
You're talking about Southeast convection. I would also imagine maybe lake effect snow, Buffalo, Chicago, Cleveland, Green Bay, all locations that could see that, where one side of town could get 6 feet and the other side could get like 2 inches,
Getting back to your social media outreach and your fans, the football fans in general, and how you integrate, how you kind of mesh with everything. How do your fans respond to your products, right? Because it looks like you do everything kind of for free. You're sort of providing that kind of service. And do you find that a lot of fans are really into what you do and share it out, and you get a lot of good response and positive feedback out of it? Or how does all that work? How do you get your how do you know how you're doing overall?
Yeah, no, we always appreciate the feedback. We'll have some people that'll reach out like, oh, I really wish I knew this, or I really wish you approached it this way or offered this kind of information. And again, that's kind of how we're working in developing our webpage and our user interface. So most people have been really constructive and just really helpful and really nice, which is not always the case in the weather world, as we know. Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, it's been a really good experience. We used to even do a photo contest where people would, obviously not the case now, at least for most stadiums, but if you were at a game where there was weather, take a picture for us and, we'll put it on our website or show it during our podcast. And people seem to appreciate that as well.
Yeah, on our website, we do have something called a mailbag where some folks can come in and write us a question, and we can essentially take that feedback and discuss it and respond back. So that's something that's also an option on the website.
Yeah, I think it's this right here. So you can put your message in and submit. And then there was also what you talked about, which is weekly weather blog, then the photo contest. So it's like, you give folks an incentive to sort of be more of a part of the website, which I think is great because you're allowing them to interact with you in your domain, which is awesome. So
well, talking about the product, we'll start to wrap up here. How can we find you? What's the social media platform of choice? I don't know if you guys do Facebook. I know you do Twitter, but tell us about social media. I know you guys do podcasts, blogs. I even think you might be dabbling into doing some live game updates. Am I correct with that?
Yes. Yeah. So we've been moving onto the Twitch platform. So if you twitch.tv/FF Weather Guys, that's essentially we have our show usually on Thursday or Fridays. We try to do it around 8 p.m. And then when there are high impact weather events on a Sunday, we'll get up on Twitch again and have a Sunday show usually around 11 a.m. That's one source where we've been kind of more interactive with folks.
Well, guys, thank you for your time. We appreciate it. Thank you guys for watching the Carolina Weather Group. Make sure if you're a fantasy football player, go check out these guys. Fantasy Football Weather Guys, Google them. You can find the Twitter account, website, all of that good info. And make sure that you tune into the blog and the podcast, as well as the live broadcast there on Twitch on Sunday morning. So until then, we hope you have a great week, and we'll see you next time here on the Carolina Weather. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Tonight, we have on meteorologist Jim Gandy. If you've been a follower of our show, You've probably seen Jim appear on the show a few times during these bigger weather events with hurricanes and winter storms. So Jim is joining us tonight from Columbia, South Carolina, and we're happy to have him. He was at WLTX there in Columbia, but has since retired. He retired, in fact, last year. Actually, Jim, I think we're coming up on the 1 year mark. Is that correct?
Just passed it. It was June 1st of last year.
Yeah, so we've just passed that. So I know retirement life, we were talking a little bit before we started recording here, has been good to you. So we'll talk a little bit more about that afterwards. But 45 years in the business, you're known as South Carolina's weatherman. Tell us how it started. How did your love for weather transition you into being a meteorologist on TV?
Nothing happened the way it was supposed to. My introduction to weather, ironically, was something that just scared me to death. I was probably maybe 4 years old. My dad was going to take me across the street to our house, and all of a sudden, the sky right before me just lit up with lightning. And it scared the living daylights out of me, as you can imagine. And from that time on, I was scared to death of lightning. Now, this was in Memphis. Then he got transferred to Jacksonville, Florida. And if you know anything about the weather in Florida, thunderstorms are pretty frequent. And so I got really interested in weather living in Florida, still scared to death of lightning. Really didn't control my fear until I went to college. I got my degree at Florida State. It was during that time that I kind of conquered my fear of lightning. Not that I don't have a healthy respect for it, I do. And then I went to Florida State, trained as a research meteorologist, and got out, graduated at absolutely the wrong time. It was 1974. We went straight into a recession. The government froze all hiring. The private sector wasn't what it was today. And so I was forced to kind of look around. My first job as a meteorologist actually was at the Institute of Storm Research in Houston, Texas. But then their contracts dried up. Again, I'm without a job. So I went back to Memphis, and I actually went back to graduate school. And that first semester in graduate school, one of the TV stations in Memphis called me and asked me if I wanted to come down and audition. I had never been to a TV station, didn't know anything about television other than what I saw on TV. I went down there, did the audition. Whatever they saw, they liked, they hired me, and the rest is history.
Starting out in Memphis, I think your next move was to Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City. I was in Memphis for 2 years. We were in the midst of a union fight there. The station was being unionized, and I hadn't had a pay raise in 2 years. So I decided, okay, maybe it's time to look elsewhere. And I applied to a number of TV stations in Florida, since my background was in tropical meteorology. And one day I get a tape back from Florida, and I think it was the tape I sent to Orlando. I get the tape back. Obviously, it was rejected. One of the directors in the control room said, well, they've got an opening in Oklahoma City. Why don't you try for that? Well, I just got this tape back. I threw it in the mail and didn't think too much of it. But then I would say just a few days later, I got a phone call from Jim Williams at KTVY, now K4 in Oklahoma City. And they flew me out there, and I did an audition right there on their set. I beat out everybody that was looking for the job. And so I spent almost 5 years in Oklahoma City. Then I went and spent 2 years with Mike Smith up in Wichita at the Kansas State Network. And then I got the job at WIS in Columbia, South Carolina, and was there for about 14 and a half years. And then Gannett offered me a job. And I went worked at corporate for a year, and then came to Columbia at their station, WLTX, and was there for 20 years.
going tropical, studying at Florida State, like you said, experienced in tropical meteorology. Then going out to Oklahoma, where now the Oklahoma City market seems to be one of the most sought after markets there is, with severe weather coverage. It's turned into something that everybody tunes into now. Was it like that back in the 80s? I know the helicopters now, we have all these storm chasers, but what was it like in the 80s in the Oklahoma City market?
It was fantastic, but you have to understand, I went to Florida State University. We didn't talk much about tornadoes. So when I went out to Oklahoma, I told my folks, I said, well, we're going to find out what kind of meteorologist I am, because Oklahoma City is a tough market. It has broken many people, and we'll see if I can hack it. Well, I went out there at just the perfect time. I got the job in July, which was right at the end of the severe storm season. So I really had about 8 months to prepare. And prepare I did, because down the road from Oklahoma City, of course, is the University of Oklahoma, the National Severe Storms Laboratory, all right there in Norman, Oklahoma. And some of my friends at Florida State were working at the Severe Storms Laboratory. So I knew the caliber of people that were down there. My biggest fear in Oklahoma City was going on the air and saying something that wasn't correct.
OKC to Wichita to Columbia. Is there anything in particular that drew you to the Midlands versus being out west? It's very different.
Well, one was a job,
right.
But after having been in Oklahoma City and Wichita for 7 years, and keep in mind I grew up in the Southeast, so when I came back to Columbia to interview for the job, the first thing I noticed was trees. And I said, oh my God, there are trees here. And not these little scrubby things you see out in the plains. And so I said, boy, if they offer me the job, I'm going to take it. And sure enough, they offered me the job. I took it, and the rest is history. I have to laugh. People always ask me about my time out in Oklahoma City and Wichita, if I ever chased storms. Yes. In fact, that's how I got into photography, was by chasing storms. I tell people that I chased storms before it became fashionable. When I was chasing, it was a rare event to run across another chaser. But today, when I see how many people are on the road chasing out there today, I'm just blown away. I said, oh my God, there's a traffic jam. I'm surprised they don't have cops out there directing traffic.
I mean, you're exactly right. I mean, we see it now even on when folks activate their GPS and they go into their apps, right? And they spell out names of people across 2 or 3 states. It's pretty impressive. So yeah, lots of people.
A lot of people out there.
And the competition is pretty stiff. Every once in a while on Twitter, you'll hear some scuffling going on about who was first in line or who was supposed to be first. So it's kind of interesting.
Well, see, I never had that problem. There wasn't anybody out there.
If you don't know what you're looking at in real time at the sky and what's going on in the environment, you can learn a lot from that outside of looking at radar and all these products and everything. So yeah, I mean, that's folks have access to that technology now, so they know how to kind of gain ahead. They can jump over to another state where something else is going on. So kind of.
Well, for me, it was fantastic because I could take what I was seeing in the field, and when I went back to the radar, now I could start to put things together. And I think that made me a better radar analyst because I could see what was on the radar and I could visualize because I had seen it in the field. Right. And so it was a big help.
Jim, I want to get back to Columbia. So overall in Columbia, you're talking about 30 years total.
34 years.
34 years. Let's talk about some of the major events, some of the major things you remember from Columbia. I was here during Hugo in '89. I experienced that as a teenager in high school. We left. We went to Union, South Carolina. and came back the next day, and it was just absolutely devastating. But I don't think folks knew what kind of impacts were going to occur inland, especially across the CSRA and all the way up into Charlotte and beyond. So tell us about your experience with Hugo.
Well, that was an interesting one because when I came to Columbia, what I had not had to do when I was out in the Plain States was make a 5-day forecast. When I came to Columbia, they insisted on a 5-day forecast. Well, this is 1989. Everybody's doing 5-day forecasts, but granted, they weren't that great. So I had been watching Hugo off the African coast, and I had been reading some of the analysis coming out of Washington. And going into the preceding weekend, they said the weather pattern is shaping up for this hurricane to affect the southeast, which caught my attention. So over the weekend, I'm following it pretty closely. And so I went into work early on that Monday, and I did my analysis. The one thing that struck me was that the computer models were having some trouble. They kept wanting to keep the storm going west. When it came off of Puerto Rico, though, it was moving northwest. But the models kept wanting to turn it west. I have a rule, and I developed this rule in Oklahoma. And that rule is, when it comes to computer models and reality, reality always wins. So I looked at the situation, trying to figure out why would the storm turn west. I could not find any reason for it to turn west. So I decided there isn't much out there to move this storm. So I pretty much interpolated from the 500 millibars right into South Carolina. So on Monday, that Monday night when I went on the air, I said, I think this is a hurricane that's going to hit us in South Carolina. And I was projecting mainly the low country. And the next day, I expected, that was, it hit after midnight on Friday. So you're more than 3 days out. So I expected, okay, I'll have to change the forecast Tuesday, but we can make corrections along the way. Well, when I came in Tuesday, I was within 25 miles of the projected path. So I decided, if things aren't changing, why change the forecast? So I stuck with the forecast, and it came right into Charleston, South Carolina.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
And it did quite a number on South Carolina. It was the strongest hurricane to hit South Carolina since the storm in 1893.
I want to touch on another major weather event topic, which was the October flood of 2015, which affected not only us at the coast, but again, the connection to Columbia and the tropics and an upper low. And it was just the perfect kind of combination. And so I know that there was dams that broke in Columbia. There was all kinds of flooding issues, you name it. So talk a little about your experience with that. And how you
Well, that was an interesting one because if you'll remember, it was Joaquin that came into the Bahamas and went stationary and sat there for a while. And of course, we were all watching it. One of the things early that week that bothered me was that the projection for rainfall for this area seemed to be unreasonably high. Unreasonably high because every computer model had the hurricane passing well east of us, offshore, maybe going into North Carolina. But certainly that would still leave us on what is traditionally the dry side of the hurricane. So, you know, we're talking about this on the air, and of course I was talking with my colleagues there in the Weather Center, and I said, you know, something just does not add up. And so we kept looking, and I kept analyzing stuff, and still couldn't figure it out. I knew that there was some information that we weren't getting. So the National Hurricane Center decided on that Wednesday night they would start flying the high altitude aircraft out toward the storm. And I said, and by the way, I was on conference calls with our corporate people. Tegna owned our TV station. So I was on the conference call and I said, look, we can make all kinds of projections we want, but the National Hurricane Center is going to fly that high altitude aircraft tonight. When that data gets into the computer model, we will know what this storm is going to do. And that was a Wednesday night. Thursday morning, it wasn't so much a surprise, but the projections for the hurricane had it staying offshore, but it did not change the rainfall prediction for our area. And at that point, I realized we're looking at the wrong thing. The hurricane is not the threat. It is the upper level low that is coming down through the Tennessee River Valley that's going to slow down, almost stall over the Florida Panhandle. It's going to tap a tropical atmospheric river, and it's going to direct it right into South Carolina.
We've talked about hurricanes, snowstorms, and flooding. Were there perhaps any tornado events that you particularly recall from your years in Columbia?
Oh, yeah. In fact, probably the most memorable one was from a tropical depression, 1994. And it was Hurricane or Tropical Storm Beulah. It hit along the Florida coast, came into Georgia, southwest Georgia, and was heading up toward the Athens area, the center. It happened that we were on the east side at just the right point in the heat of the afternoon. So I went in early to work in preparation for, I guess I got to the station around 11:30. And while Joe Penner, who was doing the weather for the midday show, as he was doing the weather, right after he got off, they issued a tornado warning. And it was for Barnwell County. I thought, tornado warning. Now, keep in mind, back then, the Weather Service had Doppler radar, but we did not. So I'm thinking, okay, so we went on and gave the warning and everything. And I'm looking at everything as best I can. And all of a sudden, they happened to say that there was circulation in Lexington County. It was down near Pelion, I think it was, or something like that. I went, oh my gosh. So I notified the assignment desk. They said, where do we need do we need to send someone to Pelion? I said, no, don't go to where it's been, go to where it's going to go. So we sent a photographer out on I-20, and I just said, go toward Highway 6, and then we'll see. Well, he gets to Highway 6, and he misses the turn, has to turn around. When he does, he sees the tornado. And that was the first of something like 28 or 9 tornadoes that day.
Switching gears a little bit, Jim, climate change has been something you're very vocal about. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
It goes back to in 2007. This is when TV stations were starting their websites. Everybody was kind of green back then, so we really didn't know what we were doing, what we wanted to accomplish. And I convinced the TV station. I said, let's do something. Let's start a science and technology page. But I was also at the time on the station's scientists committee. It just so happens that Joe Whitty, a meteorologist who was on the air in Washington, D.C., made a recommendation to Ed Mabeck at George Mason University. And they wanted to see about educating people about climate change. Joe sends a note to the chairman, who was Paul Gross at the time. And Paul then relayed that message to all of us on the committee. And I had just come inside from working out in the yard, and it said on there that they were looking for an advisor. I said, hey, this sounds kind of interesting. So I responded. But a friend of mine on the committee beat me to it. So when I talked to Joe, I said, well, if you need any help or anything like that, just let me know. A few days later, he calls back. He said, how would you like to be the test case? I got the TV station on board. They supported it. the National Science Foundation gave us the grant. And in 2009, ironically, as Climate Gate was breaking, we were meeting in Washington, D.C. to map out a program that would become Climate Matters. The whole focus of our work was to educate people about how the climate is changing and why it's changing and how it's going to affect them locally. We just wanted to give people the scientific information.
What does Columbia, South Carolina mean to you? And then second part of that is, how is retirement life?
I worked here for 34 years, so I consider it to be home. It's also a great place to be. The cost of living here in Columbia is really pretty low in comparison to other parts of the country. And actually, you can say that through a large part of the Carolinas. It's not just Columbia, but in this part of the country, the cost of living isn't that great. So it's a great place to live. So if you don't have a vast wealth, it's a great place to just kind of settle in. As it turns out, I picked the perfect time to retire. I mean, I was already 66, so it wasn't like I was retiring early. So I decided, okay, let's go ahead and retire. This is it. I'll retire, and we'll enjoy life, whatever it is.
Last question, Jim. To wrap this up, what are your words of advice for any future meteorology student or anybody that's currently in the field?
I read something the other day that kind of struck me. It was a young meteorology student who was struggling or had struggled at Florida State, had gone to another college, had some problems there, but was really passionate about weather. And I thought about it because I felt bad that she was struggling, but I sent her a tweet back, and I said, this might surprise you and will surprise some, but I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. I struggled as well. I often joke that I enjoyed the course atmospheric radiation so much, I took it 3 times. And you just have to work hard and persevere. When I graduated, I wasn't at the top of my class. But my parents instilled a work ethic. If you want something, you got to work for it. So in many cases, I wasn't the best person on the air. Certainly, I wasn't always the best looking person on the air. I don't have the best voice on the air. I don't even know why I'm on the air, but I work harder than anybody. One of my colleagues once said, you are the hardest working meteorologist I have ever been around. And it's true. When I go to work, I'm there until it's done. 8 hours, 9 hours, 12 hours, it doesn't make any difference. I get the job done. And I always wanted to be the best forecaster.
Very thankful for you to join us tonight. You're still following a little bit of weather. Are you doing any updates on social media? If so, how can folks follow you?
Follow me on Twitter and Facebook at Jim Gandy WX.
That's awesome. Well, Jim, we certainly appreciate it. We hope that you and your wife can get out and travel soon. Hopefully this pandemic mess will come to us soon or end soon, and you can get out there and enjoy the traveling. And we certainly appreciate you joining us tonight. And from all of us here at the Carolina Weather Group, thank you for your service that you've dedicated to the folks of South Carolina over the
thank you.
Years.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Everyone, thanks for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We'll see you next time.
I'm James Brierton. A special edition of the Carolina Weather Group starts right now. These are pictures out of western North Carolina in the first daybreak after devastating flash flooding from Tropical Depression Fred. Good evening. I'm James Brierton in Charlotte, North Carolina, and we are live with you on this Wednesday, August the 18th, 2021. Our panel is assembled here again tonight. We have Jared Smith in Charleston, South Carolina, and Evan Fisher in Asheville, North Carolina. So many of our friends and neighbors in western North Carolina still dealing with the aftermath of Tropical Depression Fred, with ongoing flooding that the word aftermath just doesn't do it justice. This is a situation that is still very much active and ongoing for these folks. And states of emergency remain in effect tonight because of the devastation that is being felt in some of these places, including reports tonight that we're learning out of Haywood County in North Carolina, where some 35 people remain unaccounted for. If you were with us last night during our live coverage, you'll remember that the National Weather Service and Emergency Management had issued a flash flood emergency, the highest and most severe of the flash flood bulletin tier, as the Pigeon River overflowed its banks, cresting at nearly 20 feet. And some incredible imagery that we'll show you in just a moment of what the town of Canton looks tonight. Let's start on that note and bring in Evan Fisher, who is in Asheville, the closest to the epicenter where this devastation, this flooding was seen in countless places across the mountains. Evan.
Yeah, absolutely, James. This damage was widespread. Just about every community in the mountains and into the foothills saw swollen creeks and in many instances flooded roads, washed out bridges, and damage to homes and businesses. It was a very scary day across the region yesterday afternoon. As we got towards the mid to late afternoon hours, we saw the rain rates really pick up and go through the roof, and rivers swole and became unmanageable, and all these roads became suddenly impassable. Like you said, James, Haywood County, Canton, Clyde area, they were the hardest hit. That was truly the epicenter of this event, where nearly 10 inches of rain fell up on the mountain. And here you're looking at a photo from Canton, North Carolina. This is drone footage showing earlier, actually, I believe yesterday evening in Canton.
I think they were taken today in the aftermath. These are some of the first daylight photos, I believe.
Wow, that's incredible. The water was still that high. Yeah, I mean, you can see the water into buildings and businesses there in downtown Canton. Wow, that is an incredible shot right there. I hadn't even seen this one myself. So exactly, like you mentioned, James, the water all came rushing down off of the mountains to the west of Asheville into Canton and Clyde. That's what prompted the flash flood emergency and the evacuations in low-lying areas. Unfortunately, like you mentioned, we have 35 people still unaccounted for. We certainly hope that number plummets down to zero and everyone checks in and is found safe. But it's a concerning look 24 hours after the event wrapped up.
Yeah, the best case scenario is those 35 people sought higher grounds and just have yet to check in with family, friends, or officials. But that number is now up at this 9 o'clock hour from 30 earlier in the day. And so if you happen to leave town and have not yet checked in, they are looking to account for all of the residents here of the town of Canton. And we do thank the photographers at A Shot Above for allowing us to show you these pictures tonight, because pictures are unfortunately worth 1,000 words, and telling you that a river overflows banks is one thing, but to show you what that means for a town like Canton and other communities in Haywood County along the Pigeon River is absolutely breathtaking. And I think we saw that firsthand, Evan, with your viewing of some of these pictures for the first time.
We did, absolutely. There were multiple swiftwater rescues throughout Haywood and Buncombe County and down towards Transylvania as well. We are quite thankful to not have heard of any official fatalities yet, and we do hope that continues and that those 35 people show up safely.
We have been monitoring information from Haywood County, who are, as Evan mentioned, continuing to do the search and the rescue and the securing of their town tonight. And as soon as we get information from them on some verified ways that you at home can help these neighbors and others across Western North Carolina through donations and charities, we're to pass that along. Evan, you're in Asheville, and you traveled out yesterday. We looked at some of these pictures yesterday, but I was hoping for folks who maybe weren't with us last night, you can let people know what else you saw yesterday as some of the rivers, creeks, and streams, the countless of them across Western North Carolina, were overflowing their banks. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, so I went out and drove around my hometown of Fairview, North Carolina, which is about 8 to 10 miles southeast of Asheville, down a little bit closer towards Chimney Rock, if you're familiar with the area. And I went out about mid-afternoon when the rainfall rates really went through the roof and drove down towards Bat Cave and Chimney Rock, which is in the Hickory Nut Gorge, a very flood-prone area where water just funnels down through large crevices in the rocks, and it's more of a canyon than anything else. Went down and scoped out the Broad River, and there was widespread flooding on it. The main highway was actually closed halfway down the gorge, and I could not go any further. Water was lapping up into some homes right there along the main highway, Highway 74. Then I did circle back towards Fairview, my hometown, and by the time I got back, it was a totally different scene than when I left an hour and a half prior. When I left my home, I drove down roads that when I returned were fully submerged in 2 to 3 feet of water. The water had come roaring down off of the mountains and the higher elevations, and truly Cane Creek, our local main waterway, had swollen up to a degree that I had not seen in my 8 years of living here. There was water where I've never seen water before. 2 of the 3 access points to the valley in which I live were cut off by flooding. It was very scary for a while watching the round after round of heavy rain come in, and knowing that so many neighbors and members of the community were going to be dealing with the cleanup for days and weeks following.
Some additional pictures to share with folks tonight on this special edition of the Carolina Weather Group. This video shot by Austin Taylor in the city of Boone in Watauga County, where you can see water spilling into the streets and parking lots. This photo showing what looks to be a single car in a parking lot, now covered by water instead of pavement. Another vehicle with looks to be a pickup, water up to its bed. And you can see some of the rapid movement of a lot of this water, and that flash flooding in a nutshell. Quick moving water spilling into places where it's not supposed to be. And now in the hours afterwards, the conversation turns to, well, where did all this water go? Let's bring in Jared Smith. He's looking at river flood gauges at this hour. And Jared, this water is going to be running off through the water basin for the next couple days.
It sure is. I think one bit of good news that we can take away from this is that we do not have any more gauges in major flood stage. That is some good news. Another bit of good news is that this is not going to go east. This is a lot of this rain fell away from the escarpment, and it is going to drain out west a little bit, maybe a little bit, more capacity for that. We still have some rivers in flood. That's going to be certainly an issue here. The French Broad River at Blantyre, I hope I got that right, it looks like its crest around 20.44 feet. And is continuing to fall here, but still in moderate flood stage for the next little bit. Should fall below flood stage by Friday. So that's some good news there. Again, this is, it's going to go, and it's going to dissipate down. But the French Broad still is, obviously very problematic here. We still have a minor flood stage now at Fletcher. We have a minor flood stage at Asheville, but this is almost, the good news is that this is almost below flood stage at Asheville. So that's some really good news. And then when looking at, some of the other gauges, the French Broad near Marshall. So you can see it's kind of draining down. We'll keep an eye on this as time goes on, but that is a little bit of good news there that we are seeing some of these, more severe instances down. So here's the French Broad River near Hot Springs. It got in a minor flood stage last night, is leveled out here as well. And let me go to, and let me see here. It was much easier to find. Let me grab the Pigeon River real quick, because that's what we're looking for. Let's see here. So here's the Pigeon River near Hepco. You can see that huge jump there. They don't have flood forecasts there, but they do here at Canton. And again, this was the major event here, and you can see it crest just shy of 20 feet and is now back down to normal. I mean, it's remarkable how quickly it got back down to normal. But we saw from the images in the opener just how devastating that this major flood event was.
Absolutely, Jared. And I think you're right. I mean, some of these communities, we won't know for a couple of days what lies beneath some of those floodwaters, and other communities downstream will have to watch for the swelling of local rivers as the water basin works to run off all of this excess. At the height of things yesterday, or I should say at the culmination of things yesterday, this is a look at the day's final tally. Every flash flood warning and advisory, every tornado warning issued, every local storm report. Hats off to the men and women at the National Weather Service who had a relentless day followed by storm surveying today. We'll talk about that more in a moment, but just you can see on your screen right now, every one of these little green beacons is some sort of flood-related event. That's a river, that's a creek, that's a stream, that's a road, that's a mudslide. Those are low-lying areas that are impassable because of the torrential rain that fell upwards of 8 inches in some places. We'll get you some of those storm totals here in just a moment. Matter of fact, what I can show you on the screen is from our own Evan Fisher. Evan, you were graphing and calculating some of these rainfall totals today. What were some of the highest?
Sure, James. Yeah. So the highest 3-day rainfall total that I have seen through the Coco Ross system actually was 17 point, let me get the numbers on this, 17.36 inches of rain from Lake Toxaway.
Fallen rain?
Fallen
17
rain.
inches? Over the past 3 days, you said.
3 days.
So that could be yesterday plus severe thunderstorm warning kind of related stuff from days earlier.
Right. So that's going to be a combination of the stalled front that we had. That area was under a flash flood warning the day prior to Fred for another flooding event. And then they also tacked on likely another 7 to 9 inches of rain that day. I've seen widespread reports in the very flood prone areas, the higher elevations of 7 to 9 inches. So those certainly verified, those forecasts verified. And you could see on that map, sorry, James, that you just pulled it back down. The highest totals were located right.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Blue Ridge Escarpment, or the Eastern Continental Divide. And that is the area where the mountains first rise up out of the North and South Carolina, Piedmont and foothills. And they rise up, and that water, the low-level moisture, rises up the mountains and gets strained out, and all the rain really falls down onto those first mountains there. And that's why we saw so much flooding in through Canton and Clyde. We saw the water fall in the mountains just above those cities and flow down the Pigeon River. And to use the wording of the National Weather Service in Greenville, Spartanburg, create a significant and life-threatening flood wave that washed through the town.
Yeah, and now it's cleanup, but it's cleanup that's gonna take a while. It's waiting for this water to go down. It's helping to restore services like water, power, and utilities. It's cleaning off roadways. You're looking at some photos here that the state put out, the Department of Transportation, amongst the first to respond to the impacted communities, trying to get infrastructure back online to help bring in more supplies to communities that might need it. You can just see some of these hardest hit areas in these photos that the state put out earlier today. And as Evan mentioned, a lot of this by itself would have been impressive, but we had that stalled front across the Carolinas for days, which just brought scattered but strong to severe thunderstorms, as many of you will remember, and that took our soil and really saturated it. So then when Fred came in, we were already dealing with soil that was like a wet sponge, and that kind of culminated in the event that you're seeing on the screen here. The other thing that this day will be remembered for especially depending on where you live, would be the convective severe weather we saw as a result of this storm. And the National Weather Service going out today, putting their eyeballs on damage left from tornadoes, such as this one recorded by Brandon Pope off of Old Mountain Road in Iredale County, eventually crossing into Alexander County. He took this video and posted it to Twitter yesterday. And what you're seeing here, we now know, is a EF1 tornado. You can see the path here that the National Weather Service in Greenville, Spartanburg, Tricia Palmer herself took this trip on up here to take a look. And this was an EF1 tornado with peak wind gusts of 110 miles an hour. Luckily, no injuries to report, very minor damage, but their storm survey does account for trees that were topped off at about 20 feet above the ground, which was helping them to determine the impact of that tornado. That was just one of several tornadoes that the Weather Service confirmed today. The National Weather Service in Greenville, Spartanburg, by the way, issued, if I have this right, 37 tornado warnings yesterday. The most their office has done since the late 1980s.
Wow.
If I recall the statistic correctly from Brad Panovich at WCNC, I think it was.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jared.
I mean, it's worth noting, too, that the methodology in the late 80s is far different from what we have now. Keeping in mind that we switched to storm-based warnings in 2007, 2008. And so where you might have one warning covering a county, if you have two events, boom, you got two birds, one stone. And also keeping in mind that if you have a warning that goes out for multiple counties, that's actually, I was actually talking to somebody about this today. Believe it or not, that was counted as multiple warnings back in the day. So you could issue one warning, but it would go out as three because it was county-based. And there was no such thing as the valid time event code, the VTEC. Not talking about revved up Honda motors. I'm talking about valid time event code. And what that does is it groups each event as one warning. And that just was not a thing. That was invented, that was a mid 2000s invention and rollout. So I'll want to use caution a little bit about that. But again, not to take away from the fact that they issued, they issued
69 tornado warnings across all of the National Weather Services in the Carolinas. Evan Fisher's got a map up here on the screen. So that does include Peachtree City. That does include Virginia, because the National Weather Service boundaries and the state boundaries are not the same. 67 tornado warnings, flash flood warnings, 27 with flood. Is that advisories then? 23?
Flood warnings. I left flood advisories out.
Okay. Yeah. Let's get back over to what the Weather Service was finding today. We have down here a little bit closer to Greenville, another EF1. Now, this was a low-end EF1 in Malden, South Carolina, with a tornado that touched down near Brooks Road at Highway 276. And you can see that this one was on the ground for about a little over 2 miles or so. And minor damage to roofs and siding noted to several structures. Damage was primarily limited to multiple uprooted large hardwoods and snapped trees, not too dissimilar from the one seen in Alexander and Iredale counties. Another EF1 here to show you on the map near Fountain Inn, South Carolina, where the storm survey team found that a tornado touchdown east of Pennington Road. This tornado tracking north-northeast, crossing intersections such as Highway 418. Damage, again, primarily limited to some hardwoods and snap trees, which would be expected with an EF1. One of the trees, though, did fall and damage a home on Ritchie Road. The shed there was also damaged and destroyed as a result of a fallen tree. So a direct result of that tornado, which EF0 also striking about 3 miles southeast of Fountain Inn, South Carolina. And I could have sworn, yes, there is. I could have sworn there was another short-lived little guy here, an EF0, that was on the ground for about 1/10 of a mile and this one near Sandy Springs, South Carolina. And I almost missed this one as well here near 6 Mile, South Carolina, also on the ground for about 1/10 of a mile, where multiple trees were uprooted. Some of these shorter paths are not surprising, considering the tropical nature of the setup yesterday. And if you joined us for live coverage or your local television broadcasters, they were talking a lot about these cells that were training across areas. But the nature of tornadoes associated with a tropical system like this, they spin up very quickly and they spin down very quickly. So it makes warning on them very tricky. You got to move very quickly, and then they don't live very long, which couldn't be good news. But it comes down to pulling that trigger, getting the effective communication, and then on your end at home, making sure you move to safety as quickly as possible, because you're not going to have a lot of lead time that you might have with certain other tornado warnings we get here in the Carolinas. Certainly, you always want to try to move to safety as quickly as possible. Again, you can find information about how to help Western North Carolina forthcoming on our Facebook page. We're looking for the county to tell us exactly where and when they need help. I know they did say earlier, thanks but no thanks to volunteers for search for rescue, leaving that first and foremost to the professional first responders. And they said that they would be issuing some additional information about how the community can get involved and helped as soon as they get to that phase of their recovery. Jared, let's shift gears here now. As folks, we are in mid to late August and the tropical season is well underway. With Tropical Depression Fred now gone, what's next?
So that's an interesting question. So and that's a question that is kind of shifting on us a little bit as we've gone through the day. First, Hurricane Grace, second hurricane of the season, is going to make a couple hops in Mexico, dissipate there. Not a concern for the Carolinas, certainly a concern for Mexico with heavy rain and potentially some strong winds. Right now, does not expect to become a major hurricane, thank goodness, but still a very rough go for the Yucatan Peninsula and then getting into mainland Mexico here. So there's your path for Grace. Again, well, very far south from the Carolinas, not a weather concern for us. Where it gets interesting is with Tropical Storm Henri. So last night, you may remember that we've been talking about Henri a little bit and how it was thinking about, it was going to curve out to sea. Guidance picked up on an interesting trend today, and there's a lot of guidance members that are starting to come around to this idea, so much so that the Hurricane Center is starting to come around to this idea that as Henri it's going to get picked up by cutoff low, and it's going to head north and parallel the coast. Again, this is going to be more of a wave and rip current maker for us along the Carolina coast. We'll need to see how far west it ends up. So, we'll continue to keep an eye on that. I'll show you all another graphic in a second, talking about tropical storm force wind probabilities there. But if you notice, the key difference in the track today versus yesterday is that Henri is taking aim on New England. A ridge of high pressure is going to build just to the northeast of Henri, basically cutting off its escape route. And so if you have plans, if you've got plans or business, I know that, Charlotte in particular, a lot of banking business, Charlotte to New York, that's a pretty common commute. You may be dealing with Tropical Storm Henri by this time, by next Monday. We'll see how this turns out. Again, there's a long way to go. There's certainly uncertainty around this. We have some guidance that's really strictly on board with it. We have some guidance that has not yet gotten on board with it. It's going to be an interesting situation for the Hurricane Center forecasters, to put it mildly. So again, and there's that reasonable arrival of tropical storm force winds. I'm going to put the probabilities up as well. So let me grab the probabilities real quick, and we'll look at this. So the tropical storm force wind speed probabilities here, taking a look at that, you've already got up to 50% along Cape Cod and out there on the coast of Massachusetts here. So certainly increasing confidence in the short term for potential tropical storm force impacts all the way there. But you will notice that there is a slight chance of tropical storm force winds possibly extending out to the Outer Banks as we get into later this weekend. So that'll be something to watch. Again, a lot is going to depend on the track. Still a lot of uncertainty as far as how west it gets. But that is, if you're on the Outer Banks, this is something that you're going to want to keep an eye on.
Yeah, definitely. As we're coming into what is traditionally the peak of hurricane season, early to mid-September, we're going to be keeping a close eye on those outlooks from the National Hurricane Center to let us know what we should be expecting. So Outer Banks, we can't rule out the chance of some gusty winds and some rip currents along the Carolina coast. You're going to want to keep an eye on that. I did just get this number that I wanted to share with folks tonight. If you are in Haywood County and need assistance, the county has set up a hotline. This is for residents, business owners of Haywood County. They're not looking for you to call this number to ask about other people, but if you are in need of assistance from the county following the flooding there in Haywood County, that number, 828-356-2022. That's 828-356-2022. That's a Haywood County hotline for residents and business owners who do need assistance in that area after the flooding that we saw play out. This has been a very tiring last couple days, not just for people who are communicating the weather, but the people who are out there with boots on the ground, the first responders, those coming in afterwards, the National Weather Service. And it really just goes to show that the impact from a storm cannot always be judged by its category. This was a tropical depression, and its impacts are going to be with these folks for a really long time. There are a lot of factors that go into forecasting weather, and purely categorizing them into neat little buckets, well, there's a lot more to it than that. When you factor in things like saturated grounds, stalled fronts, and I think that's a lesson for all of us. Not a critique, but a lesson for all of us to remember. There's no such thing as just a tropical depression. Because all of the pictures and all of the stories and all the damage we told you about tonight are a culmination of factors that get triggered by a tropical depression. And I hope that we remember that in the future. So as people are planning for whatever the future may hold here in this hurricane season or another, have that go bag. Have it ready. Put it together now and stick it on a closet. There's no harm in just having it. It's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. And I think I'm going to be revisiting mine too, because guys, I'll tell you, I wouldn't be ready if this rolled in here tomorrow. I've got some stuff stocked away, either from being a weather nerd or from pandemic toilet paper hoarding. But I'm going to get really tired of eating canned black beans or whatever it is that's down there. And I think that's my upcoming weekend to-do list.
Yeah. Best time to do it is now. And that's, aside from Henri potentially kicking up some waves, we've got nothing else out there. And there's a bunch of Saharan dust coming off. We may actually catch a little bit of a break. And that is a welcome reprieve. Yeah. That's a reprieve that we don't usually get in late August. So I will urge everybody, take advantage of this. Check your hurricane kits. look at your evacuation routes. Get vaccinated. No time like the present. Do not deal with COVID. Don't try not to worry about COVID on top of trying to run away from a storm.
You made up a good point on that yesterday, because the combination of vaccines and masks and everything else instantly, fearfully goes into politics. But if you need to evacuate and go to a shelter, these are going to be factors and considerations on how you plan, where you go, what you can do when you get there. And they were conversations that came up last year and will certainly have to be revisited again if and when we need them. Gentlemen, that's going to do it for this special edition of the Carolina Weather Group. We thank you all at home for tuning in tonight, whether you're watching with us on Facebook or YouTube, or maybe listening to the audio podcast. I don't want to leave you out, our podcast friends. I know you haven't been able to see these visuals that we've been showing you, but the audio podcast is an important mechanism for us because it's a place that during a state of emergency, we will turn to continue to deliver information about the weather. Not live, of course, because a podcast inherently isn't live, but it's a place that we can put forecast updates, weather updates in a means that doesn't require a ton of cellular data, doesn't require a ton of battery power, things that can be scarce during severe storms. So I would encourage you to find Carolina Weather Group wherever it is you get your audio podcasts, so that you'll have yet another means to getting information. And we hope it's a part of a matrix of ways that you get information. And so as you're preparing those go kits, as we always say, please know a weather radio. Very important tool not to be overlooked. On behalf of Jared Smith, Evan Fisher, I'm James Brierton in Charlotte, North Carolina. That does it for this special edition of the Carolina Weather Group. We will see you again real soon. It is Wednesday, August 25th, 2021. I'm James Brierton in Charlotte. Welcome to an all-new live edition of the Carolina Weather Group. We are looking back at the historic flooding and tornadoes that impacted so much of the Carolinas just a week ago as Tropical Depression Fred came on through. We welcome in your live questions and comments to tonight's conversation by using the chat functionality right now if you're joining us on Facebook, YouTube, or the Carolina Weather Net. And of course, if you are listening on our audio podcast later on, we welcome you in as well. Introducing our panel and our guests this week, we have Evan Fisher and Scotty Powell from Carolina Weather Group. Evan is in Asheville. Scotty Powell is in the foothills of Western North Carolina and Morganton. From WCNC in Charlotte, we have Chris Mulcahy, and we have Jason Boyer in Asheville at WLOS. Jason, let's start right with you. Your television station is right there in Asheville. There was no area harder hit last week with all of this rain and flooding than Western North Carolina. If you could, just bring our viewers and our listeners up to date a week later on where the recovery stands from all of this.
Yeah, the recovery started, of course, right after the rain started letting up. We had major flooding, catastrophic flooding on the Pigeon River, which was an area through Haywood County that was hit hardest around Canton and Crusoe. And after the floodwaters receded, which actually happened that night into the morning, the cleanup began, restoration, if you will, of some of the properties, but so much damage, obviously, to clean up. And it took, well, it's been over a week now, and essentially they're still cleaning up in a lot of areas. So what I've seen most recently is pretty much just debris on the sides of streets, certainly more mud to clean off the streets in some locations, especially more of the rural locations affected, and folks just trying to get their lives back in order. Unfortunately, many folks will forever be changed by this, obviously. You know, even personally, I was changed by it because it was the most extreme weather events that have happened on my watch, if you will, in the last 12 years I've been here. So Quite an event. Unfortunately, a tragic event with 5 still. Of course, we lost 5 lives and 1 still missing.
Yeah, that's right. And we're looking at some photos right now that were sent to us from a shot above. This is in Canton last week, as you were mentioning, along the Pigeon River. They are the epicenter, the visual reference to what this flooding really means. As we were watching stream gauges on our Carolina Weather Group live coverage crest at nearly 20 feet, these photos really show the impact of what that means. Jason, let me ask you, you mentioned a moment ago the impact that you felt as a communicator, as a lifeline for folks as they were tuning in for information. What is that like for somebody on the studio side of things when all of this is playing out?
Well, we were gathering so much information and trying to get as much as we could out to our audience. We, on top of that, had to cover tornado warnings. So the flash flooding was not the initial, engagement. At first, we were talking tornado warnings because those happened very quickly in the afternoon hours. Starting around 12:30, 1 o'clock, we had our first tornado warning come out for my market, my television market. And that was in the upstate of South Carolina. And then just one after another, they kept coming. The flash flood warnings were issued prior to that in some of the counties, like Transylvania County, Haywood County. I believe Jackson County had a flash flood warning out early in the day. Keep in mind, we had a couple of heavy rain events leading up to this. They weren't widespread, but they were very localized. And we already had flooding the day before that in the Rosman area on the French Broad River, where some folks locally measured 8 to 10 inches of rain in about a 7-hour period. So it was an extreme event there. That was highly localized. Then on top of that, you had Fred coming in the day after. And of course, it just led to the catastrophic flooding.
You mentioned all the tornado warnings. Here's a look at the perspective from National Weather Service in Greenville, Spartanburg, which, just to give people context, does have jurisdiction of your area in western North Carolina, along with upstate South Carolina and as far east as the Charlotte metro area. 37 tornado warnings in this tweet that Brad Panovich at WCNC put out later on that evening. I think there may have been 1 or 2 more across the Carolinas that came with the remnants of that line. The governor of North Carolina back out in Haywood and Bumpkin counties today, touring with residents and small business owners to continue to look at the recovery and the impact a week after these storms. Some new photos that his office shared with us today. We do want to let people know that if you are a resident or a business and you are in need of assistance, there is a hotline in Haywood County. That's 828-356-2022. 828-356-2022 is the number to call if you are in need of assistance as a Haywood County resident or business owner. Jason, I understand your station is also doing something starting tomorrow to help people in the community.
That's right. It's called Hope for Haywood, and we are...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Help raise funds to help in the relief efforts for Haywood County and those affected by the devastating floods. And so we'll have a team out there in the morning for our morning shows and another team out in the afternoon in Haywood County, working with the news department and bringing live updates from that area. And we'll have all the information, of course, online and on air so that folks can donate.
We will look for that on WLOS starting tomorrow. We appreciate all that you guys are doing. I mean, this is so much for your community. But as you were mentioning before, as a not only a professional in the area, but you guys live here. What is that stress like for the staff to cover this and then have to go home and maybe clean up property in your own lives?
Yeah, well, I've had flooding at my house before, and it wasn't related to any major flooding event, but just heavy rain. I live closer to the Pisgah Ridge. I live in an area that is typically a very heavy rain area of southwest Buncombe County. So I've dealt with it personally, but nothing on the level that the folks obviously in Haywood County recently had to deal with. Most of the stories I've been hearing from people is just it's hard to comprehend it until you see it. And even when you see it, it's just something that they, even in their careers, haven't experienced firsthand. And so when they come back, they're just, the eyes are wide open and they're just talking to me and they're saying it is actual, like a bomb went off almost. And they have no other way to describe it. And you see the video, you see the pictures on social media and on TV. And it's very hard to understand just how big of an impact this had and how quickly it went down, if you will. We heard about the sound bites. A wall of water came suddenly rushing down, and we have theories on that. We don't know exactly what happened. There's no dam that broke. There's no levee that was breached. That's not the situation here. The East Fork Pigeon River is the headwaters of the Pigeon River. There's a West Fork and an East Fork, and they come off the Continental Divide. And essentially, so much rain fell in a concentrated area of Transylvania and southern Haywood County that it just saturated the ground, inundated that river, and overwhelmed it quickly. So the theory is that there was debris, so much debris getting into the river that it just clogged it up. And the pressure of the water just kept building. And eventually, whenever that break or several breaks eventually gave way, it just all came downstream.
Yeah, we're looking at a tweet you put out last week, Jason, showing some of those radar estimated rainfall totals. Absolutely incredible numbers, and video that our own Evan Fisher shot, not in this exact location. This is in Fairview, but I just thought of it a moment ago because you mentioned some of the debris, and you can see some of it in your video, Evan. It looks like maybe part of a tree that's going by here, and it's nature, but it's man-made things as well going down the river. Evan, what were things like the last couple of days in your neck of the woods?
Yeah, so we were somewhat blessed here in Fairview to only deal with some moderate flooding. We didn't deal with anything near what Canton and Crusoe are going through. Out in Canton, Crusoe, Haywood County, there's folks picking up the remnants of trailers, RVs, and homes that washed down the river. And here in Fairview, it was mostly trees and more natural debris. But Jason, I wanted to throw a question your way. WLOS, everyone from your team did an excellent job covering this and some of the heartbreaking stories in the aftermath. It felt on my end like it took a little bit of time for everyone to realize the gravity of the situation up on the mountain in Crusoe. What was it like 12, 24, even 36 hours after the event as you were seeing new reports populate?
Well, it was just more and more of a grasp of how big the event really was. We knew the gauge was exceptionally high. We knew that it was at a record stage, a major flood stage. We kept reiterating, look, it's a catastrophic event. This is the wording the Weather Service is using. And this is the first time that I've actually had to use that language in terms of flash flood warning here in our mountains. So you emphasize it's a life-threatening event. You hope people are making the move to higher ground. But then again, you also realize that people are already getting flooded, and it's not likely they're watching. They're not sitting in front of a TV. They can't look at their iPhones or their Androids, and they can't really make decisions from what you're telling them at that point, the people that are getting flooded. So the hope is that the message is just passed down the line and that everybody can get somewhere safely more quickly. But we all know that in certain situations like this, it's just, there's nothing you can do besides tell people what's happening. And that's about it. It just came so fast.
Jason, we are entering the peak of tropical season, and we know when we're seeing storms in the Gulf of Mexico, and they kind of hit anywhere between the Florida Panhandle to Mississippi, Alabama, they always seem to find themselves around the Appalachian Mountains, and we're on that dirtier side, that more active side. As we go into the peak of the season, I mean, this maybe not particular if it happens again, but the threat of it is real. And I mean, we're looking at Invest 99L right now, and the models have been all over the place, and we've seen a shift more towards Louisiana, Mississippi today with that track, and could actually be off to our west again. And so I guess my question is there concern? What is the messaging like now? Hey, we need to pay attention to the tropics over the next 6-8 weeks.
Absolutely. This event was so unprecedented that anything beyond this event now for the rest of the season will get us on high alert, and certainly everybody's anxiety levels will be up a little higher than normal. And I have people that'll Facebook message me on a daily basis now from those areas affected, and even from some of the areas that didn't have major flooding, but they're worried already about me talking about heavy downpours tomorrow or the day after that. What does that mean? What does that mean? And you have to kind of bring it back to them and say, look, the event that unfolded was like we talk about a 1 in 500 year, 1 in 1,000 year event. Kind of the odds of it happening again before then were very slim. But now that we've had this event, now you've set the stage, as you mentioned, Scotty, for more flooding and the possibility of more extreme flooding because of the way the ground was so saturated. But thankfully, we've had some time to dry out a little bit, and hopefully, Invest 99L, the fear is that it does come into the Gulf. The fear is that it comes right up through Alabama or Georgia, and the fear is it comes at us again. If that happens, obviously, we will have a major issue once again with flooding and possibly tornadoes. So I think that sometimes it takes events like this to wake people up in a sense, because flash flooding is always one of those things we talk about as it's the number one killer. You may not realize that. Nobody thinks about that right off the top of their head if they're not in the weather world and they don't know it off the top of their head. But the point is, flash flooding kills more people on an annual basis than any other weather disaster. We try to hammer that home. We try to hammer the fact that, the safety protocols to get to higher ground. Don't hesitate. It doesn't always work. Some people will not move. And I know it's counterintuitive too. When you're having an event like this, it really didn't help that we had tornado warnings and we had big thunderstorms, and you're telling people to get out of their house when they feel most comfortable and safe in the house. So there's two messages going on, and that was really difficult to communicate. We're trying to tell people to stay in their house, get to the lowest level of their home in the tornado warned areas. At the same time, we're trying to tell people in flash flood areas to get out and go to higher ground. So mixed messages. I think some people just might have gotten confused, and as best as we tried to communicate it.
Yeah, the advice there gets very tricky, from shelter or move or go. And Jason, it struck me before that in all of your career, you mentioned that this is the first time, if I heard you correctly, that you had a flash flood emergency with this catastrophic amount of damage associated with it. And one of the things we started thinking about last week, but it felt premature, and you can tell me if it's still too premature, but what do you think the lasting legacy of this event is in the community?
Well, good question. I think that it's going to hopefully change the way people's mindset and approach will be to other events like this. If there's a flash flood warning, they'll certainly be more likely to make the move to some safety. I think that there will be different building codes possibly introduced. I think that they might find ways to move businesses further away from the water and the Pigeon River. There's always the flood mitigation that emergency management crews and county emergency managers try to start and proceed with. We talk about the Swananoa River, which often floods down here in Asheville, East Asheville. It's very costly to divert the water and to mitigate some of the flood damage. So we'll see how that all goes. And we're hopeful that the governor will certainly continue to support us, and we'll get the funding that we need to get the county back on its feet and maybe change the way things look down there and for the better in terms of building codes and where places of business are.
Well, one last question, Jason, before I bring in Chris Mulcahy. From a communication standpoint, you mentioned at a certain point you had an expectation that people were away from their TV screen. What do you think the penetration was of, say, National Weather Service radio or wireless emergency alerts, if you were to give some feedback, I guess, on what worked and what didn't work in terms of reaching people where they were?
Yeah, well, this is solely based on anecdotal evidence. I don't have anything concrete from a poll or anything, but I will tell you this much. People that live here know that severe weather typically favors the upstate in terms of damaging wind. Isolated tornadoes are stronger tornadoes. That is just the way it's set up. And there's this false sense of security that I always address when I go talk to civic clubs or church groups, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, schools, etc., that we are not immune to severe weather, obviously, in that kind of way. But our severe weather is either going to be more likely a flash flood like we saw or a major winter storm. And I think that because we haven't experienced the tornadic thunderstorm events that folks to the south have, I don't believe a lot of folks actually have NOAA weather radios here, to be honest with you. I don't really see them often in the pharmacies, the grocery stores. I don't see kiosks or displays of them. I don't believe many folks actually have them. So that would be something that I could certainly see improvement on and would emphasize. But if they weren't sitting in front of a TV or they didn't have their phone on them, I really truly don't know how else they're going to get the message, unless somebody's up the road listening and they call them on their phone, or it's a difficult situation, especially when people are already out of their house or are dealing with flooding in the home, and they're focused on getting that water out or stopping the water from coming in. So it's very difficult for them to really focus on anything else.
I think another tricky part of this as well, Jason, is that several of the people who perished, I believe 4 died in Laurel Banks Campground up in Crusoe. You're getting into some rural country up there, and it's quite likely that they didn't have any connection to TV to watch WLOS. Like you said, without having widespread usage of no weather radios, they were completely without any means of communication or receiving severe weather alerts. That's a horrible combination. We never want to see it go through anywhere, but especially in that back country area, a campground, folks in RVs, that's quite dangerous for them.
Yeah, we go camping a lot. I take my family to local campgrounds, and there's always water nearby. There's a creek, there's the river or something, and the kids play in it. And I look at it and I always think in the back of my head, boy, that's a flash flood waiting to happen. And, it's just a matter of time before it happens again, unfortunately. So the emphasis will be to communicate with people that heed the warning. And even if you have any sense of hesitancy, get away, move, go somewhere. And it's difficult because driving the roads down in that holler in that valley, navigating the roads when it's pouring rain like that, it's dangerous. So you have that option of saying, well, get on the road. And then here we are telling people to stay home and hunker down. So there's this mixed kind of emotional feeling going on.
Yeah, and the one message that I think we all can agree here is that you had asked Jason is, what do you want people to take from this? But this is something that we almost see year after year. So what's the coincidence is you were saying about that most of the deaths and the people that perished from this incident were in a campground. Well, if you remember just last year, it was November. Like, look at how late into the season it went. We had Hurricane Ada that made landfall to our south. And then we had a hidden night campground event where 30 people were rescued and 2 people and even a 1-year-old. And I was personally there. And when I was looking at that, I was like, where have I seen this before? That's the event that I can compare to that. But both of them were tropical systems that as soon as they make landfall, people are like, okay, we're done. But it always is usually a state in that gets the worst as far as some of the tornadoes, because you get that friction. It starts turning into a better example for more of those spin-up tornadoes, or just one line of those thunderstorms, one after another, where you just have that excessive flooding. So yeah, you've now seen it, Jason, and we just saw it here locally last year. When these systems move inland, that's where people in the Carolinas, doesn't matter if it makes landfall in Wilmington or in Georgia, depending where those outer bands can set up, you have any one of these scenarios.
Yeah, I would like to, just put that point out there that, you don't have to live on the coast to have the effects. I mean, Jason, we've seen it over the years. I think it was 2004 where we had back-to-back tropical systems move out of the Gulf, and we saw extreme flooding then. And you don't have to live on the coast in the Carolinas to be affected by these flash flooding, as Jason and Chris just talked about, and also that severe weather threat. So you should pay attention, no matter if you're on the coast or even inland. You need to pay attention when any of these tropical systems are in the area.
Absolutely. And I think this will be looked back upon as, not to take away, but if you said the flooding didn't happen in Crusoe and the Pigeon River didn't do what it did, it probably would have been more of a typical tropical system if you look at it that way, because in the past we've had flooding, and it's usually the bigger rivers that would flood, and it would do some damage. But the catastrophic category is just something that got to me, to see the damage and actually witness it. And then about a week later, a little less, or you had the Middle Tennessee flooding, and you saw that and you thought, it's just like I'm living the dream or the nightmare over again. It was happening again, but different scenario, obviously. So.
Yeah, another heartbreaking flooding example you're referencing there in Tennessee. And the thing that was really striking to me last week was, I'm going to put it in air quotes, this is just a tropical depression.
Yeah.
And I think people internally and externally to the weather community sometimes put a lot of emphasis on these different categorizations. But if this is what a depression can do,
yeah,
then we need to remember this for the next time. Jason, I know you have a newscast coming up in a few minutes. Can you tell us one more time how folks can get involved with the effort your station's kicking off tomorrow?
That's right. So WLOS is going to be teaming up with United Way in Haywood County. We're going to have teams of reporters out there and camera crews, and we're going to be working with them to help raise money to help in the relief effort for the folks out there. And you can always go online to WLOS.com, and it's Hope for Haywood. And we will certainly look forward to your donation. And if you can help us out, that'd be great. And we'll raise some money and help more folks out. That's the idea.
Jason, we appreciate your efforts at the station, and best to the community. Thank you for your time tonight.
Hey, thanks, guys. Have a great evening.
And we'll turn now to Chris Mulcahy, joining us from WCNC in Charlotte. And Chris, the Charlotte DMA wasn't absent when it came to the flooding, but for our neck of the woods, the I-77 corridor, it was way more about the tornadoes. We have a piece of video that we'll play for folks in just a moment, but maybe just set the stage for folks who don't know the difference between what Asheville saw versus what Charlotte saw. And when I say Charlotte, I mean Hickory, I mean Boone and Blowing Rock, that kind of whole slice of the Carolina.
Well, first off, it's a day that so many people will remember just most likely from the notifications that came across their phone. So just from the National Weather Service, GSP, 37 tornado warnings. And the first one actually started in Iredell County, moving into Alexander County. And that happened before noon. So that one was on its own. That kind of set the stage where Brad and Larry were live on air that, wow, it's already starting, because it's usually those outer bands. They'll interact just like what we have with thunderstorms any day. You hit the peak heating of the day. It starts becoming more unstable, and then you just have enough lift that you're going to have a lot more showers and thunderstorms. For us, we saw really more warnings than any damage reports. Most of the tornado reports were southwest of us. Just before it got to the area, it was kind of a blessing for us that it was that time of the day that we didn't have as much instability. But it's that one in northern Iredell County, right around Statesville, that moved into Alexander, that was different than the rest. Because typically when you have these systems, you have the QLCS, the spin-up tornadoes, or Brad used to say, little kink in the storm. This was an actual supercell. So this was on the ground a lot longer than any of the other storms were. So that one was kind of a surprise, but also shows you how far it was from the outer bands, just the moisture and everything this pulls in, along with the wind shear, that allows for that. Where we are lucky that we had that many tornado warnings and a lot more damage reports didn't come to fruition. Luckily, where most of the tornadoes were, at least southwest of us, wasn't really a populated area, that there could have been more activity and damage. They just were in open fields.
I thought Jason mentioned it fairly well when he said the tornado warnings is what draws a lot of attention in. But then we sometimes, and royal we, as human beings, disregard the severe thunderstorm warnings and the flash flood warnings of the world. And we shouldn't always do that, because this is what these could mean when we look at some of those pictures from western North Carolina. And that's why I do think those photos from A Shot Above, those aerial photos of Canton, speak 1,000 words. Now, the tornado you're speaking of, Chris, was actually also one that was captured on Twitter video from Brandon Pope, and you can see it here in Iredell County. And this ended up being rated an EF1 by the National Weather Service. And this was essentially what kicked us off in the Charlotte area. The upstate of South Carolina, western North Carolina had already had some tornado warnings, but this is kind of what got things going for viewers and residents of the broader Charlotte metro region. Chris, you had a chance to meet up with the National Weather Service the following day in Iredell County. And you're going to give us a little bit of an insight here into how the Weather Service does their after storm surveys. I don't know if you want to say anything before we go to this particular piece of video, or if I should just go ahead and toss right to the tape.
Well, I will say one thing. I was very surprised that it was Tricia Palmer who came out to it, where I didn't know that she went out and surveyed, but this is one of the higher ups at the local weather office. So when she was there for a reason, because this obviously was one that separated from all the rest. But even as meteorologists, weather enthusiasts, whatever you are, you can always learn something from other people. And I will say I learned a lot from just being on the ground here with Trisha.
Last afternoon on Tuesday, a tornado officially touched down here in Iredell County, producing damage just like this. Multiple trees down all over the place, and that path continued into Alexander County. This is one of the first tornado warnings of many for the day. The GSB National Weather Service issued 36 tornado warnings yesterday, one of the first starting in Iredell County.
We want people to take tornado warnings seriously whenever they're issued.
Tricia Palmer with the National Weather Service was the surveyor for this tornado.
It was induced by the tropical environment. They're hard to see. They're very difficult to warn on because they spin up so rapidly. They're very fast.
One of the telltale signs that wind damage is produced by a tornado is the different direction of trees or a convergent pattern. This damage was absolutely from a tornado, but Tricia is here to estimate the peak wind speed, path width, length, and duration.
I take the beginning point, the starting point of the damage, and then I follow the path all the way through to the ending point, and then the folks at the office then make that measurement.
Dozens of trees were either uprooted or snapped. Fences were blown over or blown out, and one house received structural damage from a fallen tree. The tornado likely spawned as an EF0 but grew in strength.
With a weaker tornado, you're going to see the tree snap toward the top, or you'll just see the whole tree just uprooted. Whereas if you see the tree actually snap towards the bottom, that's a slightly stronger tornado.
The damage could have been a lot worse, but most importantly, no one was injured. With WCNC Charlotte, I'm meteorologist Chris Mulcahy.
And Chris, I'm glad that WCNC let us share that video because it really helps us understand as the public and as podcast hosts what happens on these storm surveys, what the Weather Service is doing, and what they're looking for. So thank you for that explanation. And I guess ultimately it was a lot of the tree damage, if I understand, that helped them recreate and understand what this tornado really was doing.
And what was really neat is that friction is a tornado's worst enemy. It doesn't like it, and friction can come from flapping into trees. So what was happening with this survey? The first spot that we arrived at, and if you just watch that video, where the fence was blown out and there was a little bit of roof damage, it touched down in an open field. And that was the one trend that you could see. It wasn't on the ground for the entirety of 5.1 miles that was reported. It was still a one general system. It has to lift back up and not produce any damage for a certain amount of time for it to be a whole new storm. But what would happen is when it would drop down the open field, it came past that one house, it blew out a fence, and then you could see the path and the trees where it lifted back up. Well, once we drove up the road, you could see on the other side of the trees was another cornfield. That's where it touched down, and at that point, it got stronger. You could definitely see that it had a much better strength. It was dropping a lot more trees at that point, and you saw the tops of the trees, as Trisha had mentioned, and she described this perfectly. Picture it like you have a toothpick. It's very easy just to knock off the top, just quickly with your finger, but it takes a little bit more force if you're down in the middle of it. So picture that like a tree. So once
we'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Of the trees lopped off, as we just saw at the end of that story, that's where you're getting into EF1 strength. So EF0, 65 to 85 miles per hour. Above that mark, well, we're at EF1. This is a very strong EF1 tornado. And the reason why this one was a little bit stronger is just because it was on the ground for so long. And those images that you saw were shortly after the damage that we saw in an open field. So that picked up all that dust that was circulating around. But it was really interesting that each time it truly dropped down in an open field, it was getting stronger and stronger. And then once it went through those trees, on the other side of that was the house damage. And the house was incredibly lucky just because it looks like it just started to lift up just as it went over the right side of the roof. So it was interesting to follow that loop, but this is not typical. Usually anything associated with a tropical storm is not going to be on the ground for as long as this one was. This was just an isolated event because it was indeed a supercell. Supercells have a longer track record than, say, a QLCS that typically is only on the ground for about a minute or two.
Yeah, I have a piggyback of what Chris was talking about with those storm surveys. I went with Trish, I think it was 2019. We had some tornadoes again in Alexander County. Funny that we were mentioning that. And so I went out and they, Chris, you can vouch for this. They cut no corners. I mean, we literally walked out into a cow pasture and up a huge hill to look at the storm damage. So this is a very hands-on walk every stretch that you can possibly walk. to get the accurate path and to get the damage. So these storm surveys are very important as we try to determine. And Chris, one other thing I want to mention about that video. Normally these tropical tornadoes are kind of ragged, but that was a pretty wide tornado. I mean, it looked like something you might see in Dixie Alley there in early spring. So pretty big tornado there for the area.
Yeah, and that was also pretty neat for the radar imagery. It had the classic hook. You could see the hook around it. This was a classic rain-wrapped tornado from a high precipitation supercell. So that was also really neat because all the other ones, quick reports as we're going to get to, weren't on the ground that very much. But yeah, Alexander County got pelted from the last one. But my favorite thing that Trish just said is if you're really into mysteries, that's exactly what a storm surveyor is all about. You're solving a mystery. And that's what she said, is because you are really picking up clues. Because at the first site, we had no idea who did it with the candlestick at that point. But then the second site we went to, it's got stronger here. The third site, it was truly extraordinary. And we first went to emergency management in Iredell County. They met us. And then right on the border, Alexander County emergency management was there waiting. So they collected all the data, all the different reports, and it's a really cool thing. So, Scotty, I'm glad that you got that opportunity. That's the first full one I got to go on, and it was awesome.
Yeah, they're really, really neat. You get to meet the people and hear their story, too. You get to, they'll tell you, this is what I experienced, and thankfully, no injuries or anything like that with these tornadoes. James, I know there's several others in South Carolina as well.
This is Stony Point in North Carolina, an EF1 tornado with peak winds of 110 miles an hour. This one on the ground for about 5 miles, the official storm survey for what Chris was surveying. Some of the shorter ones that were elsewhere across the Carolinas was this EF0 with winds of 75 miles an hour. But again, on the ground for just over a tenth of a mile with a max width of 50 yards. Another one on the ground for a tenth of the mile in Pennington, South Carolina. And you can see, again, how some of these really are so short. And Fountain Inn in South Carolina as well. This one a little bit longer, about a mile and a half or so. But again, I want to talk about we're on the ground so quickly. By the time they saw many of these on radar and got a warning out, it's fast. You got to see it. You got to warn for it. Then on our side, you got to receive it and get to shelter, right? And then you got to do this very quickly. You should always be doing this very quickly, but especially in these tropical setups. And I will just say, Chris, that Iredell one that you went to, if I recall the radar signature correctly, I mean, we could see it on CC, and they put the confirmed tag on that warning. Obviously, people had eyeballs on it, which we later learned. But at the time, I think it was that CC data that made them go, yeah, this is definitely happening.
Yeah, well, really, before we got any further, and I've never seen it really pop up that quick, it's usually, tornado report, possibility. It's like, no, tornado on the ground, this was a tornado. The verbiage is usually, we're going to see if it was a tornado. No, Trish, the whole time, how strong was this tornado? Straight up. And as we were mentioning, a typical tropical storm type of setup like this usually only has spin-up tornadoes, where that first one, less than a minute. Second one, less than a minute. But notice how the correlation of the damage goes. The ones that are only on the ground for about a minute are about 70, 75. That one that was over a mile that was on the ground for 3 minutes, now you're talking about EF1. And by the way, anytime with the system, EF0, EF1, that's pretty much usually all you get. When you get up to EF2, that's an anomaly. So we're lucky that there wasn't a lot more with this. But this also brings up another discussion, is a lot of times with this type of event, there'll be a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado tag. Now, it's almost would it better off, but I think what they're just doing is because a lot of times for multiple warnings, they went on for 15 minutes, but the tornado was already done. So I think that really what needs to happen for a lot of these different events, I think people take a tornado warning more seriously. When you have a severe weather line in this type of scenario, and I'll really try to hammer this home the next tropical system, and it's not when we get our next tropical system like this, of when you see this line, it can happen just like that. Just because the tornado warning is there, it could respin back up, but it's usually the first couple of minutes of that morning that warning that something's happening.
Chris, we appreciate the coverage that everyone provided on this day. It was a very long day of tornado warnings, starting with this one in the Charlotte area and ones earlier elsewhere for other communicators. Scotty Powell's finger went up in the air. Scotty?
I have to add, we also have to remember we had an earthquake that morning. So it was like everything
ground out.
Everything happened that day.
That's right. And not that I want to belabor this point, Scotty wasn't home for any of it.
No, I missed it all. And the earthquake was a mile. The epicenter was a mile from my house. Like, I was shocked when I saw the earthquake, and then I saw the tornado warnings, and then I seen the flash flooding. And I was like, what's going to happen next? I mean, what a good time to be in Texas. You know, I didn't. It was hot. It was like 93 out there. So
we got that all week here just to throw in a Charlotte forecast. Oof.
So I was going to ask you about that before we go, Chris. Some weather today. 3 wind damage reports in from Gaston and Lincoln County. And you and I were watching this earlier, and I wanted to show your circle.
Please.
Nerd out with us, if you will.
Said.
Yeah. Holy outflow. That's right. Can you explain to folks who aren't familiar with outflow on radar why you've circled this particular location?
Sure. So I get geeked out whenever I see this. So any thunderstorm, when it rains, the cooler air from the center of that storm rushes down, and then it creates a little gust front, a little mini cold front, if you will. And that often is what you first feel. You said, wow, it's stormy. That gust of wind that comes, that's the outflow boundary. But when that's rushing by, that drives in to that hot and humid air. So what you were seeing, bringing up that circle again, is those little green lines that were moving into that circle. Those were all outflow boundaries from separate thunderstorms. That's how the thunderstorm that formed in Gaston County formed. And then the circulation from that eventually was the final blow to form that. And it was just minutes after this formed a brand new line, just like the one in Gaston County did as well. So whenever you see this, I get super geeked out because you can see those thin lines. The radar barely picks up on it. I just turned up the filter ever so slightly so you can see them more. That's what we look for. And this happens all the time in the Charlotte area. So outflow boundaries can often just drive into each other. But sometimes when you have colliding storms, it can cause them spin up. But luckily that was not the case. But yeah, crazy situation there. And also sometimes when you have all these different outflows heading in from different directions, it'll allow a storm just to sit. It kind of gets confused. I was like, what way should I go? And eventually it finds its direction. And that's what happened in southern Gaston County. They only saw about 2 to 3 inches of rain, so nothing comparatively to what we were talking about. But it just shows how quick it can happen and pretty much what happens around here.
Very cool stuff. Remind folks as we begin to say goodnight to you that the Atlantic hurricane season quite active here in the end of August. 3 prospective storms that the National Hurricane Center is keeping an eye on. And here it is. It's been on the monitor behind Chris most of the night. It's their historical peak of the hurricane season there in mid-September, about September 10th or so. And just a reminder that it is September next week, folks. So we are right about in here and coming into that statistical peak. And guys, I would say the outlook from the Hurricane Center matches it
James,
as expected.
I was just surfing on Twitter, and the hurricane hunters are going to be going out into the Caribbean Sea tomorrow to fly into Invest 99. So hopefully we'll get some better model agreement on that once that data starts to flow in. But definitely needs to be watched because you don't want to speculate on models this far out, but the potential is there for it to be a pretty big deal for somewhere in the Gulf Coast.
Everything's pointing towards hurricane at this point. Just saying.
Just ask Henri. It was a week ago. We were like, it's just spinning out there near Bermuda. And what did we know? The next thing we know, it's making landfall in New England. It's canceling concerts in New York City.
Yeah. In 5 days. And that's really the time frame. It's like right now, the timeline could be the next couple of days. You don't hear too much. You could hear tropical depression or tropical storms, either going to be Ida or Julian. We'll see. I think it's most likely going to be Ida at this point. But then once you get to the weekend, we could be talking about tropical storm to hurricane and maybe even rapid intensification. Because usually there's 3 things they'll weaken it. It's going to be that dry air, the Saharan dust as we bring up, wind shear, landfall, it's technically 4. But then you could also have the case and scenario. Well, those are the three, actually. That's what I was trying to get, or landfall. So you have all those that are going to be coming into place. The wind shear is going to lighten up. You're not going to have that dust area. And then also water temperatures are near 90 before any of the possible landfall. So that's why I'm not one that's going to be shouting towards the rooftop, but for sure this could become a major weather headline. And you're probably going to be hearing it in the next couple days.
Chris, we will see you on TV tonight at 11 o'clock.
I might talk about that. How about that?
Great idea.
Can we promote Chris's TikTok right quick? I mean, you got to go follow the man. Go follow the man on TikTok. You got
weather man, I appreciate it. Yeah, and there will be weather content. I did do some TikTok tropics updates, so I promise it's not all shenanigans, but we also like to squeeze that in between tropical systems, right?
I've got to ask a question, though.
Yeah.
I want to know about the Kool-Aid pickles. How bad were they?
Oh, okay. So we had the Kool-Aid pickles. We've done so many. It's so far back now. It was horrible. So
yeah, your face said it was horrible.
And I'm a grim human being. I will try a lot of things that people should not try, and I'm okay with it. I like flat soda, for instance. But when you bit into it, it was sweet, and then a terrible, evil pickle taste comes back in. Yeah, don't do it. This is one of them. This was pickles and maple syrup and pickles and peanut butter. I would pickle peanut butter sandwich all day long. That was great.
If you watch the video of Chris doing the Kool-Aid pickles, like you can see where he's talking about the sour part, because Chris, your face just like you just like bit into a lemon or something. It's like, oh,
the jaw walks up right here. So see, that's the thing. Weather's number one, but then just having a good time is number two, and that's why I love getting in this group here. This is only my second time. I can't wait for number 3, guys.
We're looking forward to it, Chris.
We're wanting to do a WCNC team meeting with all of you all. So
yeah, we got 2 new characters. Heck yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Do you want to just verbally introduce us to new colleagues before we let you go?
Yeah. So we have KJ Jacobs. He came here from the Norfolk market, and we have Brittany Van Voer. I'm so terrible with the name.
I'm going to tell her that you said it great.
Yeah, I know. I just freaked out. And we have Brittany that is coming from Fort Myers. Van Voorhees. There it is. You got it. This is all live too, so this is forever going to be there.
There's no getting out of this.
Oh no, and I'm sharing it in my Facebook page right now. Hopefully she doesn't watch.
It's James' fault, so we'll just blame him.
Yeah, sorry. Should have teed that one up. Well, Chris, thank you so much again for your time. We look forward to having you back on to the Carolina Weather Group as soon as possible, and we'll watch for those tropical updates for you. And I guess we'll watch for the next edition of whatever you're going to decide to put on pickles.
Yeah, I guess so. Actually, it's called Snickles, so stand by.
Ooh, Snickles.
Snickers and pickles. So this one's going to be good.
No.
All right, Evan is not pleased.
I haven't been pleased with any of it, but that sounds like probably the worst one yet. I'm not an adventurous eater. I'm a little wimp. So
I have to say, Chris, you like the mustard and watermelon, correct? I mean,
that one was terrible. No, because it like I'm not even a big mustard person in general, and then you put it on the watermelon. Why? What are we doing? Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was me showing my true colors.
Yes.
Hey, I got feet that look like that too. So, team flip flops right here.
I'd be wearing them if I could.
We could just do a whole episode on his TikTok. I'll just keep playing them.
There we go. Well, I'll be back. But also, maybe I shouldn't be here because I feel like I just derailed the end of this meeting. So I apologize.
This is the fun part. This is where we get, we got the serious part out. Now we can have a little fun. So.
Well, I've always have fun. Whoa, sorry about that. Always have fun with you guys. Clearly, I can only talk up to 48 minutes. But I appreciate it. As I was giving shout out to you guys before, both of you guys have helped me out some form since I've been here in the Carolinas with some sort of weather report. So keep it up, guys. It's all you that really connect this Carolina Weather Group, right?
We like to think so.
I'm just going to leave it on that. I can't top that. I'll take that compliment and just say goodnight. Thank you, Chris. And thank you to everyone watching and listening to this edition of the Carolina Weather Group. We will be back next week, and you can always find us on social media or streaming anytime on the Carolina Weather Net. It's made for you, the Carolina Weather fan. Find it on YouTube. Just search Carolina Weather Group. It's on all the time. It's free. It's great. I sleep to it. Good night. Good evening and welcome to an all-new Carolina Weather Group for this Wednesday, July 28th, 2021. I'm James Brierton here in Charlotte. We have a great show for you this week. It's a brand new episode featuring North Carolina state climatologist Dr. Kathy Dello. And you're going to hear it coming up in just a moment. I want to let you know ahead of time that there is a bonus part to tonight's episode. If you want to hear even more of the conversation, it is available for free, and you can find our whole chat with her on the audio podcast feed of the Carolina Weather Group. That's on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever it is you get podcasts. That's where part 2 of tonight's episode will be. But first, let's get on to part 1. Here's Evan Fisher.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Carolina Weather Group. We are here tonight with Dr. Kathy Dello of the North Carolina State Climate Office. We're super thankful that she's given us some time tonight, and we're excited to chat with her. It's been a long time coming. She is the North Carolina State climatologist, which is a bit of a lengthy title, right? Some people are, what is a climatologist? That's a question we're going to cover tonight. We're really excited for this, and we're going to chat more about North Carolina climate and everything that the North Carolina State Climate Office does. Kathy, one thing that we love to do with our first-time guests is ask them about their weather journey. How did you get into all this?
Yeah, so I'm from upstate New York, Western New York, as I'm supposed to say as a New Yorker, and lake effect snow just really blew me away that you could get feet of snow in the course of a day. And I decided that, this was something that I needed to study, but also as a precocious preschooler, I went outside during recess and saw that the clouds were moving. And we had learned that day that we're on a planet that rotates, but you can't feel it. So I thought I had discovered something super big and went up to my teacher and was like, you said we can't feel it or see it, but I see it. And she's like, those are the clouds. So just built up this huge curiosity about kind of what was going on around me and what was going on with the weather. And I was dead set on being a meteorologist.
So Kathy, I have to ask you, we have a few of our folks who grew up in your area up there. What was the biggest lake effect snow event that you remember?
So I remember so I'm going to age myself here, the storms in the early 90s. One was an ice storm in 1991 and then the 93 snowstorm. And we were out of school for about a week, which is unheard of kind of in Western New York. You get to school when it's snowing, but we were sledding and building igloos. It was fantastic.
So it's the one time that New Yorkers can't doubt us Southerners about closing everything during snow.
Nope.
Except I'm guessing y'all had about 3 feet of snow while it only takes about 3/4 of an inch down here.
Yeah. When we were building igloos, it was basically just tunneling through like what the plow had built up.
Maybe one day we'll get to experience that. Maybe just in the mountains. We won't wish that on the Piedmont. That might be too much.
No.
So tell us what a state climatologist does. What do you do over there at the NCSCO?
Yeah, so we are the state's climate and weather kind of knowledge repository. We keep the climate data for the state. And I like to tell people the state climate offices have evolved over time. They started in the 70s, and it was truly a man in a filing cabinet who would kind of write down records and file them away. Clearly, we've evolved beyond that. I'm not putting anything in a filing cabinet these days, but what we do is we're the nerve center, the knowledge center for anybody who wants to understand North Carolina's climate and weather. So people come to us for research. People come to us for outreach and extension. We work with K-12 students. We work with North Carolina Cooperative Extension, and they're all in all 100 counties. And then we do monitoring. We run the North Carolina EcoNet, which sends 1.5 million observations a day back to Raleigh.
Wow.
So we are monitoring North Carolina's environment every day.
Wow, that is a lot of data. Anyone who knows the podcast knows that I'm a huge fan of the EcoNet. Kathy and the crew does a great job at the State Climate Office. They've got stations everywhere from, the furthest west one, Frying Pan, perhaps?
I think so.
Okay, Frying Pan is the furthest west. Now that I've gotten myself into geography, I might as well go ahead and pitch the question. There's a new furthest east station coming. Can you chat about that?
Yeah, so we are putting up a station in Nags Head this summer. It's been a hole in our network. If you look at a map, we don't have any stations on the Outer Banks. We have one on Bald Head Island, and we get a lot of really fantastic, interesting info from there. So it only made sense for us to expand into this place that is so interesting climatologically and weather-wise. So we'll be at Chalky's Ridge State Park. And that gives us an opportunity both on the education side, because we have people that will be visiting the park and learning a little bit more about North Carolina's weather and climate through the EcoNet. And then from a monitoring standpoint, we have stakeholders who have requested a site, especially ahead of hurricane season, to understand a little bit more about their local weather.
Kathy, we call this like a mesonet program, and several states have those. But tell us what goes into put one of those weather stations there. I mean, what are all instruments? What all are you observing, taking in data? What does that look like?
Yeah, so it is a 10-meter tower. So they're not small. So when we were thinking about the Outer Banks, it had to be in a place where it wasn't going to be next to a $1 million beach house, obviously. And we're putting all sorts of sensors on these towers. We measure soil moisture, we measure temperature at different levels, we measure wind at different levels, which is good for understanding inversions and fire weather, which they are interested in Nags Head as well. We're measuring solar radiation, precipitation through an impact sensor and a rain gauge. Really, we have all the bells and whistles except for cameras, which our colleagues in New York State have.
Yeah, those stations are amazing. The amount of data, 1.5 million. Holy cow, I can't imagine what you guys must have to go through to sort that, QC it every day. That is a lot of algorithms, I'm sure.
Yeah, and it does get QC'd every day, and it catches most of the big errors. Sometimes things slip through, and Evan, you've caught some stuff before, and folks email us, and we love that because it's always great to have another set of eyes checking your work. But it's a ton of data, and it gets ingested into the State Climate Office every 5 minutes, except for Mount Mitchell, which comes in every 15 minutes.
Oh, interesting. I did not know that. That's good.
Yeah, we don't have cell service up at Mount Mitchell, so we have to use an old modem.
Interesting. I realize that. Well, with the online products that you'll have, I know there's a big overhaul earlier this year to introduce a bunch of new web products, one of which is Cardinal. Can you chat a little bit about some of the stuff that you released earlier in the year?
Yeah, so going back to how the state climate offices have evolved, it's no longer Kathy sitting with her filing cabinet of observations. We have all these data coming in from our network, from NOAA, from USGS, and we want to think of a way to serve it up to North Carolinians in a way that's accessible for them to access and use and kind of repurpose.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
So we had a system called Kronos. It was developed in 2003. So Kronos was old enough to vote by 2021. And no online system needs to be around for 18 years. And if you looked into Kronos, the code started to get a little bit wacky. So we decided to start from scratch. And we went to North Carolina Cooperative Extension and said, what do you need from us? What would make your job easier when you can't always, call up the folks at the State Climate Office and get the data that you need? So they talked about some online tools that would be really helpful, a kind of 3-pronged approach for getting the data. We have Station Scout, which is a way to just kind of quickly look at the data and plot some graphs. Cardinal, which is a way to get a lot of data, and then an API, which Evan, I know you've used, which is for more of our more advanced users.
Yeah, I do like to pull more data than I probably should. And it's nice to be able to now. I really appreciate all the new products. It's super, super interesting. And one note for our podcast listeners, I don't know if anyone out there actually cares about grandfather mountain winds as much as I do, but I did just notice last night that a platform has been re-uploaded for the grandfather mountain
weather station, which it's not technically part of the EcoNet, but it was part of Kronos, I guess, probably the way to say it. And it's fabulous. I'll tweet out a link on the Carolina Weather Group page, and you can find it on June 16th of 2021. Scotty, I guess I'll pass to you. I've been talking a lot.
Yeah, well, Kathy, one thing that's new this year, 2021, is the new climate norms. And we get those, I think it's every 30 years. And so we've kind of closed out that cycle. And can you tell us a little bit about why we take like 30-year snippets, and then what has changed from the last cycle to this current cycle?
Yeah, so we look at 30-year snippets of climate because we know that day-to-day weather is variable and day-to-day climate is variable. And these were developed even before, the climate really started warming. So they were used for kind of growing purposes and energy purposes. It was a good baseline for everybody to operate from. And they're updated every 10 years, and they're obviously still updated every 10 years. So we got the 91 to 2020 normals a couple months ago. And what they're showing, unsurprisingly, is warmer temperatures. So when you shift that baseline and you have those decades where it has been warmer, it shows up in the averages. But then we're seeing some parts of the country get wetter, including coastal North Carolina. But some parts of the country get drier. We're seeing a massive drought out in the western U.S. where I used to live, but also western North Carolina shows up as dry in the new normals. So we're seeing some in-state variability as well.
I see Scotty already scrambling at the keys, going pull numbers. Yeah, so one thing that we're working on at the State Climate Office, which I think is super cool with this conversation, Kathy, is a new climate trends analysis tool. And I've been poking around at it the past few days, and it is really interesting to see how parts of the Carolinas, despite how incredibly wet it has felt, there are parts of the Carolinas that have actually gotten drier, and a significant trend towards dryness over the last 30 to 50 years, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, one of the fun things and tough things about working in North Carolina is that our terrain is so variable. So even without a changing climate, the fun fact that Lake Toxaway is the wettest spot in the state and Asheville's the driest spot, and they're so close to each other. We have all this internal variability going on within the state. And then obviously we've got our tropical systems. We get the direct hits on the coast in the east, but then we get these remnants that creep up from the Gulf hits in western North Carolina. And we saw it last year kind of come at us from both ways.
Yeah, I think many parts of West North Carolina are still recovering in a way from 2018. And that was an incredibly wet year. And it did set the stage for a series of wet months going through the rest of 2018, 2019, 2020. It just felt like it wouldn't let up there for a while. And now we find ourselves in a bit of a drier pattern. I think Mount Mitchell is actually having its driest year to date on record, which is pretty unusual considering they had 50 inches by this time in 2018.
Yeah, it's amazing. We came off North Carolina's second wettest year on record in 2020. We had this really wet winter in Raleigh-Durham. It was the second wettest on record. Then we went to the driest spring at Raleigh-Durham Airport. And then the first 10 days of June have been extremely wet. So these swings between very wet and very dry. And farmers are telling us it's too wet to plant. And then when I can get in and plant, the soils are too dry and my crops are being compromised. So it's a big conundrum.
Well, while we're on that topic, we, as of this taping in mid-June, you were talking about how dry it's been, especially in eastern North Carolina. As a climatologist, I guess drought is one of your biggest things you have to monitor for the state, and probably one of the most dangerous things, not only because of, we could lose water resources, but also a lot of agriculture in the state of North Carolina. So if you don't mind, could you tell us a little bit about drought and why it's important that we don't get in that condition as we have here currently? And I guess 2016 was the last drought that we saw here in the Carolinas. So drought's not a good thing. I know people complain about it raining all the time, but we actually do need some rain from week to week.
Yeah, and it's interesting. So really, a lot of my background is in drought. I was in Oregon for 10 years, and I was our drought person in Oregon. And we had our drought of record in 2015. Since then, there's now been 2 more droughts of record, but almost no snowpack throughout the winter, and that's how the West gets its water supply. So I learned a whole lot about why drought matters to people, who needs the water, when people need water at different times, how different groups compete for water. It's incredibly fraught, and water is something that we all need to live. We can't just get by without it. So when I got here, I started poking around on what are the droughts of record that I need to know. What's the 2015 drought in North Carolina? And it's obviously 2007. And it's scary when you learn that towns were close to running out of water. So Durham had less than 100 days of water supply. The city of Atlanta, who's this big southeast drought, had water restrictions in place. Falls Lake in Raleigh, it did not look like a lake at that point. So we have droughts in the Southeast US, obviously, even if it's kind of not like the arid West. And, here we see more of these flash drought situations, which is what I would define what happened from winter to spring to kind of what's happening now in the summer. Really, really wet to really dry, flipping back and forth between these extremes. Whereas in the West, we've seen on the drought monitor that drought evolve over the past few months. And here, we grow a lot of crops in North Carolina. I just looked this up today. I don't remember why, but North Carolina is number 9 for crop growing expenditures in the country. So we still grow a lot of the country's food. We need water, obviously, to live. And some of the towns in North Carolina in the past few weeks issued some voluntary restrictions. So they weren't required, but maybe people should start to think about saving some water.
And that also kind of leads into a tool that I use a lot from your website, and that's the fire danger, which I really enjoy that product and so glad that it's available. But those drought conditions also can lead to wildfires. And thankfully, during this drought spell, I don't recall of any major events happening. So correct me if I'm wrong with that, but I think we relatively got lucky during this dry span that we've not seen big fire events.
Yeah, and people ask me what are the climate and weather events that keep me up at night. 2016 fire, like what happened in Gatlinburg, keeps me up at night. People dying in a fire that kind of just exploded in a very dry year. We didn't have any fires that I know of in the past few weeks, but certainly the fire danger increases in these hot, dry periods.
Yeah, it absolutely does. 2016 was a harrowing experience for those of us who live in the western part of the state, and as well as everyone who's involved in emergency management, the climatology office. It was not a good year. It was not a good fall. How about that?
All right, well, that does it for part 1 of our conversation with Dr. Kathy Dello, the state climatologist from the state of North Carolina. To hear part 2, it's available for free. Find the Carolina Weather Group wherever you get audio podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever that might be. We're going to talk more about wildfires. We're also going to talk about a study they're doing to understand the urban heat island effect that so many of our metropolitan areas see. That's available right now. Carolina Weather Group audio podcast, wherever you get your audio podcast. We'll see you over on those platforms. But for now, from Charlotte, I'm James Brierton. See you again in just a few moments. Good evening, I'm James Brierton, and in Charlotte, it is May the 6th, 2020. Can you believe it is May already? We had a thunderstorm roll on through here earlier and brought the temperatures way down as we are looking ahead to a cool down the next few days, and through the weekend could be pretty chilly as you wake up on Mother's Day, Sunday morning. But we're so happy you're with us tonight on this Wednesday night. The panel will be along in just a few moments for tonight's episode. It's kicking off a new series that we're calling Quarantining at Home. We're kicking it off with the weather team from WECT, the NBC affiliate in Wilmington, North Carolina. It's designed to be kind of a
lighthearted experience among all of the serious news that is going on. But first, we do have to start on a more serious tone tonight. The National Weather Service has confirmed that an EF1 and an EF2 tornado struck southern portions of Chester County and Lancaster County in South Carolina about this time yesterday. It all kicked off at about 6:30 when the National Weather Service at Greenville, Spartanburg issued that tornado warning as a tornadic supercell was moving to the east just south of the city of Chester. It continued to move to the east where it produced an EF1 tornado, brought down some trees and some power lines, and much of that town was in the dark for a good portion of the evening. Now, the storm itself was moving just north of Little Rock Creek when it most likely lifted and then dropped again. What is being considered a second tornado then touching down near Interstate 77 as it began to leave Chester County, enter into Lancaster County, move towards Great Falls, where the National Weather Service out of Columbia took jurisdiction of the storm. Now, both Weather Service offices went out there today, did storm surveys, and the team out of Columbia came back with EF2 damage caused by the tornado in Great Falls, and that would have been winds of about 115 miles an hour. The other thing you're looking at here on your screen, we're going to go ahead and bring these beautiful and stunning pictures full screen for you. This is friend of the show, Chris Jackson, was out yesterday in the area with his drone. I believe it's a DJI Maverick. And take a look at these stunning pictures. You can see that supercell coming towards him, the lightning that is being produced by this storm. Now, the tornado itself is not believed to have caused any deaths or injuries. However, one man did die in Chester County yesterday from a lightning strike, and you can see some of that powerful lightning here being produced by the storm. And then it dropped hail up to 2 inches, golf ball size hail reported as associated with this storm, and you can see how it littered the ground. Almost looks like a winter morning here as Chris is showing us these aerial pictures, and you can see almost a fog rolling in, and it is actually a fog rolling in over the valley caused by the sudden cool of those temperatures and all of that cold ice particles now sitting on the ground. So the National Weather Service is still working to finalize most of their storm surveys, and we'll have updates for you on Facebook and Twitter as we learn more. But again, to recap, EF1, EF2 tornado in parts of Chester and Lancaster County on Tuesday evening, and thanks to Chris Jackson for these pictures. Now let's get over to Scotty Powell and the panel for tonight's kickoff of our Quarantining at Home series with the meteorologist from WECT in Wilmington. Scotty.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. Welcome. We want to welcome the WECT weather team out of Wilmington, North Carolina. They've gratefully accepted our invitation to just have our question and answer segment with the folks. So happy to have on with us Gannon Medwick, Eric Davis, and Kelly McGlynn, as they all are at either home or the weather state at the TV station doing some work. And so when this is recorded, we actually had a severe weather event move through. So Eric and Kelly are actually in the studio, it looks like. So happy to have them join us for a few minutes. Guys and gals, we just want to start off with some quick hitting questions. So I'll throw out the first question, and I'll let Dan and Evan join in. Our first question is about social media. Which do you prefer better, Twitter or Facebook? Gannon, I'll let you start.
A good one. I'd probably say Twitter in terms of the way things just come up and they have to be succinct. So I'd probably say that. Although Facebook, I have had more traction and followers over the years. So that's a positive.
All right. Kelly, Eric?
I'm personally probably more of a Twitter myself. I have a lot more followers on my Facebook page, but I think in terms of weather information, if you're looking purely for that, I think Twitter is definitely the way to go. But Facebook is definitely a different way to interact, I think, on a more personal level.
Kelly, you have a choice?
I would say I like to use Twitter for active weather events. I think folks tend to appreciate that more than Facebook, where it could pop up, days later. And, sometimes people will get that mixed up with actually what's going on outside. But in terms of Facebook, I think it's good because people like to see a personal side to you. So to get kind of who you are outside of the studio out to social media for people to kind of connect with you on that kind of level is why I like Facebook a little bit better than Twitter.
Absolutely. Those are great answers. I'm going to hop in with one of my favorite questions from the list. What is your favorite weather disaster themed movie? I know there's one big forerunner here.
That's a great, yeah.
But Gannon, we'll start with you.
Weather disaster. The first one that popped into my head was Perfect Storm with Mark Wahlberg and George Clooney back in the day. Like,
someone said that last time. That's a good choice.
Yeah, and it was kind of fun. I mean, you pick out in any weather and disaster themed movie that you pick out the inadequacies of the weather and the geography. And that gets you a little bit, but that one was fairly entertaining, I guess.
Good. Kelly?
The first thing that popped into my mind was The Day After Tomorrow.
Oh, yes.
Just because my dad used to like that movie, so I kind of grew up watching it and always kind of had some kind of appreciation for all the wild stuff that happens in that movie.
Good choice.
I guess mine would be Twister. That was out about the time I was graduating graduate school or graduating from college. That's about probably aged myself a little bit, but I just love cow, flying up in the air. That's just classic. And there's a lot of liberties with that movie, but it's kind of a cool theme. I like it.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are great. Dan, you got one?
Yeah, and I'm with you there. That Twister. Personally, I think if you haven't seen Twister at least a dozen times, you're missing
exactly.
out. But kind of in the same mode here. Back to you, Gannon. Kind of circling around. As far as music goes, do you have any favorite type of music, or even any music that kind of gets you in the mood for weather or weather related music?
There's really no weather connection to music, but that's an interesting thought. I wonder if there's something deeper going on that maybe I'm not aware of consciously. But if I'm in the forecast center, I'm listening to a variety of music. My couple of favorites are hip hop, either classic or modern. I like classic alternative, like 80s new wave, and I also like some classic rock, like Zeppelin and Pink Floyd. So I'd say that it's pretty rangy in terms of those styles.
Gannon also likes to listen to rap too. He always has some sick rap songs.
That was number one. Yeah.
Not on board with the rap so much, but I'm a big 80s fan. Just love all kinds of 80s music. I mean, Michael Jackson. I mean, the range. Def Leppard. I like the hard rock, and some 90s stuff is good too. I like.
I'm gonna move to a different room.
We also have
Kelly might be moving to a different room.
Just because we're hearing each other.
A little bit of feedback, I think.
We have Gabe Ross joining us. Gabe also a meteorologist at WCT. So Gabe, welcome. As Kelly's moving, we'll let you answer that question. Any favorite type of music for you?
Favorite type of music? Great question. Typically, my go-to is 70s classic rock. Anything that's got a good beat to it. Typically, my Sirius XM is tuned to 70s on 7. So any of that, even like early 80s rock that kind of bleeds over. Gannon and I have a soft spot for Hall & Oates, I think.
Yeah. Oh, Hall & Oates.
Yeah.
Good stuff. 80s, I'm on board.
That's like the common denominator, I think.
We all had a lot more hair then, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Some of us weren't born yet.
I was going to say, yeah, Jess.
Some of us had no hair.
I think Kelly is moving around, so we'll let her chime in here in a second. Here's another
Kelly's
one.
Gonna blow your mind.
Some of our quick hitting questions. A dog or cat person? Gannon, I think I already know the answer for you.
Dog.
Dog.
Score one for dog right here.
I would go primarily dog, but, if the cat's tame enough, why not?
Okay. All right.
Great answers. I want to transition a little bit into some weather-themed questions. This one's coming from one of our followers on Twitter who doesn't have a name, but Psych K8, I guess. And I wanted to know, what is a weather event that impacted you the most? Gannon?
I'd have to say the April 16, 2011 tornado outbreak in terms of formative and impacts. Even though I was shorter than Florence. Florence is maybe an easy reach on a recent level, but just had everything. April 16th, the build up, the actual event, it's the emotions of it. We lost people, and then the aftermath, and plus everything that was going on in my life around that time as well. We were speaking about that on a recent Carolina Weather Group, and so that one's going to stick with me forever and probably hold the top spot in terms of real raw impact.
Kelly?
I would definitely say Hurricane Florence, just because that was the first hurricane I covered on air. And as impactful as it was, I think that's kind of just something that's always going to stick with you. I mean, we're still remembering stories of what happened, because I think at one point, like, you just start to kind of like black out from what's going on. And so we've talked about it, just with some other people in the newsroom, like, hey, do you remember this? And you're like, oh, wait a minute, that did happen. So there's always kind of just more stories, and just, just looking back on everything is kind of just something that will stay with me for probably the rest of my career.
Good answer.
I'd probably say recently, I'm with Kelly, probably Hurricane Florence, but again, it makes a good point with the April 2011 tornadoes. I happen to actually be working in Texas on the May 3rd, 1999 outbreak. Remember, Texas and Oklahoma, more Oklahoma. Now, I wasn't in Oklahoma at the time, but I was in Abilene, Texas, and we had a couple of what would now be classified as EF2 tornadoes touching down, baseball-sized hail, just incredible stuff. But I was on the periphery of that event. That was pretty exciting. And just to maybe turn it in a different direction, I guess two of the big weather events that really inspired me to go into weather. I think growing up, I'd always had an interest in being a meteorologist, but two big weather events happened right about the time I was graduating from high school and kind of pushed me more into the meteorology field. The Raleigh tornado of 1988. I don't know, we're kind of going way back here, but the Raleigh tornado of 1988, I just remember the damage. And one of my friends in high school, there was only 2 deaths, surprisingly, with that tornado, but a friend of mine in high school actually had to perform CPR and unfortunately lost one of the girls who died in that tornado. So that was kind of a direct impact. And also, I think Hurricane Hugo, which was just a little bit later in 1989. So I think those 2 events really kind of pushed me into the meteorology field and really had a big impact on my life.
Wow. Yeah. Heavy stuff. Gabe?
For me, I mean, I'm with Kelly. Florence was certainly substantial. Prior to that, I guess within my first year of doing weather professionally, there was a massive derecho that came through Ohio, June 29th, 2012. And it ripped through the Buckeye State. A lot of folks were without power for a week. For me, memorable because I was working at a very small market TV station in Zanesville, and I was the only one working that weekend. So I basically lived at the station for 48 hours. We lost power to the TV end of things, so it was constant radio updates. I slept in the basement. Temperatures were, I would say, in excess at times of 85 degrees just in the actual studio. Outside, daytime highs were in the deep 90s, and I want to say some low hundreds, but just an incredible system to see it sweep through. I mean, straight line winds, I want to say they were close.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
"90 miles an hour, if not more than that." It's been so long, but it's certainly sticking in my mind. But of course, most recently, Florence, and even a little bit with Dorian too, just the tornado outbreak that Gannon and I were covering that morning. It will stick with me for a long time.
Well, and so sticking with you here, you've talked about what's most memorable, but what would be your favorite? What's your favorite type of weather to forecast?
Favorite type of weather?
Winter weather. That's the easy one. I love snow.
Eric.
Don't get to see a lot of snow, so I get pretty excited with snow.
Yeah, pop-up showers and storms are pretty expected during the summer. So after a while, it gets kind of tiresome. But yeah, anytime there's a threat of snow, mixed precipitation, especially down here, we get it from our viewers all the time. They're just, oh, is it going to snow? Well, a degree or two difference, and that's what we get. So it's a lot of fun.
Kelly, Gannon, choice on that?
I love tropical forecasting. That's my jam. I don't like winter weather forecasting at all, just because people are so mean about it. God forbid you get chilly rain instead of snow, and it's the be all end all of the Carolinas. But I've always just loved tropical weather. That's been my thing for probably quite some time now.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Tropical is my favorite. Challenging weather to forecast and impactful weather to forecast. In terms of just favorite all around, though, I love those first couple of fall air masses that come down in September, October, August. If we're lucky, we get a little taste. And I think those are fun to sort of gauge and talk about, just because you realize everybody's ready for that at that point. Even if you like summer, everybody seems to be happy when the weather just gets a little more mellowed out. So that's the kind that I like, that makes everybody happy. Hurricanes and tropical storms probably take the top spot, though, in terms of the challenge in the meteorology. It's just fascinating.
So speaking of your favorite weather, kind of the reverse of that, do you take it personal when you miss a forecast? I mean, does it bother you, or do you just kind of shrug it off and say on to the next one? I'll start with you, Eric.
I guess it depends on the circumstances. Sometimes, I know early in my career, I kind of got a good lesson in when I was in Rapid City. I completely I went outside and, I said, oh, yeah, beautiful sunny day. And then all of a sudden some big storms developed in the Black Hills. And then, of course, Rapid City that was my first job, was in Rapid City, South Dakota. Of course, obviously, I've had many more misses since. And I guess it just depends on the experience. I guess when I go back and I look at something, I miss something, I'm a little more bothered. But sometimes, I guess Mother Nature just throws a monkey wrench in your forecast. And you just, at that point, you just kind of have to say, oh, well. But I guess I'm a little more upset when I maybe didn't look at something and I should have, and then I missed the forecast.
Ellie, Gabe, Gannon?
Ladies first.
Yeah.
And I don't mean you, Gannon. No.
He wants to answer. I mean, yeah, of course, it's something that, if we miss a forecast, or, the timing of a line of storms is off by a couple hours and it arrives earlier. And, a lot of people work outside in the summer, like landscapers, and, people have businesses along the beaches, and they rely on those forecasts for their businesses. So, from time to time, we know how the summer goes here. Of course, we can't predict where those pop-up storms are going to be, but, I think it's a kick in the butt when we miss our own forecast, and, we let some viewers down, if you really want to say let them down. But I think for the most part, our viewers are very appreciative of our forecasting and how, accurate we can be in the summertime, especially during hurricane season. We get a lot of emails saying, how appreciative they are of, how interactive we are on social media and whatnot. So there's, pluses and minuses to that too.
I don't really feel like I take it personally, except for you've got to put your name and your face on your product, so that when your product is less than perfect, it reflects on you that way. So you can't help but be personal. But I think I've learned to kind of compartmentalize that and shake it off, if you will, maybe more than if I was a really young forecaster. And then also you learn when you have to eat humble pie that maybe you should have messaged it different. Maybe you knew there was a possibility that the outcome could have been that. Maybe I could have articulated that better. Probabilistic approach to forecasting, as opposed to, the high's going to be 75. And then if it's like 73, is that bad? No, we're talking about the same kind of flavor. So yeah, take it personally, but grain of salt. But only because we have to put our name and our face on the product. Otherwise, treat the instance as a learning opportunity to do better next time.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head with that, Gannon. At least in my case, probably compared to the other Mets that are on the team, I'd say I have I won't say least experience, but I know these guys could write books on the stuff that they know by comparison. And when I miss a forecast, it is just that, a learning experience. And agreed with Kelly that our viewers, I think, are very generous. They understand that what we do is difficult, and if it's a huge blow in the forecast, for instance, cold air is rushing in and it comes farther south than we anticipate, and so instead of seeing highs in the mid 70s, we don't even make it to 70, and that becomes tricky. And to Gannon's point, how could I have messaged that differently? What steps can I take to be clearer about that message going forward?
We blame it on the wedge here in Western North Carolina. It's all about the wedge. All right, Evan.
So last time I asked this question with the WFMY crew, we got somewhat of an unexpected answer. So this will be interesting. What is your favorite model website, if you have one?
Okay, I'll jump in. I use Weatherbell. I use the other ones like Pivotal and Tropical Tidbits occasionally. I probably need to use those a little bit more than I do, but I started paying the Weatherbell man, and I feel like I got once you pay for the ticket to the amusement park, we're riding every ride. We're gonna use that all day. So that's kind of what I'm stuck on for the time being. It's good. It's good.
I didn't get a Weatherbell account, but Pivotal just started charging. I was kind of using their Euro model, and then I think it was like Monday. I think they started charging. I was like, I gotta have something. Gotta have my Euro. So yeah, I went ahead and just sucked it up and paid Pivotal. So I'm paying Pivotal. I'm with Gannon. I like Tropical Tidbits a lot. I'd say Pivotal and Tropical Tidbits are probably my two favorite.
Okay.
Complete agreement with the two of you. Pivotal, Tropical Tidbits. Good to know that they're paying. It's been since Sunday since I forecasted. So if they're paying now, then it looks like I'm going to have to knuckle down and get an account.
Just ask old Gannon. He'll help you out there.
Eric, Weatherbell's a good side note. Yeah.
But you, Kelly,
I have to agree with the rest of the guys too. I like to use Tropical Tidbits obviously during hurricane season, but I favor Pivotal Weather for severe weather. I just think they have different parameters than Tropical Tidbits has, and I like to use that more.
Now, did those answers surprise you?
No, they did not.
Okay,
those are just what we were expecting last time.
Sorry, guys.
Last time we got the Penn State E-Wall as the resounding answer from everyone.
I've used that a little bit.
Yeah.
I've used it.
And I have never heard of it before.
Gannon,
even with the hat, I've been using that for years. But I haven't used the e-wall so much recently. I gotta be honest. I probably need to go back and check it out. That used
me
to be my
too.
go-to for the HRRR mod for her. I used to go there for the e-wall. Now I use Weatherbell.
So, Gannon, here while we're on you here, the this kind of multi-part question. Were you scared of thunder and or lightning as a kid? And also, was there kind of a period connected to that or after that you knew you wanted to be a meteorologist?
My answer to the first part was not especially. Like, I don't have one specific knock your socks off thunderstorm memory that really freaked me out. And I have a couple of thunderstorm related memories. Like, we actually had a lightning strike to a tree outside of my house, and I remember the current got in the house somehow to the extent that some electronics were messed up. And I remember thinking, wow, how would that, so it's like 3-4 years old. That kind of gets the gears turning in your head that something bigger is at play. It didn't really turn into fear. And I would say it was just a compilation of thunderstorms and other weather phenomena in aggregate that got my interest in meteorology going throughout my childhood years and in my adolescent years.
Okay, great. And Kelly, do you want to speak to that?
Was I scared of thunder and lightning when I was younger? Is that the question?
Yeah, and then did that kind of evolve into an interest for meteorology one way or another?
I don't think I was ever scared of thunder and lightning. I actually would love when like a summer storm would pop up in Pennsylvania in the summer, and you just feel that nice rush of cool air. But I don't think that necessarily led to my love of weather. I mean, growing up in Pennsylvania, I mostly remember like huge snowstorms, even though I don't like winter weather forecasting that much. Kind of ironic there. But that's kind of, what sparked my interest in weather is waking up to like 2 or 3 feet of snow, just overnight. And it kind of just snowballed, if you will, from there.
I have to say I wasn't really that afraid of thunder and lightning. I certainly had an awareness of it. And one interesting thing is my house, I think when I was maybe 15 years old, was struck by lightning, or at least some streamers got into our house. And I remember my mom was making spaghetti that day, and she was cooking spaghetti sauce on an old cast iron pan, and the lightning actually burned a hole in the cast iron pan. I remember that very, very vividly.
Well, see, I'm going to go the opposite of these guys. I was scared to death of storms growing up, and I think doing weathers has helped me over the years, of course, get over that. I remember, I was living in Thornville, Ohio at the time. It was the summer of 96 or 97, I think 96, and we had just a huge, string of showers and storms that came through that resulted in what was basically tornadoes, and constantly the EAS tones going off. As a kid, that's kind of scary. So it always stuck with me. From there, I was always at least keeping an eyeball on the weather forecast, no matter what it was. And then when I got to college, I had actually. Long story short, my folks had us grow up basically in TV. They were both TV personalities, TV managers in Columbus, Ohio. Got out of it for a little bit, and then college came around, and then got back into it. And so I started on the news end, and then I actually dated a meteorologist my junior year of college, and then that sparked the love of weather. So the relationship didn't last, but my love of weather from there on did.
At least you had something lasting from that.
We'll call it a nice parting gift.
Another question, and then we want to kind of get to some more fun questions. While we're taping this, we've been going through some crazy times in the country with the COVID-19 pandemic. So this is kind of another two-parter question. A lot of folks have been able to do weather from home, a lot of meteorologists. So my question is, what are your thoughts on doing weather from home, and what do you think the future of meteorology looks like? Do you think we can incorporate this more into your daily routine of what you guys do on TV? Whoever wants to start, I'll let whoever.
Well, my thoughts of weather from home is I think it's a great way to offer the service, the public service of distancing as you can. We've kind of followed the guidelines at work from our middle and upper managers, and we're kind of as weather in terms of directives, the last off the boat, really. A lot of our anchors have been broken up, and our reporters have been taken away. Some of our producing has been doing sales, etc. But they've left us in place. But I mean, I think it's great when it can be done. I know Gabe has a great setup that he's probably going to speak to, and but I'm enjoying watching some of the setups and the creative things that people have in other media markets. Every little bit helps, I suppose.
Yeah, Gannon's right about that. I for sure think that this entire outbreak is going to change the landscape. Are we going to be doing this completely at home from now on? No, but certainly we have a baseline of what to do in the event that we can't be at the station. I mean, it's really no different than doing live shots, but the key is going to be for stations to help as much as they can their meteorologists, their anchors, reporters, utilize the technology they have, or provide them with the technology they have that is comparable to what they would have if they were in the building.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Gabe. Again, I think it is incumbent upon the stations to make sure that the meteorologists have the tools that they need, the computers, the broadcasting equipment they need to broadcast from home. I love the idea. Of course, I think you always run into the issue, of course, is probably severe weather. It's probably a little easier to obviously broadcast from home on a quieter weather day, but when you start getting a severe weather situation, especially, it kind of feels like it's more incumbent to be at the station where you have all the tools that you would really need to do a broadcast, especially on short notice.
Yeah, just to piggyback off what they were saying, I have personally seen a lot of very impressive work from home setups. And I think, at least for me, going in, you normally think you're a broadcasting major. Everything that you do needs to be done from the studio. And now that we, kind of are taking that step forward to work from home, there's so many different opportunities and doors open on how much can you expand this? What more can you do from home? And then you also think, how long is this going to last for? And, if it's, tech trends to be something that pops up more in the winter or in the summer or whatever it would be, would people just start to transition to working from home during that, time where people would more likely get sick than, during the off season, if you will, from that coronavirus?
It's amazing how many different setups there are too. I mean, I even saw a picture of someone using augmented reality in California and their weather hits. It's impressive. So transitioning away from some of the weather talk, and Kelly, I'll put this right back to you. What are some of your favorite non-weather hobby?
Well, I've recently started painting at home just to keep myself busy. And I've also realized that I'm pretty good at doing puzzles, since that's kind of one of the only things that I can do now. But I also love doing anything at the beach. Anybody who knows me knows anything coastal or nautical or ocean related. Like, my name is just all over it. I really want to start surfing. That's like the next thing on my list.
Are you able to get to the beach right now?
I know. Well, Ganna said there's parking in Carolina Beach, so I'm going to try and get down there like ASAP, because I usually go probably like 3 days out of the week, and I haven't been in like 2 months. So I'm starting to go a little stir crazy there.
The waves are good today, so
I know.
It could be a good day to learn. I'm seeing that.
Even just body surfing would be fine with me. Just something to get into. I love being in water and around water.
Awesome. Good choices. Eric?
Well, I don't get to do it enough, but I like to play tennis with my son. Obviously, in recent years, I've been having raising my kids, but now they're kind of getting older. So actually, probably in the future, I'm going to have a little more time to myself. But yeah, I love sports. I like golf. I'm a terrible golfer. I haven't golfed much recently, but I do love the sport. Obviously, I love just getting out, walking around. And obviously, when I go to neighborhood swimming pool, beach, things like that. Pretty simple guy. Wouldn't say I'm real complicated, but those are the kind of things I like.
We found out during a photo shoot that Eric has got some pretty awesome hoop skills.
Oh,
yeah. This was.
Need to get in shape. I got to get in shape though. That's the first thing.
Well, yeah,
Is there
but
any video
I mean,
of this?
I feel like someone recorded some cell phone video with it. I'm not 100% certain, but
I could shoot a little ball of the day. I could.
Yeah, it was October, November. I'm a perpetual band kid, so my athletic talent is slim and none, unless it's pro wrestling, because it's predetermined and I know how to do it. So
You would fit in well with the WFNY crew last week. Every single one of them played an instrument. They were all in the band back in the day. So we're trying to get a band together, a weather meteorologist band. So we'll maybe reach out.
Not me.
Oh well, I'm your guy. Any drums or any percussive needs, I've got you covered.
Okay. Gannon, what about you? Favorite non-weather hobby?
If you guys get a band together, I'll just call the bars to see if I can get you in. That'll be my role. I'm not very musically inclined. I like a lot of the things that my cohorts said they like. I like sports. Play a little sports. This past week I did tennis, but I like watching sports, keeping up with sports. Around the house, grilling and chilling, gardening. I like to exercise, so try to do that. I got a little elliptical machine that I try to hit at. Even if you're tired, it just feels good to get drenched with sweat when you can, a couple of days a week at the very least. And then just the salt water, having that, I really like it. I'm with Kelly. Made it down to the beach yesterday. It kind of have a just keep moving along directive going on right now. So there's no coolers or beach blankets, but that's real nice when you can do that, because that's just a real good way to unplug, is being near water. I've always found that to be the case.
Very nice. Well, in a similar light, is there what makes this city that you live in so great? And do you have any favorite spots to go to? Anything you can recommend to the viewers?
I'd say Wilmington is great in its variety of things to do for a city of its size. I think it's a relatively small city, and you might pick something out of Charlotte or Atlanta or Washington, D.C. that Wilmington wouldn't have had a chance of even having. So, I mean, I know there's scale to be had, but there's plenty to do. And then the variety of landscape with the different water bodies, the ocean, the intracoastal, the river, so close, that naturally lends itself to a lot of different things to do. I'd say one of my favorite spots is the part of the downtown riverfront and historic district portion of Wilmington. It's all within a few city blocks of each other, and it's extremely walkable. And there's just a variety of places to dip into and eat and drink. It's a good vibe down there.
Wonderful. Do you want to jump in, Kelly?
I was going to say, I love Wilmington. I'm not a city person at all. But, visiting from time to time is cool, I guess. But, Wilmington just has, beautiful downtown features. They have the Riverwalk, numerous different kind of restaurants you can go in. They have a raid room. They have, again, what did we do the one time? The knife throwing thing.
Oh, you can throw axes.
Axes
and
allies,
axes.
Multiple axe throwing opportunities in Wilmington.
Yes.
Axe throwing. Then you have, the beaches. Any beach you go to is going to be a beautiful beach. I love how the people here really take care of the beaches. Like, I rarely ever see any trash on the beaches, and it's great. People pick up after themselves there, and we keep our beaches clean. And, not too far away from here, you can go to Raleigh. You have Myrtle Beach to your south. It's just a really good location, and being in a southern coastal town, for me, it's something that I've always wanted to, experience living in, and I'm glad I did it.
Yeah, I completely agree with what my colleagues have said. I kind of like the Fort Fisher State Park myself. I think that's kind of a hidden treasure in a way. One nice thing about Fort Fisher is, you probably, of course, hear about, like, you go to Carolina Beach or Riceville Beach, you have to pay a lot of money to park, but obviously Fort Fisher is a state park. You can park there for free, so that's a good beach experience. And plus, it's not quite as crowded either. So that's kind of a nice place to walk around, or if you want a little quieter beach experience.
I'm for sure more of a Wrightsville Beach kind of guy. I live near Wrightsville Beach, so I can very easily run or jog to the beach and get in and around there, kind of the Mayfair area. Also, really just from here up through like Surf City, North Topsail, some of those places. They're a lot of fun. I don't want to say a lot of folks my age, but 30-somethings, you're going to find some 30-somethings, in that neck of the woods. So it's pretty cool to get out there. And yeah, most people keep to themselves. And the one thing that was remarkable, when I came down here 5 years ago from Ohio, I was just floored at just how nice everybody is. You don't get that kind of niceness in Columbus, Ohio, when you walk past somebody in Walmart. Often.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Like, what's going on? Here it's like, hi, how are you? Oh, wow, I didn't get cursed out. That's incredible. So it was a nice change of pace. I love the people down here and the scenery just as much.
Well, you know what they say is that people who are at the coast often are have a little bit more of a relaxed personality and are generally happier, right? And it sounds like we all need to try the river walk too if we haven't done that. I know that's I'll have to put that on my list.
Worth it.
But I think, Evan, you have one more question to follow up with, and we'll go with that.
Yeah, so one last very short, very silly question to kind of end us off for the eve or the afternoon, I guess. Gannon, start with you. Really philosophical here. Is a hot dog a sandwich?
Oh shoot! You were really going to ask that?
Oh yeah, we weren't joking around earlier. Yeah.
I'm gonna say yeah. Like a square is a rectangle, but it's a square.
What goes on?
What
goes on your hot dog, Gannon? Tell us what's your toppings.
Oh man, I haven't had hot dog in years, but I had like brats, so same kind of thing. It's mustard and then sometimes pickle relish, but definitely mustard.
I like the rectangle is a square is a rectangle, whatever. That's good. That's good logic.
I got mathematical on you.
I'm going to say yes, because if it's between two pieces of bread, in my mind, that qualifies as a sandwich. Very, very simple criteria. If I have to have a hot dog, I'd probably say chili, mustard, and some onions. Got to throw some onions on there too.
Okay.
Well, by that criteria, quesadilla is a sandwich too, then, right?
Oh,
sure.
Yeah, that's for
bread,
the next
bread.
show.
It's got to be bread. Hot dog
That's
is kind of
a
bread.
parallelogram.
Gabe, Kelly?
I'm stumped. Would never consider a hot dog a sandwich, but I guess if you think about it, kind of.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know, in elementary school, when, they'd send out the list of what's for lunch or whatever, they actually would have for us hot dog sandwich, which is okay, small town Ohio, great. But I guess it would be considered a sandwich in that regard. I mean, if that's the same thing with, with a hamburger, I guess it's technically a sandwich between two pieces of bread, like Eric said. So, in my case, I'm with Eric though. I like chili on my hot dog, and I am a cheese fiend. So whether it's nacho cheese, cheddar cheese, you name it, load it on there, good to go.
So, Gabe, on my hot dogs, I do the cheese rotel dip. You can mix the rotel and the cheese to get with a little bit of chili. It's good.
Oh yeah. Oh, and bacon too. Duh. What planet am I from? A little bit of bacon on there, just for some taste.
Kelly, what's on your hot dog? I'm
still figuring out if a hot dog's a sandwich over here. I haven't even gone past the first question. But I guess, I don't know, kind of just a classic hot dog kind of gal, onions, mustard, ketchup. What's that one hot dog place in Southport that's now in Wrightsville Beach, guys? You know what I'm talking? The Trolley Stop or something like that?
Maybe it.
Yeah. They have a bunch of really cool, different kind of hot dogs there. So, I don't know. Is a hot dog a sandwich, though?
This is a question that's going to have to come back every time we do this now.
I bet
like y'all's answers. These were good.
I bet for you guys watching, you never thought we was going to talk about hot dogs on this show. But we are going to start to close up, so would love to give each and every one of you the opportunity, if our followers and listeners find themselves in Wilmington, how can they find you on the social media platforms so they know what the weather's going to be like when they're visiting the Wilmington area? Again, and I'll start with you.
Thanks, Scotty, and thanks, guys, for the opportunity to hang out. I'd like to revise my answer on the hot dogs to include chili, first of all. But also, if you're in Wilmington, you have any interest in Wilmington weather, I'm at Medwick, just my last name, on Twitter, at Gannon Medwick, all one word, on Instagram, and then meteorologist Gannon Medwick, -WECT, is the search for Facebook. So I'm on all of those three places.
Forgot my Instagram. I'm gonna have to remember that. But on Twitter, I'm at Eric Davis, WECT, ERICDAVIS, WECT. Meteorologist Eric Davis -WECT. You can find me on Facebook. I'll have to get back to you on the Instagram. I forgot for the moment.
I have it, Eric. It's WX Eric D 10.
WX Eric D 10. There you go. That's Instagram. Thank you, Gabe.
Quick search.
My Twitter is at Kelly_WX. And for those that may be watching that doesn't know what WX means, it means weather. And my Facebook is just meteorologist Kelly McLinn. So if you do come to the Wilmington area, you won't be disappointed. And hopefully you won't be disappointed in what the weather is that day. But otherwise, it's a beautiful place.
I try to make all my social media as consistent as possible, so you can find me on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, at TV's Gabe Ross, TVS Gabe Ross, GABEROSS, YouTube, and all the other fun stuff you can find on that too.
Well,
and I just want to say too, I'm not like other Kellys who spell their name with a Y.
Oh yeah.
My name is Kellie, so that may help you find me too.
All right.
There you go. Well, we appreciate you you all joining us this afternoon. For everyone who is watching, thank you for joining us, and catch us next time as we wrangle up another group of meteorologists and ask them these silly questions. Have a good day. Welcome, everyone, to the Carolina Weather Group. We continue part 2 with the Weather Channel's Jim Cantore.
So I think to talk to you, Jim, and not bring up the famous commercial of you going to the beach and playing beach volleyball and going to different places, and the crowds run away from you, and you're like, what? I'm just here to go to the beach, which is an amazing commercial. I think it's a fun kind of
that was pretty
pastime
brilliant
for all of us. So kind of in the sense of that commercial and kind of how we know you, how are the actual kind of emotions and reactions of communities when you do show up and they do see you? Is there sometimes some mixed emotions, or is it usually kind of just people are excited to be meeting you and in an area that is going to be on TV, or is it more of a thing where people are kind of sometimes a little bummed?
No, it's both. To be honest with you, Dan, it's really both because, obviously during hurricane season when I show up, it's not going to be good. The good news with Sally, I'm like, don't worry, I'm not going to be here. I'm going to be moving after my shots. We've been moving every day, so this is no different. Till we finally wound up in Pensacola, but some people are still excited to come out. Their town's getting some attention. I've been doing this a while now, so people have kind of grown up, just kind of getting used to, if there's going to be a big weather story, Jim's more than likely going to come to town. So if it like I've always said, if it creates the awareness and it has people react in a way that they protect themselves and their family, then great, mission accomplished. So I still kind of get both ends of the spectrum. I told you one time, I can't remember which storm it was, but I think I was going to North Carolina. This lady literally, she saw me on the plane. She hollered at me. She told me it was my fault. In front of everybody on the plane, I was just like, okay. But, so you run the gamut. That was probably the most extreme right there.
And there's whole, I'm sure you've probably seen them or ran across them, but there's Facebook groups devoted to Where's Jim Cantore? I don't know if you've seen that, but there's a
Facebook page, right?
That's right. And they post pictures of what they think is you, what certain like storm chaser cars or weather channel cars. And they'll say, he's now been spotted at Sunset Beach. And then, it's got hundreds and thousands of members.
So for the record, guys, do you know how many bald, short Italian men exist in this world? A lot. And I'm just one of them. Okay, so yeah, I get spotted a lot in places. I'm like, and sometimes I read those in my Twitter, and I'm just like, I'm sitting right here at my house looking at this, and who is playing me, or who do they think is me? So it's cool. In a way, it's kind of cool because I never in my wildest dreams thought that a guy that just wanted to get the forecast right would be, somebody who developed a Facebook page for. So, it's kind of fun when I can play along, I will. But, like I said, at the end of the day, if it helps people get ready and creates an awareness, then mission accomplished. mission accomplished.
All the memes that come out of that. I'll read you one. I sent.
Oh, dude, the memes! Oh my god!
Oh man. So one that I thought was kind of funny. I sent this directly to you because it was right in the middle, right when the COVID was just, the fear was so high at one point. And I said, if Southerners don't seem too worried about this coronavirus still, it's because we have been conditioned to believe that we likely don't need to be concerned unless or until this man shows up and has a picture of you. So,
I mean, yeah, they seem to get better every year. So it's like I said, it's very humbling. It's nice to be a meme.
I like your attitude. I like your attitude on it a lot. I mean, the idea is if you can bring attention and a positive light to the storm, then you're doing a good thing no matter what, and that's great.
It's really weird. Bobby Labonte is a friend of mine, and I remember when he was telling me a story about the ESPYs, where he was in the back room with Tiger Woods, and he was, they were both just kind of like, "Are you here for this?" "Yeah, we're here for this." I mean, when you don't really want to be in the limelight. Sometimes when you're in the limelight, you don't really want to be in the limelight. It's not what you strive for. It's not. You don't wake up in the morning and say, "Oh gosh, what can I do to make myself more in the limelight today?" I mean, that's just really not. I mean, Bobby is a fantastic race car driver. He won a championship. That's all he wanted to do. Tiger is a phenomenal golfer. All he wants to do is play excellent golf. And now, as you saw from this weekend, his son can play pretty good as well. It's just I think that the true professionals, the notoriety that comes along with them is just kind of an after effect. But I do think you also have to embrace it. You can't ignore it. You have to embrace it, because I'll never forget the time as a kid I got a chance to meet Reggie Jackson. As you guys know, I'm a huge Yankees fan. And I got a chance to get an autograph from him. I stood in line just like everybody else. They used to have this big thing in Atlanta called the Super Show, which was everything and anything to do with sports. And I was like, oh my gosh, Reggie's signing for Upper Deck. I got to go get Reggie. So I had my baseball and I stood in line just like everybody else. So when I finally got up there, which was, probably 45 minutes, I was like, oh my gosh, I handed my baseball. I said, Mr. Jackson, what a pleasure to meet you. I mean, you've been you've just been my hero. You took the Yankees to a world championship. And he turns around and looks at his publicist or whatever. And he goes, hey, how much time we got left here? 15 minutes. All right, here you go. He handed the ball to me. It was just kind of, I don't know. It just kind of left a sour taste in my mouth. I just never forgot it. And I'm not Reggie Jackson, but the people that want to meet you and want to come out and talk to you, I think you owe them a little bit of your time, because you've been given this gift and it's there to share. And that's really how I feel about it. But I'll never forget that experience, and I always go back to it. And look at, I can't say that Reggie didn't have another thing to do. I can't blame him for that, but I just never forgot that reaction, how disappointed I was. Now, if I'm out to dinner with my girlfriend, or if I'm with my kids and we're talking and having a good time, and if you want to come up and talk about climate change or what we should do about NextRad, I'm like, hey, can we save this for another time? Pick your times when you approach people. That would be my best advice to other folks out there. But I'm happy to talk to you. I am a true weather geek. I love talking about it. I'll give you my opinion. Sometimes it's going to be good. Sometimes it's going to be bad. Sometimes it's going to be right. Sometimes it's going to be wrong. But that's me in a nutshell.
Speaking of NextRad, could you talk to those folks in Washington and get us a radar in Charlotte?
Yeah, I mean, I look at, if we wait around for phased array, we're going to have more tornadoes missed. We're going to have more gaps. They told us not to really talk about this, but now that I'm on with you guys, yeah, let's fill the holes. Let's fill the gaps. Long overdue. I mean, we got a nice system down now, and I know this data needs a lot of maintenance, and it's very, very expensive. And if that's the case, then come up with a great, new phased array, and let's get that. Let's roll that out. Let's just roll out phased array. But until we get there, let's fix the stuff that we got. Maybe add a few mobile radars here and there to fill in the gaps. especially when you're talking about large metropolitan areas and cities. I mean, at this point, the NWS radar, the guys that are operating the radar and monitoring the radar, they know where the gaps are. They've been doing it for years. I mean, it's not like they're just coming out with this out of nowhere. So, yeah, I'm pro filling the gaps all the way. Do it. It's long overdue, guys. It's long overdue.
So I have just one follow-up question here about how you deliver your message and the best way you can kind of connect with your viewers and stuff. So really in a perfect world of your day-to-day, big storm comes around or whatnot, would you rather spend more time actually kind of doing on-camera storm action coverage where you're in the heart of the storm, or would you rather spend more time kind of in some instances being from a safe location where you can spend better time broadcasting, have clearer messages, and work more on the communication side?
So studio versus non-studio, I think that's what you're asking me, right? I like a mix. I've got to have a blend because I still need, like when I was told I was going to go out to the snow the other day, I was like elated because A, it wasn't a hurricane, and B, it was just, I just love getting out in it because here you are, you spend all this time looking at model data and this, that, and the other thing and reading this and reading that, but you to go out and experience it and then to kind of bring it home to the viewers, that's the win. That's the home run. I don't want to live in the field and I don't want to live in the studio. I got to have a blend of both, and hopefully I'll be able to carry that to the end of the career. But it is getting exhausting out there. I won't lie. When you go through an eye wall, guys, and then you got to get up the next morning and do it, kind of tell everybody what happened. It's tiring. The adrenaline takes you through the event, and then after that, the tiredness and the lack of adrenaline. I mean, you got to find it from somewhere else. But you still got to put together 2 words in a sentence. So that's how that's going. What's going on, Pete?
Hey, what's going on, Jim? How you doing?
Good, man.
So to kind of piggyback off of that question, take us through your workday at the Weather Channel, from when you wake up to when you leave the Weather Channel for the day.
So AMHQ is the show I'm on, 7 to 10 in the morning. Get up about 4:15, come down to this very computer that I'm on, jump on it, see what's going on. Like I said, Twitter is nice not only for us to communicate with each other in the enterprise, but also it kind of helps me centrally get my thoughts together. What do I really want to say about this? What do I think about it? And I can put it down right there and go from there, because more than likely I'm going to be talking about one or more of those things when I get to the Weather Channel. So, I'll get in about an hour before my show. I'll slap a little powder on, put my mic on, go meet with my weather producer, talk about any interviews that are coming up with my show producer, and boom, here we go for 3 hours. Strap in and enjoy the ride, and be ready for whatever Stephanie has to throw at you, because it's usually something you didn't expect. But it's great. She makes it fun. She really does. She makes the whole 3 hours go by. I mean, when her, Jen, and I aren't there together, it's definitely different. And that's not to say other people aren't talented, because Felicia and Tevin and Jordan and Chris, those guys are all incredibly talented. But it's just we've been working together so long now. We kind of got this little routine. We kind of know each other's quirks and things like that. So it's very fun. After the show, we have a meeting at 10:30, a call in, kind of talk about the evening show, Mike show, Bettis' show, and then what's going to happen the next morning, who we may have as guests and things like that. And that is my day.
And tell us, like, behind the scenes, who's in the studio during the show and how many people are, working on the show every day?
So in the studio, it's either 2 or 3 talent. Sometimes they'll have somebody from home, like if Steph or Jen are on the road and they just get back, they will have them home for a couple of days. Again, this is all about a part of the COVID thing. It's been weird. I've actually been lucky because when I've come back from the field, it's been a Friday. So I just go into my weekend and I just come back into the studio. I think I'm the only guy who doesn't have a home studio. I said, look, I will come in. I have no problem in coming in. They have me in this area where nobody's around. I have my own desk. It's away. It's literally yards and yards away from anybody else. So I'm nowhere near anybody, and it's literally as soon as you walk in the door. There's a couple floor directors, 2 weather producers in the studio, but we're all spread apart. I mean, that studio that we have downstairs that we're doing the immersive reality on is huge. It's kind of like a half a gym, if that gives you an idea of the size. So ceiling wise and width wise. So we just have everybody spaced out perfectly. And, a lot of the cameras are run from inside the production booth, so they can run those from upstairs with the joystick. So we don't need people down there moving cameras, even though sometimes you have to move some of the cameras. It's really the jib operator who's got to move this big jib and this big teleprompter so that we're out on the new augmented reality set. That's got to be there for you. But let me tell you something, guys. As you get older, that prompter doesn't change size. It's still the same old TV, 15-inch TV. So you're kind of like, why is that thing way far away? Why can't I see that? It doesn't get any easier to read, is my point. So that's really been the biggest change. A lot more reading versus just ad lib, especially with video and stuff like that. And you're kind of bridging different things together. That's what it looks like in the studio. It's cool. It's really cool. I enjoy it. I really do. Guys, it's still a thrill to get up in the morning and go to work every day. It is. And I don't even consider it a job. It's still fun. It's still fun to look at the weather and get it right. It really is.
That immersive reality technology that you were talking about, I know we discussed it last year, but 12 months later, I'm still fascinated by it, as many others are. Tell us about some of the challenges of working with a piece of technology that's maybe new.
Well, so remember I just said this is like the size of a small basketball court, or half a basketball court. So with prompters way over here and monitors way over there that can't get close to you, some of the data on the graphics is really hard to read. So when we walk along and we see those little candlesticks there with the high and the low and the precip, one of them looks like a little crystal ball. So I can't see those numbers unless I'm looking at a monitor. And sometimes that monitor is just far enough away where I can't quite read that number. So if I don't preview those graphics first, it's definitely an beep moment out there and sometimes I'll turn the wrong way because you're so far away, you forget which side it's actually on in the real world. So it still takes some getting used to, and I'm absolutely not as comfortable as I am with a telestrator and a monitor in front of me or right next to me where I can touch it. So I'm out in no man's land, really.
Well, another one of the neat things you've been a part of at the Weather Channel is the local on the 8s. Your voice is on there. Tell us a little bit about that process and how cool it is to be that person.
So local on the 8s. Oh my gosh, when did I do that now? Maybe 10 years ago. But it took about 18 hours to record all. I mean, you have to record each number. There's different phrases that are coded. And so they put those codes together based on the forecast, right? And so partly cloudy will come up with winds increasing to 25 miles per hour. Those are 2 different things that I would record. I don't record all that in one thing. But so I thought, oh my gosh, so I get a chance to do this now. I'm going to be fancy with it. I'm going to like, if it's 108 degrees, I'm going to like really, it's 108 degrees. Heat index, 108. Wind chill, minus 55. So I went through and I did all that. And, that was about 3 hours worth of recording. And so then they got back to me and said, Jim, you can't really do that. You need to be kind of monotone here because we're going to marry all these different phrases and words and numbers.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
And you can't like be way up here and then be, but winds will be calm. Winds are 0 to 10 miles an hour. So it just won't sound right. So you need to be kind of, so I had to go and record all that again. But so much for trying to be different, right? So that's the story behind your local forecast. Well, and it's crazy, dude, because when I here I am with my mask going through an airport, and somebody will look at me and they'll be like, I know who you are. I know who that, I recognize that voice, and I know it's from the local forecast. So not even being able to see my face, just from the local forecast, I get recognized now. It's
Well,
great.
it sure sounds a lot better than it used to before that.
Yeah, well, it's it's HD. It's got a little bit more resonance to it, reverb to it. Yeah, it's it's not the National Weather Service radio, that's for sure.
Well, Jim, I had a question about what it's like to do your road trips. You've already talked about this a good bit, and we know that no two road trips are alike for sure, especially when some are go to severe weather events, some go to hurricanes, some go to winter storms.
Right.
But what is a typical road trip like for you? What's the advanced planning like? What's it
Frank,
like to actually cover it?
Yeah, the hardest thing for me is that I want the ball when the game's on the line. Okay, so what that means is in the morning before I travel, I don't like if we have a pending hurricane, I don't want to not be on the air. I want to be able to go in there and talk about it. But that becomes a very long day, okay? Because you're up early, you're in doing your thing, and then you got to go home. You either have to pack if you hadn't the night before, and then travel to the airport and go through that whole rigmarole, and then get to your location. Like I told you guys earlier about the logistics, you got to make sure all those logistics line up. I mean, if that's going to be your spot that you're going to broadcast from, is your cameraman going to be dry? Are you going to be able to be out in the worst of it without drowning yourself and your vehicles and things like that? All those things come into play. And so now here we are at 6 o'clock at night after starting at 4:15 in the morning without stopping. And it just becomes an incredibly long day. So when it's just a travel day, which is rare, it's like getting ready for the game. You got to pack, you got to have the equipment, you got to execute when you get out there. So you just kind of gradually ramp up and get to your location. And there is kind of between all of our teams out there, like, okay, who's going to get the best location? Who's going to be able to get the best shot? And so there's a little bit of the sportsmanship going on out there between us meteorologists. And I mean, we all want the best shot. We all want, the best TV for people. We don't want to have something happen to anybody or happen to us. That's not what I'm saying. But we want to have the best looking shot out there. But you just don't show up and that happens. There's a lot of logistics that go involved in that. You got to talk to the hotel managers. You got to make sure that you can actually broadcast here. Can we open this door during the storm? Can we get this AC power plugged in? Those kind of things. Can we get this room on this side of the hotel? Blah, blah. All those kind of things come into play. And if you've worked the morning, and it's like, let's say it's a Thursday and you've been doing this all week, you're pretty tired by the time you roll into Friday, and you're going to work the weekend because that's when, the storm's coming in. So let's see, what I think I pulled 14 days was the longest stretch, 14 or 15 days this year. It was a long stretch.
And how much downtime do you need to rest after something like that?
Well, that depends on who's out and who's not. I mean, we're pretty much running a lean, mean fighting machine right now. And if somebody's they do a great job of honoring PTO and vacation time here. And if somebody's off, sometimes I got to come back the next day, and it's tough. That sometimes winds up being the toughest day of all, is the day you got to come back in studio. The adrenaline's gone. You still have memories of what just happened and the hardship out there that was produced by a hurricane or a tornado. And you gotta find a way, man. You got to find a way to ramp it up, because as Al Roker always tells everybody, he goes, the worst thing in TV you could ever do is be boring. That's the worst thing you can ever do on TV, is be boring.
Absolutely. Your passion has to come out no matter what.
Yep.
So, Jim, you started at the Weather Channel right out of school. So tell us how you got the job and talk about the demo tape you sent in.
Well, I never even sent it in.
Oh.
So that's the I never applied to the Weather Channel. The guy who was in charge at the time, his name's Ray Bann. A friend of his apparently was doing a research project. They were researching where broadcast meteorologists were coming from. So there was a whole bunch of schools with this big reel of all these different broadcast meteorologists. So Linden and Penn State and Florida State and Mississippi State. And I was on that reel for whatever reason. And so Ray I guess he was watching that tape, or he got a hold of that tape, and he said, "Oh, this guy looks interesting," and they contacted me. They got a hold of me that way. And I was up, like I said, it was July. I was painting the building. I was up on the scaffolding, and my brother hollers up. He goes, "Hey, the Weather Channel wants to interview you. You got to go home and call them." I'm like, "Oh, wow. That's cool." Because we had just gotten them on cable in White River Junction, Vermont back in '86. So I remember seeing Gay Dawson and Bill Schubert and Bill Keneally and Mark Mancuso and John Hope and Will Annan and all those guys and Bruce Edwards. So it was interesting because I went down there for an interview, and a couple of them were there. I got to meet a couple of them, and I was a little bit starstruck, frankly, because I had been watching these guys on TV, and they're doing what I want to do. So I had a great interview with Ray, and I had no idea what was going to happen. Got back, and a couple of days later he called and he says, "You got the job. You got the job. When can you start? Can you be down here in a week?" And I said, "Yeah." I drive into Vermont to Atlanta. No air conditioning. It was a little Mercury Capri with a T-top. And like an idiot, I go down there during the worst heat wave in North Carolina that year. It's 106 degrees. I'm just like ready to faint. I couldn't drink enough Gatorade. I mean, it was absolutely ridiculous. Instead of driving at night like I should have done, right? Hello. Anyway, so I got my first experience with Southern heat, and I couldn't for the first 4 years down there, I was like, I got to get out of here. I can't stand this heat and humidity. I was sweating when I got out of the shower. I mean, it was awful. It was awful. So finally, I got acclimated. About 7 years in, playing softball, just the honeysuckle, the southern nights, the humidity. So I really started falling in love with it. Now at 56, I'm too cold. It's too cold outside for me in Georgia right now. So I'm ready for Florida, South Florida.
Speaking of that, what's left? Well, I mean, what's left for you to do or you want to do before you retire? I mean, it's been a great weather career at the Weather Channel, but anything left on the bucket list that you've not been able to get to yet?
Yes, there is. I've never done a blizzard in North Dakota. I've got to do one. That's the only state I haven't been in for something for the Weather Channel. So I've got to do a blizzard in North Dakota. I would love to do a Westpac typhoon. Okay, I really would. I would love to do one. Maybe do what was a hurricane in the Atlantic ramming into the UK or Ireland or something like that. I mean, that would be just to kind of experience weather in different parts of the world. Antarctica, this iceberg that's supposed to crash into that island down there. How cool would that be to broadcast live on that iceberg? Right? It's the size of Puerto Rico and it's shaped like Jamaica or something. I mean, it's crazy. Just those kind of things. I mean, I like voicing over storm stories, but I liked doing Cantore stories better. I mean, this is really I've been blessed, man. I got to see a lot of the world. I got to work with NBC Sports during the Olympics. I mean, I got to work out with Al Michaels, who also always called me Dr. Doom. I mean, it was just really cool. I've just had some really cool experiences. But honestly, I'd like my goal, God willing, is I can get 40 years in broadcasting, and that's okay. Maybe I'll be done after that. So that date would be July 15th, 2026. So
approaching that, we're almost 5 years. We had a colleague of yours on, Tom Nizzle. He has a mountain. Yeah, he has a cabin up here on Rome Mountain. So we talked to Tom a lot. So what does retirement look like for you? You going to move into the mountains? You said South Florida just a little bit ago. What's it look like after TV life?
Yeah, I mean, I love the lake. I love the mountains. It's really an extension of the area I grew up. Think about, right? It's Southern Appalachia versus Northern Appalachia. So I certainly see myself, and I'm a small town kid, guys. I'm not a big city kid by any stretch of the imagination, but maybe split where I live between Florida and North Georgia. I don't know. Maybe open a nursery. Maybe open some kind of small business. I love doing landscaping. I really do. I enjoy yard work. Maybe I won't in 5, 6, 10 years from now, but who knows? honestly, I really don't know where it's going to take me, but I'm going to be getting up at the hours I get up and doing that 5 days a week. And sometimes, going through the weekends and working 13, 14 straight, it takes its toll on you. It really does. I'm blessed with a lot of days off as a broadcaster, more than I would think a local market has. So I'm blessed with that, but it still takes its toll on you, man. It really does. So we'll see. Nothing's in pen right now.
Well, as we near the end of this podcast episode, we always kind of want to ask a few little silly questions to finish things up and to keep it light before we call it a night. So first and foremost, we'll try some information out of you. I know that you guys probably have some fancy weather models and weather model providers at the Weather Channel, but do you have a favorite mainstream weather model site to use?
Oh, gosh. I mean, first of all, Maui's a genius, sometimes to his own detriment. I mean, but I love the two websites he's designed. Levi does a fantastic job with Tropical Tidbits. I don't know the guys that are in charge of Pivotal Weather, but I think they've done a great job. Weather Nerds, there's just so many. I mean, Weather Tap, I still go back to Weather Tap, look at the radar, especially now that they've changed the radar site. But anyway, I mean, it's still, WSI Energy Cast is still one that we can access too. So dude, it's endless. I have literally 60 tabs open. 60 tabs. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I totally get that. I think, I think I have probably somewhere around there, 60 to 80 bookmarks. Just
So I'm not alone here. Good. Oh, thank God.
No, and you're not alone by any means. And especially when you have hurricane updates, when we all know the madness of how often those models update. So which site you're going to is really important. So yeah, they're lined up across the top. They're just lined up, endless. I guess I'll take the second one here. And favorite weather apps. Do you have any favorites? I mean, I know all of us use Radar Scope.
Yeah, I mean that's it.
But is that your favorite one?
That's my go-to. Yeah. I mean, when everything's on the line, or if you want to see a storm that's gone tornado warned for yourself and make your own opinion on it, it's definitely Radar Scope. I actually wish I bought that company back when it was for sale, because oh my gosh, they're just doing great things. It's just consistent. It's always there for you. They're always upgrading it, always doing tweaks to it. There's different levels that you can obviously purchase, different subscriptions and things like that. So that is my absolute go-to. I love Storm. That's a good one. Anything that puts down the center point of the cone with the cities on it, I'm in favor of. Because then I get to see, where, if I'm out in the field and I'm not sitting by a computer, I can get a quick look at, okay, well, where they move, how do they move the cone with with the 11 o'clock or the 5 o'clock advisory, whatever, and I can get an idea of where I may need to position myself down the road in the eye wall.
What about weather movies? The good, the bad, the ugly in the weather movie industry. I mean, there's probably more bad and ugly than good, but what are your favorites and least favorites?
For weather movie, my favorite tornado is still The Wizard of Oz. I won't lie.
Okay.
To be able to create that, hokey as it was back in the 1930s, and have it look, like a roping out tornado in the plains, it was just amazing to me.
I feel the same way about that. I mean, it seemed like you look back and you're talking 1930s, film industry, and you're like, man, they actually did a pretty good job on that.
Right.
I mean, if they did one thing really that kind of, gave you some goosebumps, right? When you were a kid watching that. I mean, that was pretty intense.
I remember I met Bill Paxton when he did the first Twister, because they premiered it in Atlanta. And I remember seeing him again at a Kentucky Derby that I was doing for NBC Sports. And he was telling me that they were talking about a Twister 2. Now, granted, he's not around to do it, which is incredibly sad. And he was he was the movie, in my opinion, but that's just me. Would I like to see another Twister out there? Sure. Because when you think of how many young people it influenced to get into our enterprise and maybe have a better understanding for what we do or look into what we do. I don't think you can lose from that. So I'd love to see another Twister.
I agree. I don't think Sharknado cuts that.
No, I didn't bring that up. I'm always a glass half full kind of guy. I didn't want to bash anybody, but that was a little ridiculous.
Well, this last question, and promise it's not loaded. Do you listen to podcasts?
I'm not gonna put my career in jeopody on this answer. All right.
Exactly.
Good.
Do you listen to podcasts? And if you do you have a weather podcast that you enjoy listening to?
Marshall does some good stuff with our Weather Geeks podcast, and occasionally I'll listen to his stuff. Of course, you guys, come on, you're killing it right now. Jennifer Watson, and occasionally she'll jump into a weather podcast as well. Weather Brains has always been great, and I know it's nice when you know the people that you're talking to a little bit, so you kind of know what to expect. Guys, honestly, anytime that we can educate people that are either interested in meteorology or even our own people that people probably didn't know the Reggie Jackson story before I brought it up tonight, and whether that furthers your weather education or not, no, but it's just something, if you've been watching me for a good chunk of my years, you know what is behind me when people come up to me in the field, kind of how I react now. So yeah, I mean, and I think it's good for the enterprise. It's just all good. It's good to talk about things. You know what? Sometimes subjects aren't great. The radar things is a touchy subject, right? I mean, but we got to talk about it because radar save lives. Early warning save lives. We know that. So
yeah, it is. It's definitely another fun topic just because I think I can only speak to Evan and Peter, at least on our panel right here. We are avid TikTok followers, and I've seen you appear in a few TikToks with Stephanie Avery.
That's all Stephanie. That's all Stephanie. Trust me. That's it's funny. She goes, Cantore, just do this with me. Come on, just do it. And Steph just has a way to kind of beg you to do what she asks you to do, what she wants you to do. So you did, and I'm like, you know what? Why not? I mean, it's just like, what the hell? Yeah, I don't want to be a total bore. So I'll jump in and usually make a fool out of myself. But you know what? I'm okay with that. Yeah. I'm okay. I can still sleep at night, and it's all good. So.
All right. Well, my last question for you, and let's take weather out of it because I know you've made many trips to North and South Carolina. Yeah. Top 5 destinations to visit in the Carolinas. I mean, I know you've been in the Carolinas covering winter weather, tropical weather, but if you're just coming on vacation to North and South Carolina, what'd be your top 5 spots to visit?
Oh, man. Well, I love, first of all, Greenville. Greenville is my number one. I mean,
it's a hidden gem. Nobody knows about it.
If I had to retire in Greenville, I would do it.
Yes.
Okay. Greenville, South Carolina. Love it. Absolutely love everything about that city. I got a lot of good friends up there too. So their Euphoria Festival they do every year is second to none. But behind that is Charleston. I love Charleston. It's the charm of that city, just being down in there, being in the thick of it, the history, the weather history. I mean, everything. It's just absolutely beautiful. Wilmington, I've seen them get the crap kicked out of them and come back and be this wonderful, wonderful town. I love Asheville. The Grove Park Inn. I've been there for the gingerbread contest. I mean, that is just unbelievable. It's just a beautiful historic place. The Biltmore, obviously, up there. I mean, holy cow. Gosh, where else have I been in the Carolina? I think it was Winston-Salem. Maybe, or was it Hickory? I can't remember. I got a friend that I went. They had just like refurbished the downtown. I can't remember which one it was in, which one I was in, but I thought that was a pretty cool place.
I live close to Hickory, and it's recently been redone. So
there was Hickory.
Yeah,
I was about to say,
you're kind of like, what? Where did this come from? Where did this come from? All right, who did I offend on this answer?
No,
you didn't offend anybody. You get your martial arts training here in Charleston. We all know that.
Yeah, you did great. I'm in agreement with you on Charleston. It's my favorite place to go.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And
Jay
Greenville
loves it too, right?
Greenville's number one, Charleston's number two. It really is that just like that.
I tell people, I say downtown Greenville is the most underrated place to visit. It's a beautiful spot. Not a lot of people go. I mean, you can go out on a nice Friday or Saturday night and go eat dinner, welcome the river. It's a beautiful spot.
Like I said, if somebody said, all right, Jim, you have to leave Atlanta, you have to go somewhere else, where would it be? It would be Greenville, South Carolina.
I know our buddy Wes Grimes, who actually submitted a question earlier. He loved when you visited Boone a couple of years ago during the big snowstorm. And
oh my God, that was awesome!
I know Boone loves you, so if you ever make it back up there, I know you'll have a lot of folks and friends up in the Boone area. So.
By the way, the Boone stick is still around. Apparently, it's in my producer's Steve Pederak's office. And I'm like, dude, you got to bring the Boone stick back out. I've never pushed so many cars out of the snow in my entire life than in Boone, North Carolina.
Well, I will tell you this, from a guy, Evan and myself, living in Western North Carolina, we definitely hope we can copy that sometime soon, because we're in our snow drought. That was the last time we had measurable snow here outside of the mountains, was that storm a couple of years ago.
It's going to be tough with La Nina, but we'll see. Especially strong, if we get a strong La Nina. But it's an active pattern, dude, and we got the negative NAO, so you may get a little bonus out of that. We'll see.
I'm afraid more ice than anything. That's my concern this year.
Yeah, that's
the models keep head faking though. They keep wanting to bring the AO back positive again, but it keeps not happening. And again,
well, we all know how those forecasts go sometimes.
Right.
we've all been disappointed a few times. Look at that NAO. It's going to go so negative. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Well, Jim, we certainly appreciate your time. We want to wish you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And for those who are listening to the podcast, I'm sure they're probably following you on Twitter, on social media, but if they can't, or if they're not, how can they do that?
So at Jim Cantore is my Twitter. I don't do Facebook, but my tweets go to Facebook. At Instagram, at Jim Cantore on Instagram. That's more of my personal life than. Sometimes I'll throw some weather on there. I have been lately, but that's personal's Instagram and weather is mostly Twitter. And that's me, man.
We appreciate your time, and thank you guys for watching tonight. Yeah. We hope you have a great evening, and we'll see you back soon here on the Carolina Weather Group.
Merry Christmas, guys. Thanks for having me.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we have joining us tonight Jim Cantore, our good friend Jim Cantore from the Weather Channel, Mr. Storm Tracker, who has been busier than ever, I believe, this year, Jim. It's been a busy year for you. Tonight, we're going to be talking about reviewing 2020 and just all the crazy things that's happened in the weather community with storms and hurricanes and how we battled it with COVID as well. So a really interesting conversation tonight that we're looking forward to. So Jim, we were just talking a little bit before we started tonight. How are you doing? It's been a busy year. Are you getting any rest here recently?
Yeah, I mean it's been good. Obviously it was quite a run in September, and then November, where we're usually just not doing much at all, was cranking up. And obviously it wasn't so much being in the field, but being in the studio, talking about the threats to Central America. But then there was Ada.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment.